Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
Zhao Wenji beside them looked bewildered. Evolution stone. Brothers, well, what are you talking about? Yang Cheng added, this seems to be something the Central Command needs. Zhuo Xinguang took a deep breath and the darkness boundary ability spread from his feet. He said in a low voice, no choice. To prepare for the awakening of more calamity gods, even if this is the four calamity gods' scheme to make us fight among ourselves, we cannot give up on the evolution stone. Let's go. Fu Shuangyu nodded and towering flames erupted around her. Bathed in the blaze, she condensed fire into a longbow and drew it in the air. Bang, bang. Flaming arrows shot forth like fiery birds streaking through the crowd toward the high platform. With the appearance of the evolution stone, the flaws of the hastily formed alliances among various factions became glaringly obvious. No one noticed the fierce winds and surging clouds in the sky above. A colossal figure had appeared at some point, watching the struggle below with a grim laugh. Had never thought it would be so easy to make you humans tear each other apart. The evolution stone is indeed an irresistible temptation for you ants. If all these superhumans die within the secret realm, the third war zone will be defenseless. The evolution stone was originally the final reward for the victor within the rules. Now it had become the greatest weapon against these humans. Even Qi Yufeng on its back couldn't help but smile with relief, his gaze cold as he watched. A fight to the death is perfect. The superhumans in the rear gave relentless pursuit. Chen Mo glanced back. He noticed that Zhou Xiaoyang and Xiang Yuran of the 9th War Zone were surprisingly fast, even rivaling Qiongqi, and were catching up. Murderous intent flashed in Xiang Yuran's eyes as she directly launched a psychic attack at Chen Mo. But the calamity necklace in Chen Mo's hand blazed with light, blocking the assault. Xiang Yuran's pupils contracted, the psychic sea had failed. Zhou Xiaoyang laughed arrogantly. I've been wanting to take you down for a while. Riding a flying beast. Get down here. He threw a punch at Qiongqi. Chen Mo's face remained indifferent. No one else could lay a finger on the evolution stone. With a casual wave of his hand, he uttered a single cold word. Scram. He activated his Dominion ability. A barrage of silver blades shot out in all directions. Xiang Yuran, having witnessed Chen Mo's power before, dared not be careless, using the 7 deadly sins artifact as withered vines to shield herself. Bang. 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 Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyang was unaware of the severity. Laughing loudly, he faced the dense silver blades, fearlessly swinging his fists to knock them away. But he soon discovered he had underestimated their sharpness. Even with his unparalleled physique, the silver blades cut his arms, blood streaming down. Zhou Xiaoyang's heart jolted. This was his first time reappraising Chen Mo's strength. How was this possible? He could withstand elemental abilities, yet these metal blades could actually wound him. This guy is trouble. Zhou Xiaoyang dared not be careless any longer. His pupils contracted as he raised his fists, the specialized weapon knuckle dusters covering them to block the attack, avoiding direct contact with his flesh. Seeing the distance widen and the opponent so blatantly disregard him, Zhou Xiaoyang felt a surge of irritation. He let out a furious roar. His muscles swelled instantly, veins bulging, and a dull, powerful heartbeat echoed as he shot forward in pursuit. Suddenly a white figure shot out from the Qiongqi's direction. It moved with incredible speed. As Zhou Xiaoyang made out its form, he was startled. Was that the guy's battle pet? He had noticed it earlier during the beast tide. The man's second ability was beast taming, and this little white spider was one of his creatures, having performed remarkably well in the chaos. But to send just a mere battle pet against him, this was an outright insult. He was unmatched in combat power in the first war zone, having slain alien beasts with his bare flesh. To be so underestimated now. At this thought, Zhou Xiaoyang burned with rage. A terrifying light flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Get lost!" Boom! His fist struck out with the force of thunder, enough to shatter 1,000 June. But just as it was about to hit the death side, the spider's 8 scarlet pupils flickered in unison and it veered to the left midair to dodge. Then it swung a leg sharp as a scythe toward Zhou Xiaoyang's waist. Pft! In an instant the death scythe had crossed past Zhou Xiaoyang and landed on the ground. A streak of crimson blood still clung to its blade. Behind it, Zhou Xiaoyang stood frozen. He widened his eyes in disbelief as a wound appeared on his waist, blood seeping out. Tap tap tap. The little spider's 8 legs skittered, its gaze fixed intently on Zhou Xiaoyang, poised to strike. Zhou Xiaoyang trembled all over. The wound, once it appeared, began to heal at a visible rate. His physique was formidable, and though this injury was nothing to him, it ignited a fury in his prideful heart. How could a mere battle pet dare to wound him? I'll kill you. Boom. Boom. His blood and chi seething, Zhou Xiaoyang vanished from his spot and charged at the death scythe, leaving a deep crater where he had stood. The death scythe leaped backward, its legs flailing in rapid succession, leaving trails of afterimages and a cacophony of clashing sounds. Ahead, Xiang Yuran, who was chasing Chen Mo, turned her head at the noise behind her. When she saw Zhou Xiaoyang locked in a fierce battle with that man's battle pet, her pupils constricted and a chill ran down her spine. How was this possible? Zhou Xiaoyang was being held up by a mere battle pet. Dismissing the thought, Xiang Yuran's gaze turned icy as she spoke in a low voice. 7 sins. Boom. The 7 sins artifact began to transform, taking the form of a long whip wreathed in black lightning, lashing out at the Qiongqi ahead. Roar. The Qiongqi let out a deep growl, narrowly dodging. Behind them, the superpowered individuals who had broken through the ancient martial alliance members and Tang Zuanya's interference also launched long-range attacks. Stop him. Don't let him get there. Amidst the explosions of various abilities, the Qiongqi accelerated and reached the high platform. The evolution stone hovered serenely in the center of the platform. Chen Mo's eyes burned with fervor as he leaped from the Qiongqi's back and landed before the stone. He reached out to claim the evolution stone. Suddenly everything around him plunged into darkness and all else vanished. The Dark Realm. Chen Mo's face darkened. He parted his lips slightly and a sound of spellbreaking resonated. The darkness shattered like a mirror and everything returned to normal. Zhuo Shenguang and Fu Shuangyu had bypassed the Qiongqi and caught up. Fu Shuangyu drew her bow from a distance, firing several blazing arrows toward Chen Mo. The flaming arrows struck the ground, igniting a raging sea of fire that enveloped Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Ignoring them, Chen Mo snatched the evolution stone and gripped it tightly in his hand. The evolution stone pulsed like a heart, radiating an intensely scorching energy. Just holding it, the rich essence of evolution began to wash over his body. It was an indescribably wondrous sensation, as if possessing it granted the power to shatter all rules. Put down the evolution stone. A reprimand came from across the flames. Surrounded by fire, Chen Mo slowly turned around, his cold eyes fixed on Zhuo Shenguang and Fu Shuangyu on the platform. He murmured under his breath, "So you want the evolution stone too?" Zhuo Shenguang's expression grew complicated. "Chen Mo, this is crucial to us. Hand it over and we'll offer you fair compensation." Chen Mo sneered, "Compensation? Do you have another way to make someone a 7th-tier superpower without the evolution stone?" Fu Shuangjia's face changed instantly. "You knew. Who are you?" she demanded. First the reflective rune stone, now the evolution stone. This guy seemed to know everything about the secret realm. They had once looked into Chen Mo's personal information. His background could not possibly be as clean as the record suggested. Zhuo Shenguang hesitated, unwilling to start a conflict here, and said, "Chen Mo, only you and we know the true power of the evolution stone here. You must also understand how important it is to us. Fu Shuangyu and I have been stuck at the 6th tier for too long, we can't give it up. To advance to a 7th-tier superpower, there was no other way but to rely on the evolution stone's power. And the only known source of the evolution stone was the divine secret realm. Our goal is to deal with the 4 calamity gods here. Before that, I don't want to." "Enough. The evolution stone is right here. If you want it, then let skill decide." Chen Mo interrupted flatly. He was just as eager to test the mettle of the Central 12. Zhuo Shenguang was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Fu Shuangyu dropped her pretense of goodwill and said coldly, "Enough, Zhuo Shenguang. He knows what the evolution stone does, he won't hand it over. Attack." Zhuo Shenguang glanced at her side and nodded. "Only take the evolution stone. Don't hurt him. Dual ability users are too rare, he could be a great asset." Fu Shuangyu gave a slight nod, raising her hand to condense a ball of crimson flame. Her long hair danced as if a flame crackling with heat. The flame materialized into an arrow and shot forth. Zhuo Shenguang also unleashed his Dark Realm ability, expanding it outward. The world before Chen Mo's eyes turned pitch black once more, and the figures of the two vanished. Within the darkness, a few piercing red lights bloomed. Chen Mo remained expressionless as he activated his Dominion ability, conjuring a massive metal wall before him. Boom! The flaming arrow pierced through the darkness, striking the metal wall. The scorching heat effortlessly melted the metal, sending terrifyingly hot sparks cascading down. Chen Mo glimpsed the flames on his sleeve. Fu Shuangjia's ability was no ordinary fire, it was exceptionally fearsome. Even a single spark splashed onto his sleeve could not be extinguished, spreading upward relentlessly. The extreme heat seared his skin. Under this inferno even the power of the Tea blade was unusable and the Tea imp could not traverse the surrounding waves of flame. Whoosh, a flash of silver light cut through the flames, severing the sleeve. Chen Mo's eyes were indifferent as he directly invoked the power of the she-beast, summoning a roaring wall of water to envelop himself. Flame dance. A sharp cry rang out from across. Boom. The sparks scattered on the ground instantly exploded into a massive wave of fire surging toward him. Ehuang also activated his ability, forming dark orbs invisible to the naked eye in the darkness. Both attacked simultaneously, unleashing an incredibly fearsome power. Boom. A brilliant light tore through the darkness and a deafening roar echoed. Seeing no movement in the flames ahead, Ehuang and Fu Shuangyu exchanged a glance and withdrew the dark realm. Suddenly, a flurry of cold glints pierced through the flames, hundreds of metallic blades shot toward them. Both were startled by the sight. Fu Shuangyu immediately shot several flaming arrows, but these were all pierced through by the metallic blades. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, a look of disbelief spreading across her face. Seeing the dangers, Ehuang grabbed her shoulder and activated the Dark Realm ability. They were engulfed by darkness and vanished from the spot. Thud, thud, thud. The metallic blades embedded themselves deep into the ground. The pair reappeared elsewhere, staring in shock at the blades driven deep into the platform, then looked toward the flames across from them. The raging flames around were extinguished, revealing Chen Mo completely unharmed. How did he do that? Fu Shuangyu murmured in disbelief. Elsewhere. A scorching pain came from his palm. Chen Mo raised his hand to look at the burned skin, his eyes flickering as he murmured. Burning the ability user themselves through the ability. After all, he was one of the Central 12. That man's flames, even without direct contact, if the ability itself was touched, it too would be scorched. But as a dual ability user, this burn was nothing to Chen Mo. Unconvinced, Fu Shuangyu drew her bow again. Though she didn't understand how he could dispel her flames, since matters had come to this, only a decisive battle remained. Be careful, this guy's ability is probably not an ordinary elemental type. Your worrying is entirely unnecessary, this guy simply isn't afraid of either of us. Ehuang's expression grew even more solemn, marveling at Chen Mo's power. He knew Fu Shuangji's ability well. This woman's flames were something even the strongest among the 12 were reluctant to touch, yet this man remained unscathed under the inferno. Recalling Chen Mo's mysterious second ability and the colossal creature he had summoned earlier, Ehuang, knowing this was not his final move, spoke with a hint of retreat. This evolution stone. I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain it easily. You mean? We give up? Fu Shuangyu frowned. If we keep fighting like this, other ability users might join in. He glanced back worriedly, seeing a large number of ability users approaching in the distance. Our ultimate goal here is the 4 calamity gods. If we fight to the death here, we'll only end up benefiting that cunning deity. Chen Mo, as a dual ability user, his overall power might even surpass both of us. It's not a waste for him to obtain the evolution stone. It's enough. A trace of struggle flickered in Fu Shuangji's beautiful eyes. Like Ehuang, she had long been stuck at the 6th level ability user rank. Evolution stones were scarce, hard to find even in the secret realm. To give up so easily was truly hard to swallow. As if reading her mind, Ehuang continued, after this is over, I'll accompany you to search other divine domains. Fu Shuangyu was momentarily stunned. She looked up at Ehuang's calm face somewhat suspiciously, asking, Are you serious? Serious, Ehuang said. Fine then. Fu Shuangyu snorted coldly and said, It's not that I'm afraid of him, I just don't want to affect this mission. Let him have the evolution stone. But will he still listen to our explanation now? Saying this, Fu Shuangyu pointed at Chen Mo across from them. What? Ehuang was taken aback and looked over. His pupils contracted sharply. At Chen Mo's location, a massive metal storm had gathered. The clang of metal echoed, a fierce wind howled, and the scene was astonishing, even the entire platform trembled slightly. Under their utterly stunned gazes, a metal dragon formed within the storm and emerged behind him. Clearly he was about to unleash a finishing move. Such terrifying fluctuations left them both speechless. Fu Shuangji's face turned pale as she forced a strained smile. It seems it's no longer up to us. Oh no. Having lost his will to fight, Ehuang quickly called out, Chen Mo, enough. We don't want to be your enemy, I won't fight for the evolution stone anymore. Stop. The massive tremor across from them ceased. The metal storm calmed slightly. Chen Mo stood within the storm coldly watching them. What's this about? He couldn't quite understand what they were doing. Just then the ability users behind them began to ascend the platform one after another, voices ringing out. I saw it. The treasure is in his hands. Hand it over. Roar. Chen Mo. In the distance Qiongqi arrived with Tang Xuanyu and Wang Luyang. Below, Yang Suiyu holding a spear led the ancient martial alliance as they approached. His steps were light and he leaped into the air, thrusting his spear heavily towards Wu Shengwang's position. A sense of crisis surged. Dark orbs materialized beside Wu Shengwang. The spear plunged into the dark orbs, unleashing a fearsome force. Boom. Using the shockwave, Yang Suiyu flipped backward. He landed directly before the two, pointing his spear at the assembled ability users and said coldly, no one passes. Chen Mo. On the other side, Tang Xuanyu and Wang Luyang dismounted from Qiongqi. Tang Xuanyu's eyes were full of concern as she hurried over to ask, are you all right? Chen Mo shook his head, I'm fine. Did you get the evolution stone? Wang Luyang asked from the side. Wang Luyang nodded, looked at the crowd of ability users across from them, pushed up his glasses and said with some helplessness, although the ancient martial alliance is on our side with so many people trying to snatch it now, what do we do? Chen Mo glanced at the evolution stone in his hand, feeling an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. He pondered for a moment before saying, it's fine. They cannot stop me. Wang Luyang did not doubt Chen Mo's words at all, merely shaking his head with a sigh. Honestly, these people, they don't even know what this thing is yet they're so frantic. Those reflective pattern stones are already an unimaginable fortune. On the other side, Yang Suiyu pointed his spear at the crowd, his expression cold as he swept the weapon downward. With a thunderous roar, the ground before him split open into a massive chasm. Yang Suiyu slowly spoke, anyone who crosses this line will have no mercy from me. And who do you think you are? A superpowered individual strode forward, spreading his hands as several vine whips lashed toward Yang Suiyu, their tips morphing into serpentine mouths. A rank ability, Vine Serpent. Yang Suiyu remained unfazed, thrusting his spear to deflect them. The vine serpents nimbly evaded the spear's tip and slithered along its shaft toward him. With a cold snort, Yang Suiyu twisted his right hand and the spear erupted with a fierce aura. Azure runes flickered, shattering the vine serpents inch by inch. He grabbed the vines with his other hand and yanked hard, pulling the superpowered individual toward him. Come here. A heavy thud followed. Sensing the overwhelming force, the superpowered individual's face twisted in terror as he was uncontrollably flung from the crowd, crashing heavily before Yang Suiyu. The spear's cold gleaming tip aimed at him, blurring into a phantom in his eyes. The man swallowed in sheer terror and immediately knelt, begging, spare. Spare me. Yang Suiyu swept his spear, sending him flying several meters away, then looked up at the crowd and said, anyone else want to try? Amid the clash, the ancient martial alliance members arrived from behind and gathered around him. A formidable force stood there, impossible to ignore. Many, witnessing his decisive actions, calmed down and stared intently at Yang Suiyu. Yang Suiyu, are you helping him? Someone asked coldly. Don't pretend. Everyone wants that treasure. I doubt you're genuinely on his side either. Yang Suiyu replied, I don't need that thing, but if you want to get past you'll have to go through me. Enough. Wu Shengwang interjected. Don't you find it strange? A treasure appears just as we seek the secret realm's deity. This could very well be a trap by the four calamity gods. Stop this conflict now. We can settle everything afterward. Who believes that? I just saw you make a move. Exactly, aren't you trying to distract us so you can claim the treasure alone? Wu Shengwang said coldly. I don't intend to keep fighting, but if anyone still wants to, they can try me. He released the dark realm enveloping the entire area. Fu Shuangyu also summoned a blazing longbow, knocking several flaming arrows, and said with a smile. Anyone want a taste of being scorched? I've said the fight is over. If you keep killing each other here, someone else might swoop in and take the spoils. Hearing this, the superpowered individuals present began to reconsider whether continuing the struggle was truly worthwhile. Yang Suiyu looked puzzled. What were those two up to? He had seen them attack Chen Mo earlier and assumed they were no different from the rest. Now it seemed he had misjudged them. Noticing the hesitation in many's, Wu Shengwang continued, enough. Our time in this secret realm is limited. If we keep fighting like this, even if we obtain the treasure, we won't be able to leave. This place is vast and there are more ruins than just this one. Once we deal with the four calamity gods, I will personally request Chief Zhou to open this realm again. We can explore other ruins then. As one of the Central 12 and the leader of this operations was Qiongqi's words quickly swayed the crowd. Some exchanged glances, pondered, and then spoke. Can you guarantee we'll be allowed back into this realm? What if you fail? As if expecting this, Qiongqi replied without hesitation, I represent more than just myself here. If I fail, it would tarnish the credibility of the central faction behind me. Besides, if we can eliminate the threat in the third war zone, I doubt Chief Zhou would hoard this realm for himself. At these words the crowd fell silent for a moment, exchanging looks. Wang Ci, the representative of the second war zone, said, since you put it that way, the second war zone will withdraw from the contest. The representatives from other factions also spoke after some thought. Let's leave it at that. No one benefits from further conflict. The ninth war zone remained silent for a while, their superpowered individuals discussing among themselves. I don't think he's lying to us. Maybe we should agree. With Marshal St. Yang Suiyu here and given their stance to help that guy, if we really fight, we're no match. We agree too. Only Xiang Yuran stood still, her expression shifting uncertainly, saying nothing. Just as the superpowered individuals began to choose a truce, a discordant voice rang out from behind. The first war zone disagrees. A flash of white streaked toward Chen Mo. The superpowered individuals of the first war zone rushed in from behind. Zhou Xiaoyang stood at the front, drenched in blood, glaring bitterly at the death scythe before him. Damn it! How could a mere battle pet be so troublesome? He never imagined that with his overlord ability not only could he not subdue the death scythe quickly, but he had also been wounded by it. Despite its small size, as a being that had completed its second life evolution upon birth, the death scythe's life level surpassed everyone present, granting it terrifying speed and strength. Both at the 6th rank, if not for Zhou Xiaoyang's overlord ability granting him an almost freakish physique, he would have long perished under the death scythe's blade. Back to Chen Mo. The death scythe appeared before everyone, its 8 eyes glowing with a deep crimson light. Its body, like white jade, showed no signs of battle. The death scythe's mouth opened and closed, twitching slightly. Chen Mo nodded, glanced at the first war zone group and said. They've come. I understand. Return. He activated the Celestial Authority ability, withdrawing it into the ability space. Seeing no movement from the other side, Wang Luyang frowned in confusion. What are they up to? As several people were puzzled, the patterns on the platform beneath their feet began to pulsate with a fluid resembling blood spreading outward like intricate designs. As if sensing something, Wang Luyang looked down. What is this? His divine sense ability activated. He was horrified to discover that the platform everyone stood on was starting to tremble, slightly collapsing downward towards the ground. Chen Mo, beneath us. Something is coming from underground. His divine sense detected a terrifying life energy approaching rapidly from below the platform. Sensing the anomaly, the evolution stone in Chen Mo's hand grew increasingly hot. Startled, he wasted no time and directly spoke to Tang Xuanyu and Wang Luyang. Quick, go to Qiongqi. Meanwhile, the others at the other end were seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Zhou Xiaoyang led the first combat zone's group, still embroiled in a heated argument. Since you've decided to give up, Zhou Xiaoyang will not. Either hand over that thing to me, or our first combat zone will not assist you in dealing with those 4 calamity deities. Zhou Xiaoyang's expression was icy, leaving no room for refusal. Zhou Xiaoyang, do not forget our original purpose for entering. Zhuo Qiongqi angrily retorted. Zhou Xiaoyang sneered, I found this ruin first, so according to reason all treasures here should belong to me. What, just because you know that guy and aren't willing to fight for it we should give up? Ridiculous. I'm not afraid of this place, even if I stay here for a few days it's no problem. But you all aren't leaving now, are you not afraid of death? Amidst the crowd's dispute, someone among the first combat zone's ability users seemed to have discovered something and shouted, Yang Gu. Look, that guy is trying to escape. What? Everyone turned to see Chen Mo and his group mounting Qiongqi in the center of the distant platform. Qiongqi leaped high into the air, preparing to leave the platform. Zhou Xiaoyang's expression darkened and he snatched a weapon from someone nearby, aiming to throw it at Qiongqi's flight path. Trying to escape. Suddenly a series of extremely heavy vibrations resonated beneath their feet, the platform shook and the blood-red lines in the center began to spread out. From a high vantage point those patterns appeared to depict a fearsome creature resembling a malevolent ghost. A sharp cry echoed from the depths below. Like the cries of birds and beasts or the wailing of a child. The earth trembled, the ground sank, and in an instant the platform began to collapse downward. The expression of the gathered ability users turned to shock as they struggled to maintain their footing on the precarious platform. What happened? What is going on? Something is beneath us. Yang Suiyu sensed that something was amiss, embedding his spear into the ground to steady himself, and immediately shouted at the ancient martial alliance members beside him. Everyone disperse. Something is coming. Get out of the way. Zhou Chengguang's pupils contracted as if realizing something. He shouted loudly. Leave this place. The first combat zones group was also alarmed, their faces pale. What's happening? Yang Go. Zhou Xiaoyang's brows furrowed, putting down his weapon, his eyes filled with frost. I don't know, let's go. The others did not hesitate, scattering in all directions toward the base of the platform. All ability users had left the platform, maintaining a relative distance for safety. Everyone stared intently into the distance. After about 2 or 3 minutes, a loud crash echoed. The platform where everyone had been standing suddenly split in two, countless fragments falling into the bottomless dark chasm. Watching the scene below, Wang Liuyang on Qiongqi felt a chill run down his spine and beads of cold sweat unconsciously dripped from his forehead. Such terrifying power. This is definitely not an ordinary creature. Chen Mo, the 4 calamity deities must be hiding beneath, trying to eliminate us all in one fell swoop. Chen Mo's gaze fixated on the massive crack on the platform. An empty expanse lay before him, a bottomless pit. The scene gradually quieted and the ability users calmed down. What's going on? Why did the platform collapse underground? I don't know. But did you hear a roar? Everyone dared not approach the pitch-black deep pit. Is it the 4 calamity deity Qiongqi? Zhou Chengguang frowned among the crowd. Beside him, Fu Shuangyu spoke with a grave expression. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Is that it? Zhou Xiaoyang beside them scoffed. I thought it was something significant. Don't make a fuss, nothing happened. If you ask me, that guy must have done something. Zhou Xiaoyang sneered and took a bold step toward the location. He arrived at the edge of the massive pit and looked down. It appeared hollow below, the previous platform had vanished and all that was left was an expanse of darkness, nothing visible. Zhou Xiaoyang frowned and looked up at Chen Mo on Qiongqi in the sky. He gave a dismissive thumbs-down gesture, seemingly holding the other's methods in contempt, noting that Zhou Xiaoyang stood there for so long without issue. The group of ability users couldn't help but relax, exhaling a long breath of accumulated anxiety. That really scared me. I thought something was about to come out. Yeah, seems like there's nothing. Could it really be that guy's doing? We were already planning to give up and he's trying to kill us all. Just then, the previous sound echoed again, resonating from deep underground, clearer and more chilling. Zhou Xiaoyang's expression changed dramatically as a massive figure surged up from below. Yang Go. Be careful. Boom. There was no time. Green miasma erupted from the ground, countless fragments exploded from the pit and the immense force engulfed the entire area. Caught off guard, Zhou Xiaoyang was engulfed by the miasma, his face disintegrating, and he was flung away, his body covered in wounds. Rumble. Within the thick miasma, a claw several meters long covered in fur tore through the pit. Everyone stared in shock at the hazy miasma, not even noticing Zhou Xiaoyang, who had crashed to the ground and rolled several times. Unable to speak out of fear. What is that? Accompanied by the thick green mist, the underground creature slowly crawled up, standing amidst the swirling miasma. Though small in size, it was still tall enough to be over 10 meters high. At this moment only Chen Mo and the others in the sky could see the visage of this ancient being. It was actually a creature covered in dense green fur with a human face and tiger teeth, its body resembling that of a sheep. The underground creature's fur was damp and matted together, appearing exceptionally filthy as if stained by some liquid. The 4 calamity gods Taotie. Wang Liuyang's eyes were filled with terror as he stared incredulously at the divine being, a torrent of information flooding into his mind. A 7th-tier apocalyptic god, its abilities devouring heaven and earth, shifting sands, putrid miasma. Most crucially, this ancient creature's entire body was saturated with a vast quantity of viruses. It was the very source of the plague within the 4 calamities' secret realm. Chen Mo, this thing is the plague source. Is it the other 4 calamity god? Chen Mo's eyes locked onto the Taotie below. Far more composed than the utterly shocked crowd, he had anticipated this. Raising his head to gaze at the turbulent sky, Chen Mo murmured. Taotie. Since one of the 4 calamity gods Taotie had already emerged, what of the remaining 3? A terrifying green miasma spread across the sky, rapidly expanding into the area. Among the other ability users, the group from the first war zone, pale with shock, helped the fallen Zhou Xiaoyang to his feet. Brother Yang. Are you alright? As the one closest to Taotie when it appeared upon contact with the overwhelming green miasma, even Zhou Xiaoyang with his overlord ability sustained severe injuries. His face was dissolving, his skin festered and decayed, presenting a ghastly sight. Zhou Xiaoyang felt an intense aching pain throughout his body, yet under the effect of his ability the corroded wounds were rapidly healing. Never having suffered such grave injuries, he roared maniacally, "Recovery potion. Give me the recovery potion now." The person beside him snapped to attention and immediately handed over a crayed recovery potion. Zhou Xiaoyang snatched it and consumed it, a green light emanating from his body. After all, his physique was formidable. Considering the situation in the previous safe zone, immersion in that green miasma would have reduced anyone to a pool of pus without a trace of bone in an instant. Yet Zhou Xiaoyang only suffered extensive flesh corrosion, not a life-threatening condition. How is he? The other ability users arrived at that moment. Zhuo Shengguang arrived, his expression shifting with alarm at the sight of Zhou Xiaoyang's agonizing and wretched state. He immediately turned to a plain-looking ordinary woman from the second war zone. Li Yunqian, heal him quickly. She was the only ability user present with an A-rank healing ability known as Source Water of Life. All right. Li Yunqian nodded, her expression solemn as she stepped forward. The wounds on Zhou Xiaoyang's front had festered and clotted into a mass looking exceptionally gruesome. She placed her hand on his arm and a stream of crystal-clear water surged from her palm, spreading along his arm across his body. Humming softly. The water was soothing and gentle like a spring breeze, cleansing and healing the decayed flesh wherever it flowed. Under the dual effect of the recovery potion and the healing ability, within mere breaths the frenzied Zhou Xiaoyang began to calm. He knelt on the ground, gasping for air. How is he? Zhuo Shengguang asked. He'll be fine after some rest. Li Yunqian stood up and said, his constitution is naturally robust. An ordinary person would likely have died just now. Hearing this, the crowd became even more wary. The green miasma surrounding the four calamity god was something even Zhou Xiaoyang couldn't withstand, let alone them. After its appearance, the four calamity god Taotie remained motionless within the green miasma. Instead, the miasma was rapidly spreading and diffusing outward as if intent on trapping everyone inside. Zhuo Shengguang looked at Zhou Xiaoyang on the ground and asked, Zhou Xiaoyang, what's your condition now? Zhou Xiaoyang slowly raised his head, his expression extremely grim. The skin on his cheeks had not yet healed. He hadn't expected this man to still be willing to help him. I'm fine. Damn it, I was careless just now. A murderous intent blazed in his eyes as he glared fixedly at the Taotie within the miasma. Bastard. Is that thing the four calamity god? I'll kill him. Zhuo Shengguang, calm down. That thing wants to trap us here. Let's get out first, don't let that miasma seal us in. He's right. This miasma is too troublesome, we need to leave quickly. Wang Ci from the second war zone also spoke up. Zhuo Shengguang scanned the surroundings and found an exit where the miasma hadn't yet formed a closed loop. There stood Yang Suiyu and the ancient martial alliance group. From the moment Chen Mo chose to ride the Qiongqi, he had sensed danger and had already pulled back to a safe distance. That way. Follow them. The group of ability users dared not be careless as they rushed after him. Suddenly the Taotie behind them let out a piercing shriek, shaking the earth and sky as if the very world was collapsing. Its eyes were pitch black save for a single flickering red light. It sensed the escaping ability users, raised its head and opened its massive maw, spewing forth a torrent of miasma. The miasma spread even more fiercely. Simultaneously the ground trembled and the soil turned to quicksand, coalescing into ferocious beasts and aberrations that gathered at the gap and charged at the ability users. What kind of ability is this? The ability users were horrified. The sand and earth ahead had transformed into beasts. Trying to trap us here. Zhuo Shengguang remained calm, summoning several dark orbs and hurling them forward. Where the dark orb struck, a flash of pitch-black light erupted. Boom! Boom! The beasts blocking the path were blasted apart, scattering back into loss upon the ground. Fu Shuangyu drew her bow, firing a flaming arrow that incinerated the opposing beast. Go! Seeing the green miasma swirling around them, her eyes turned cold as she conjured flames and swept them outward. She created a massive ring of fire encompassing everyone. Whenever the miasma drew near, it was consumed by the flames, crackling and popping with a sizzling sound. This miasma could only be repelled by elemental ability users. The ability users present displayed their various powers, and with their strength they quickly broke through the beast horde formed from sand. Seeing this, the Taotie emitted a hoarse, muffled voice. Insects daring to trespass into the forbidden domain shall all remain here, becoming the food in my belly. The obscure, raspy, somewhat halting voice was actually human speech. The Taotie opened its gaping maw and from within surged a powerful suction force. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a gale of reverse wind howled, drawing vast amounts of miasma, loss and rubble into its mouth. The Qiongqi in the air felt itself being uncontrollably pulled away and let out a furious roar, flapping its wings frantically. Fortunately, the Taotie's focus was on the group of ability users opposite if the reverse wind in this area was not as strong. Breaking free from the suction, the Qiongqi landed to the side. Wang Luyang tremblingly dismounted from its back, adjusted his slightly crooked glasses and said with a grave expression, "This creature's ability is to devour heaven and earth. Anything and everything will be sucked into its stomach. 7th-tier beings and those miasmas are extremely difficult to handle as well. Chen Mo, it seems things aren't going well over at Zhuoshengwang's side. Should we? Not so fast." Chen Mo spoke with a calm expression. "Use your ability to search if there are any other calamity gods here." "The calamity god Qiongqi," Wang Luyang said. "Chen Mo, it might not be." Hiss. Upon hearing this, Wang Luyang was instantly startled, staring at Chen Mo as if he had seen a ghost. "Do you mean there are other deities within this calamity secret realm?" It wasn't that no one had considered this possibility. The gathering of the 4 calamities in the secret realm was exactly what Zhou Maotai outside feared. Yet he dared not speculate too much. If it were true, with 4 7th-tier apocalypse deities appearing simultaneously, the third war zone would never have held out this long. It would have been utterly breached long ago. But the reality was that barely anyone had even seen the calamitous deity Qiongqi. Tang Xuanyu furrowed her delicate brows nearby, softly murmuring as she gazed at the distant Taotie. So, excluding that Qiongqi, the plague and miasma fog within the safe zone are all caused by Taotie. If there are others, only Tao Wu and Hun Dun remain. In short, this can't be confirmed yet. Teacher Wang, please use your ability to check if there are any other deities here. Wang Luyang felt utterly exasperated. He sighed and said, "Understood." Compared to Chen Mo's composure, the situation for the ability users was far from pleasant. Within the swallowing power of Taotie behind them, everyone found it nearly impossible to move. The ground beneath their feet was torn up as if the very earth was being ripped away. Rumble. Debris flew from ahead and many ability users directly floated in midair, dragged by the terrifying suction force behind them. No. Several frail ability users were directly pulled in. They flailed their arms wildly, trying to grasp onto buildings. But there was nothing in sight. Realizing they were being uncontrollably sucked away, they let out desperate cries for help to the crowd. "Save me." "No." As the others turned to look, those few were instantly swallowed into Taotie's mouth along with the swirling sand and dust. "I'm also." At that moment, many in the first war zone began to lose their footing, facing a similar fate. "Brother Yang, save me." Another person was swept away by the surging wind, flying uncontrollably backward. The remaining ability users in the first war zone clung tightly to Zhou Xiaoyang's arms and legs, as he was the only one unaffected by the suction. Zhou Xiaoyang's face turned grim. He drove his fist into the ground beneath him to barely stabilize himself. But with several people clutching him tightly, even he struggled to maintain his balance, swaying unsteadily. "Get lost. If you want to die, don't drag me down." The cries for help at his ear irritated him. Zhou Xiaoyang roared and shook himself violently. A terrifying force erupted from within him, blasting away the ability users clinging to him. Deprived of Zhou Xiaoyang as their anchor, those ability users were swept away, flying backward. "Zhou Xiaoyang, you bastard." Their faces twisted in fury, unable to accept being abandoned by their own teammate. Elsewhere in the second war zone, Wang Ci growled and activated his ability. Earth Shield Armor. The surrounding soil and rocks assembled before him, forming a massive shield to resist the terrifying suction. Wang Ci's face was pale. Exerting all his strength to keep the earthen shield from being pulled away, he shouted, "Everyone come to me." Other ability users also activated their abilities to defend themselves. Hundredfold Gravity. Vine Serpent. "I can hold out here too. Come over, don't get sucked away." And me. Yet even so, many were still unable to move. Those who couldn't make it in time were less fortunate. One by one they lost their grip on gravity, dozens being swept into the gust along with rubble and soil sucked toward Taotie. "Save me." Struggling within the devouring domain, those swept away writhed helplessly on the verge of disappearing into Taotie's gaping maw. Their faces turned frantic and they fought desperately, unleashing their abilities at Taotie. "Die. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." Brilliant abilities blossomed, yet they vanished like stones sinking into the sea, swallowed into Taotie's mouth without a sound. In an instant they were consumed. Whoosh. A fierce wind raged here, the swirling sand blinding everyone. They could only faintly make out the terrifying ancient creature across from them. What do we do now? The surviving ability users stood pale and at a loss. Only Qiongqi keenly noticed that when the abilities released by the dying were swallowed into Taotie's mouth, the suction here noticeably weakened. So it seemed the creature couldn't mindlessly devour everything, it had to expend some power to digest the energy consumed. To confirm this, Qiongqi raised his hand and condensed dozens of dark orbs. Swish! The orbs flew with the wind at great speed. As before, they vanished into Taotie's belly without a sound. Simultaneously, the suction from Taotie's mouth weakened but quickly returned to its original intensity. Qiongqi's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Everyone attack that calamity god." Why? The crowd was puzzled. Don't ask questions, follow orders. Fu Shuangyu cried out sharply. Without hesitation she drew her bow and unleashed several blazing flame arrows like shooting stars. Boom boom boom, countless sparks exploded inside Taotie's mouth. The surrounding suction weakened noticeably again. Seeing this, the ability user's spirits soared and they exclaimed in delight. Do you feel the suction weakening? It really seems to be. Attack. With morale boosted, the ability users launched a barrage of high-frequency attacks wave after wave. Boom. Boom. After some time, Taotie's belly swelled slightly. Roar. It slowly closed its mouth and the suction here abruptly dissipated the wind and sand, calming. Many rejoiced, it stopped. It worked. Seeing the dense barrage of abilities, Taotie looked at the crowd with lingering appetite and let out a sinister laugh. Since you love attacking so much, taste your own abilities. With that, it opened its maw again, its belly slowly churning. Under everyone's horrified gaze, a brilliant radiance began to brew within its mouth. The first to emerge were dark orbs slowly surfacing from the unfathomable depths. How is this possible? Qiongqi's ability. Someone noticed this, their pupils dilating, a chill running through their veins. That's our ability. That thing swallowed our abilities and is spitting them back out. From the maw of the Taotie burst forth a dazzling array of multicolored lights. They were none other than the very abilities they had unleashed moments ago. The Taotie, whose belly harbored a universe, possessed the power to devour heaven and earth, gathering the stolen abilities. These powers intertwined, forging a force so terrifying it inspired sheer dread. It raised its head high, its abdomen churning incessantly as if preparing to expel all the abilities it had swallowed. Though yet to be released, waves of dreadful residual heat began to scour the very heavens and earth. Many ability users stared in sheer terror at the sight before them. Even the ever-arrogant Zhou Xiaoyang stood frozen in place, gaping at the fearsome figure opposite them. In that moment it felt like a nightmare. Is this the power of an apocalypse deity? How can we fight this? Those are our abilities. How did that thing do it? Fu Shuangyu opened her mouth, her beautiful face stiffening as she spoke. I think we can't withstand this. Before the crowd could flee, a terrifying surge of power erupted from the Taotie's mouth. The energies of countless abilities interwove, exploding with a boom that sent rings of shockwaves rippling through the air. From the Taotie's maw shot a beam of pure annihilation, obliterating everything in its path with irresistible force. Rumble, die. Insects. The combined abilities of 60 to 76th order ability users concentrated into one unleashed a power so astonishing it seemed to tear the very divine realm apart. Rumble, the earth shattered inch by inch, countless rocks torn up and pulverized into dust within the beam. Despair gripped the opposing crowd as immense fear and thoughts of death surged through their hearts. It's over. Are we really going to die here today? If we don't fight back, we'll die for sure. Are you all just going to sit here and wait for death? Wang Ci roared, his eyes blazing with piercing light. Earth shield armor. Rumble. Before the crowd, soil gathered and coalesced into 8 5-metertal earthen shields arranged side by side like tortoise shells. They stood as heavy as mountains, an unbreakable fortress. Seeing this, everyone's heart stirred and they regained their resolve. Damn it. Those are our abilities anyway, what are we afraid of? Don't we still have the reflective rune stones? If we die, they're useless. Let's use them together and crush that calamity god here. At this critical moment of life and death, no one held back. Amplified by the reflective rune stones, they unleashed their full 12% power, hurling abilities at the devastating beam. The distant Taotie looked on with utter disdain, sneering coldly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly laughable. Let me show you the power of a god. Boom. In the next instant, the beam of annihilation pierced straight through their abilities. The colossal pillar of destruction showed no signs of weakening, instead it swept up and engulfed their released powers, growing even mightier and more surging. What? How is this possible? Everyone's breath caught in their throats, their soaring spirits doused like cold water. What the hell is going on? This is insane. Why isn't it working? Every ability user present was plunged into utter despair at the sight. Who could have imagined that their all-out attack would not only be useless but would also be turned against them? In other words, the annihilation beam now contained twice, or even more, the original power. It had become terrifying beyond measure. Boom boom boom, the beam instantly pierced through the 4 shields. This class ability Earth Shield Armor boasted terrifying defense, each shield doubled the defensive power. 8 shields together formed the so-called unbreakable fortress which even tens of thousands of beast tides had struggled to breach. Yet now before the colossal beam of destruction they shattered and crumbled one after another as fragile as paper. Boom. Boom. 2 more shields were broken. Wang Ci, the ability's master, had veins bulging on his forehead as he poured dazzling earthen light into the 2 remaining shields. His face flushed crimson, his entire body trembling, he roared with bloodshot eyes. Hold it for me. Rumble, under his continuous reinforcement the last 2 shields momentarily held back the beam which carried the combined energy of 2 waves from all the ability users. The beam slammed into the shield sending up showers of rock and sparks. Waves of terrifying force rippled outward. The outermost shield was covered in cracks like a spiderweb. For a moment the beam could not break through. Even the Taotie opposite paused slightly. The ability users looked at Wang Ci with elation. Wang Ci. His ability can actually block it. Only his teammate Li Yunqian noticed something. She saw a small glass vial on the ground and the reflective rune stone clutched tightly in Wang Ci's hand, her face turning pale. As if understanding, she gasped in disbelief. Wang Ci. You used a potential potion. What? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The potential potion, meant to be an enhanced version of the rage potion, was a failed product that had long ceased production and sale. It could push the user's potential to its absolute limit, but its side effects were many times worse than the rage potion. Anyone who used this potion would suffer irreversible damage to their body, never again reaching their peak in physical strength or abilities. No one had expected Wang Ci to still possess such a forbidden substance. Only with the dual amplification of the potential potion and the reflective rune stone could the Earth Shield Armor barely withstand that terrifying beam. Li Yunqian rushed behind Wang Ci, releasing life source water from her hands. Sensing his physical state, her body trembled violently and tears welled up in her eyes. Why don't you cherish yourself? Do you want to die? If I didn't do this, we'd all die here. Wang Ci spat out blood, roaring with bloodshot eyes. Don't worry about me. Get out of here. I can't hold on much longer. Ahead the 7th shield was also shattered by the beam. The beam slammed heavily into the last shield. Rumble. Everyone looked up. An appalling aura emanated from the other side of the shield and the temperature here soared rapidly. None could imagine the sheer power lurking beyond that barrier. Wang Ci spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body swaying precariously as he half-kneeled on the ground, struggling to hold on. Run, he shouted with all his strength. In the crowd, Zhou Xiaoyang's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After hesitating for a moment, he directly activated his abilities to strengthen his body and fled into the distance without looking back. I absolutely cannot die in this damned place. Not even caring about my comrades in the first battle zone. Zhou Xiaoyang. Brother Yang. That guy has escaped. Coward. We should leave too. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyang fleeing, many of the ability users in the crowd also stopped hesitating and scattered to flee. Go. Fu Shuangyu directly pulled on the arm of Zhuo Qingguang. However, she found that no matter how hard she tried, Zhuo Qingguang remained unmoved, standing like a statue. Fu Shuangji's beautiful eyes filled with anger as she exclaimed, "Do you want Wang Ci to sacrifice himself for nothing? Zhuo Go. Hurry up." Zhao Wenji and the others also urged him from the side. Zhuo Qingguang shook his head and said softly, "No. You should understand that once that power descends, everyone will die here. But we are different. As long as we stay away from the central area, our abilities are enough to ensure our safety." Fu Shuangyu shouted. Zhuo Qingguang glanced at her, seeing her face filled with urgency, and calmly replied, "My ability may not be as powerful as any of the 12, but at least I currently have the capability to prevent others from dying here. Just go." With that, Zhuo Qingguang slowly closed his eyes and his dark realm abilities were unleashed. A circle of purple light illuminated his entire being, plunging him into an extremely special state, murmuring continuously as if communicating with something. Suddenly a purple beam shot up from him into the sky, piercing through the heavens towards the center. Fu Shuangji's heart skipped a beat, her pupils constricting. Gripping Zhuo Qingguang's arm tightly, she shouted in extreme anger, "Zhuo Qingguang! Are you trying to throw your life away? She certainly knew what this was. It was a special ability that only those who gained powers through resonance with the divine pillar could use, a sacrificial ritual. By communicating with the divine pillar they could receive tremendous power for a short time. But after the sacrificial ritual one would lose a part of themselves. A life and death gamble. It is known that there were not just 12 resonators but 17. The other 5 died because they used the sacrificial ritual. Only one survived but forever lost their eyes. Even so, that person had a resonance level of 95. She did not believe that Ehuang, whose resonance was not even 50, could survive after the sacrificial ritual. Ehuang remained unmoved, standing like a statue. No matter how much Fu Shuangyu tugged, his eyes remained closed. The purple beam activated a divine pillar within the central area, and in the blink of an eye the divine pillar in the pool began to tremble violently, transmitting the message and returning a massive amount of terrifying power. Boom! A blazing energy fell from the heavens of this divine realm directly onto Ehuang. It unleashed a powerful yet ancient and mysterious aura. This terrifying power knocked Fu Shuangyu and Zhao Wenji aside. Ehuang! You bastard! Fu Shuangyu shouted, her eyes reddening. You promised to accompany me to other secret realms after this. The Taotie on the opposite side trembled at the familiar yet powerful energy. Fear filled its eyes. This is the monarch. Countless new gods were born from the repeated resets of the race. Yet beneath that supreme overseer only a few of the oldest beings stood above all the end-time gods. The monarch. The 4 fiends. Before the monarch they were no more than ants. Behind that shield I could feel the aura of the ancient monarch. This made the Taotie tremble all over. At this moment, behind the earth shield, Wang Xi could no longer hold on under the relentless destruction of light. He spewed a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Wang Xi. Boom. A massive rumble sounded as the last unbreakable barrier in front of him exploded into fragments, countless large stones raining down. Rumble, the destructive light fell towards the crowd. Like the blazing sun, it obscured everyone's vision, a violently raging aura sweeping away everything. At the same time, Qiongqi's sacrificial ritual was nearing completion. Just then a piercingly loud and disruptive sound echoed from afar. A sound wave like a tornado swept towards this place. The sound of breaking the law shattered all laws, dissipating the miasma and viruses in the area. In this explosive sound the impending destructive light unexpectedly melted away in an instant. The abilities released by countless ability users transformed into starlight, dispersing throughout the world. Under the terrifying impact of the successive sound waves, all power was brought to an end. Ehuang suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with disbelief and shock. How could this be? It was severed. Once the sacrificial ritual began, that power could not be reversed. At the moment the power granted by the divine pillar fell, it represented the completion of the transaction with the end-time gods. But his sacrificial ritual had been forcefully cut off. The sound of breaking the law echoed across the sky, dissipating only when the light beam from the sacrificial ritual vanished. At this moment the fleeing ability users in the distance and Fu Shuangyu and the others standing still stared blankly at the scene. Chen Mo. It's that guy. The crowd was overjoyed and Ehuang also looked up. Boom. A colossal metallic dragon descended directly over the Taotie's head. Following that, a water giant dozens of meters high and formed from countless black waves swung its fist toward that direction. Rumble. Countless streams of water exploded, and in an instant the water giant burst apart, inundating the Taotie beneath. Chen Mo. Did they take action? Ehuang was startled. On the other side of the place, Tang Xuanyu, sitting on the back of Qiongqi, gazed intently at the Taotie below, her beautiful eyes heavy with concern as she spoke. Chen Mo, the tide of calamity has trapped it. What should we do next? But at this moment Chen Mo in front seemed slightly distracted. Just now. The heavenly authority patterns on his left hand suddenly turned crimson and hot. The sound of breaking the law was also suddenly dozens of times more powerful than usual, even surpassing the effect used by the true form of the Shoshi god. This had never happened before. Remembering that earlier scene, Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he thought quietly. Was it because of that purple beam just now? It seemed that at the moment the purple beam descended, his heavenly authority abilities became restless. As if there were a voice in his mind urging him to quickly end everything here. Inside the central base within the 7th research laboratory housing the divine pillar, Fang Qingming and a group of researchers hurried over. Behind the glass barrier a thick pillar engraved with totems writhed restlessly in the pool, trembling violently. Waves of blue pool water surged upward as an immensely terrifying force poured forth from within the pillar. What's happening? The seventh pillar has suddenly stirred. Fang Chengming strode forward. Professor Fang. The researchers observing there parted to make way for him. Professor Fang, just moments ago the power of the seventh pillar went out of control. Could you take a look? I am already aware. Fang Qingming nodded and approached the terminal, fixing his gaze on the chaotic scene of the seventh pillar's rampage beyond the glass. Seeing this, he pondered for a moment before speaking directly. Who is the resonator of the seventh pillar? A researcher immediately stepped forward and said, among the 12 only Zhuo Shengguang is linked to it. Not long ago the higher-up sent him to the third war zone to handle the Calamity Secret Realm incident. Zhuo Shengguang is it? Fang Chengming's eyes flickered as he contemplated silently. This commotion. He has activated a sacrificial ritual. What? The faces of everyone present changed. A sacrificial ritual. Zhuo Shengguang used this ability while on a mission. He must have encountered something life-threatening. Professor Fang. Fu Shuangyu, the resonator of the 10th pillar, is also with Zhuo Shengguang. They are both in the third war zone now. I will inform the higher-ups immediately. The third war zone. The matter of the divine secret realm. Fang Qingming murmured, staring at the seventh pillar beyond the glass. A dense purple radiance surged from the pillar, piercing through the metal ceiling and shooting into the distance. He was well aware of their abilities. Among the 12, Zhuo Shengguang was the weakest, yet his resolve to vanquish the apocalypse gods was formidable and he possessed ample capability to battle them. As for Fu Shuangyu, though proud in nature, she was exceptionally talented with an extraordinary ability. Her flames could not only incinerate other powers but also scorch the user themselves. The two of them placed in the outside world would undoubtedly rank among the top-tier extraordinary ability users. Having heard that the third war zone had summoned many external experts to resolve the secret realm crisis, with such a lineup, Zhuo Shengguang was still forced into a desperate pillar sacrifice. Something catastrophic must have occurred there. It was even highly possible that a terrifying apocalypse god had emerged from the secret realm. Fang Qingming said in a grave tone, once a sacrificial ritual begins, it cannot be halted. Zhuo Shengguang is likely in grave danger. Is there any anomaly with the 10th pillar? Has Fu Shuangyu activated a sacrifice? Someone nearby replied, it seems not. The 10th research lab has reported nothing. What exactly is happening over there? At that moment someone nearby seemed to notice something and shouted, wait. Professor Fang, look at the 7th pillar. The light of the sacrifice seems to be fading. Has it ended? The radiance emitted by the 7th pillar beyond the glass began to dissipate gradually, and the surging forces also calmed down. Just as everyone believed the pillar's turmoil was about to cease. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light burst from the 7th pillar, unleashing a terrifying wave like an overturning sea that engulfed the entire research laboratory. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. The exceptionally sturdy special glass made from unique materials began to fissure inch by inch, spreading with countless cracks. Finally, with a bang, it shattered into countless fragments. Danger! Professor Fang. Watch out! Amid the blinding whiteness in the laboratory, cries of alarm rang out. A low, obscure voice echoed faintly from within the 7th pillar, merely a simple sigh. After that the light faded. The once turbulent blue pool water became calm, its surface smooth and crystal clear. The 7th pillar stood motionless in the center as if nothing had happened. The only difference was that the totems on the 7th pillar, which had been dim and mottled, were now vividly bright and clear, flowing with streaks of purple light patterns. What had just occurred was unprecedented, catching everyone off guard. A group of researchers huddled in a corner. Though no one was injured, they were all shaken with lingering fear. They stared blankly at the shattered glass, their faces etched with horror. It's broken. Why did this happen? Fang Qingming rose to his feet under the protection of the crowd, his own face filled with astonishment and confusion. When he saw the brightly gleaming totems, he shuddered. The pillar has been activated. His mentor had once told him. Within each pillar dwelled a sovereign possessing the power to rule the entire world, yet they were sealed within, slumbering. Humanity could coexist by borrowing their power while they slept. But the moment the totems on these pillars fully emerged, it signified that the sovereign within the pillar had been awakened. Fang Chengming's gaze was filled with extreme terror and he trembled uncontrollably. In the past he had wondered what kind of entity could suppress these most ancient sovereigns. But now only one sentence echoed repeatedly in his mind. The sovereign within the pillar has been awakened. Fang Qingming stared fixedly at the bright 7th pillar in the blue pool, its totems flowing with a purple shimmering light, both eerie and beautiful. Several researchers beside him asked in confusion, Professor Fang, what are you saying? After a long silence, Fang Qingming shook his head and said softly. You all leave for now. Without the protection of the barrier, the aura emanating from the pillar will affect your bodies. I will stay here and keep watch. If one lingered too long near the pillar, they would involuntarily resonate with it, and for most the result of resonance was explosive death or at best mutating into a zombie. These were all vital researchers specializing in ancient totems and pillars, and not one could be risked. But Professor Fang, what about you? I'm fine. Fang Qingming waved his hand saying, I have been in contact with the pillars longer than any of you, and I have already undergone resonance. The pillar's aura cannot affect me. Those present exchanged glances, then reluctantly nodded. Then please be careful, Professor Fang. We will go and have someone come to repair the isolation glass. The researchers left the laboratory one after another. After everyone had gone, Fang Qingming walked alone across the scattered glass fragments and approached the blue pool. The totems illuminated upon the divine pillars were so intricate and chaotic that even he could scarcely decipher a single thread. Ah! Fang Qingming let out a soft sigh, his gaze laden with profound complexity. If only my master were here. No one knows these divine pillars better than he. After all, it was within that desolate realm of mortals, amidst the snow-capped peak soaring over 8,000 meters, that his master had discovered the first divine pillar. It was from that moment that all came to realize within countless forbidden lands across the world ancient beings unknown to humanity still slumbered. The laboratory lay empty, shrouded in utter silence. Only Fang Qingming's sighs echoed faintly. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away within the secret realm of the Four Calamities. Seeing Chen Mo unresponsive, Tang Xuanyu patted him and called out several times. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Chen Mo paused, retracted his thoughts and gazed down at the submerged Taotie below. Xuanyu, well done. Leave the rest to me. There was no time to dwell on why the lawbreaking voice had erupted with unprecedented power. The pressing priority was to swiftly eliminate the Taotie below before the other four beasts emerged. The water giant exploded into a torrential vortex, churning black waves roaring incessantly. The Taotie engulfed within seethed with fury, its ear-splitting roars tearing through the air. Damned humans! Lured by the aura of the ancient sovereign, it had momentarily overlooked the ambush from behind. It glared upward at Chen Mo, then opened its gaping maw once more, unleashing the devour heaven and earth ability to suck the black torrents entirely into its belly. With a rush, vast swathes of the torrent were drawn in, and the Taotie's abdomen swelled visibly. A cold gleam flashed in its pupils as it raised its head toward the Qiongqi above, reflecting the catastrophe tide ability. Thick black water columns blasted upward. Roar! The Qiongqi bellowed, flapping its wings to dodge, nimbly weaving through the columns of water. Chen Mo unleashed the law-breaking voice, once more dissolving the water columns. He leaped from the Qiongqi's back, plunging toward the Taotie below. Find a safe place. The Qiongqi flapped its wings swiftly, carrying Tang Xuanyu away into the distance. Seeing this insignificant ant show no fear, the Taotie's eyes blazed with murderous intent as it spewed vast clouds of green miasma. Chen Mo raised his hand, condensing thousands of silver blades into a storm that whirled around him. The high-speed metallic tempest tore through the miasma, sending gleaming blades shooting forth like a relentless storm, hammering against the Taotie's colossal form. With wet thuds, the razor-sharp silver blades pierced deep into the Taotie's flesh. It let out a long roar, summoning a tremendous suction from its maw, intent on devouring Chen Mo whole. Just then Yang Suiyu appeared from the side, spear in hand. With a forceful stomp, he unleashed extraordinary leaping power, vaulting to half the Taotie's height and thrusting his spear with violent force. Blood gushed forth as the spearhead sank deep into the Taotie's body. Streams of blue runes flowed from his hand along the spear shaft, seeping into the creature's flesh. Around the wound pierced by the spear, blue runes began to emerge. Yang Suyu's eyes blazed as he gave a sharp shake of his right hand. The blue runes grew searing hot and bright. Using the Taotie's body as a foothold, he leaped backward with a kick. A chunk of the Taotie's flesh exploded. Feeling the pain below, the Taotie roared with even greater fury. It redirected the devour heaven and earth, but Chen Mo was already descending, the metallic storm swirling around him. The metallic storm instantly reformed into a giant sword, hurtling toward the Taotie. You damned ant! Sensing the danger, the Taotie, ignoring its bleeding flank, thrust its thick ram-like curved horns upward against the descending metallic giant sword. A thunderous crash erupted. The ground below shattered and collapsed, the earth-shaking roar mingling with enraged bellows. A metallic pillar suddenly rose, and through the swirling smoke Chen Mo landed upon the platform. Peering through the haze at the pit ahead, he furrowed his brow. Gone. Within the crater lay fragments of the giant sword, but the Taotie that should have been there had vanished without a trace. Chen Mo. Behind you. Yang Suya's shout came from behind. What? Chen Mo whirled around. The ground behind him suddenly bulged then shattered with a boom sending debris flying. The Taotie burst forth from beneath its feral glare fixed on him as it opened its fang-filled maw lunging to bite the metallic pillar. The stench of its breath washed over him. Chen Mo's expression hardened as he drew the Taotie blade and slashed swiftly. The metallic pillar was bitten clean through by the Taotie, which crunched down with a chilling sound as if grinding everything in its mouth to dust. Chen Mo. Yang Suya's pupils contracted, a chill racing through his body. Not bad. Taste, the Taotie said slowly, turning its bloodshot beastly gaze toward Yang Suyu. Next you ant, is it your turn? The Taotie opened its maw and sucked in violently, drawing countless gusts and debris into its mouth. Devour heaven and earth. Yang Suyu was dragged uncontrollably forward. Damn it. He drove his spear deep into the ground to anchor himself, but against the ferocious gale his body was still pulled backward. Suddenly Chen Mo, who should have been swallowed, flashed into view beside Yang Suyu. Clutching the Taotie blade, he had used its power in the final moment to narrowly escape. Chen Mo. You're alive. Yang Suyu's face lit up with joy. Chen Mo's expression was icy. Without a word he grabbed Yang Suyu's arm and said coldly. Let's go. Countless metallic blades shot toward the Taotie as the ground beneath turned silver, rising into a silver dragon that stretched into the distance, swiftly carrying them beyond the devour heaven and earth's range. Elsewhere the scene was too astonishing. The ability users who had fled earlier returned one after another, their gazes wide with awe as they watched Chen Mo and the ancient martial alliance battling the Taotie. It's that guy. And Yang Suyu's people from the ancient martial alliance. That annihilation beam. It's been dealt with. Many were still reeling, their minds struggling to catch up. Ehuang turned to the returning group. Beside him Fu Xuanjia's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, seeing him unharmed after the sacrificial ritual. She stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. You bastard. Fu Xuanyu wiped the tears from her eyes, glaring at him with a mix of anger and reproach. If you want to die, no one's stopping you. But not before you fulfill what you promised me. Qiongqi was taken aback, incredulously touching half of his face. Without giving him a chance to react, Fu Xuanyu turned around and coldly said to the returning abilities, you all. Since you've chosen to come back, don't just stand there, hurry up and help them. After giving these instructions, Fu Xuanyu showed no hesitation, and with a whoosh flames erupted around her. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she locked onto the Taotie, whispering, die. Bang bang. She shot out dozens of fire arrows that tore through the sky, dazzling to the extreme. When they reached above the Taotie, the fire arrows did not drop but instead exploded simultaneously. Boom boom. Brilliant sparks erupted in the sky, countless flames plummeting downwards, igniting a raging inferno upon the Taotie's body. Li Yunxian, holding the dying Wang Ci, shouted at the abilities, are you all still planning to run away? If the four calamities gods are not dealt with, we will never be able to escape. Yes, yes. The abilities, realizing the situation, glanced at the unconscious Wang Ci with some shame and angrily stepped forward, shouting. With people in front and behind, let's see how that beast can swallow. Boom. Boom. More than 30 abilities joined the battle, unleashing various powers against the Taotie, the sound of explosions echoing endlessly. Go. How are you now? We're coming to help. Seeing all the abilities joining the fight, Zhao Wenji inquired anxiously. You all go ahead first. Qiongqi said, lowering his eyes. Alright. Zhao Wenji nodded, activating his 7 kills ability, a fierce aura emanating from him as he charged towards the Taotie. Amidst the sound of explosions and the smoky battlefield, Qiongqi sensed the power within him, feeling somewhat confused. He raised his right hand, strands of purple light swirling around, mumbling. The power of the ritual has not disappeared. Yet he himself had not paid any price. Why is that? He was somewhat puzzled and tentatively released the Dark Realm ability towards the distant Taotie. Buzz. In an instant a vast area of darkness appeared beneath the Taotie's feet, enveloping the entire scene. The Taotie, using its ability to devour the surrounding flames and various powers, noticed the darkness beneath its feet, which rapidly expanded into a circular shape. This darkness was chillingly terrifying. The enhancement of power from the ritual had transformed the Dark Realm ability. The Taotie was startled and wanted to withdraw from this place. But suddenly the ground's darkness surged up, forming a giant dark sphere that engulfed it. Within that endless darkness, invisible entities continuously approached from all directions, colliding with the Taotie's body. Rip. Something sharp sliced through from the side, moving at incredible speed, tearing a deep gash in its body. The Taotie roared in fury, wildly swiping its beastly claws, but it couldn't catch anything. Instead, new bloody scars kept appearing on its body. Boom! Boom! The interior of the dark sphere echoed with loud rumbles, occasionally bulging out as if the Taotie was struggling inside trying to escape. At that moment everyone outside was stunned. Chen Mo and Yang Suiyu looked at the gigantic dark sphere not far away, their faces filled with astonishment. What kind of ability is this? Yang Suiyu said in disbelief. To actually trap the calamity god Taotie. The Dark Realm. Is it Zhuo Chengguang? Chen Mo looked towards Zhuo Chengguang's direction, his eyes flashing. The abilities upon seeing the trapped Qiongqi in the darkness were filled with astonishment, and Fu Shuangyu immediately turned around. Zhuo Chengguang. Is this your doing? Zhuo Chengguang was taken aback, even he himself was a bit surprised. Has your ritual been completed? Yes. Zhuo Chengguang replied, but I don't know why there was no cost at all. According to my guess, it seems that the previous voice interrupted the ritual, and the power from the divine pillar that I had partially received has not dissipated yet. I don't know the situation either, but while the power of the divine pillar is still here, we must quickly deal with the four calamities god. Zhuo Chengguang said coldly. He could sense the situation inside the vast realm, and with both hands surging with immense dark energy he released it forward. The dark sphere merged into the vast realm once again, causing a tremendous uproar. Boom! Boom! Taking advantage of the moment Zhuo Chengguang trapped the Taotie, the abilities present began to take out recovery potions to restore the enormous energy they had expended. A group of enhanced abilities quickly rushed over to support Chen Mo. Are you all okay? Dozens of abilities arrived, among them was an already beastified ability user. In the second war zone, a class ability user Yuan Hui transformed into a giant ape. Zhao Wenji looked worriedly at the enormous dark sphere, saying, has the four calamities god been trapped? Chen Mo Yang Suiyu, thank you just now. Hurry and recover your strength, we don't know how long Zhuo Guess ability can hold that four calamities god. Yes. Chen Mo and Yang Suiyu exchanged a glance, and both took out recovery potions to use. A warm current filled their lower abdomen, and they regained a considerable amount of their energy. What should we do next? One ability user said nervously. Facing such a terrifying existence which could even ignore abilities, everyone felt a sense of despair. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. In the face of the Taotie's terrifying destructive power, the Shoshi god and the Grim Reaper's scythe would probably struggle to inflict even a scratch if the Shoshi god, apart from its size not having much power, could only act as a living target. It's not that the Shisho could not be used, but the appearance of the Shisho was too sensitive. Once exposed, it would likely provoke the wrath of all the ability users. What? Everyone was taken aback by the words, and Yang Suiyu immediately inquired. What should we do? Wang Luyang frowned, adjusting his glasses. Since the beginning of your battle I have been observing this Taotie from a distance using my divine sensibility for quite some time. I have finally reached a conclusion. The ability of Taotie is to devour heaven and earth. Not only can it consume the abilities of both, but it can also store them within its belly and reflect them back. The powers of elemental and divine beings are not only ineffective against this creature, but they can also be devoured and returned against us. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that when it suffers fatal damage, it can burrow into the ground for emergency evasion. Unless we possess absolute power to prevent it from swallowing abilities, it will be exceedingly difficult to kill it. Although Taotie is a 7th-tier apocalyptic god, it is suppressed by rules and cannot unleash its full power. Everyone present was among the top abilities from various places, all possessing no less than a level 6th-tier powers. This arrangement could be said to be more than sufficient to deal with any apocalyptic god. However, Chen Mo's Zhuo Chengguang and Fu Shuangyu along with others mostly belong to the divine and elemental abilities, which are greatly constrained in the face of Taotie's devouring capabilities. Wang Luyang looked solemnly at Chen Mo, saying, 6th tier is still too much of a stretch. If either of you had a 7th tier ability user, it wouldn't be this difficult. With the ability to devour heaven and earth, if we are to kill it, we can only rely on the enhancers now. Because only enhancer ability users can avoid being devoured by Taotie. But that 4 calamity god releases a terrifying suction when it opens its mouth. We enhancers can't get close at all. What should we do to kill it? Zhao Wenji interjected, puzzled. Wang Luyang glanced at the massive dark sphere in the distance and said. Zhuo Chengguang must have used some means to enhance his abilities, but that power has diminished and cannot contain Taotie for long. If I am correct, next Taotie will use its ability to devour heaven and earth to consume Zhuo Chengguang's dark sphere and then reflect it back. We just need to evade the first wave of damage. Then Chen Mo, you need to attract Taotie's attention, making it use its devouring ability towards you, giving Yang Suiyu and the other enhancers a chance to get close. Everyone present was stunned by the plan, feeling it was feasible. I think it can work. That 4 calamity god can only focus on the front, we can surround it from both sides. But how do you know so much and even predict what will happen next? Someone asked. Wang Luyang nonchalantly adjusted his glasses and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Liuyang and I am a teacher. I possess enslave ability, the eye of divine insight that perceives everything. As he spoke, layers of azure light shimmered in his eyes. No. At that moment a voice interrupted. Upon hearing Wang Luyang's suggestion to use Chen Mo as bait, Tang Xuanya's fair face turned pale and she exclaimed. Why should only Chen Mo go? That's too dangerous. I can do it too. Wang Luyang glanced at her and replied, you have just barely mastered the water giant ability. Do you still have the energy for this? Moreover, Chen Mo still has his life-saving card, with that Taotie definitely can't swallow him. Tang Xuanyu was shaken by his words and bit her lip. Let's do it this way. Chen Mo interjected. The other 3 calamity gods have yet to appear, and this is the best way to resolve Taotie while keeping the Shisho hidden and retaining strength. But before they could further debate, a furious roar echoed from the massive dark sphere imprisoning the 4 calamity god Taotie. Following that, it was as if some enormous force was trying to break through the dark sphere, causing it to expand continuously until a massive tear was ripped open at the top. Taotie's terrifying head emerged from it, furious beyond measure, and it opened its mouth wide, sucking the entire dark sphere into its belly. Its size, once over 10 meters, surged to around 30 meters, and its aura became even more imposing and terrifying, making it awe-inspiring. Countless abilities were swallowed. It roared furiously, damn ants. Die. As Wang Luyang had predicted, after consuming Zhuo Shengwang's abilities, Taotie brewed forth a terrifying wave from its mouth. A thick beam of dark light suddenly shot out, sweeping towards all the ability users present. The first to be affected would be the direction where Chen Mo and the others were. That creature has emerged. We need to evade. The ability users present changed their expressions drastically and quickly retreated. The rest is up to you. Wang Luyang sensed the terrifying power and his eyelids twitched. He immediately climbed onto Qiongqi's back and said to Tang Xuanyu. What are you waiting for? This guy will be fine, get on. Hurry. Chen Mo commanded without a doubt. Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes were filled with complexity as she deeply looked at Chen Mo and said, be careful. Then they boarded Qiongqi together. Qiongqi roared and soared into the sky. Where the dark light beam from Taotie's mouth passed, everything was obliterated. The ground was blasted apart inch by inch as this thick beam of destruction, at least 3 meters wide, demolished everything in sight. Chen Mo attempted to activate his Dominion ability, summoning a metal storm to sweep away, but upon contact with that dark light beam it crumbled instantly. What terrifying power! Chen Mo, we are leaving. Yang Suiyu called out nearby. Next it will be up to you. Chen Mo nodded and waved the Taya blade, disappearing from the scene. Only a few breaths later the dark light beam swept over the ground where everyone had been, creating massive craters, and countless debris turned to dust under the light. All present were enhancer ability users and moved swiftly, avoiding danger with ease. But Zhuo Shengwang's side was not so lucky. The ability users there turned pale as they saw the dark light beam approaching. Zhuo Shengwang raised his hand to form a dark barrier to resist the light beam, but it only held for a brief moment before being consumed like before. The beam released by Taotie can devour everything and make it its own. The power from the previous sacrifice is rapidly fading. Noticing the change in abilities, Zhuo Shengwang immediately rushed to the unconscious Wang Ci, lifted him and shouted, Fu Shuangyu, take Li Yunqian. Go. Fu Shuangyu nodded, quickly grabbing Li Yunqian's arm and leaving. The ability users also began to flee, but their speed was evidently not as fast as those enhancers. They did not have the powerful boost provided by Zhuo Shengwang and Fu Shuangji's level abilities. As they felt the dark light beam sweeping behind them, the few who lagged behind showed despair, helplessly extending their hands. No. Save me. Rumble, the ground shattered again and dozens more perished under the dark light beam, leaving no remains. The ground was ravaged, and after the dark light beam swept through, thick smoke rolled, obscuring the sky with dust. Taotie's terrifying and majestic form stood at the center, unleashing a long satisfying roar to the heavens. Ants. This piercing sound tore through the clouds, shaking the very spirit of all who heard it. Just as the Taotie was supremely complacent, believing it had annihilated all the psychics. Beams of silver light, sharp and cold, suddenly burst forth from the thick fog. A massive ferocious dragon's head forged from metal tore through the mist, charging violently towards the Taotie's body. Rumble. Dense metallic blades pierced through its body and the metal dragon's head crashed directly into the Taotie's thick powerful horns. It let out a pained roar. The impact was immense and the metal dragon's head actually sent the Taotie's colossal body flying backward. Bang! The Taotie's pupils blazed with a malevolent light glaring fiercely at Chen Mo atop the metal dragon's head. It growled, "Is it you? You're still alive." It remembered this man, that earlier roar had been his doing. Seeing Chen Mo appear, the Taotie's attention instantly locked onto him. It let out a furious roar, swinging its beastly claw directly at the metal giant dragon. Die! Chen Mo's figure flickered, vanishing from his spot in an instant. Rumble! The metal dragon's head was utterly crushed by the Taotie. Enraged beyond measure, it searched for Chen Mo. When it noticed he had landed, its expression grew even more furious. Beams of black light shot from its mouth, sweeping towards him, but Chen Mo dodged them all. The dark beams were immensely powerful. Wherever they passed, deep craters were left in the earth. The ground they scorched was red-hot, billowing with thick dense smoke. Is running all you can do? You insignificant ant. Ignoring the Taotie's provocations entirely, Chen Mo continuously raised his hand to unleash his abilities. Leveraging the agility of the Tea force, he initiated small-scale attacks while evading. His task was merely to conserve energy, hold it off and create an opportunity. Sharp silver blades easily pierced the Taotie's flesh, but against its colossal frame these attacks were nothing more than a trifling annoyance. They served only to provoke enraging this ancient being. Has it stopped? The fleeing crowd, hearing the rumbling behind them, stopped and turned to look. Chen Mo. It's that guy. Him again. Meanwhile, Qiongqi, who had already settled Li Yunqian and Wang Ci, also witnessed this scene. Seeing Chen Mo constantly dodging and hovering right under the Taotie's nose with no intention to attack or flee, a psychic asked in confusion. What is Chen Mo doing? Why isn't he attacking or retreating? Qiongqi was also somewhat puzzled. But when his gaze shifted, he noticed Zhao Wenji, Yang Suiyu and the others rapidly approaching from the Taotie's flanks. His eyes suddenly lit up as he understood why. Was he actively drawing the attention of the four calamities? Fu Shuangyu seemed to realize something as well, murmuring, "Those over there are all enhancement-type psychics. They aren't planning to." Boom! Dodging another scorching red beam, sparks exploded and splattered onto his shoulder, bringing a searing pain. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged, constantly monitoring the Taotie's attacks. If he encountered something truly unavoidable, he would unleash the law-breaking sound ability of the Shuxishan. The power he had previously absorbed from Qiongqi and Fu Shuangyu was depleted, and the beam shooting from the Taotie's mouth had changed to the color of another ability. Unable to evade, the law-breaking sound rang out, dispelling all abilities. The Taotie's pupils contracted. The cry of a worm. It had been somewhat puzzled before, the sound was very familiar. And now, with Chen Mo using the law-breaking sound again, it confirmed it was the cry of the Shuxishan's race. The Taotie suddenly understood. So that was how he had neutralized its power earlier. This despicable human had even mastered such an ability. Though I don't know how you can use the worm's power. In the past I've devoured countless of those insects. The Taotie opened its mouth again. A terrifying immense suction force swirled within, aimed directly at Chen Mo's position as if it intended to devour everything. Devour heaven and earth. Here it comes. Wang Liuyang, who had been watching from afar, saw this and his face lit up with joy. Just as he had anticipated, as long as Chen Mo drew the Taotie's attention. Once it used the Devour Heaven and Earth ability, the enhancement-type psychics on its flanks would have their chance to attack. The suction force of the Devour Heaven and Earth ability was greatest only at the very center. In comparison, the pull on the flanks was negligible for those enhancement-type psychics. Rumble! A massive suction force surged from the Taotie's mouth. Chen Mo's expression hardened as he felt the terror of this ability for the first time. Within the Taotie's Devour Heaven and Earth ability, merely escaping was impossible, even using one's abilities was incredibly difficult. The Qiongqi ability activated. The vast sky-covering phantom of the Shuxishan appeared behind Chen Mo in an instant. He who had been swaying unsteadily immediately stabilized, standing as immovable as a mountain amidst the fierce reversing gale. What? The Shuxishan's phantom flashed and vanished, but it was caught by the Taotie. It was stunned for a moment. Its attention was now entirely fixed on Chen Mo, completely failing to notice that on its flank several dozen enhancement-type psychics led by Yang Suiyu and Zhao Wenji were rapidly approaching, charging forward with bloodshot eyes. Elemental-type psychics are helpless against it, but we are different. Charge! The psychics in the distance also noticed this and exclaimed in shock. It's Yang Suiyu and the others. They managed to get past the 4 calamities' flank. Such speed. When they were about 20 or 30 meters from the Taotie, Yang Suya's eyes narrowed. He thrust his spear into the ground, using it as leverage to leap soaring high into the air. He drove his spear into the Taotie's hind leg. Pft. The martial saint ability activated, extending the initial wound further down, creating a larger gash. On both sides of the flesh the spear had cut, azure runes appeared. Yang Suyu pulled back and a burst of light suddenly erupted from the shallow wound. Boom! A massive spray of blood exploded. This unexpected injury caused the Taotie to roar in agony and the terrifying suction force vanished. It turned its head in fury, looking behind it. Arg! You damned ants, when did you? Now! Move! Seeing they had inflicted damage on the Taotie, Yang Suyu shouted the order. The surrounding enhancement-type psychics all roared, activating their abilities. Ape Transformation. Dragon Claw. 100-fold Amplification. Boom. 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 Their bodies became terrifyingly monstrous, some gigantic, some immensely powerful. Boom. 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 Their bodies became terrifyingly formidable, some colossal, others brawny. 7 kills. Zhao Wenjie clenched his right fist, placed it over his left shoulder and drove his elbow toward the Taotie. Puff puff puff. The 7 kills ability was horrifically sharp, his very flesh was the most fearsome weapon. His elbow slammed heavily into the Taotie's leg, tearing open a bloody gaping wound. Before the Taotie's colossal frame, humanity seemed utterly insignificant. These enhancement-type ability users, though possessing formidable attacks, could only inflict damage by relentlessly striking the Taotie's limbs. A torrent of blood gushed forth. The Taotie now realized it had fallen into the trap of these insignificant ants. Enraged, it swept beams of destruction toward the ability users beneath its body. Revolting vermin. Despicable. Scatter. Get onto the beast's body. The enhancement-type ability users present were all exceptionally agile and powerful. With a mighty leap they vaulted over countless shattered remains and clung tightly to the Taotie's dull, filthy green fur. Boom. The beam of destruction shot from its mouth, pierced straight through its own hind leg. A roar of agony erupted. Seeing this, the enhancement-type ability users burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Look at this beast. It wounded itself. Think being big makes you special. You can't even catch us. They moved with incredible agility across the Taotie's enormous body, launching relentless attacks. The Taotie shook its form violently, trying to fling off the vermin ravaging it. Damnable ants. You will all die. Ahead, seeing the enhancement-type ability users in action, Chen Mo began to condense a massive amount of metallic liquid, spreading it toward the Taotie. The silver liquid coiled around the Taotie's limbs, forming colossal chains that imprisoned it in place. A few exceptionally agile and nimble ability users had already reached the Taotie's back. Gazing at the surroundings from this height of 20 or 30 meters, they shouted with exhilaration. Ha 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 ha. Never thought I'd stand atop an apocalyptic deity. Awesome. Yang Suyu's voice came from below. Chen Mo has trapped the beast. Finish it quickly. Alright. Qiongqi transformed into a 3-meter white-furred giant ape, raised both fists and smashed them heavily onto the Taotie's spine. Boom. The Taotie let out a piercing cry and involuntarily knelt, its limbs shackled by the immensely heavy metal chains. It could do nothing against the enhancement-type ability users on its back. Glaring at Chen Mo with murderous intent, the Taotie's ferocity blazed. The ground beneath it collapsed with a boom. It plunged directly into the earth, trying to break free from the chains and the ability users on its body. Clang clang clang. The metal chains connected to the Taotie's limbs were pulled taut, sinking deeper into the ground. Chen Mo stood still, watching quietly. The enhancement-type ability users descended into the earth along with the Taotie. Now it was up to them. Chen Mo looked up at the turbulent, cloud-churning sky. A red light flickered on his chest. Since the Taotie's appearance, the calamity necklace had been glowing intensely. Still not appearing. Wang Liuyang in the distance knew the time had come. He rode the Qiongqi to the scene, landing and shouting, "That Taotie has burrowed underground." Ehuang and his group also arrived from afar. How's the situation? Where are the 4 calamity gods? Below. Tang Xuanyu pointed at the bottomless pit. For massive thick metal chains were still being rapidly pulled downward. Ehuang and the others' eyes widened. Zhao Wenjie and the others are down there too. What do we do now? They haven't come out yet. What if the Taotie escapes? Still here. Wang Liang's eyes shimmered with a blue light fixed intently on the ground beneath his feet. It seemed he could see through the strata following the Taotie's movements. Well done. Just as I thought, the Taotie is helpless against these close combat enhancement type ability users. Yang Suiyu and the others have already inflicted considerable damage. Now as long as we prevent it from escaping and drag it out, we're good. But none of us here are enhancement type. Chen Mo, can you force it out? Wang Luyang withdrew his gaze and immediately looked at Chen Mo. Don't worry, it won't get away. Chen Mo raised his hand and the pool of metallic liquid instantly condensed into a massive sturdy metal pillar plunging into the ground. The 4 metal chains were all wound around this pillar. With an anchor point, the rapidly descending chains jerked taut, trembling violently and stiffening against the ground. Rumble, the metal pillar shook violently for a moment then stopped. Beneath the earth, the Taotie kept tunneling through the soil. Many of the ability users clinging to it were shaken off. Yuan Hu's massive hands gripped the Taotie's fur tightly, his eyes shut, feeling the debris scouring his body. Even his enhanced body was covered in deep gashes. Deep underground, the darkness was absolute, they could no longer tell where they were. Is anyone still here? He shouted. I'm here. I'm here. Voices called out from the darkness. Damn it, where is this beast trying to flee? Their spirits sank. We're underground. Don't fall off. Protect yourselves first. Yang Suyu's voice came from somewhere unknown. Suddenly, the fleeing Taotie was yanked back by the metal chains on its limbs. Thud. It was stuck, unable to advance an inch. Feeling the chains beneath its feet, the Taotie roared in fury and burst upward through the earth. Rumble. Countless rocks exploded into the air. The enhancement type ability users on its body were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, their fate unknown. Except for Zhao Wenjie, whose 7 kills aura left him unscathed, the others were covered in cuts from the rocks, not a single spot on their bodies was unharmed. Even Yang Suiyu was battered and bruised. But the Taotie's condition was no better. Blood streamed from its body, which was riddled with gaping wounds of various sizes. The enhancement type ability users had clearly inflicted significant damage earlier. Freed from the ability users clinging to it, the Taotie's eyes turned bloodshot, its fury boundless. You damned ants. It lowered its head, bit into the metal chains binding it and snapped them one by one, swallowing them. Then, unleashing devour heaven and earth, it spat a storm of metallic swords toward Chen Mo and the others. Puff puff puff. His only concern was this. The most valuable possession of the Taotie was the 7th grade crystal core, followed by its corpse. Now the remaining ability users in the arena were united in their anger, their focus entirely on the fleeing individuals from the 1st and 9th battle zones. In retrospect, it was likely that a significant conflict would break out. After all, everyone had desperately fought against the 4 calamities, so why should the greatest spoils end up with you? It's not over yet. Chen Mo shook his head. It puzzled him that Qiongqi had not appeared until the last moment. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Chen Mo raised his eyes toward a certain direction and spoke. Someone is coming. Wang Luyang was taken aback. Zhuo Qingguang and Fu Shuangyu among the crowd also sensed something, their expressions turning grave as they stood up. A loud laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to actually deal with this 4 calamity. That's fantastic. The crowd, who had been cursing and despising those who fled, trembled at the sound, their furious glares aimed at the source. Is it you? What are you doing back here, you bunch of bastards? A bunch of cowards. Those from the 1st and 9th battle zones who had escaped earlier surprisingly returned unscathed. Zhou Xiaoyang and Xiang Yuan walked at the front, followed by more than 20 ability users from the battle zones. The people from the 1st and 9th battle zones. Wang Luyang was startled. How did they come back? Chen Mo observed the incoming individuals with indifference, his tone calm. They probably planned to divide the spoils. He had seen many such people, but had to admit that only selfish individuals survived the longest in this apocalypse. A stream of metallic liquid gathered in his hand. To deal with the possible appearance of the other 4 calamities, he had been holding back during the fight with Taotie, so his consumption was not great. Beside him, Tang Xuanyu angrily said, how can they do this? Faced with the accusations and curses from the crowd, Zhou Xiaoyang merely shrugged dismissively. Glancing at the fallen Taotie and the corpses scattered on the ravaged ground, he clicked his tongue in admiration. What a brutal scene. Don't get excited, we are here to help you. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with immense rage, their eyes instantly turning red. Get lost. How shameless. Who asked for your help? You didn't show up before fleeing faster than rabbits, and now that it's over you want to come and share the spoils. They had no goodwill towards these fleeing cowards. The hot-tempered Fu Shuangyu stepped forward, coldly gazing at Zhou Xiaoyang. You are not welcome here, leave now. Zhou Xiaoyang's group, far from caring about the reproaches from the ability users present, instead burst into laughter. Oh, this little girl has quite a temper. Turns out she's from the central region Yanggu. You all were forcibly sent here to support the third battle zone, what's the point of working so hard? Ha ha ha. Yes, look at them, a few disabled and several half-dead, truly pitiful. Zhou Xiaoyang chuckled, lowering his gaze toward Fu Shuangyu. Fu Shuangyu was stunning in both appearance and figure. A hint of lewdness flashed in his eyes as he brazenly gazed at her bosom. Fu Shuangyu clearly noticed this, taking a few steps back, her expression turning even colder. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll scoop out your eyes. Zhou Xiaoyang grinned, saying, I like your fiery spirit. Are you so proud because you're one of the 12? However, it's also thanks to you that we can deal with the 4 calamities. Now we'll take its corpse and crystal core, I think no one will object, right? Beasts. We fought tooth and nail to kill this 4 calamity, how can you just take it away with a word? Who do you think you are? Once this matter reaches the leaders of your first battle zone after we go out, let's see what you'll do. Zhou Xiaoyang glanced at the speaker and his figure suddenly vanished from sight, appearing in front of that person. His tall frame instantly obscured the opponent's vision. The speaking ability user's heart raced, retreating a few steps in fear, trembling as he asked, What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Zhou Xiaoyang grinned, raising his hand to grab his neck, lifting him off the ground. Let go. The ability user turned red and struggled in pain. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Zhou Qingguang's pupils constricted and he shouted angrily, Zhou Xiaoyang, what do you think you are doing? Let him go. Buzz. Several dark orbs shot toward Zhou Xiaoyang. Earlier, to deal with Taotie, everyone present had expended a great deal of energy, even he as one of the 12 had little strength left. The dark orbs hit Zhou Xiaoyang, producing a dull sound without inflicting any damage. Swish. At the same time as someone made a move, the ability users from the 1st and 9th battle zones instantly surrounded Chen Mo and the others. Are you all crazy? What do you want? Zhou Xiaoyang turned his head, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Zhou Qingguang. It seems you have little strength left too. The ability user he was holding had started to foam at the mouth, unconscious. What am I going to do? He sneered, applying pressure with his thumb. Crack. He directly snapped the ability user's neck. He casually tossed the body aside. Isn't it obvious? It's to prevent this matter from leaking out, I might as well kill all of you right here. At this moment, all the ability users from the 2 battle zones burst into wild laughter as if they were victors. Ha ha ha. These idiots put in so much effort to deal with the 4 calamities only to have the rewards and fame go to us. Thank you all. Yanggu, let's kill later, I find those few girls quite appealing, let's play with them before killing them. Right. Kill the men and after playing with the women kill them too. Upon hearing the despicable and shameless words from the remnants of the 1st and 9th battle zones, the remaining few dozen individuals felt their spirits plummet. Beasts. You will reap what you sow. Zhou Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, saying, That's right. He looked at Fu Shuangyu with a smile, saying, I like you, woman, if you serve me well I might consider not killing you. After all, I have never tasted the flavor of an S-grade female ability user. Fu Shuangyu's charming face turned extremely cold. Zhou Xiaoyang. I've never seen a more disgusting guy than you. Now you have. Zhou Xiaoyang replied without changing his expression. At this moment, Xiang Yuan from the 9th battle zone suddenly spoke. That woman, give her to me. He pointed at Tang Xuanyu beside Chen Mo. Upon realizing that she was the target, Tang Xuanyu's charming face instantly turned extremely pale. Oh. Zhou Xiaoyang glanced at the position Xiang Yuan indicated, his gaze lingering on Tang Xuanyu. His eyes brightened as he stroked his chin, commenting. Well-proportioned, her figure rivals that of Fu Shuangyu, and key is she has a sort of innocent vibe. Tisk, your taste is quite good, since we are all in the same boat I'll let her go to you first. Xiang Yuan nodded, his eyes challenging and mocking Chen Mo. And Mingyue had long regarded her as a forbidden fruit. Since the other party dared to ignore him so blatantly before, he would let her experience that feeling right in front of you. With this thought, he grinned sinisterly. Chen Mo, weren't you quite arrogant before? Now you. Suddenly. Before he could finish his sentence, a silver arc instantly swept across his neck. Xiang Yuan trembled violently. A line of blood appeared on his neck. His pupils gradually widened, filled with disbelief. Making muffled sounds, he couldn't utter a single word. Immediately after, under the horrified gazes of everyone, a severed head rolled directly to the ground. Noisy. A cold voice rang out. Puff puff puff. Head separated from body's blood gushed like a fountain. A large splatter of blood landed on Zhou Xiaoyang's smiling face. His smile froze and he stood there in shock. Before he could even react, Xiong Yuan had simply died like that. A blood-red eyeball rolled out from the headless corpse of Xiong Yuan. The Seven Sins Divine Artifact. Chen Mo. Tang Xuanyu covered her mouth, looking in disbelief at the indifferent Chen Mo beside her. Zhou Shengguang, Fu Shuangyu and the others also turned their heads simultaneously, their expressions shaken as they looked over. How is this possible? That's Xiong Yuan's head. Did he make a move? Chen Mo. It was him. Some of the superhumans in the first war zone came to their senses, their faces instantly turning pale with terror. No longer daring to surround them, they all scurried behind Zhou Xiaoyang. Brother Yang. Brother Yang. He dared to kill one of our own. No one had anticipated this. Even Zhou Xiaoyang's pupils constricted, his gaze filled with extreme horror. The speed just now was too fast, even he hadn't been able to react in time before Xiong Yuan's head rolled to the ground. In other words, if it had been him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His eyelids twitched involuntarily as he looked toward Chen Mo's position. Was it you? How could this guy still have any strength left? Chen Mo said nothing, his gaze as calm and lifeless as a pool of dead water devoid of any emotion. You all are too noisy. He was already somewhat irritable from being unable to find traces of the Qiongqi. Since they had recklessly set their sights on Xuanyu, they had no one to blame but themselves. Even among superhumans of the same rank there existed a chasm-like gap. A wave of fear rose in Zhou Xiaoyang's heart, but behind him stood a group of superhumans from the 1st and 9th war zones. He refused to believe this guy still had any strength left after dealing with the 4 calamity gods. Catching sight of the eyeball that had fallen beside Xiong Yuan's corpse, he knew it was the Seven Sins artifact that had made Xiong Yuan a top-tier powerhouse. He snatched it up in one motion, his eyes filled with wariness as he shouted. All of you attack. Kill this bastard first. Are you really going to do this? The opposing superhumans were also poised for action, each one on high alert, ready to start a fight at any moment. But after Zhou Xiaoyang's command, none among the superhumans behind him dared to step forward for a long time. Xiong Yuan's death was far too sudden, making countless people realize Chen Mo's true strength. Even knowing he might be running low on power, no one dared to rush forward and court death. Zhou Xiaoyang's eyes blazed with fury, murderous intent spilling forth. He killed Xiong Yuan. If we don't leave everyone here, will things end well for us when this gets out? Attack. This time he made the first move, knowing that if he didn't, the superhumans behind him would never risk charging forward. With Xiong Yuan's death, there was no room left for turning back. The superhumans of the 1st and 9th war zones grew increasingly fierce and brutal, all activating their abilities to attack the survivors. That's right. Kill them all. That guy just fought the 4 calamity gods and killed Xiong Yuan. That must have drained all his power. If we hesitate any longer and they recover, we'll be the ones to suffer. Seeing the dire situations, Zhou Shengguang and Fu Shuangyu also activated their abilities to defend. Buzz. Indestructible shield armor. Walls of earth rose before the crowd, blocking the onslaught of superhuman attacks. Wang Ci. Seeing the severely weakened Wang Ci forcibly using his ability, Li Yunxian beside him was greatly alarmed and tried to dissuade him. You just woke up. If the side effects of the potential potion are still there, you can't use your ability anymore. Wang Ci, who had been unconscious in the crowd, had somehow awakened. He propped up his frail body, coughing up blood continuously as he growled. Zhou Xiaoyang. Enough. There's a virus here. If we keep fighting among ourselves, we'll all die here. The 4 calamity gods are dead. Do we superhumans have to fight to the bitter end among ourselves? The superhumans on Zhou Xiaoyang's side changed expressions drastically. Is that Wang Ci's ability from the 2nd war zone? Wasn't this guy unconscious? Brother Yang. What do we do now? Wang Ci's ability is known as the indestructible wall. There's no way our group can break through it. Zhou Xiaoyang's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Ignoring Wang Ci's obstruction, he said softly, at this point none of us can turn back. Indestructible wall. Humph, this guy just took the potential potion not long ago and has almost no strength left. I'd like to see just how hard this indestructible wall really is. Overlord ability activated. Zhou Xiaoyang's entire body began to swell, his blood roaring like a dragon, muscles hiding terrifying power beneath. He threw a punch. It landed squarely on the indestructible shield armor before him. Boom. Under that terrifying power, the shield armor shattered into pieces in an instant. Behind him, Wang Sis ability was broken, his face twisted in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Excellent. As expected of Brother Yang. He even managed to smash Wang Sis ability. Zhou Xiaoyang's gaze locked firmly onto Chen Mo amidst the crowd as he spoke. You all deal with the others. This one I'll handle myself. I want to see if your ability can actually kill me. As he finished speaking, the superhumans beside him charged out, their faces full of murderous intent. Various abilities were unleashed, striking the survivors who were already gravely injured and exhausted. Soon harrowing screams echoed from both sides. Wang Liang's face was anxious as he watched Zhou Xiaoyang approach step by step. What do we do now? Tang Xuanya's expression was complicated beside him, knowing that Chen Mo had acted for her sake. Moved yet also guilty, she unleashed the calamity tide, forming a water dragon to attack Zhou Xiaoyang. Let me. My ability has recovered a bit. Bang. Bang. Countless splashes exploded, hitting Zhou Xiaoyang's body without causing any pain. Zhou Xiaoyang brushed off the water droplet, sneering, is that supposed to tickle me? It doesn't hurt at all. Chen Mo patted Tang Xuanyu beside him and pulled her behind him. Chen Mo. You. Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Chen Mo said, I'll handle it. Zhou Xiaoyang across from him narrowed his eyes and sneered. Do you still have any strength left? I suspect you're just all bark and no bite. Chen Mo slowly raised his hand, saying calmly, not much, but more than enough to deal with you. His palm opened and a silver light bloomed. Beams of silver light shot forth, they were actually blades of silver, glinting coldly and fiercely sharp. Such power startled Zhou Xiaoyang. This is what he calls not much. Aware of the terrifying nature of Chen Mo's ability, even his own physical body could not forcefully withstand it. He swung his fist, the brass knuckles meeting the silver blades with a thunderous clash. Clang. A violent tremor surged through him, numbing his palm in an instant. Zhou Xiaoyang's face turned pale as he exerted more force, barely managing to shatter those several silver blades. You bastard, how do you still have strength? He sensed something amiss, but it was already too late. A denser storm of blades swept in from all directions. Relying solely on his hands, he could not possibly fend off so many edges. A chill ran through Zhou Xiaoyang's heart. Instead of confronting them head-on, he chose to evade. Yet those silver blades emptied by Chen Mo pursued him as if endowed with eyes, his expression growing ever darker. Damn it! How do you still have reserves? He felt as though he had been outmaneuvered. The brass knuckles were too small. If only he had a proper weapon, why would he fear these silver blades? Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Zhou Xiaoyang during his retreat produced Xiong Yuran's Seven Sins artifact and shouted at the rotating pupil within the eye. Can't you transform into any weapon? I need your power. The pupil of the Seven Sins instantly contracted. As if responding to his call, a cackling laughter, he emanated from it. Fine, I'll help you. In Zhou Xiaoyang's hand it began to devour and merge into his flesh as if embedded into his palm. Zhou Xiaoyang shuddered violently, a peculiar sensation flooding his heart. It seemed that whenever he needed it, this Seven Sins artifact could instantly morph into whatever form he desired. This is. A gleam of fervent light burst from his eyes. He turned around, facing the countless silver blades with a laugh. Then let me see your power. Seven Sins artifact. Boom. The pupil in his palm spun rapidly, sprouting numerous tendrils that began to intertwine. In the end it condensed into a massive heavy black broadsword. Zhou Xiaoyang hefted the weighty blade, his face alight with exhilaration, and he swung it directly at the vast array of metallic silver blades. Suddenly an inky black blade aura shot forth, tearing apart the ground before him, swallowing the countless silver blades entirely. Ha 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 ha. At the sight, Zhou Xiaoyang's fervor burned even brighter. He brandished the broadsword as if it were a treasured find, shouting, what a fine treasure. No wonder that a grade waste Xiong Yuran could climb the ranks with you. Following that loser was a waste of your potential. I Zhou Xiaoyang am the most fitting new master for you. Fu Shuangyu, engaged in battle with other ability users, looked over. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyang in possession of the Seven Sins artifact, her heart grew even colder. Trouble, that Xiong Yuran's Seven Sins artifact. Can he still hold his ground? The Central knew every ability user well, and Xiong Yuran, merely in a grade, had notably broken into the ranks of top-tier ability users. The lethally potent Seven Sins weapon he had obtained was even suspected by many to be a weapon of the Apocalypse God. Now with the Seven Sins artifact in hand, Zhou Xiaoyang combined with his tyrant ability was like a tiger with wings. His aura was overwhelming and unrestrained. With a sweep of his arm he unleashed streaks of pitch-black blade aura charging forth with the momentum to crush everything. Rumble, Chen Mo. Prepare to die. He glared at Chen Mo, no longer retreating, and charged forward in great strides. Chen Mo's eyes were indifferent as he stared at the broadsword in his hand. Xiang Yuan's artifact, the Seven Sins, was something he had heard of in his past life. It was indeed a rare treasure. But no matter how powerful the artifact, it was ultimately an external tool. Enhancement-type ability users were inherently at a great disadvantage against divine-type ability users. With a wave of his hand, countless blades shot forth once again. Zhou Xiaoyang laughed arrogantly, "Ha! Still this trick. I told you it's useless against me now." He swung his right arm fiercely and a vast blade aura slashed out, directly shattering countless metal silver blades. Who said it's useless? Chen Mo's eyes were icy, his tone disdainful. What did he mean? Zhou Xiaoyang frowned. Soon he discovered that the shattered metal fragments began to reassemble and converge, heading toward him again. Damn it, what the hell is this? He swung the broadsword again and again, slicing the silver blades into pieces. The metal kept reforming, driving him into a rage as he roared furiously. Fuck off. Get lost. Boom. An even larger blade aura descended, pulverizing the ground into a massive crater. This time he completely shattered those silver blades into fine dust. With a great leap he soared high, gripping the broadsword with both hands, and brought it down toward Chen Mo. Zhou Xiaoyang's pupils were piercing as if he wanted to devour Chen Mo, and he roared, "Die." The onlookers turned pale, but Chen Mo sneered, his eyes filled with mockery and amusement, showing no sign of retreat. Not fleeing. A premonition of dread surged within him. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoyang midair seemed bound by something, frozen in place, utterly unable to move. His breath caught as he realized that the dust-like powder around him had at some point transformed into countless fine, nearly invisible metallic threads. By now he was surrounded by an intricate web of these metal threads. Like an invisible spider's web, they tightly constricted his limbs and body, rendering him immobile. Damn it! When did this happen? Zhou Xiaoyang was stunned. He struggled desperately, twisting his body to break free from the threads. Yet each seemingly fragile thread was incredibly tough, gleaming coldly as they tightened around his limbs. The silver threads cut through his clothes, and under his violent struggles fine deep cuts began to appear on his body, oozing blood. You despicable bastard. Let me go. Chen Mo said indifferently. It seems your tyrant ability has indeed made your body far tougher than others, since it didn't slice you into minced meat. Seeing that, he tried to swing his right hand to cut the threads with the Seven Sins. Chen Mo flicked his finger downward. Slash. The metal threads around Zhou Xiaoyang suddenly contracted with violent force. They seemed ready to crush his resilient body. The threads around his right hand tightened even more fiercely. Zhou Xiaoyang, drenched in sweat from the pain, let out low growls. This agonizing cry startled the others locked in combat. Brother Yang. How is this possible? Something's happened to Brother Yang. Worry about yourselves before meddling in others' affairs. A sharp rebuke rang out as Fu Xuanjia's beautiful eyes turned icy cold. She shot a blazing arrow of fire, incinerating one of the superhumans into ashes. As an S-level superhuman, her stamina naturally remained the most intact among those present. Since the enemy had already resolved to kill them all, there was no reason for her to hold back any longer. The raging flames proved relentlessly troublesome, continuously scorching the superhumans from both war zones. That damn woman still has the strength to unleash her ability. Everyone be careful. I'll go help Brother Yang. A superhuman from the first war zone shouted, turning and rushing toward Zhou Xiaoyang without delay. He knew that among all present Zhou Xiaoyang was the strongest. If even he fell, their group would face grave trouble. Brother Yang. I'll help you. No sooner had he taken a step than a blood-curdling scream erupted from the side. Superhumans from both the first and 9th war zones collapsed one after another. What the hell is that? Watching their comrades fall one by one, the remaining dozen or so were struck with terror, their faces turning pale from the horrifying sight. Something's there. Watch out. Tap tap tap. The scythe of death weaved through the crowd, its razor-sharp spider legs reaping the lives of superhumans from both war zones like a merciless scythe. Its appearance significantly alleviated the immense pressure on the struggling group. That's his battle pet. A mere beast, let me destroy you. A superhuman recognized it and immediately activated his ability to attack. The scythe of death vanished in an instant only to reappear directly behind him. Its twin blades swept through, carving a living superhuman into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Thud. Roar. A thunderous beastly howl resounded as the Qiongqi lunged forward with a ferocious visage, tackling one person and snapping his neck. The arrival of the Qiongqi and the scythe of death turned the tide instantly. The hearts and lungs of those from the two war zones seemed to seize an endless dread, flooding their minds, forcing them to divert forces to deal with these two creatures. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyang continued to struggle desperately. The metal threads binding him tightened ever more, even his formidable physique being carved with bloody gashes. His face flushed crimson and pale by turns. He roared with a twisted, ferocious expression. "Ah, get off me." The metal threads wrapped around his limbs suddenly constricted. Bang! Zhou Xiaoyang's limbs were severed cleanly by the metal threads. Boom! The broadsword manifested by the seven sins along with his arms crashed heavily to the ground. The broadsword dissipated and the eye of seven sins tumbled from the palm of his hand, rolling away. Vast amounts of blood gushed from his empty shoulders and thighs. The searing pain made Zhou Xiaoyang's eyes bulge wide, his pupils fixed in a piercing scream. At this moment Zhou Xiaoyang resembled a human stump, his face twisted, his eyes bloodshot and wild. The excruciating pain drove him mad, his howls and roars unending. Even with the Overlord ability which granted an incomparably powerful physique, such grievous wounds could not be healed. The agonizing sound echoed through the crowd, and the superhumans from the distant war zone stared in sheer horror, their eyes wide as saucers. How is this possible? Brother Yang. He. Gulp. One superhuman swallowed unconsciously, his face etched with terror. They could never have imagined that Zhou Xiaoyang with his class Overlord ability would have his limbs severed, hanging in midair like a human stump. How could they still fight? Fu Shuangyu and the others turned to look, their eyes filled with disbelief at the sight of Zhou Xiaoyang reduced to a stump. Is that guy a monster? How does he still possess such power? Maybe we should flee, someone suggested. These words seemed to voice the thoughts of them all. The superhumans from the two war zones, ever fickle, turned and fled without a backward glance. They're trying to escape, a superhuman shouted. Fu Shuangji's expression stiffened as she immediately unleashed fiery arrows toward the fleeing crowd. Suddenly, swish swish swish. A rain of silver projectiles shot toward the escapees. Fu Shuangji's pupils dilated immensely as she watched countless silver blades pierce their bodies. One by one the superhumans shuddered and collapsed to the ground. Don't come near me. In just a moment, with the last man's terrified scream, he too fell into a pool of blood. The scene was utterly horrifying. Over 20 superhumans from the 1st and 9th war zones lay dead, none surviving, forever remaining within this divine realm. The instigator Chen Mo withdrew his gaze, lowered his hand slowly and approached Zhou Xiaoyang. At his feet lay Zhou Xiaoyang's severed limbs and the Seven Sins artifact, now reduced to a single eyeball soaked in the blood on the ground. The eye of Seven Sins stared intently at Chen Mo, emitting a sinister laugh. You seem quite formidable. Do you need my assistance again? Shut up. Chen Mo stomped directly on the eye of Seven Sins, his voice cold. Stunned for a moment, the eye beneath his foot then let out an incredulous shriek. Bastard! Do you know what I am? How dare you show such contempt for a divine artifact? Chen Mo paid no heed to the eye's agitation, lifting his gaze to Zhou Xiaoyang suspended in midair with severed limbs. The wounds that had been gushing blood were now visibly healing and scabbing at an astonishing rate without any healing potion, relying solely on the Bodhi's regenerative power at truly terrifying speed. Bastard! I'll kill you! Zhou Xiaoyang roared like a madman. Looking at his twisted, pain-racked, trembling form, Chen Mo asked coldly. Does it feel good? Hearing this, the wild bloodshot gleam in Zhou Xiaoyang's eyes cleared somewhat. He glared at Chen Mo like a cornered beast filled with madness and fury. He rasped hoarsely, Go to hell. Let me go. Pft. A beam of silver sliced open his newly healed wounds again. Zhou Xiaoyang threw his head back in a pained roar. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Chen Mo's eyes remained calm as he asked again. Does it feel good? Zhou Xiaoyang shuddered violently but still retorted stubbornly, Screw you. Pft. Another inch was sliced from his remaining limbs. This time even Zhou Xiaoyang, who possessed the formidable physique of the Overlord ability, could no longer endure the agony. His eyes rolled back and he fell unconscious directly. Chen Mo's gaze was utterly indifferent. With a cold sneer he released the metallic threads binding him. Bang! Zhou Xiaoyang crashed heavily to the ground. Without giving him any chance to catch his breath, Chen Mo drew the Taotie blade and lunged forward, plunging it fiercely into his chest. Pft! The blade pierced flesh. This strike deliberately avoided the most fatal point, the heart. The immense pain surged like a tidal wave crashing down upon him. Zhou Xiaoyang's eyes snapped open, drenched in cold sweat. His bloodshot eyeballs seemed on the verge of bursting from their sockets. Now he could only emit low rasping groans, utterly incapable of uttering a single word. The ability users who had finished their battles nearby stared at the distant scene with eyes full of shock and awe. Fu Xuanjia's eyelids twitched. She noticed with a tremor of fear that Chen Mo hadn't even blinked during his actions. His gaze was like that of an apocalyptic deity, as if he were observing a trivial ant. That guy. How does he still have strength? She murmured. Zhuo Shengguang also shook his head and said, I never imagined he would still have the energy to deal with Zhou Xiaoyang. Scanning the ground littered with corpses, despite the help from Chen Mo and his battle pet, their own side had still suffered heavy losses, with another 5 or 6 unfortunate souls meeting their end. The other survivors felt nothing but vindication and spat out viciously, well done. Chen Mo, this bastard deserves to die 10,000 times over. Don't kill him so easily. After giving Zhou Xiaoyang ample time to recover, Chen Mo withdrew the Taotie blade and asked again, does it feel good? Forcing himself through the searing pain, Zhou Xiaoyang lay on the ground like a dead dog, opening his eyes in agony. Gazing at the demonic figure before him, he gasped heavily, his voice twisted with bitterness and defiance as he began to beg for mercy. It feels good. Don't kill me. I beg you. Despite possessing the most powerful enhancement type ability, every word he spoke seemed to drain the last of his strength. Now he finally understood what kind of monster he was facing. So many people from the 1st and 9th war zones had been no match for him in a single exchange. Chen Mo sneered coldly and said, I still prefer your arrogant, unyielding self from before. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Really? With that, Chen Mo turned around without looking back and walked toward Wang Luyang and Tang Xuanyu. Seeing that the man had chosen to spare him, Zhou Xiaoyang glared venomously at Chen Mo's retreating back, his eyes filled with curses and condemnation, though he dared not voice them. But Chen Mo's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. Qiongqi, eat him. An S-rank ability user is a great tonic. What? Zhou Xiaoyang's pupils constricted sharply as he roared in disbelief. Why? I already begged you. What more do you want from me? Chen Mo paused slightly ahead and stopped. He turned his head, his gaze utterly indifferent and chillingly cold. Begged me. And I must grant your wish. Ridiculous. Roar. A piercing howl rang out as Qiongqi flapped its wings and landed before Zhou Xiaoyang, its eyes savage and blood-red. Under his utterly despairing gaze, the beast opened its gaping maw and devoured him ferociously. No. Don't. Zhou Xiaoyang struggled desperately to crawl backward, but with his limbs severed he could only writhe like a worm. No. A piercing, agonized scream erupted. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. All that could be heard was the crunching sound of bones being crushed. Tang Xuanya's face paled slightly. Seeing Chen Mo approach, she hurriedly asked, Are you all right? Though the scene of Zhou Xiaoyang being devoured alive was brutal, she understood that if they had been the ones to die, their own fate would have been far worse. This journey into the secret realm had once again shown her the terrifying depths of human cruelty in the apocalypse. Chen Mo smiled faintly and shook his head. Just stretched my limbs a bit. No problem. Wang Luyang adjusted his glasses and said, It seems that after this the 4 calamities crystal core is as good as yours. Chen Mo looked puzzled. Look at them. Wang Luyang turned to the remaining ability users. Each of them bore injuries, but every single one without exception looked at Chen Mo with eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. If it weren't for you, would all have died at that scoundrel Zhou Xiaoyang's hands. You truly saved the entire team this time. Besides, given the strength you've displayed apart from those 2 of the 12, no one would dare compete with you for the Taotie's crystal core. Chen Mo nodded. He rejoined the group. Zhuo Shengguang spoke solemnly, Chen Mo, thank you for this. Fu Xuanyu also said with a smile, Indeed, if not for you, dealing with Zhou Xiaoyang would have been no easy task. The surrounding ability users also voiced their thanks. Chen Mo waved his hand and said bluntly, No need to thank me. I want the Taotie's crystal core. As if expecting this, Zhuo Shengguang and Fu Xuanyu exchanged a glance and nodded. No one's contribution in this operation surpasses yours. The 4 calamities crystal core rightfully belongs to you. We've also discussed it with the others. Everyone is content with just some reflection pattern stones. The surrounding ability users chimed in, giving us the crystal core would actually make us feel embarrassed. Exactly, Chen Mo. Without you we'd probably be dead at Zhou Xiaoyang's hands. Just take it. The remaining ability users were mostly principled individuals. Though not exactly virtuous, they could still distinguish right from wrong. Otherwise they wouldn't have chosen to stay and fight alongside the others against the four calamities the Taotie after the ability users from the 1st and 9th war zones had fled. Do we even need Brother Chen to do it? I'll fetch it. A sycophantic ability user volunteered to retrieve the Taotie's crystal core. Zhuo Xinguang didn't stop him. He turned to Chen Mo, hinting at their departure. Chen Mo, Zhou Xiaoyang's matter is settled. Let the rest recover here. Though Qi Yufeng and the other four calamities Qiongqi haven't shown up yet, time is short. We've already exceeded the immune serum's duration. Staying here any longer won't do anyone any good. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then nodded noncommittally. It's time to head back. In the 3rd war zone outside the four calamities secret realm, the high-ranking officials in the trenches anxiously gazed at the swirling vortex of the secret realm in the sky. Periodically Zhou Lantai would check his watch to see what time it was. It's almost 6 hours. Why haven't they come out yet? Could something unexpected have happened? Zhou, send someone in. No. The situation inside is unknown. With so many top-tier superpowered individuals missing, if there is real danger, sending more people in would be a death sentence. The discussions among the personnel were rife with worry shrouded in a layer of gloom. At this moment a senior member from the 3rd war zone approached Zhou Lantai, a concerned expression on his face. Zhou, you should take a break. Since those superpowered individuals entered the divine secret realm, Zhou Lantai had been observing and waiting here without resting for a moment. Zhou Lantai shook his head, his aged face reflecting a hint of worry. I'm fine. There was a significant disturbance in the four calamities secret realm just now. I am worried that they may have engaged in combat with the four calamities gods ahead of time. Sigh, we can only hope they're safe. Just then, a sudden roar erupted from the rear of the trenches as hundreds of soldiers rushed forward. Stop. You can't go past. Who are you? Hearing this voice, everyone turned around. What is happening outside the trench? Someone asked, puzzled. At this moment a figure cloaked in black appeared, moving rapidly towards the group. Behind him soldiers were firing, but just as the bullets were about to reach him, a yellow wall of mud suddenly formed beside the mysterious figure to block them. Bang! The superpowered individuals behind were also in pursuit. The mysterious figure, noticing this, raised his hand to activate his abilities. Rumble, beneath his feet thick earth columns emerged and he leaped from these columns, constantly jumping in midair. The onlookers were taken aback, shouting in unison, he's a superpowered individual. What is he planning? Protect the leader first. Wait. Zhou Lantai suddenly raised his hand, squinting at the figure. Noting that he had not yet made a move seemingly devoid of hostility, he called out loudly. Everyone stand down. Lower your weapons. The crowd behind him looked puzzled but chose to comply with the order. The mysterious figure leaped to stand before the senior officials. Zhou Lantai's eyes flickered as he stepped forward, disregarding the objections of others. Who are you? The mysterious figure slowly removed his black hood, revealing a steadfast and handsome face beneath the cloak. He gazed calmly at the crowd and spoke. 6th War Zone Yuan. Within the four calamities secret realm. Up until now there had been no sight of the Qiongqi, fearing that the opponent had fled and would not reappear. Inside the secret realm there were still 3 end times gods present. This was merely the first exploration of the four calamities secret realm. After returning to rest they could set out again. As for the virus within the secret realm, being a dual superpowered individual posed no threat to him, but the others present lacked this ability. Understood. Seeing Chen Mo grasp his meanings, Qiongqi sighed in relief. It's great that you can understand this. However, the four calamities god Qiongqi and that guy Qi Yufeng have yet to appear. I'm worried. At this point Qiongqi glanced towards the direction of the Taotie corpse, his eyes flickering as he said quietly. They must have hidden themselves. With this much commotion, if they were to show up now it would be enough to wipe me out completely. Since they haven't appeared yet, they might be brewing some even larger conspiracy within this divine domain. Before that it would be wise to find the exit to leave the secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the calamity necklace emitted a scorching and intense light, causing Chen Mo to start slightly. A horrifying scream echoed from a distance. This sudden sound made everyone present feel a jolt, and without exception they all turned towards that direction. There at the sight of the massive Taotie corpse, the superpowered individual who had previously tried to ingratiate himself with Chen Mo by detaching the divine crystal core lay gruesomely dismembered in a pool of blood. He Jian. What happened? He's dead. Zhou Chengguang's heart sank as He Jian's body looked as if it had been neatly sliced apart by something. A howling wind suddenly whipped through the area. Behind the massive Taotie corpse the sound of clapping echoed. A remarkably handsome man with a mocking smile walked out from behind. Upon seeing him everyone present gasped. Qi Yufeng. It's you bastard. He is Qi Yufeng. Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes flashed with deep concern. An ominous feeling surged within her. This is bad. Wang Luyang stared intently at the individual speaking in a low voice. The envoy of the four calamities god, this guy is the one chosen by the Qiongqi as Chen Mo mentioned before. And now he appears here. Could it be intentional? With one wave of trouble unresolved, another wave arose. Qi Yufeng's appearance signified that the group was about to face the Qiongqi of the four calamities god. Qi Yufeng scanned the countless corpses of superpowered individuals on the battlefield as well as those heavily injured and barely conscious. He held in his hand a crystal core palm-sized radiating a greenish light. The crystal core exuded an extreme violent power within which faintly appeared the phantom of a fierce beast. The Taotie crystal core. Qi Yufeng couldn't help but shake his head and lament, "Tsk tisk tisk, fighting amongst ourselves, what a rare performance. It's also not in vain that I observed for so long in the shadows. But thanks to your internal strife the losses were heavy. Now it's time to reap the rewards." He raised his right hand, eyes filled with madness as he looked up at the sky, shouting loudly, "It's time to wrap things up." Qiongqi. Roar. The deafening roar echoed. The sky darkened. A massive ferocious beast rapidly descended from above. Rumble. The immense impact sent numerous superpowered individuals flying. Chen Mo raised a metal barrier bracing against the fierce wind. Chen Mo. Be careful. Meanwhile Zhou Chengguang forcibly activated his Dark Realm ability, and when the hurricane touched the darkness it immediately stopped, engulfed within. Thick dust clouds rose and Qiongqi's pupils shimmered with a chilling light fixating on the beast that was almost the same size as itself, baring its teeth and growling. This was a pressure derived from the bloodline of the soul. It could sense the immense power of the four calamities god Qiongqi. With limbs as stout as pillars and wings crimson as fire, its face and body bore a fearsome demeanor, dark blue runes flowing across its form. The four calamities god, Qiongqi. The appearance of the second end of the world deity plunged the remaining people into despair. Now the number of remaining combat-capable superhumans was few and far between. After enduring several battles against Taotie and Zhou Xiaoyang, everyone was mentally exhausted, leaving mostly those with no combat ability. It's over. There is actually another end of the world deity. Today are we all going to die here? Chen Mo and Zhou Chengguang shielded everyone while Tang Xuanya's face was equally pale, feeling a deep sense of helplessness in the face of the newly emerged four calamities deity Qiongqi. He had little stamina left, and Wang Liuyang, after using his divine sense ability intensively, also showed bloodshot eyes, utterly fatigued. As if discovering something, there were actually two figures standing on the back of Qiongqi. One was a young man and the other was an indistinguishable figure shrouded in murky energy. The young man's appearance was otherworldly, with crimson eyelashes and orange-red pupils like a beast, his ears adorned with large golden hoops. He was bare-chested and barefoot with heavy black shackles on his limbs, his chest and back covered in strange beast patterns, exuding an unfathomable aura filled with extreme danger. The young man grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp, dense fangs. He shrugged his shoulders and looked at the corpse of Taotie with a cold smile. Waste actually dying at the hands of humans truly disgraces our name of the four calamities. They are. Wang Liyang's pupils gradually dilated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite the continuous use of his divine sense ability, he found it difficult to capture even a hint of those two. But one thing was crucial. That was the aura emanating from those two, which was strikingly similar to that of Taotie and Qiongqi. Tao Wu Han Dun. A trace of solemnity appeared in Chen Mo's eyes as he slowly spoke while staring at the two. The end of the world deities could also appear in human forms like Bei Yin. However, most were higher-level gods, and those two could actually surpass Qiongqi. If his guesses were correct, they should be the remaining two calamities, Tao Wu and Han Dun. What did you say? Wang Liyang's pupils suddenly shrank in disbelief. Zhou Chengguang and the others were equally shocked, waves of turmoil rising in their hearts. Fu Shuangyu said angrily, "Wasn't it said that only Qiongqi and Taotie existed within the four calamities' secret realm? Even Qi Yufeng as a messenger of Qiongqi was taken aback upon seeing the two figures atop Qiongqi. Oh! The beast-patterned youth on Qiongqi's body narrowed his pupils, a ghostly gleam flashing as he looked at Chen Mo among the crowd. Despite merely appearing as a youth, his gaze made one feel as if being targeted by an ancient beast of calamity. To the onlookers it was as if a ferocious beast loomed ominously behind him, instilling an overwhelming fear. There are actually people who know us. Tao Wu laughed mischievously, sensing the rich and vigorous life force emanating from Chen Mo, licking his lips as he spoke. Your life force is so rich. He has the aura of Bei Yin and Shi. A voice of ambiguous gender echoed from beside him. The murky figure next to Tao Wu Hun Dun said. Upon hearing this, Tao Wu was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow as he narrowed his eyes. People from Bei Yin. The Bei Yin deity is one of the oldest higher-level gods, not a level that our four calamities can touch. If this person is a messenger of the Bei Yin deity, then the four calamities would not want to offend him. Tao Wu's eyes flickered, and after pondering for a while he shouted towards Chen Mo, "And what is your relationship with Bei Yin?" Bei Yin? Everyone looked at Chen Mo in confusion. Chen Mo's face was extremely calm, not saying a word. A fierce glint appeared in Tao Wu's eyes, his temper flaring as he hissed. Dare to ignore me? Seeking death? As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Wu's figure suddenly vanished, appearing in front of Chen Mo in an instant. Tao Wu appeared in midair, grinning cruelly at Chen Mo, raising his arm to smash down violently towards his head with his elbow. A mere ant, even if he dies, Bei Yin probably wouldn't care. So fast. Such speed startled even Chen Mo as incredulous voices surrounded him. Chen Mo. Be careful. Chen Mo pushed off with his right foot, retreating while simultaneously raising his hand to unleash a flurry of sharp blades. Boom. As the young man's elbow struck down, the ground was immediately blasted into a deep pit. This terrifying strength was even more powerful than Zhou Xiaoyang. Seeing that he had missed, Tao Wu grinned, showing no concern. Instead he crouched like a beast on the ground, suddenly turning around as a massive thick black tail appeared behind him, sweeping fiercely towards Chen Mo. It was immensely powerful, whipping up a fierce wind. Chen Mo raised his hand and metal barriers appeared in front of him, but the black tail easily shattered them, continuously forcing him to retreat. Rustle. Not far away, Tang Xuanyu and Zhuoshengguang could not stand by idly. Water dragons, dark spheres and fiery arrows attacked Tao Wu from three directions. Tao Wu glanced sideways, slightly displeased, and roared at the few of them. Get lost. Roar. The terrifying beast roar echoed, and immediately shadows of beasts appeared in front of everyone, charging towards them. Beast King Roar. Wang Liyang's heart jolted instantly, analyzing this ability, and he exclaimed in horror, "Be careful of what's around you." The Beast King Roar can summon beast souls to appear beside you, not only capable of delivering a surprise lethal strike but also incredibly troublesome. These beast shadows were exceedingly troublesome, forcing Zhuoshengguang and the others to turn their attention to deal with them. Tao Wu locked onto Chen Mo, watching him land steadily on the ground, saying with great interest. You little ant are somewhat interesting. You actually managed to block one of my strikes. Having slept for so many years, since that's the case, warm up for me. Tao Wu's playful spirit ignited and he vanished from his original position, rushing towards Chen Mo. Once Tao Wu made his move, he showcased absolutely overwhelming strength. From a distance, Qi Yufeng watched as Tao Wu alone entangled all the superhumans, his eyes filled with fervent excitement. Qiongqi. Who is he? Is he here to help us? So strong. Qiongqi's gaze was profound as he spoke human words. Tao Wu Hun Dun. I didn't expect you to choose to intervene. Hun Dun above them spoke up. We are merely following the rules, bringing death to those who step into this realm. Qiongqi, I am curious, what benefits have you received that would make you choose to violate the rules? Qiongqi's body trembled. You already know. Hun Dun replied, a deceitful merchant forcibly leading the four calamities' secret realm to shift. Are you trying to drag us down with you? Taotie's death is inseparable from you. Qiongqi laughed coldly. Stop pretending. I am the only one who has violated the rules. As of now I have not faced punishment, which means your concerns are unnecessary. The overseer has long since departed. Hun Dun was silent for a moment, his voice void of emotion. Even all the kings have been suppressed within the divine pillars. Qiongqi, who told you? The rules have vanished. Qiongqi roared in a manic fury. Enough. Whatever happens, I will bear it all. It won't involve you. The Taotie crystal core is still here. As long as the domain remains, we won't die so easily. As he spoke, a turbid aura surged from the corpse of Taotie and the crystal core in Qi Yufeng's hand, enveloping him. Shrouded by that murky aura, the corpse of Taotie and the crystal core vanished together. Ehuang frowned in shock. This is... The Taotie crystal core in his hand had simply disappeared. Let us begin, Chaos said in a deep voice. Qiongqi stared coldly at the spot where Taotie's body had vanished and said, Ehuang, why are you still standing there? Go and kill them. Ehuang nodded. Wind vortices rose beneath his feet, lifting him into the air as he unleashed countless wind blades toward Chen Mo and the others. With a thunderous crash, battle erupted. On the side of the superhumans, few remained capable of fighting. Tao's strength was in no way inferior to Taotie's, perhaps even greater. The beast soul phantoms summoned by the Beast King's roar were exceedingly troublesome, requiring considerable effort to dispatch. Tang Xuanyu unleashed a wave of calamity, forming walls of water to shield the severely wounded and unconscious superhumans who could no longer fight. None of you leave, she said to Li Yunqian and the others. Then she turned to Qiongqi and the Scythe of Death. Protect these people. I'll deal with the beast phantoms outside. Wang Liang's face darkened as he stepped forward. Can you still fight? Don't push yourself. Tang Xuanyu's expression was resolute. I just used a recovery potion. I've regained some strength. I'll be fine. Elsewhere, several flaming arrows had just incinerated a beast soul phantom when a deep wound appeared on Fu Xuanjia's shoulder. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she said, how troublesome. With so many doomsday gods here, how are we supposed to fight? The four calamity gods, Qiongqi and the enigmatic Chaos, had yet to make a move. Even now her stamina was nearly depleted and the power of her flames had waned significantly, far from its initial strength. Her gaze growing colder, Fu Xuanyu let out an irritated shout. She even entertained the thought of using a divine sacrifice to gain power, just as Zhuangguang had done. After dispatching the beast soul phantom before her, Fu Xuanyu immediately turned to support Zhuangguang. I'll help you. Several flaming arrows pierced into the beast soul phantom. Zhuangguang noticed her approach and said grimly, I can handle this myself. If you have any strength left, go help the others. Hearing that he still wanted to worry about others, Fu Xuanyu glared at him with wide, furious eyes. Huh? Do you think I'm a goddess? I can barely save myself. And you want me to help others? Who told me there would be 3 doomsday gods after we dealt with Taotie? Qiongqi alone is bad enough, we've done more than our duty. It's time to leave. Just taking down Taotie had cost them dearly. Under these circumstances, staying would only mean death. Even if Commander Zhou of the Third War Zone knew about this, he wouldn't blame us. I'm not about to die here for nothing. She glanced in the direction where Chen Mo was locked in battle with Taowu. Taowu was fiercely aggressive. Though transforming into human form had cost it its terrifying size, it gained incredible agility and equally fearsome strength. Every strike landed like a 1,000-pound hammer. A single hit would shatter bones and crush flesh. What terrifying power! Even Zhou Xiaoyang couldn't match this, Fu Xuanyu said gravely. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Under the relentless assault, Chen Mo was forced backward. The metal barrier he had rapidly conjured was shattered in an instant. Tao's face lit up with excitement like a child indulging in play, and it grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs. Haha. Interesting, very interesting. No wonder Bei Yin chose you, human. Even among that swarm of ants, you're one of the stronger ones. Chen Mo's face was cold as he swung the Taya blade horizontally. Taowu let out a sinister laugh and leaped directly onto the blade. The heavy chains clanked as it balanced on its right foot, swaying slightly. Its control was astonishingly precise. I've had my fun. Now die. It kicked viciously toward Chen Mo's forehead. Tao's excitement grew, its orange beast eyes blazing with light as if envisioning the sight of brains splattering. Chen Mo snorted. With a flick of the Taya blade, a hum resonated. The power of Taya activated. He vanished from his spot and Tao's kick struck nothing but air. Startled, it sniffed the air and turned toward a direction where it sensed Chen Mo's presence. A storm of blades came rushing in. Taowu paid them no mind, its body as tough as bronze and iron. The blades clattered against it without leaving a single scratch. Oh. The power of the wandering god Taya. Interesting. No wonder this blade felt familiar. You must have gotten it from the mysterious merchant, right? Tao's eyes lit up as it thought of an amusing way to kill him. Taya drains blood. Use it too many times and the blade will suck you dry. That would be quite entertaining. With a deafening boom, it vanished from its spot, leaving a massive crater in the ground, and reappeared before Chen Mo. The power of Taya activated again. This time Taowu grinned at Chen Mo and unleashed a terrifying beast roar from its mouth. The Beast King's roar. A colossal torrent of air swept forth, shaking the very soul. Before the Tea imps could move, beast soul phantoms emerged and tore them apart. With the Tea imps gone, the blade's teleportation ability was also lost. You can't escape, TWO said, swinging its heavy chains. The metal walls shattered. Chen Mo's expression shifted as he raised the blade to block. A clang rang out as the chain struck the blade. Even his hand trembled from the impact. Such terrifying strength. The Tea blade quivered, letting out a mournful sound, and a crack appeared. The crack spread wider and wider until with a crisp snap the Tea blade shattered into pieces, broken by the shackles on TWO's hands. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. The Tea blade. Broken. Though he had known it wouldn't last forever, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. TWO laughed even more wildly. Haha, fragile and weak. Now how will you dodge? Whoosh, several flaming arrows and dark spheres struck TWO. Chen Mo immediately looked over. Chen Mo. Go. In the distance, Qiongqi, after weighing his options, ultimately decided to retreat. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. Continuing the fight would only lead to their doom in due time. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo raised his hand, summoning several metal spikes from the ground to stab at TWO. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Take Xuanyu and the others and leave. Leave this to me." What? Qiongqi was startled and shouted. None of you are leaving. A furious roar echoed through the air. With a wrathful beast king's roar, TWO summoned dozens of beast soul phantoms to charge at the remaining psychics on the field. Roar. TWO's gaze was filled with murderous coldness as it fixed its eyes on Qiongqi and Fu Xuanyu. Although it had suffered no real harm, its enjoyment with its prey had just been interrupted. That last attack had undoubtedly enraged it. More beast souls appeared, intensifying the pressure on the psychics present. I can't hold on. Save me. A few scattered psychics were torn to shreds by the beast shadows. At that moment, the water wall that Tang Xuanyu maintained to protect the severely wounded was also shattered by Qiongqi's wind blades. 2 or 3 beast soul phantoms lunged forward. "I'll help you." Yuan Hui, who had just regained consciousness, charged out from the water wall. Seeing more beast souls emerging around them, Fu Xuanyu cursed under her breath and activated her psychic power again to attack the beast souls. "He told us to leave. Qiongqi, what more do you want?" Qiongqi's eyes were filled with deep complexity. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Let's go." He turned and rushed toward Tang Xuanya's position. Their numerous psychics lay in a state of severe injury, unconscious and utterly incapable of fighting. "Finally came to your senses. Dance of fire." Fu Xuanyu cried out sharply. She summoned rolling waves of flame to attack Qiongqi. Qiongqi's expression shifted dramatically and he swiftly retreated, using a gale to disperse the flames. "It's that madwoman." Seeing that the pressure had been alleviated, Tang Xuanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Qiongqi arrived, he immediately addressed the remaining group. "We're leaving. Leave this to Chen Mo. Yuan Hui, can you carry these severely injured and unconscious psychics?" He looked at Yuan Hui, a strength-type psychic who could still fight. After the previous battle with Taotie, even Yang Suiyu had fallen into a deep coma, leaving only Yuan Hui and Zhao Wenjie capable of movement. Yuan Hui's face was pale. There were dozens of people he needed to take away. He downed a recovery potion and shouted loudly. "No problem, leave it to me." Giant ape transformation. He let out a low roar and his body began to grow long, white fur expanding endlessly until he stood 5 or 6 meters tall. He extended his enormous hands, gathering the unconscious psychics into his palms, and lowered his head to speak to Qiongqi and the others. "Those who can't fight, get on me. A few can also ride Qiongqi here." Wang Luyang chimed in from the side. Qiongqi nodded, took one last look in Chen Mo's direction and said, "Let's move out first, retreat." The giant ape Yuan Hui let out a fierce roar. He immediately broke into a sprint, charging far into the distance. Qiongqi, Fu Xuanyu and the others who could still fight followed closely behind, continuously dealing with the beast souls that snapped at them to protect the group's escape. "Qiongqi, they're trying to flee." Qiongqi saw this and slashed out a massive wind blade, turning to shout at Qiongqi behind him. "Stop them." Qiongqi's pupils were filled with murderous intent. It flapped its wings, stirring up a massive air current to intercept them. Suddenly, a piercing shriek rang out, shattering the pursuing beast souls and wind blades. When TWO, who was locked in battle with Chen Mo, heard this sound, it was momentarily stunned, a deep confusion flickering in its eyes. Seeing that everyone had already left, Chen Mo held nothing back. He activated his Qiongqi psychic power and an eerie purple light engulfed everything around him. His jet-black hair whipped wildly as he let out a frenzied roar. Shoshi Shen. Boom, a colossal thunderclap shook the heavens. A being of immense size far surpassing even the four calamities Qiongqi appeared and crashed heavily onto the ground. Debris flew in all directions and the terrifying air current even sent TWO flying backward. Its face was etched with utter disbelief. Even the white-furred giant ape and Ehuang who were now racing across the desolate land felt the massive disturbance behind them. They all turned to look up. Fu Xuanjia's beautiful face was filled with shock. Gazing at the colossal body behind her, mountain-like and nearly filling all visible space, she was stunned, murmuring in terror. So this is the creature summoned by his second psychic power. Good heavens! It's enormous. Everyone on the giant ape was also lost in awe, their faces etched with fear. Only Tang Xuanyu looked in that direction, her beautiful eyes filled with deep concern as she silently prayed. Please don't let anything happen, Chen Mo. Before the sky-rending colossal form of Shoshi Shen, even the four calamities Qiongqi seemed utterly insignificant. At this moment even Hundan, who had remained motionless until now, appeared somewhat taken aback, murmuring, "The Worm Clan. So this is his trump card. He controls a sixth-order worm." Qiongqi growled. Sixth order. Hundan was even more astonished upon hearing this. Although the worm's ability was formidable, capable of countering almost all divine powers, its racial limitations forever barred it from ascending to the rank of a seventh-order mid-tier deity. Fifth-order worms were already rare. For such a low-tier deity to reach the sixth order was nothing short of miraculous. Below, TWO trembled uncontrollably. It looked up at this skyscraping behemoth, drool uncontrollably trickling from the corners of its mouth as it swallowed repeatedly. Ha! Ha! A sixth-order worm at that. Delicious. I haven't had one in ages. Qiongqi, Hundan, neither of you are allowed to take it from me. Still guarding its food at a time like this. Upon hearing this, Qiongqi's ferocious face twitched and it looked at TWO with disdain. Among the four calamities, Qiongqi was addicted to slaughter, Taotie to gluttony, but TWO possessed both traits and was utterly insane. Once it entered battle, it would never stop, devoid of all reason. Upon seeing the sixth-order Shoshi Shen, TWO was ecstatic. It immediately reverted to its true form, undergoing a startling transformation. The tattoos on its youthful body emitted a terrifying radiance. Its face began to contort, taking on the visage of a wild beast. Its body swelled and expanded, bones cracking loudly. Boom! 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 Finally it transformed into a furried, ferocious beast, a mix of lion and tiger with orange and white fur intertwined. The beast had a pair of downward curving fangs on either side of its lower jaw, white mane, a yellow body, heavy black shackles tightly binding its four legs, and a tail even longer than its body. The four calamities TWO. Roar! Nianxi and the four calamities were almost on the same level of existence, and during their peak periods the twin beasts might have been even more formidable. The two were easy to distinguish. Upon seeing the Nian beast appear, even the ever-belligerent TWO was stunned for a moment before roaring wildly at it. Bastard! Have you betrayed our apocalypse gods? What are you doing? Qiongqi howled in agony. Why are you here? For calamities, how dare you lay a hand on the master, courting death? Master! The four calamities were incredulous. A ferocious glint blazed in the Nian beast's pupils. It raised its claw and struck directly at Qiongqi's face with brutal force. High-pressure azure water jets burst from its maw. Though only at the 6th rank and not yet restored to its prime, the Qiongqi below was constrained, and with its unhealed injuries it found itself unable to break free, forced to endure the Nian beast's relentless assault. Bastard! A traitor choosing to bow to those ants! Qiongqi roared. Meanwhile, as TWO was distracted, Shoshi Shen reached out with another arm and seized it. It grabbed TWO by the tail and with a mighty heave flung it away, crashing heavily onto the ground with a thunderous boom. TWO let out a pained roar. Shoshi Shen pressed down upon it with its mountainous body like Mount Tai, descending, blotting out the light in a dark, oppressive shadow. With such terrifying mass and weight, even the calamity god TWO could hardly withstand the impact. Damned worm! TWO snarled with madness in its eyes, scrambling up from the deep crater with bared fangs. Seeing Shoshi Shen toppling above, it pushed off its hind legs with all its might, dodging to the side at breakneck speed. An earth-shattering roar echoed across the land. Witnessing this, Hundan, the leader of the four calamities, could no longer stand idle. With a soft puff, its turbid aura dispersed, releasing an ancient and terrifying presence that swept the field. Sensing the disturbance behind it, TWO turned to look. Hundan. The murky energy surged toward the Nian beast locked in combat with Qiongqi. The Nian beast spat out a massive water vortex which pierced through the hazy mist but struck nothing. Another shrill shriek pierced the air. Chen Mo atop Shoshi Shen was momentarily stunned. Was this Shoshi Shen's spell-breaking sound? This spell-breaking cry was far weaker than the original's, merely diminishing the water vortex slightly. From the turbid haze a pale bloated arm suddenly materialized, striking at the Nian beast. Oh! Sensing danger, the Nian beast instantly disengaged from Qiongqi and fled into the distance. Overjoyed, Qiongqi exclaimed, "Hundun has intervened." The surging turbid energy coalesced into solid form, and before long opposite Shoshi Shen an identical terrifyingly massive Shoshi Shen appeared. The deafening roar shook all hearts. The Nian beast swiftly returned to Chen Mo's side, its beastly pupils fixed on the colossal form conjured by Hundun as it spoke in human tongue. Master Hundun, the leader of the four calamities, can transform into any creature it has seen and mimic some of their abilities. This one is the most troublesome existence in the four calamities' secret realm. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Beside the transformed Shoshi Shen, TWO and Qiongqi, both ferocious beasts, advanced slowly. "Hundun, I can handle this one without your help," TWO said coldly. Hundun's rumbling voice echoed, "That human is somewhat strange. He carries the chaotic auras of Bain Shi and Worm. Though I know not why he bears the presence of so many apocalypse gods. TWO, with the Nian beast here, you alone may not be able to defeat him." Hearing this, TWO's face darkened as it growled in displeasure, "A mere 6th rank Nian beast can do nothing to me." Hundun remained silent, but Qiongqi spoke with a vicious glare, "TWO. Enough talk, let's finish them together." Roar. With that, Qiongqi flapped its wings, summoning a massive tornado that swept toward Shoshi Shen and the Nian beast. Hundun also dragged its colossal frame, pressing toward the opposing Shoshi Shen. With a thunderous crash, the two mountains of flesh collided. After a brief stalemate, Hundun's power proved superior, forcing Shoshi Shen backward in a colossal impact. TWO the worm and the Nian beast were both summoned by that human. "Go deal with him." Hundun's voice exploded. Seeing Hundun and Qiongqi already engaged, TWO's pupils burned with fury. With a savage roar, it scrambled up Shoshi Shen's mountainous form, charging toward Chen Mo. Roar. Beast King's roar. Countless beast soul apparitions materialized around Chen Mo. With a hum, Chen Mo raised his hand and unleashed his ability. Silver streams of light swirled around him, weaving into beams that shattered the beast soul phantoms. Meanwhile, Hundun, still atop Shoshi Shen, reached out a massive claw, and TWO closed in fast. "Master! Be careful!" The Nian beast's heart raced. It opened its maw, gathering a terrifying blue energy blast that pierced through Qiongqi's tornado. With surging tides beneath its feet, it rose on a wave. Rolling seas swelled behind it, and countless water currents coalesced into two identical Nian beasts. Water Mirage. The twin water mirages charged at TWO. TWO roared in fury, "Get lost!" It brutally raised a paw, smashing one water mirage to pieces, then whipped its tail to shatter the other. The massive water jets exploded. The Nian beast lunged, pouncing ferociously at TWO. The two beasts locked in a savage struggle, tumbling downward. A golden opportunity. Qiongqi fixed its gaze on Chen Mo. With a beat of its wings, it shot toward him like a cannonball. "Without the worm and the Nian beast to protect you, let's see how you struggle. Die." Chen Mo said coldly, "You think you can?" Suddenly, a massive thick earth pillar erupted beneath Qiongqi, striking its belly. Qiongqi let out an agonized shriek. The terrifying force grievously wounded it, hurling it hundreds of meters away. This sudden turn of events caught even Chen Mo off guard. The ground began to tremble, and all the rubble and dust floated into the air. Countless fragments of stone transformed into beams of yellow light, pelting toward Hundun and TWO. A violent sandstorm surged in the distance, engulfing the sky. "This is..." Chen Mo gazed in that direction. From within the astonishing sandstorm, a rock giant over 50 meters tall burst forth. The rock giant charged forward, slamming into Hundun as it pressed down on Shoshi Shen. The immense force shattered Hundun into a cloud of turbid mist. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. After dealing with Qiongqi and Hundun, the rock giant stood motionless amid the swirling sands. Gazing at the rock giant, Chen Mo's eyes flickered with profound astonishment. Why did this rock giant feel so familiar? Just then a voice achingly familiar came from within the giant. "Long time no see, Chen Mo." After trampling it to death, the she-beast did not linger for a moment and charged directly towards the Qiongqi. At the spot where Qi Yufeng had stood, only a deep crater and countless metallic fragments mixed with thick crimson blood remained. At this moment the grievously wounded and dying Qiongqi, sensing the death of its servant, jolted awake. Its body was covered in scars, its 2 pairs of wings battered and torn. Barely enduring the pain, it had just risen from the ground when it saw the she-beast lunging towards it with a ferocious maw. Knowing that no one could help it now, the Qiongqi's eyes turned bloodshot as it roared in madness. Despicable ant. Die. It descended into utter frenzy, unleashing its final strength to attack the she-beast. A fierce gale howled, sweeping in unison towards the she-beast. This turbulent current, accompanied by a torrent of yellow sand, formed a tornado that trapped the she-beast within. Clang, clang, clang. The dense wind blade struck the she-beast's azure scales but inflicted no damage whatsoever. The she-beast let out a long howl, raised its forelegs high and stomped the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The ground before it shattered, and from within burst forth pillars of water that crashed against the tornado formed by the gale, obliterating everything with irresistible force. The Qiongqi's eyes bulged with rage. It tried to flap its broken wings but could not take flight again. It could only limp away with great difficulty, stumbling towards the distance. Roar! The she-beast behind it soon broke through the massive tornado, charging forward with a tidal wave that swept across the land like a tsunami. Each of its steps was heavy like the tolling of a death knell in the Qiongqi's heart. Thump. Thump. This was a chase between life and death, 2 ancient savage beasts, one fleeing, one pursuing. The already severely wounded Qiongqi was soon caught by the she-beast from behind. The she-beast leaped high and pounced down upon the Qiongqi. Boom! The she-beast pinned the Qiongqi firmly beneath its body, its forepaws pressing down on either side of its wings, roaring furiously at it. Get off! The Qiongqi struggled wildly. The she-beast bit down on one of its wings, and with a savage glint in its eyes it tore the right wing off with a loud rip. Roar! A scream of agony, terror and despair pierced the heavens. Blood splattered everywhere. Beneath the dim secret realm sky, a terrifying ferocious beast held its head high, a half-torn wing clamped in its jaws, pinning another ancient deity beneath it as if proclaiming the victor's dominance. Sensing the she-beast's excitement beneath him, Chen Mo looked down with indifference at the suffering Qiongqi. It's over. Lofty and commanding like an overlord, he raised his hand to summon a colossal metal greatsword which materialized in the sky above. Its chilling light was blinding, blotting out the heavens. She step aside. A cold voice rang out. As you command, master. Sensing its master's intent, the she-beast delivered one final heavy headbutt to the Qiongqi's skull. A loud boom erupted, and then it withdrew to the side. The Qiongqi, dazed and concussed by the blow, was left with barely a shred of its vitality. It panted heavily and weakly, blood streaming endlessly from its wounds. Even the curse inflicted by the mysterious merchant on its hind legs seized the opportunity to torment it, corroding its body. When it saw the giant sword condensing above and beginning to fall, the Qiongqi's pupils dilated uncontrollably, filled with profound terror and shock. No. No, I am a deity of the 4 calamities. How can I die at the hands of an ant? It tried to rise and flee, but its shattered, endlessly wounded body could no longer stand. The colossal metal sword plummeted, its razor-sharp tip tearing through the air, sparking countless flames. No. Celestial matriarch. The Qiongqi's unwilling, hateful roar resounded, echoing across the sky. The next moment its voice was drowned out by a deafening explosion. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, spreading for miles around. Yellow sand flew into the air as if the sky were falling and the earth were splitting apart. Even Ehuang and the TWO, locked in their distant battle, couldn't help but turn to look. In the giant pit, the Qiongqi, a deity of the 4 calamities, was pinned and killed by the metal greatsword, gushing blood continuously. Its eyes were wide open, still radiating unwillingness and resentment even in death. Qiongqi. The fall of Qiongqi sent a tremor through the TWO's heart. Distracted for a moment, it was struck by the rock giant. Boom. It was sent flying into the distance, rolling for a long while before slowly coming to a halt. Chen Mo slowly turned his head back, his body swaying unsteadily. Commanding these apocalyptic deities was no small drain. Even the most powerful dual ability user, after repeatedly pushing their abilities, would now be on the verge of exhaustion. The final blow that ended the Qiongqi had nearly drained him completely. Crack. A bottle of recovery potion entered his mouth, and only then did his complexion begin to ease. Chen Mo panted heavily, looking at the distant Shoshi deity, and raised his hand to recall it into his Qiongqi ability. Come back. There's still one left. Chen Mo shook his head, trying to stay clear-headed. He once again ordered the she-beast to help Ehuang deal with the final calamity, the TWO. Boom. The she-beast moved again. On the other side of the TWO, the rock giant also came charging. Facing a pincer attack from both sides, the Taowu filled with ferocity roared in fury at the sky. Hundun. It's been so long. You should be done by now. Just as the she-beast and the rock giant closed in, an immensely powerful force materialized around the Taowu, continuously surging and repelling the two, preventing them from getting close. A terrifying ancient aura surged and stirred. Beside the Taowu, a murky, chaotic dark energy began to flow and coalesce. Knowing it was Hundun's work, the Taoist's 4 pairs of scarlet eyes glared with extreme brutality fixed on the repelled rock giant. It snarled ferociously. Damn it, who the hell are these 2 ants? That newcomer can even use the power of Bayin. Hundun, with all this time, what exactly have you been imitating? Hundun's voice sounded from the side. Imitating an existence like this took a bit more time. As if sensing something, the Taowu turned to look. Its body trembled, its eyes filled with utter disbelief and dread. Are you insane? How dare you? The terrifying fluctuation had not yet subsided. The she-beast's claws were embedded deep into the earth, leaving deep gouges on the ground. Its massive body was involuntarily sliding backward. What's happening? Chen Mo asked. It's Hundun of the 4 calamities. It's still alive. The she-beast's voice rang out, filled with extreme caution. According to its memories, among the 4 calamities, Hundun the leader was the most powerful and the most troublesome to deal with. But this terrifying aura. A sense of foreboding rose in the she-beast's heart. As the fluctuation gradually subsided, the view became clear. When Chen Mo atop the she-beast saw the being beside the Taowu, his pupils contracted violently and he trembled in place as if struck by lightning. Countless memories of horrific massacres and fields of corpses flooded his mind like a tidal wave. The destroyed war zones and military weapons, the boiling burning earth, and in the sky an ancient being of majestic inviolability coldly overlooking the mortal world. That was an image of despair buried deep in memory, the annihilation of all things brought by the descent of a god. The apocalypse, the sovereign. It could not comprehend why the evening beast, a notable figure amidst the deities of the apocalypse, would choose to be governed by an insignificant ant in a new arena. The eyes of the Zhu Long glimmered eerily, its serpentine body as grand as mountains and rivers swayed gently. Perhaps it is his ability that has forcibly enslaved the evening beast. Such characters have existed before. The Taotie looked at the evening beast with disdain, mocking it. To be enslaved by such a feeble ant, it seems the evening beast is regressing in its existence. Regardless, once it steps into our realm, it absolutely cannot be allowed to leave so easily. The Zhu Long, transformed from chaos, spoke. As it spoke, the blazing fireball it held in its mouth shone brilliantly. Fireballs suddenly coalesced around the Zhu Long. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations of power beside it, even the Taotie could not help but retreat, filled with trepidation. The power of that Zhu Long is excessively formidable. Chaos has hidden so many methods. To be a beast worthy of kings, its abilities are undoubtedly unquestionable. As long as I can mimic part of its strength, dealing with these 2 ants will be more than sufficient. The light sphere held in the Zhu Long's mouth grew ever brighter as it raised its dragon head, brewing a terrifying dragon breath. Suddenly it shot towards the location of Chen Mo and others. Dragon breath. Bang. At the same time, the surrounding fireballs transformed into a beam of crimson light tearing through the dark veil. Boom. Shi Yuan's face changed as he sensed the fearsome power suddenly unleashing the city of the dead. The city of the dead reflected a momentary scene of Fengdu from which countless spiritual entities and souls surged forth, sweeping towards the crimson light wave. The wails of the souls echoed through the skies, with tens of thousands of spiritual entities turning to ashes beneath this light beam. The breath of the Zhu Long pierced through the wall formed by the spiritual entities, coming straight through the center. The evening beast and Chen Mo also struck out simultaneously. Roar, a massive wave surged, engulfing everything. Metal transformed into a storm, striking directly. Several forces instantaneously intertwined, erupting into a dazzling brilliance ahead. Rumble. The suffocating force swept everything away, shattering the eternal night and rendering the surroundings a blinding white. Just as the two believed they had successfully withstood the terrifying dragon breath, several massive fireballs descended in quick succession, crashing heavily into the evening beast's gigantic body and exploding into a shower of sparks. The sparks fell amongst the surrounding waves, boiling the water's surface. Roar. Though the evening beast's strength was not inferior to the 4 calamities, it was still only at the 6th tier stage. After suffering the attack of the 7th tier chaos in the form of the Zhu Long, the evening beast let out a painful roar, countless blue scales shattering. Its right side was struck, flesh charred, and it howled in furious rage. Chen Mo, who was on its back, was also affected by the waves swaying unsteadily. Although the enormous body of the evening beast absorbed most of the Zhu Long's attacks, the scorching heat was unbearable, bringing a sense of suffocation. Beside him, Shi Yuan also endured the flames of the Zhu Long. He conjured a wall of stone and earth in front of him, struggling to withstand the burning of the Zhu Long's fireball. Even his arm began to show cracks like porcelain. Shi Yuan noticed this scene. Am I about to collapse? As the emissary of the North Yin, he had traversed the human realm for over a year. His body and soul should have long since perished. Yet relying on his powerful soul and the strength of this dominion ability, he continuously repaired his damaged body. Even the North Yin often lamented his uniqueness. In a seemingly unaffected state, his own abilities had long since fallen short of their peak. Shi Yuan's expression remained calm as he sensed the astonishing power behind the rocky wall. The power unleashed by the chaos-transformed Zhu Long far exceeded that of any of the four calamities. Intent on completing this final task, even at the cost of his body being completely destroyed, he would resolve the chaos and Taotie before Chen Mo. With this thought, Shi Yuan's pupils erupted with a captivating light and he unleashed all his power without reservation. Then let it come. Buzz. The dominion ability erupted with brilliant radiance. The earth began to tremble with countless fragments of stone floating in the air, rushing towards the fireball behind the rocky wall. The cracks on his body multiplied, gradually spreading to his cheeks, while the dominion ability emanated like invisible ripples outward, covering the surrounding land for miles. Feeling the intense tremors of the ground, the Taotie was momentarily taken aback. What is that North Yin emissary doing? Chaos also sensed an ominous aura glancing down at the trembling ground, as if something terrible was about to descend. At that moment, a piercingly sharp voice of the Shoshi god rang out. The flames of the Zhu Long burning the evening beast and the fireball and earth wall in front of Shi Yuan were suddenly extinguished. Chen Mo. The interruption of the ability made Shi Yuan turn abruptly. He saw Chen Mo covered in sweat on the back of the evening beast. After releasing the voice of dispelling the law, he staggered back a few steps, feeling dizzy and blurred. He had lost count of how many times he had used his ability. Even an Iron Man could not withstand such exhaustion. Struggling to support himself, he once again took out a recovery potion and swallowed it, gasping for breath. Unaware of the fine cracks on Shi Yuan's body, he hoarsely said, "You still have the evening beast. Help me hold off the chaos and that Taotie for a while." "What do you plan to do?" Seeing Chen Mo's poor condition, Shi Yuan furrowed his brows. Chen Mo grinned, glancing at the chaos and Taotie across from him, and said wearily, "The 7th tier Zhu Long transformed from chaos. With our powers we cannot possibly harm it. Not to mention harming it just now, he and Shi Yuan along with the evening beast's combined strength had barely managed to withstand the Zhu Long's breath." The chaos-transformed Zhu Long was clearly not on the same level as the Taotie and the others. "I just realized that I might be able to absorb this evolution stone right now." Chen Mo lowered his gaze and took out the evolution stone. Shi Yuan's pupils constricted upon hearing this. As the emissary of the North Yin, he naturally knew the purpose of the evolution stone from the divine secret realm. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, he immediately understood his intention. "You want to break through to the 7th tier ability user here? Do you have confidence?" Chen Mo replied without assurance, "It's 50-50, I'm not sure. By rights, if it weren't for the evolution stone being shattered into fragments by Mengpo, I should have long since become a 7th tier ability user." Yet this was not entirely without merit. Ordinary ability users might need several days to absorb an evolution stone upon their first encounter. But as someone who has gone through it after absorbing those evolution fragments and after a year of accumulation, he was merely a step away from the 7th tier. Chen Mo gazed deeply at the Zhu Long and said, "The strength of chaos far surpasses the other 4 calamities, and with another Taotie present, the only way to completely resolve them is for one of us to break through to the 7th tier. Give me time. PS Sorry everyone, I unfortunately caught a cold yesterday and couldn't get up. My throat is also very sore today. I hope everyone understands. Lastly, I ask for some free little gifts from you all." The 6th rank was the shackle that bound all supernaturals in this apocalypse, the pinnacle that most who had undergone the first evolution could ever reach. Only by shattering the divine secret realm and breaking through to the 7th rank via the evolution stone could one transcend the masses, alter their very life essence, and become a being like the Scythe of Death, a creature that had fully undergone the 2nd evolution. Shi Yuan's face remained calm as his cracked body slowly healed with the aid of his dominion ability. After a moment of silence, he nodded and spoke. "Alright, I'll help you. But I can't say how long I can hold out. If it's too late, we might both end up dying here today." "Huh." Chen Mo chuckled upon hearing this. "Does someone who has already died once still fear death?" Shi Yuan's eyes were deep and penetrating as he stared straight into Chen Mo's. "To me, death is not frightening. If most people in the apocalypse clung to life merely for the sake of survival, his purpose in living had once been solely to restore his mother who had become a zombie. At the moment Chen Mo killed him, his heart was filled with immense reluctance and regret. But after becoming the Northern Darkness envoy and accomplishing everything he could for his mother, his reason for living now was merely to complete his mission and repay the Northern Darkness god. Chen Mo, but you are different, Shi Yuan continued. I trust you because I believe you are not someone willing to die so easily. Back in the former 11th War Zone, he had intuitively sensed from Chen Mo's demeanor a profound indifference toward lives other than his own. This man seemed to be forcibly suppressing some kind of emotion, making him inscrutable. What makes you say that? Chen Mo asked. Shi Yuan shook his head gently. Instinct. I'll go hold them off. As he spoke, the ground trembled once more. Countless fragments of stone soared into the air and coalesced, gradually forming rock giants. Shi Yuan stood atop one of these giants, driving them to launch an assault. Shi Yuan chose to act without hesitation. Beside the Zhulong and Taowu, massive earth spikes erupted. Boom. Boom. Chen Mo paused briefly. He watched Shi Yuan's retreating figure, his expression eerily calm. Different, huh? Lowering his head to glance at the flawless radiant evolution stone in his hand, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. You're right. I am indeed different from you. Me, I treasure this hard-won life more than anyone else. In a sense, Shi Yuan's circumstances were strikingly similar to his own. Both possessed the dominion ability, both had lived twice. In his past life, 15 years into the apocalypse, he had witnessed the Nian Beast's onslaught, the second evolution. The chaos of the gods and the awakening of the sovereign. Countless days of living on the edge, treading as if on thin ice, where one misstep could plunge him into the abyss. Until the very end, he became a mere cannon fodder in the war against the sovereign, dying with extreme resentment and regret. Thus he cherished this second life granted by heaven more than anyone and understood the importance of possessing power. In his past life, constrained by various circumstances, he had never surpassed the 6th rank. But this time everything had changed. Breaking through to the 7th rank was an inevitable goal. From afar he gazed at the terrifying 4 calamities, chaos transformed into the form of a Zhulong. Its colossal sky-obscuring body, black and crimson, was inviolable, oppressive enough to steal one's breath. Yet Chen Mo's gaze was calm, his heart devoid of much fear. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, a counterfeit is after all just a counterfeit. Since I've been given a chance to live anew, then starting from here I will completely overturn my former fate. With these words a wild light blazed in Chen Mo's eyes as he clenched his right hand. Crack. The evolution stone in his palm suddenly erupted with a dazzling, terrifying radiance. Boom. A beam of white light shot into the sky. The evolution stone released a surging, abundant power of evolution so potent that even Shi Yuan and the Chaos Taowu locked in combat seemed to sense it. Tao's expression shifted dramatically, filled with shock and disbelief. That ant. Has he lost his mind? He's going to absorb the evolution stone here. Tao's eyes flickered, the astonishment in its pupils quickly dissipated, replaced by a thick layer of mockery and scorn. After all, he's just a blind ant who doesn't know his place. To recklessly absorb the evolution stone without adapting first, how can he endure the cleansing that changes one's life rank? He's simply asking for death. Ahead, the Zhulong's sharp claws seized the head of a rock giant and crushed it with a burst of force. Its coiled body hovered in the air, surveying the surrounding rock giants as it spewed a torrent of destructive dragon breath, annihilating 3 more colossal rock giants. Rumble. Chaos, while fending off Shi Yuan's attack, spoke in a rumbling voice. Taowu, that human is peculiar, don't let him break through to the 7th rank. You make a move too. Though it knew that relying on the evolution stone to instantly reach the 7th rank was nearly impossible, the opponent was after all the master who had enslaved Shi and the worm and might possess other tricks. This man's abilities were formidable. If he broke through to the 7th rank, the danger could be considerable. Got it. Taowu let out a furious roar, shattered the boulder before it and spun around to charge directly toward Chen Mo's location. Shi Yuan atop the rock giant naturally noticed this. He turned and conjured a mountain above Tao's head, crashing it down with a thunderous boom. Get lost. Taowu bellowed, shattering the small mountain with its side tusks. On the other side, Chaos whipped its dragon tail toward the rock giant. Sensing the attack from the other flank, Shi Yuan leaped backward. Boom. The massive rock giant was instantly smashed to pieces by the dragon's tail. Taowu, go stop that human. I'll handle the Northern Darkness envoy. Chaos commanded. Taowu glanced back and without turning around charged once more toward Chen Mo's position. Suddenly, roar, countless torrents of water blocked its path and before it stood the she-beast. Taoist's beastly pupils blazed with brutality and murderous intent as it spoke. She beast. Do you think you can stop me in your current state? Growl. The two ancient beings roared at each other and Taotie directly opened its fang-filled maw, charging at the she-beast with its enormous tusks. Boom. Amid the swirling dust, Ehuang landed steadily atop a stone pillar. He glanced toward Taotie, seeing it held back by the Nian beast, then fixed his gaze on the most troublesome opponent, Chaos. Chaos asked in a deep voice, "You are the Northern Darkness envoy. A servant of the gods, yet you choose to help a human. Is this also the will of the Northern Darkness god?" Ehuang's face was calm as he slowly replied, "I am also human." Chaos sneered at his answer. "It seems you still haven't recognized your true identity. In that case, the Northern Darkness will simply have to appoint a new envoy." With those words, the Zhulong's blackened white pupils swirled, locking onto Ehuang's position and unleashing the eternal night. The area around Ehuang was suddenly plunged into darkness, as if the entire world had been reduced to nothing but himself, devoid of any sensation. In this state of complete perceptual void, the chaos, having transformed into a candle dragon, conjured a terrifying breath of dragon's might within its maw and expelled it. Ehuang remained utterly unmoved. Just as the dragon's breath was about to strike, his countenance turned cold, and from the flanks of his body layers of rock barriers abruptly rose. Boom! From the distant explosion, Ehuang flew out, raised his hand toward the chaos, and unleashed the city of the dead. The chaos pupils contracted. How could this fellow still detect me while trapped in the eternal night? Pale ghostly hands materialized around the chaos, each possessing an uncanny and immense weight, firmly gripping the candle dragon's form that the chaos had assumed. Before it, the city of the dead projected a corner of Fengdu from which countless spirits surged forth and pounced upon its body. A sea of countless white spirits even engulfed the candle dragon's massive oppressive frame. In the next instant, the chaos, overwhelmed by the infinite spirits, felt its body grow unbearably heavy and its colossal form plummeted uncontrollably toward the ground. Rumble. Before Ehuang's sovereign ability, once one fell to the earth, it became his domain. At this moment, Ehuang's entire body resembled porcelain, with countless cracks appearing on his cheeks and arms and even fragments scattering like dust. Despite his broken body, his eyes remained resolute and cold, seizing the opportunity without hesitation to roar, "Earth Serpent." His sovereign ability radiated outward, causing the ground beneath to rumble. The earth around the chaos landing point surged, and from the soil churned a massive python-like mud serpent that coiled to strangle it. The earth serpent quickly bound the chaos tightly, pinning it to the ground and constricting relentlessly. Roar! Feeling the suffocating pressure, the chaos struggled and howled wildly on the ground, causing fragments of stone and earth to fall from the earth serpent's body as cracks appeared. Ehuang, supporting his right hand with his left, continuously unleashed his sovereign ability. His body withered even faster as he fixed his gaze ahead, stabilizing the earth serpent's form from collapsing. Boom! The chaos thrashed more violently on the ground. Ehuang, barely holding on, glanced back behind him. The she-beast, locked in battle with Taotie, was now covered in wounds. It stood within a water vortex, most of its scales shattered and scattered. The two fearsome beasts clashed again, tearing at each other. Taotie's strength was clearly superior, its ferocity fully exposed as its massive fangs pierced through the she-beast's flesh. Its fur was stained with the she-beast's cyan blue blood, relentlessly delivering heavy blows. Roar! Between the 6th and 7th tiers there was ultimately a significant gap. At this rate, the she-beast could not hold out much longer. On the other side, Chen Mo gripped the evolution stone. The sovereign and celestial authority ability patterns glowed simultaneously. From the evolution stone, waves of scorching energy surged into his body, violent and overwhelming, scouring everything. Chen Mo's face flushed red, his brows tightly knit, and beads of sweat covered his forehead as if he were in immense agony. Under this cleansing that felt like countless needles piercing his body, the aura around Chen Mo began to undergo a startling transformation, and his blood flowed with even greater vigor. Thump! Thump! Beside him, one could even hear the powerful heavy heartbeat. Roar! Rumble! In the distance, the earth serpent exploded in an instant, sending countless rocks flying. The chaos let out a long roar, forcibly breaking free from its bindings. The terrifying shockwave swept outward. Ehuang, maintaining his sovereign ability, suffered a backlash, and both his hands shattered simultaneously. He was hurled backward uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground. The chaos soared again, its gaze now chillingly cold. It stared at Ehuang lying in the deep crater, its killing intent surging, and said coldly, "Do you think the time you bought matters? Today you all will die here." A terrifying mighty dragon's roar echoed, deafening. The candle dragon stood in midair, and behind it blazing flames suddenly condensed, thousands upon thousands of them, a dense sea floating in the sky. Each fireball was enormous, burning with fierce flames, utterly terrifying. A scorching wave of heat swept out, dyeing the sky a fiery red. Even Qiongqi and the others who had already fled far away noticed this. "Is it dawn?" a psychic muttered, looking back at the horizon where the sky had abruptly brightened. "That direction. What's happening over there?" "The 4 calamity gods won't chase us, will they?" another psychic said fearfully. During the escape, several psychics with minor injuries had regained consciousness. Yang Suiyu, wrapped in bandages, sat on the shoulder of the giant Taotie-transformed Yuan Hui. He looked back at the secret realm sky lit by flames, hesitated for a moment, then stood and grabbed his spear. His right hand was still bandaged, and the moment he gripped the spear he felt his wounds split open. Frowning, Yang Suiyu endured the intense pain and said, "No, I have to go back and help him." At these words many present changed expressions. "Are you insane?" Li Yunxian, who was tending to Wang Xi, furrowed her delicate brows and looked over. "Your injuries are severe. So we let Chen Mo face those 4 calamity gods and the traitor Qi Yufeng alone?" Yang Suiyu said coldly. Though he knew Chen Mo's strength was enough to single-handedly challenge apocalyptic deities within the 4 calamity secret realm, even just Taotie and Qiongqi were troublesome enough. Now he had to face 2 more beings no weaker than them. Wang Xi, who had just awakened, sighed weakly and said, "But we can't help him. Going would only add to his burden. At this point we should worry about how to leave this 4 calamity secret realm." Cough cough. Wang Xi suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, coughing heavily twice, his face turning even paler. "Don't talk." Li Yunxian grabbed his arm. When she saw Wang Xi's ulcerated palm and black blood, her pupils contracted. "Is this plague?" Wang Xiaoyu. Though everyone knew they were long past the immune agent's duration, those who could enter were all-powerful psychics with far greater resistance to the virus within the 4 calamity secret realm. Li Yunxian's eyes flickered as she deduced that Wang Xi's symptoms had appeared so rapidly due to his forced overexertion and the earlier use of potency agents. With that thought, she quickly activated the life source water to heal Wang Xi. Those around looked grim, further solidifying their resolve to leave. "We really need to leave quickly. The crash site of our transport when we arrived, the exit must be there." After a moment, Li Yunxian, tears glistening in her eyes, looked at Yang Suiyu and demanded loudly. "Every second we stay here increases the danger for everyone. If we don't get out for treatment, Wang Xi will die. We barely escaped from the 4 calamity gods. Do you want to lead everyone back to die with you?" Seeing Li Yunxian's tearful plea and the group of disheveled superhumans, Yang Suiyu remained silent for a moment. At this moment, Tang Xuanyu, who had been quiet all along, lowered her head and spoke softly, her expression unreadable. "Wang Xi is right. Going over in our current state won't help, it'll only cause more trouble. Let's go. I trust Chen Mo." Wang Luyang sighed beside them and added, "His methods are far more numerous than you can imagine. For now we should focus on ourselves." So much time had passed since the immune potion was administered. Most were fine now, but that might not last. The only option was to find the exit quickly while the group was still in good shape, or else they'd face real trouble when a large number of infected appeared. Yang Suiyu looked at the others, knowing the close bonds Tang Xuanyu and Wang Luyang shared with Chen Mo. Seeing even them agree, he could only nod expressionlessly and sit back down with his gun. "I understand." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the candle dragon stood proudly in the sky, its eyes reflecting countless fireballs like shooting stars. Those fireballs blazed with fierce flames, carrying despair and destruction as they cascaded toward the earth below. Boom! Boom! Where the fireballs struck, the ground was scorched into craters and the chaos transformed into the candle dragon loomed against the blazing sky. "Is this the candle dragon's meteor shower?" Taowu exclaimed with delight from a distance, never expecting chaos to mimic it so perfectly. It turned its fierce gaze toward Chen Mo, who was absorbing the evolution stone. Chen Mo bathed in the dense energy of evolution. Washed by the power, his entire aura underwent a remarkable transformation, his life force surged and his body glowed with a crystalline flowing light. Even his features shifted subtly. His jawline became smoother, his facial features sharper and more defined. Around him wild streams of silver light radiated outward. This was the change brought by the second evolution. Taoist's eyes turned ruthless. If this continued, the ant might truly become a 7th-order being. But the candle dragon's heavenly fire, which burned all in the world, had already ended the matter. Taowu snarled viciously, "Die!" Roar! Suddenly, the heavily wounded she-beast let out a long howl and lunged again, its beastly eyes wild with madness, sinking its fangs deep into Taoist's body. This unexpected bite made Taowu roar in agony. "She! Get off me!" The ground ravaged by repeated destruction was scarred and aflame. Cough. Cough. Lying in the deep pit, Yuan's body was shattered and motionless. He looked up at the fireball streaking overhead, his face utterly calm, showing no fear of dying again. So beautiful, Yuan murmured involuntarily. He had done all he could, and now success or failure rested on that guy Chen Mo. One fireball blazing brilliantly like the sun hurtled toward him with waves of scorching heat, turning his vision a fiery red. Yuan slowly closed his eyes, accepting death with serenity. Just then, amid the cleansing energy of evolution, Chen Mo's eyes snapped open. Seventh Order. His pupils, dark as ink, were deep and indifferent, gleaming with a captivating light. Chen Mo's aura now rivaled that of an apocalyptic deity. Silver beams swirled around him and his body gradually levitated, borne by the flowing radiance. Gazing at the countless enormous fireballs, Chen Mo remained utterly calm. He slowly raised his hand and spread his fingers. Whoosh! Countless silver streams burst forth from behind him, spreading like dragons across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the silver light pierced through each massive fireball. All the fireballs in the sky suddenly halted as if frozen in time. What's happening? Under the horrified gaze of the chaos, the next moment all the heavenly fire exploded in a series of booming crashes. Countless fireballs burst into dazzling fireworks in the sky. In the deep pit, Yuan, who had closed his eyes, opened them in confusion when the scorching heat vanished. He saw the fireball above him burst with a bang. Against the burning sky, countless fireworks scattered down, a magnificent display of blazing trees and silver flowers. That guy. How is this possible? The chaos coiled in the air was stunned. On its fierce, majestic face a flicker of shock and disbelief appeared. It glared at Chen Mo across from him, pupils contracting. Seventh Order. Chen Mo lowered his eyes, feeling the power in his body, and murmured. The Seventh Order of the Dominator ability. This meant he had surpassed his former self, truly crossing the threshold of life to become a being baptized by the second evolution. The Dominator ability mark on his right hand became even more ornate, flowing with a soft glow. Deep within his body a steady stream of power surged forth. This feeling. As if he could dominate everything. All the heavenly fire exploded instantly. TWO screamed in disbelief, impossible. How can this be? He just obtained the evolution stone, how could he absorb it directly? The she-beast, sensing its master's breakthrough to the Seventh Order, erupted again and roared, TWO. Chaos. Your end is here. Chaos. TWO howled in fury, demanding why it had failed to stop Chen Mo. Roar! The chaos in its candle dragon form unleashed the erosion of eternal night while gathering the candle dragon's breath in its mouth. Boom! Terrifying ripples exploded around it and the dragon breath pierced through, blazing fiercely, burning all. Enveloped by the eternal night, Chen Mo remained unfazed in the endless darkness. Still feeling the inexhaustible power within, he murmured to himself. Seventh Order, huh? He took a step forward. Crack. The eternal night domain shattered. How could a counterfeit ability obscure a Seventh Order being like him? The candle dragon's breath surged toward him. He activated the Dominator ability. Countless silver beams behind him converged at a single point, swirling to form overlapping silver shields. The dragon breath collided. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Is he dead? The chaos stared intently, never taking its eyes off him. As the all-consuming dragon breath dissipated, the red-hot shields emitted thick white steam. Chen Mo hovered in midair, stepping on a continuously materializing metal platform rising to the chaos height, completely unharmed. Boom! The chaos face changed drastically, it couldn't accept that its attack had failed to shatter his ability. Impossible. It had underestimated the power of the Seventh Order Dominator ability. Earlier Chen Mo could barely withstand its dragon breath, but now he emerged unscathed. Gazing at the imposing figure of the candle dragon across from him, Chen Mo's expression was indifferent as he said lightly, "Then let me see what changes the powers of a seventh-tier master have undergone." Go. The wind was torn apart. Suddenly thousands of silver blades coalesced behind him, overwhelming and slicing towards the candle dragon. Floating life, 10,000 blades. The silver blades cut through the vast sky, gleaming with a chilling light, bearing down like a rain of arrows. Sensing the terrifying power within each silver blade, the chaos entity was startled and dared not resist, with its body directly summoning the candle dragon's divine fire to engulf it in a raging sea of flames. Within that blazing sea of fire, silver light erupted and the divine fire could not dissolve it, swiftly piercing into the body of chaos. Roar! The body of the candle dragon was mostly shattered. Its massive form was riddled with astonishing holes. But this was not the end. Lock. Chen Mo once again softly intoned. Around chaos and the TWO circles of spatial ripples began to appear. From within those ripples an innumerable number of heavy chains as dark as the abyss suddenly shot out. The chains wrapped around the 7 claws of chaos, and from the spatial ripples emerged an enormous solid black sphere crashing heavily down towards the ground. Feeling the pull beneath its claws, chaos let out a long howl. Its colossal body uncontrollably plummeted to the ground. Roar! The terrified cry echoed through the heavens. Boom! Black chains also suddenly appeared around TWO, imprisoning it like a celestial net. What is this? No matter how TWO charged and collided, it could not break free from the bindings. A fine opportunity. The Shishir beast's eyes gleamed coldly as it shifted its attack, splashing a large column of water towards TWO. Boom! Boom! Smoke billowed, dust filled the sky, and within the massive pit created by chaos the form of the candle dragon was directly shattered into countless murky mist. The mist quickly began to reassemble and transform, and in the next moment it took on the form of a Taotie. Roar! Devouring heaven and earth. It intended to use the Taotie's ability, which was highly restraining against elemental divine beings, to deal with Chen Mo. A terrifying suction force surged towards Chen Mo like a whirlpool. Sensing the suction around him, Chen Mo frowned. Devouring heaven and earth. As the Shishir beast said, although chaos could transform into other apocalyptic deities, it could only wield less than half of their abilities. The tricky part about chaos was that it could counter any opponent with corresponding means, making it unpredictable. The suction was far inferior to its true form. A counterfeit is ultimately a counterfeit, Chen Mo sneered. Seeing thousands of silver blades swallowed by chaos, he remained unfazed and raised his hand again, unleashing countless beams of light without pause. Since you like to eat, then let me feed you enough. Once again the powers were fully devoured by the Taotie's devouring ability. But as Chen Mo continuously activated his master powers, he gave chaos no opportunity to catch its breath or counterattack. Chaos' abdomen was visibly swelling and its mood grew increasingly agitated. Although it could imitate, it did not possess the terrifying capacity of the Taotie. The attacks of the other party offered it no chance to retaliate, forcing it to keep swallowing. If it didn't release the powers stored within its body, soon it would fear. Realizing this, Chaos' abdomen writhed, revealing those blades once more. Seeing that Chaos' abdomen had become exceedingly swollen and was attempting to reflect its powers, Chen Mo gave it no opportunity at all. This time 2 raging metal storms rose on either side, shattering everything. Under the immense pull of suction, the metal storms surged forward rapidly, whipping up a tempest towards Chaos. Damn! Chaos' expression turned grim and ferocious as the 2 chaotic metal storms swept in, and just as it wanted to reflect its powers again, it was swallowed once more. It opened its mouth and had no choice but to use devouring heaven and earth once more. Rumble! Under this terrifying suction, the 2 metal storms were continuously devoured into its abdomen. This scene was utterly ridiculous. Chaos transformed into a Taotie had its already swollen abdomen grow even larger, and its massive body began to stagger backward. Suddenly, boom! Unable to swallow any more, the Taotie exploded into a mass of murky fog. From within came the furious voice of Chaos. Damn ants! Meanwhile in the distance, TWO also let out an angry roar. Roar! It suffered immensely, trapped by the extremely heavy black chains, and no matter how it crashed and bit, it could not break free from all the chains. Even its sharp teeth began to ache. Boom! And that damn Shishir beast continued to attack at every opportunity. Trapped in a desperate situation, TWO could only roar in anger, swinging its long tail. Bang! The Shishir beast dashed through the waves and came to Tao's rear, raising its paw to pin down Tao's tail. It opened its mouth and bit down hard, splattering Tao's blood onto its pupils and cheeks, further igniting its ferocity. It viciously retaliated against Tao's previous attack, suddenly biting its beast tail off. A shrill howl echoed through the air. Roar! Listening to the roars coming from beside him, Ehuang struggled to rise from the ground. His stamina had partially recovered. The surrounding quicksand filled the cracks in his arms and body, repairing this shattered shell with the help of the master powers. From a distance, Ehuang watched as TWO fought desperately. Chaos transformed into a Taotie, a Nian beast, and some other never-before-seen deities were repeatedly shattered by Chen Mo. A profound shock appeared in Ehuang's eyes as he murmured hoarsely, "Did he succeed? Is this the power of a 7th-tier being?" The 7th tier had already surpassed the limits that ordinary ability users could reach. Moreover, Chen Mo possessed the most powerful divine ability, the Sovereign of Gold. With every gesture a terrifying explosion of powers erupted, and Chaos, from barely holding on at first, was shattered before it could even coalesce into form. In the end it even transformed back into its original state, unable to utilize the ability to change into countless apocalyptic beings. And the true form of chaos was that of a headless eyeless creature with 4 wings and 6 legs resembling a bear. Its bloated and corpulent body was somewhat akin to that of a shoshi. However, it was not as smooth and white as the divine shoshi, being full of pits and bubbles, making it look exceedingly ugly. Seeing its appearance, Chen Mo squinted his eyes and scrutinized the true form of chaos. He said with a hint of mockery, "I once thought that the Shuxi's appearance was the limit, but I didn't expect there to be an even more bizarre apocalyptic deity. To be honest, among these 4 fiends you are the most hideous." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the chaos that had been forced back into its true form roared in fury as if its reverse scales had been touched. In an instant it became extremely agitated. "Ants! I will make you die." Unlike the other 3 calamities, it was not ferocious. What it detested most was its own original form and appearance. Hence it constantly imitated other apocalyptic deities, hoping to possess a domineering and majestic posture like Zhulong. Yet now it was forced by a mere human to such an extent that it had to reveal its true form. In a fury, the chaotic aura swelled violently. Its wings flapped fiercely behind it, and with 4 pairs of wings lifting a massive fleshy ball, it charged toward Chen Mo in a wild and disorderly manner. Angry already, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and activated his dominion ability. Silver lights intertwined and converged, rapidly coalescing into a metal giant wielding a colossal sword before him. The giant raised its massive sword and slashed down fiercely at the oncoming chaos. Unable to dodge, the sharp blade pierced straight through its body. Chaos froze midair, its enormous form split in 2. The metal giant's sword struck the ground with a thunderous roar. Boom! This immensely heavy blow hammered the earth, carving a deep chasm into the land. Boom! No! Impossible! Chaos' bisected, bloated body swelled incessantly, finally erupting into a roar of unwilling fury. The 2 halves exploded midair into a cloud of blood mist. Bang! Countless fragments of flesh and blood cascaded like a fountain across the sky, a sight of sheer horror. The 4th calamity, chaos, had fallen. Amidst the rain of blood, 2 dazzling gem-like crystal cores plummeted, landing on the earth drenched in divine blood. Chaos. In the distance, TWO, battered and drenched in blood, glared with crimson eyes. It made a final desperate lunge, slamming violently against the metal cage that imprisoned it. Die. The she-beast panted heavily, its gaze savage. It gathered a formidable azure light in its maw and roared, unleashing a torrent that engulfed TWO. Boom! The blue light swallowed everything, blending water and blood. Inside the metal cage, TWO was drenched, its pupils still flashing with a ferocious gleam. It glared at the she-beast with unyielding hatred until its strength finally gave out. With a thud, it collapsed into the surging tide, its life force fading entirely. Across from it, the she-beast, as if drained of all power, glanced toward Chen Mo and transmitted a message. Chen Mo nodded, raised his hand toward the she-beast and said, "Well done. Return." A hum resonated. The she-beast's body shimmered with a white starry glow. In the end it transformed into a streak of blue light that surged into Chen Mo's left hand, re-entering the Celestial Authority space to recuperate. Gazing at the ravaged land scarred everywhere by fierce destruction, Qiongqi had perished beneath the metal giant's sword. Chaos left no remains. TWO was slain by the she-beast, meeting its end within the metal cage. And Taotie's corpse reappeared on the earth with chaos fall. Chen Mo finally let out a long sigh. His body swayed, aching and weary, as he murmured, "Finally. It's over." It had been a long time since he had felt such debilitating exhaustion. This battle had been arduous, relying on the strength of various ability users to eliminate Taotie early and obtain the evolution stone. Then Shi Yuan's timely arrival enabled his breakthrough to the 7th tier, allowing him to defeat these 4 secret realm deities one by one. Every step was indispensable. If he had come alone to deal with Qiongqi, even with the aid of the she-beast and Shoshi, he would likely have faced defeat and death. But at least the outcome was good. His dominion ability had ascended to the 7th tier, unleashing a power that rivaled the gods in its terrifying might. Chen Mo searched for Shi Yuan's figure around him. Seeing no sign, after a while he lowered his eyes and murmured, "Dead." His emotions were inevitably complex. The very man he had once killed had chosen to aid him. Without excessive sorrow, Chen Mo shook his head and turned toward Chaos' incomplete corpse. Stepping onto the barren land, it seemed as if he alone remained in the world, a solitary figure. Just then a heavy cough sounded from nearby. Cough. From behind, Shi Yuan emerged, disheveled and staggering. His expression was haggard, his face pale as death. Gazing at the surroundings, he remarked with a hint of awe, "7th tier. I can't believe you actually did it." Shi Yuan. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned looking over. How are you still alive? Shi Yuan's body trembled shaking off some sand. He coughed heavily again and said irritably, Do you really wish me dead? Chen Mo chuckled at this, then retrieved a recovery potion from the Mingyao pearl and stepped forward to hand it over. Of course not. You're my great benefactor. Shi Yuan didn't stand on ceremony, taking the potion and drinking it in one gulp, though his complexion showed no improvement. Is Chaos dead? He asked. Chen Mo nodded, pointing to the scattered chunks of flesh in the distance. Over there. Shi Yuan fell silent for a moment, then said softly, For apocalyptic deities. It seems this calamity's secret realm has been thoroughly breached by you. Chen Mo sighed. It was no easy feat. I'll take Qiongqi's crystal core and corpse. Do you want the cores and bodies of the other 3 calamities? After all, without his help he wouldn't have had enough time to break through to the 7th tier. Shi Yuan shook his head, his expression calm. No need. The only reason I helped you is because of Lord Bain's orders. Bain. Chen Mo's eyes flickered, recalling the old man in his mind. I've been curious, did Bain send you to help me? Did he know I'd be here? Ever since his encounter with Bain he had felt a subtle connection forming between his celestial authority ability and the Bain deity. Shi Yuan said indifferently, helping you was merely incidental. Lord Bain sensed the schemes of these 4 calamities. He didn't want the rules to be broken by them, sparking a premature divine war, so he sent me. Divine war. Divine secret realms cannot be moved. But the calamity deity Qiongqi, through a deal with a mysterious merchant, paid a great price to shift the realm and even actively broke the rules by leaving the stronghold. Lord Bain speculated that the 4 calamities wouldn't dare such audacity. Likely another apocalyptic deity is pulling the strings behind them. A chill crept into Chen Mo's eyes. Combining this with what he knew, he instantly grasped the ultimate goal. You mean someone wanted to use the 4 calamities to test whether they would be punished for defying the rules? Shi Yuan glanced at Chen Mo in surprise and nodded. Yes. If the 4 calamities broke the rules without punishment, the other apocalyptic deities in their secret realms would grow restless and eager to act. This is not what Lord Bain wishes to see. The time has not yet come, so he sent me here. Having said this, Shi Yuan paused, pondering for a moment before continuing. But there should be no danger now. The 4 calamity gods have been dealt with by you, and the other deities cannot peer into the inner workings of the domain. They can only surmise that the 4 calamity gods brought destruction upon themselves by violating the rules. Chen Mo furrowed his brows tightly, never imagining that there were so many hidden intricacies involved. If the worst-case scenario were to unfold, it would mean that the terrifying apocalypse deities from the final stages of the previous era would leave their strongholds early, descending upon the mortal world to wreak havoc. He had no doubt that it would be a cataclysmic blow, the most brutal of battles. In his past life during the late apocalypse there were countless top-tier powerhouses, yet when faced with various ancient deities never before seen, many long-established factions that had endured for decades in the apocalypse were wiped out overnight. Since Lord Bain knows so much, did he tell you whether the rules that bind them still exist? Though it is faint, the power of those rules does indeed still linger, Shi Yuan said in a somber tone. This is what Lord Bain told me. That is all I know. I see. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, night had fallen upon the outside world. Countless people found it hard to sleep. The perimeter of the safe zone was lined with tightly packed defensive lines and searchlights locked onto the 4 calamity secret realm high in the sky. Countless eyes were fixed on the vortex of the 4 calamity secret realm in the heavens. Suddenly the crowd stirred with noise. The danger level of the 4 calamity secret realm is plummeting. What is it now? It has already dropped to a level comparable to a medium-scale zombie horde, and it is still falling. The high-ranking officials from various factions listened to the constant reports coming in. Their faces were filled with overwhelming joy, and they gazed up at the 4 calamity secret realm in the sky with immense excitement. It must be Zhou Xiaoyang and the others. It must be those supernaturals who have successfully slain the apocalypse deities within the 4 calamity secret realm. With nearly 100 elite operatives from various factions plus those top-tier supernaturals, such a lineup is more than enough to conquer a secret realm. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their spirits soaring. The high-ranking officials of the Third War Zone were especially ablaze with fervor. The half-month-long battle against the 4 calamity beast tides had left them exhausted, even driving some to thoughts of surrender. Even Zhou Motai, the leader of the Third War Zone, could not help but reveal a faint smile upon hearing this news. His previously heavy heart was now filled with delight. Good, I have noted this. Keep a close watch on the secret realm's movements and report to me, a high-ranking official from the Third War Zone declared loudly. He strode over to Zhou Motai, his fists clenched tightly, and said excitedly, "Commander, it seems the supernaturals have succeeded." Zhou Motai nodded, let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, "But we cannot afford to be complacent now. Everything must wait until those supernaturals return." "What time is it now?" "Let me see. Commander, it is now 9 o'clock in the evening. It has been about 8 hours since those supernaturals entered the secret realm." 8 hours. Zhou Motai nodded slightly, a note of concern in his voice. "First have the medical staff and healing-type supernaturals ready to act at a moment's notice. With such a long duration, even with protective suits and immune agents, contact with the virus is likely unavoidable. We must not let anything happen to the returning supernaturals." "Understood." After arranging all this, Zhou Motai gazed intently at the four-calamity secret realm high in the sky, lost in thought. Now all that remained was to wait quietly here for the triumphant return of those supernaturals. Inside the secret realm, Chen Mo and Shi Yuan had gathered the crystallized cores and corpses of the four calamity gods in one place. Shi Yuan casually tossed 2 crystallized cores over. "Here." Chen Mo caught them, looking at the 2 cores in his palm. One was gray, the other red, each with a distinct shape, smooth and lustrous like gems. Their interiors were filled with cracks and faint shadowy images of ferocious beasts. Taotie and Qiongqi. With these 2 added, he had obtained a total of 4 7th-tier crystallized cores from this divine secret realm, all unique to apocalypse deities. In the outside world, where the highest tier was only 6th tier, acquiring 7th-tier cores of higher quality and immense energy was as difficult as reaching the heavens, achievable only by hunting deities. Feeling the vast rich power within the 4 divine crystals, Chen Mo looked up at Shi Yuan and asked again, "Are you sure you don't want even one?" Shi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Such things are useless to me now. Since the matter of the 4 calamity secret realm is resolved, it is time for me to leave. I think we could have a good talk after we get out, maybe even share a drink," Chen Mo urged. "What do you think?" Shi Yuan retorted. Chen Mo shrugged and gave a helpless smile. "All right, to be honest, I didn't really want to kill you back then." "Water under the bridge," Shi Yuan said calmly. "From the very first time I killed an innocent person, I had already accepted the possibility of death. It was just a matter of time." Chen Mo said, "Not necessarily. At least with your abilities there aren't many who could kill you." Shi Yuan said nothing more, turned around and activated his Netherworld City ability. A triangular rift appeared, revealing a corner of Fengdu from the Netherworld City. He stepped into it alone, vanishing from the 4 calamity secret realm as the rift closed. Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he murmured, "So there is a way to leave like this?" That was rather intriguing. After Shi Yuan left, Chen Mo turned his gaze to the 3 colossal divine corpses before him. Taotie, Qiongqi and Taotie. Most of them were well preserved. Sensing the fluctuations coming from behind, Chen Mo curled his lips slightly and spoke. "You've arrived." Ding. A pristine white foot lightly touched the ground, causing ripples to spread through the space. Behind Chen Mo, the mysterious merchant in a black cloak appeared out of nowhere. It floated in midair, drifting forward like a ghost. Chen Mo turned around, looking at the newcomer with a smile. "Mysterious merchant, can you freely enter divine secret realms as well?" A hoarse voice sounded, "We too can trade with the apocalypse deities. Naturally, we can appear anywhere." The mysterious merchant approached Chen Mo. Looking at the 3 mountain-like corpses of the 4 calamity gods behind him, it seemed somewhat astonished, remaining silent for a long while. Chen Mo said indifferently, "Your commission, I have already fulfilled it. Not only did I kill Qiongqi, but this time it is absolutely a massive deal. 3 7th-tier apocalypse deity corpses. Interested?" The mysterious merchant. Breaking its usual calm tone, the mysterious merchant's voice was filled with astonishment and admiration. "Truly unbelievable. My request was merely to kill Qiongqi by any means necessary. I never expected you to eliminate all 4 calamities. It seems that choosing you as my bond was an exceedingly correct decision. This time you need to give me a satisfactory price. You know, dealing with them took no small amount of effort on my part." Chen Mo said, rubbing his forehead wearily. He did not notice at all that the mysterious merchant before him was slowly pulling back its hood. I recall you once promised that once the 4 calamities Qiongqi were dealt with you would." Chen murmured to himself, lifting his gaze toward the mysterious merchant. Suddenly, he shuddered violently as if struck by lightning. His expression twisted into an intricate tapestry of shock. How could this be? The mysterious merchant before him had at some unknown moment removed his cloak. Beneath the pitch-black cloak lay a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her azure hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin whiter than snow, as delicate as the finest cream. Her eyes were like stars, a dazzling sapphire blue with a jade-like nose and ruby lips. Her features were exquisitely perfect, as if carved by the divine hand of fate. Her previously petite form had elongated, the dark cloak now veiling the proud curves of a tall, graceful figure. What drew the eye most, however, were her ears, sharp and elongated like those of an elf. Chen Mo's pupils dilated. He never imagined that the mysterious merchant he had dealt with numerous times was a woman. The shock was no less than an ant toppling an elephant. Chen fell into an uncharacteristic silence. He gazed at the stunning young woman before him, speechless for a long while. Her expression was calm, her demeanor icy, her brilliant eyes fixed intently on Chen. After discarding the cloak, her voice changed, clear and melodious like pearls falling on a jade plate. Surprised to see my true form? After a moment of astonishment, Chen quickly regained his composure. Frowning, he asked, "Is this your real appearance? I've heard that mysterious merchants never reveal their true selves." The mysterious merchant spoke softly. "For those we value, we always grant certain privileges. You are my bond, and this is my sincerity. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am merchant number 7, or you may call me Mia." Chen paused. It sounded like a foreign name. Just like her striking appearance, it made him wonder if she was a spirit from Western mythology. "Understood," Chen said flatly. "But don't expect any discounts in future transactions because of your looks." Mia blinked in surprise, her bewildered expression almost endearing. She seemed not to have anticipated his response. After a moment she spoke. "Chen, in all our dealings have I ever shortchanged you? With all the intelligence I've provided, including the calamity necklace I gifted you, you should know I am a generous merchant." Chen did not deny this and nodded. "You're right. So where's my reward for completing the commission?" A pale, delicate arm emerged from the cloak and Mia's slender fingers tapped lightly before her. A ripple spread through the space ahead. "Acquiring this cost me no small price," she said calmly. "Oh." Chen's curiosity was piqued. What could be so valuable that even a mysterious merchant paid such a cost? From the ripples in space, a murky, deep black liquid surged forth. The liquid seemed alive, coalescing into a mass the size of a basketball, a bubble-like form that writhed and pulsed as if imbued with life. "What is this?" Chen murmured, a strange sensation stirring within him as he gazed at the liquid mass. Metal. He felt that his dominion ability might be able to control this liquid. "Xenometal," Mia said, her beautiful eyes flickering as she stared at the black liquid, her voice devoid of emotion. "This thing is alive. Try touching it." Chen hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and gently reached out to touch the dark liquid. As he touched the xenometal, it felt as if something bit him. The liquid rapidly seeped into his body like a clinging parasite, disappearing without a trace. The pain was negligible, but the xenometal seemed to have entered his body. Chen looked at his right hand in confusion. He noticed that the sword-like mark of his dominion ability on the back of his hand had grown brighter. Then streams of deep black metallic liquid shot out from his fingertips, coiling around his fingers like slender dark snakes. "It's also metallic, meaning you can control it," Mia's voice sounded beside him. Chen nodded, and with a thought the black liquid retracted and vanished. "This is rather interesting." Chen's eyes lit up as he murmured with fascination. Had the xenometal merged with him? Does it have other uses? Chen looked up and asked. "Of course," Mia replied slowly. "I sought this specifically for you. Your ability only manifests externally. Now with this xenometal under your control, it can take any form and emerge from within your body. For instance, scales, wings." "Oh." Indeed, as Mia said, the dominion ability could construct metal in any form with formidable power, but it had always been limited to external manifestation. Although the human body also contains metal deposits, attempting to release it from within would likely leave the body riddled with holes before any action could be taken. After the xenometal entered his body, he felt no discomfort. Following Mia's suggestion, Chen closed his eyes. He activated his dominion ability. The xenometal surged within him. From the pores on his back, a black liquid oozed out. In an instant, the liquid transformed into a pair of pitch-black metallic wings that tore through his clothes and unfurled. The wings gleamed with metallic luster, dark as night, each feather razor-sharp. The metallic wings drooped forward, and Chen lowered his head to caress the glossy metal feathers, his eyes shimmering. These wings felt as if they were part of him. Under the control of his dominion ability, the wings slowly flapped, lifting Chen into the air. "It can even fly." As he rose higher, Chen's expression shifted in surprise. Previously he had relied on his dominion ability to control a metal dragon or construct a metal platform to ascend. But flying on his own was unprecedented. Was this how Jiang Fan felt? After savoring the joy of flight for a while, Chen controlled the metal wings to descend slowly. The wings retracted, instantly dissolving into black liquid that merged back into his body. Aside from 2 holes in the back of his clothes, there were no wounds or residual traces on his body. How do you feel? Mia inquired beside him. The exotic metal was something she had specially traded from other merchants, exceedingly rare and unique, costing her no small price. Chen Mo grinned, realizing that activating this exotic metal did not consume much of his own power. With a mere thought, the exotic metal flowing within his body would emerge on its own. It seemed then that this was something Mia had prepared for him. Chen Mo's gaze toward the stunningly beautiful girl before him softened with a hint of goodwill. It appears that having a fixed trading partner is not a bad choice. Since I have chosen you, I will do everything in my power to provide you with what suits you best. As she spoke, Mia slowly pulled her hood over her head as if unaccustomed to showing her true face. Once the hood was on, its concealing effect immediately took hold, hiding all traces of her former appearance. Her previously tall and slender figure shrank back to its original petite form, and her smooth waterfall-like blue hair was also obscured by the cloak. Even her clear voice turned hoarse. Had one not witnessed it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that beneath that black cloak lay a woman of exquisite beauty. This is quite a useful item. Chen Mo mused silently. Given the treasures the mysterious merchant possessed, this remarkable cloak did not astonish him too much. Instead, he grinned with playful amusement. Why put it back on? It makes me more comfortable, Mia replied succinctly. She continued, the exotic metal is alive, a metal not of this world. Its capabilities far exceed your imagination. What you just used is merely one of its most basic functions. Another is that when you are in danger or unable to activate your abilities, it will emerge on its own for your use. It can be controlled without abilities. Such a power existed. Chen Mo was taken aback. With a hum, a dagger inscribed with runes and surging with dense blood energy appeared in the space before Mia. The short blade was crimson, exuding a malevolent aura. If one listened closely, they could hear the black chi emitting agonized cries like wronged souls of the dead. A single glance at it was enough to make one's heart tremble. The divine artifact Curse Wound. Anyone it injures will bear an unhealable permanent cursed wound. So ruthless. Chen Mo's eyelids twitched at the words. Judging by the aura emanating from the short blade, it was clearly no ordinary object. Recalling the wound on the hind leg of the calamity Qiongqi that had bled incessantly, Chen Mo asked, that wound on the Qiongqi's hind leg, you caused it with this? Mia nodded. Ordinary weapons cannot trigger the exotic metal's self-defense, but you can try this, it might provoke its autonomous protection. What do I need to do? Chen Mo asked. Take this blade, don't resist, and cut any part of your body, Mia said. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. He roughly guessed what Mia meant by autonomous protection. Still, he stepped forward, took the crimson dagger and mercilessly slashed at his own wrist. Mia was somewhat surprised by Chen Mo's decisiveness and ruthlessness toward himself, but it also showed that he trusted her greatly and demonstrated his sincerity. She said nothing more on the side. As if sensing danger just centimeters before the blade reached his wrist, a black liquid rapidly flowed out from Chen Mo's left hand, forming a thin black metallic film attached to his skin. The metallic film was extremely thin, clinging tightly to the skin without any discomfort, like a protective scale. Clang! Curse Wound collided with the black metallic film. Upon impact, the black film burst into a liquid, nullifying the damage and vanishing from his wrist. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the exotic metal to protect its master autonomously without his command. Mia said, Curse Wound is a divine artifact, so the exotic metal can only withstand it a limited number of times, but ordinary fatal attacks cannot harm you. Depending on the damage it receives, it also needs time to recover. If you wish to enhance it, feed it various metallic substances and you might discover other abilities. After Mia's explanation, the most crucial ability of the exotic metal was revealed, the ability to devour metal. Chen Mo grew increasingly astonished, and his fondness for the exotic metal was evident. According to Mia, even divine artifacts forged from metal could be decomposed and devoured. Through continuous feeding, the hardness and sharpness of the exotic metal could be endlessly enhanced. It was an existence with no upper limit in all aspects. Excellent. It seems you're satisfied, Mia nodded, saying. This is merely the first reward I've given you. There's also a bonus item for you. There's more. Chen Mo found himself liking this person more and more. Though he had only traded with 2 merchants, he could say without a doubt that Mia was the most generous merchant he had ever met. In good spirits, Chen Mo adopted a Western accent and sincerely praised, Mia, you are absolutely the most beautiful, charming and generous girl I have ever seen. This sudden compliment made Mia, who was about to produce the bonus tremble, leaving her silent for a moment. She was momentarily at a loss for words before finally replying politely after a long pause. Thank you. Quite polite. Mia produced a silver ring set with an oval smooth and lustrous gemstone, saying, a spatial ring capable of storing more items, large enough to fit a truck. Through her forging, both its portability and storage capacity far surpassed spatial stones and Mingya pearls. One must know that the spatial stones currently used by ability users were not only bulky but also had pitiful storage capacity. This spatial ring, if released, would undoubtedly cause a stir and a scramble. Unexpectedly, even a bonus item from Mia was of immense value. A fine treasure. Chen Mo accepted it without ceremony, and now the Mingniao I could be retired. Having received 2 extremely precious treasures merely as rewards for completing a commission, Chen Mo looked forward to future transactions. If you need my help with anything else in the future, feel free to come to me, Chen Mo said with a smile. After granting the commission reward, Mia turned to look at the 3 complete corpses of end-time deities placed together. The corpse of a 7th-tier apocalypse god was exceedingly precious and valuable even to her. If this transaction could be completed upon her return, she would be able to unlock greater privileges and elevate her status and rank among the mystic merchants. My time is limited, so let us proceed with the next trade, Mia said. Remember what I mentioned before. Leave the corpse of the 4 calamities Qiongqi to me. The next time we meet, I will bring an enhancement potion capable of advancing your pet, allowing it to acquire all of Qiongqi's abilities and replace it. As for the other 2 corpses, Taowu and Taotie, what do you intend to exchange them for? Mia inquired. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. Now that his Dominion ability had reached the 7th tier and he possessed the life-preserving heterogeneous metal, there was little he needed. He could consider obtaining something for Xuanyu and Zishu. The broken Taya blade was also a concern. After all, its teleportation ability had proven quite handy. Chen Mo smiled as he spoke. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Knowing your nature, I doubt it'll end up at a disadvantage, right? Mia pondered for a moment, contemplating what items of equivalent value to offer. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she paused. Ding! Behind the 2 of them, space fluctuated once more. Chen Mo, naturally sensing the spatial disturbance, turned his head in confusion. Behind them, a woman with pointed ears much like Mia had appeared out of nowhere. The woman possessed a voluptuous and alluring figure with skin as fair and smooth as snow. Her waist was slender and delicate, and she wore a black gown, approaching with graceful steps that exuded elegance and charm. The only difference from Mia was her jet-black lustrous long hair and enchanting eyes as limpid as autumn waters. Every smile and frown was captivating to the soul. The woman parted her crimson lips and smiled at Chen Mo and Mia. I never imagined the 4 calamities gods were vanquished by a human. Oh my, it seems luck is on my side being nearby. Human, care to trade? The woman's gaze fell upon Chen Mo, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an almost hypnotic allure. Chen Mo remained unmoved, frowning as he regarded her. Was she also a mystic merchant? Why are you here? Mia's voice turned cold upon seeing the woman's arrival. She is my bound partner. The 2 seemed acquainted. Unfazed by the remark, the woman merely scoffed in response. Bound partner? So what? It doesn't mean he can't trade with me. It's merely a matter of how much profit is to be made. Besides, these 4 calamities corpses can be refined into many fine treasures. Mia, can you possibly handle such a massive gain alone? Why not share a portion with me? Beneath her cloak, Mia's face was icy cold and she remained silent. Seeing this, the woman grew even more smug. She smiled sweetly at Chen Mo, her voice soft and seductive, directly attempting to poach him. A 7th-tier ability user, goodness, you vanquished the 4 calamities. What a formidable human you are. Would you consider binding your trades with me? In the early days of the apocalypse, most mystic merchants would appear randomly at various locations to conduct transactions. At the same time, they observed individuals with potential, aiming for later binding. Once bound, though, they lost the ability to trade freely the items obtained from the bound partner. Based on their value, allowed them to reap greater benefits and privileges than from ordinary trades, thereby elevating their status among the mystic merchants. It was a high-stakes gamble to rapidly boost privileges. The more powerful the bound partner, the greater the merchant's rewards. If the partner was too weak, they could not provide the resources needed to enhance the merchant's standing. Thus, unless they were exceedingly optimistic about someone, most mystic merchants preferred to remain free rather than bind themselves easily. For once bound, the contract could not be altered until the partner's death, and they would lose all privileges gained from previous trades. Binding was unilateral, meaning Chen Mo could also choose other mystic merchants to bind with him. Repeated binding was detrimental to merchants and most would avoid it. The woman's actions were merely to spite Mia. Mia said coldly, if you do this with such malicious competition we will both be forever trapped in this identity. The two were once of similar rank and held some grudges. The woman's bound partner had recently fallen, causing her immense losses and dropping her to the bottom of the rankings. Unless she found an exceptionally powerful new partner, regaining her former privileges was nearly hopeless. That was why she showed her true face without hesitation. Unfazed, the woman smiled and said, that's fine too. Perhaps I can drag you down with me. What a lunatic, Mia scoffed disdainfully. Given your current situation, what do you have left besides the most basic items? The woman's enchanting smile deepened as she turned her gaze to Chen Mo, her expression full of allure. Myself, of course. After losing everything, the body that remained was itself a tradable commodity. Mia seemed taken aback that she would offer her own body. After a pause she finally uttered, slut. They both spoke in a special tongue. Though he couldn't understand their words, it was clear there was some enmity between them. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he pondered inwardly. With two merchants competing, he might reap even greater benefits. Ignoring Mia, the woman swayed her slender waist and turned to Chen Mo, her voice soft and seductive. Human, do you wish to trade with me? Though I cannot offer more resources than Mia, perhaps I can give you something else. Such as myself. The woman was audacious, unashamedly leaning in her hand, reaching out to caress Chen Mo's chest as she breathed fragrant words. Mia fumed with anger at such brazenness. Yet she was powerless to stop her. The decision to trade ultimately rested with Chen Mo. Frowning, Chen Mo glanced at the woman before him, utterly indifferent to her latter suggestion. Couldn't offer more. He had little attachment to contracts or such bonds. In this apocalypse only profit was eternal. If the woman before him could offer more, he might have considered it. But the moment she admitted she couldn't, Chen Mo's expression turned cold and distant. He took a step back and said flatly, no. My trading partner is Mia. Mia was taken aback. If the decision was his alone, and she had expected the human to succumb to temptation and abandon their deal. She hadn't anticipated that he would possess such a sense of contractual integrity. The woman's smile froze on her face. Seeing that he had refused her without hesitation, she asked again, as if doubting whether she had heard correctly. You refuse to bind with me? The coldness in Chen Mo's eyes made her furrow her delicate brows, a hint of annoyance rising within her. Ever since her previous bond fell to an unfortunate demise, she had always conducted transactions using her true appearance to maximize her gains. Every human who had laid eyes on her was utterly captivated by her beauty. After all, with her exotic and stunningly extraordinary appearance, hardly any man could resist the temptation. They all chose to suffer losses and yield profits to her. But she had looked down upon all of them. Now, having finally encountered a human she barely deemed worthy, he dared to reject her proactive overture. Chen Mo said coldly, why must I bind with you? You're far too presumptuous. Mia chimed in, delivering a cutting remark. Did you hear that, Sharon? Not everyone fancies your wretched body. As merchants you must understand that profit always comes first. Sharon was filled with shame and fury. She cast a cold glance at Mia, then turned her beautiful eyes toward Chen Mo with a look of resentment. I assure you, you will regret your choice today. Despicable human. After burning the bridge, she could no longer bear to stay, leaving behind a bitter parting threat. Her figure gradually faded from the spot. Chen Mo found it somewhat bewildering. He turned to Mia and asked, do you too have a grudge? Don't mind her. She's just a straggler now. Mia said calmly, to gain higher authority she's always stingy in her trades. So back when we were still free agents, during one transaction the other party chose me. An item coveted by two mysterious merchants was bound to be of immense value. Chen Mo nodded without further inquiry. Since it was a trade, it was only natural for the trader to choose the greater benefit. Using her body as a bargaining chip was nothing short of ridiculous. Chen Mo paid no further heed to this minor incident, offering Mia a smile as he spoke. Now then, we can proceed with the transaction. During the battle with the four calamity gods, the Taotie blade was shattered. I wish to obtain a more powerful weapon. I also need something akin to the longevity god to enhance my companions. Mia nodded, pondered for a moment, and came to a decision in her mind. Though the Taotie blade's abilities are commendable, the weapon forged from the spine of the wandering god Taotie is too fragile. As for weapons, I do have some options. What kind do you desire? Wait. Chen Mo suddenly paused. He recalled that he had obtained the Seven Sins divine artifact from Qiongqi in the 9th Warzone and had stored it within the Bright Bird Pearl. Since the mysterious merchant was right here, it was the perfect opportunity to inquire about this artifact's nature. I've come across something. Take a look and tell me if it could serve as a weapon. What is it? Mia asked. Chen Mo retrieved the Seven Sins divine artifact from the Bright Bird Pearl. Like the Bright Bird Pearl, the artifact was a blood-red eyeball capable of speech. As soon as the Seven Sins was brought out, a series of furious howls erupted. Bastard! Do you know what I am? You dared to place me inside the eye of a stinking bird. Ignorant human. You will regret what you've done. Chen Mo's expression remained calm as he gripped the red eyeball no larger than a palm and squeezed it tightly in his hand. He said flatly, "Quiet down." Feeling the crushing pressure around it, the eyeball let out a pained groan. When he opened his hand again, the Seven Sins had wilted, shrinking into a ball too afraid to move or speak. This. Chen Mo handed it over. This is. Mia stepped forward, examining the blood-red eyeball, lost in thought. The eyeball, recognizing her attire, immediately knew her identity and grew excited once more. A merchant. You're a merchant, right? Please trade me over, I beg you. Mia ignored the Seven Sins' plea for rescue. Instead she paused, then looked at Chen Mo with astonishment. It is the divine artifact of an apocalyptic god. Where did you get this? Oh. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. I obtained it from someone else. Mia said directly, it should never have appeared here. An element object, the artifact of a certain deity who still slumbers. Its method to awaken is to reside within a host through this artifact. As the host continuously uses the Seven Sins' powers, it gradually replaces and takes over. Most hosts eventually become vessels for its revival. What puzzled her was why this weapon of a Western apocalyptic god had appeared here. You mean using this artifact will lead to being replaced by a god? Chen Mo frowned, staring at the Seven Sins artifact in his hand, now rendered listless by the exposed truth. No wonder he had always sensed something odd about this artifact. Mia nodded and said, my suggestion is to trade it to me. I can handle it. Moreover, its value is no less than those apocalyptic god corpses. Even greater, in fact. Chen Mo gazed at the Seven Sins artifact in his hand without speaking, then looked up at Mia to confirm once more. If used long-term, it will turn the user into a vessel for the god. Does it have any requirements for the user? Mia shook her head. No, but as soon as its power is tapped, it will gradually erode and replace the user. Chen Mo grinned, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He stored the Seven Sins artifact back into his spatial ring and said, I won't trade this one. I'll keep it. A gleam of sharp light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He had already conceived a rather intriguing idea. The three corpses he had previously enslaved had not entered this secret realm but remained in the third trench. The three corpses were most fond of collecting eyeball-like objects to constantly replace their own eyes. Since the three corpses were enslaved by his celestial authority ability, if he handed the Seven Sins artifact to them for use and they eventually became the vessel replaced by the artifact's master, wouldn't that mean he could potentially enslave a tremendously powerful apocalyptic god for free? Once this thought took root, it refused to leave. The amusement in Chen Mo's eyes deepened, and at the thought he couldn't help but let out a sinister chuckle. The utterly wicked expression sent a chill down Mia's spine. She had no idea what was going on in Chen Mo's mind. If she did, she would surely deem him a complete madman. Many who recklessly sought to harness the power of deities, hoping against hope, ultimately became vessels for others. Yet Chen Mo was different. He had no desire to control, he aimed to enslave them outright. Mia cautioned earnestly, unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to this ominous artifact. It was the formidable power of an apocalyptic deity, and many had succumbed to its allure, unable to break free. Chen Mo was the chosen bond she favored, and she wished for no mishap. Chen Mo nodded. Rest assured, I understand that for merchants like you, even such information comes at a price. What must I pay? Mia replied, never mind, consider it a gift from me. If you still require a blade, take a look at this. She swept her sleeve and ripples spread. From an unknown origin, she summoned a most extraordinary weapon. Its edge was razor-sharp, its curves exquisitely graceful, the reverse edge veiled in irregular waves of black, while the gleaming silver of the blade was a marvel of craftsmanship. It was slimmer than an ordinary Taotie, surrounded by wisps of air currents resembling fine lightning. Mist Cleaver. This is the most powerful blade I can procure with my current authority, Mia said softly. It lacks the instantaneous movement of the Tay blade, but it possesses the sharpness to cut through anything, including the space of a deity's domain. Mia lifted the Mist Cleaver and gently slashed at the empty air before her. At the sight, Chen Mo's pupils contracted. Could it truly achieve such a feat? On the other side of the Four Calamities' secret realms was Ehuang, and the others had successfully arrived at their previous location. Beside the large transport aircraft all the ability users had gathered. We can't find it, there's simply no exit. How are we supposed to get out of this secret realm? It's over, we're all going to die here, many despaired, slumping to the ground in utter dejection, motionless. Qiongqi stood silent, waves of fatigue washing over him. Fu Xuangyu and the others returned. Did you find it? He asked. Fu Xuangyu frowned, her expression grim. No. This damned place is terrifyingly vast, there's no path out. Tang Xuanyu and the others beside her shook their heads. We're the same, no trace of any exit whatsoever. Qiongqi sighed, glancing at the hopeless crowd. Li Yunxian and a few other healing-type ability users were still channeling their powers to sustain the critically injured. Don't stress too much. Eat something to regain your strength, you'll search as well in a bit, Zhao Wenji said, his voice low. Brothers, what are we never getting out? We came from the sky, could the secret realm's entrance be up there? He looked up. Tang Xuanyu shook her head. But I just rode the Qiongqi for a sweep and I found no trace of an entrance. If not there, then where? Just as everyone was at a loss, the Death Scythe and Qiongqi beside Tang Xuanyu seemed to sense something. Both creatures stirred restlessly, heading in one direction. Tap tap tap. What's wrong? Tang Xuanyu asked the Qiongqi in confusion. The Qiongqi growled low, trying to convey something. Wang Luyang was equally puzzled. Tang Xuanyu pondered, if both the Qiongqi and Death Scythe were agitated. Could it be Chen Mo? As if to confirm her suspicion, a cheerful voice sounded from behind the group. Why is everyone looking so down and dusty here? Tang Xuanya's body trembled as she turned back in disbelief. When she saw Chen Mo unharmed and smiling, approaching slowly. Tears welled in Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes. She dashed forward and threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. Chen Mo. Her warm, soft body pressed against him, and Chen Mo was momentarily startled. Then his eyes softened with a gentle smile. He patted her back, speaking in a tender, soothing voice. What's wrong? It's all over there, it's time for us to head back. The ability users behind them also looked over, their faces lighting up. Chen Mo. He's back. Wang Luyang rushed over excitedly. Yang Suiyu was momentarily stunned, watching Chen Mo from afar, his perpetually stern face relaxing. He smiled knowingly and shook his head with a sigh. This guy making us worry so much. Finally here. Qiongqi and Fu Xuangyu were also stunned. Fu Xuangji's eyes widened, she rubbed them in disbelief, nudging Qiongqi with her elbow. Am I seeing things? Is that Chen Mo? He's fine. It was utterly astonishing. When they had reluctantly left, they had already braced for his sacrifice. Yet here he was appearing as if nothing had happened. How could that not shock everyone? There were 3 apocalyptic deities. If that were the case, then Fu Xuangyu dared not imagine it. Qiongqi's lips curled slightly, his eyes bright. Fu Xuangyu, it seems he won. Let's go over. Though he didn't know how Chen Mo had managed it, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Undeniably, even he had unconsciously come to accept this enigmatic figure, not wanting to see him fall so easily. Chen Mo's appearance signaled the end of the crisis here. All the ability users rose and gathered around him and Tang Xuanyu. Some were excited, others baffled. The previous gloom lifted as they chattered, all eager to know what had happened there. Chen Mo held Tang Xuanyu, gently stroking her soft hair. Well, I don't mind, but everyone's here now. Look. Startled Tang Xuanyu pulled away like a frightened rabbit. Her eyes shimmered with tears, 2 streaks marking her pure moving face, pitiable and lovely. Her cheeks flushed crimson, she shyly lowered her head, hiding her tears from Chen Mo, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Chen Mo, you're not hurt, are you? Chen Mo shook his head, spreading his arms. Look at me, do I seem injured? Qiongqi and the others approached through the crowd. They studied Chen Mo's appearance, somewhat surprised. He seemed changed, though they couldn't quite pinpoint how. The men present felt little difference, but Fu Xuangyu, being a woman, keenly noticed it. Her eyes flickered as she thought to herself. How strange, he seemed taller and his nose and features were more defined. Qiongqi stared at Chen Mo for a long time. Chen Mo met his gaze, everything was understood without words. Qiongqi stepped forward, patted his shoulder and said solemnly, welcome back. Chen Mo smiled and said, it wasn't easy, but it's finally over. Qiongqi studied the Chen Mo before him. Seeing his good complexion and that although his clothes were stained with blood he had not sustained many injuries, he couldn't help but ask, those 3 apocalypse deities. Have they been dealt with? Chen Mo nodded without any concealment. Really? How is that possible? Though they had suspected as much, hearing Chen Mo's own confirmation still caused an uproar. The pupils of the assembled superhumans dilated as they stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. How did you manage it? Someone asked, their voice choked. Chen Mo's expression was calm as he said, the four calamities. Qiongqi was already injured, its strength reduced by 90%. Only Tao Wu and Hundun posed a threat. After you left, another superhuman came to assist me. It was largely thanks to their help that the four calamities were completely resolved. And their corpses were traded to the mysterious merchant who appeared later. After all, the corpses of the four calamities were too conspicuous, hiding them was nearly impossible. Someone else. Zhuo Shengguang and Fu Shuangyu exchanged a glance. They didn't mind Chen Mo trading the deity corpses, after all they were his spoils of war. They were merely curious about what kind of superhuman could assist Chen Mo in facing the apocalypse gods. Fu Shuangyu couldn't help but say, a superhuman. Zhuo Shengguang activated the divine pillar earlier. Did the higher-up send them? She was referring of course to the other 12 sons who had resonated with the divine pillar. Zhuo Shengguang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's only been a short while. The central region is far from here, they couldn't have arrived so soon. Besides those monsters, who else has that kind of power? Fu Shuangyu was even more perplexed. Where is that person now? Zhuo Shengguang asked. Chen Mo shrugged. Who knows? They disappeared after it was over. Since the matter of the four calamities is resolved, our priority should be figuring out how to get out of here. You look anxious. Can't find the exit. Chen Mo said with a smile. Seeing Chen Mo's cheerful demeanor, Fu Shuangyu asked, do you have a way? Chen Mo grinned and produced the new weapon he had obtained from the mysterious merchant Qiongqi. The surrounding superhumans looked on in confusion. Some vaguely recalled that the Taotie Chen Mo had used earlier was different from this one. Traded from the mysterious merchant. Fu Shuangyu stared intently at Qiongqi, immediately guessing its origin. Chen Mo lowered his eyes, gently stroking the cold smooth blade of Qiongqi as it glinted with a chilling light. With this I think we can get out. Chen Mo stepped out from the crowd. Following the instructions given by the mysterious merchant, he went to an open space and made a single clean slash. A sound like tearing fabric. Qiongqi emitted a faint white light and a fine web of white cracks appeared. In the empty space before him, a massive rift was torn open. The divine domain was torn apart. Through the thin rift, the reflection was none other than the scene of the safe zone outside. When they saw the spatial rift that had been sliced open, the surrounding superhumans were all astounded. The safe zone. The exit. This blade can tear through space. Many superhumans were shaken, staring in awe at the razor-sharp Qiongqi in Chen Mo's hand. Even Zhuo Shengguang and Fu Shuangyu were stunned for a moment. A spatial rift, this was clearly an ability that only a spatial-type superhuman could use. Fu Shuangyu looked at the blade in Chen Mo's hand with envy and said, lucky you. That must be a fine treasure you traded with the mysterious merchant using the corpses of those apocalypse gods. I wonder if those crystals are still in his hands. If possible, maybe we could trade for one. The greatest gain from the four calamities' secret realm was undoubtedly Chen Mo's. A evolution stone capable of breaking through to a 7th-tier superhuman, intact deity corpses and crystals. These could be exchanged for immeasurable wealth from the mysterious merchant. Not to mention that upon their return, Zhou Maotai, the head of the Third War Zone, would surely bestow a generous reward of resources and wealth. The more she thought about it, the more envious she became. Fu Shuangyu glanced at Zhuo Shengguang with a hint of jealousy and said, hey, does your earlier offer to accompany me on a raid of a secret realm still stand? With our combined abilities, breaking into a secret realm guarded by an apocalypse god would be a breeze. I won't let you suffer. How about you take 10% and I take 90%? Zhuo Shengguang's mouth twitched. Let's talk about it after we get back. He looked at the torn spatial rift beyond which lay the third safe zone. His anxious heart finally settled. Zhuo Shengguang addressed the group, take the injured with you. Everyone leave this place now and return to the Third War Zone. Yes. Many were in tears, filled with the joy of having survived a calamity, and erupted into loud cheers. Finally we can leave. I really didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place forever. After cutting open the spatial rift as an exit, Chen Mo stood aside, chatting cheerfully with Tang Xuanyu. Zhuo Shengguang's eyes were complex. After a long moment he said, Chen Mo. You've helped us once again. It could be said that without Chen Mo here, everyone who had come this time would have perished. The peril of the four calamities' secret realm in this era was undoubtedly one of the most dangerous. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Zhuo Shengwang's earlier decision to voluntarily give up the evolution stone had played a crucial role. If they had all refused to let go back, then the superhumans would likely have fought to the death over the evolution stone, exhausting themselves through internal conflict, and things would have taken a turn for the worst. In the end, even if someone obtained the evolution stone, they would have paid a heavy price and would be powerless to deal with the subsequent 3 calamities. Let's talk about everything after we get out. Chen Mo raised his blade again, widening the rift to accommodate more people. On the other side of the rift, as if separated by a thin veil, lay a vista of broken buildings and ruins, the site of the safe zone. The superhumans helped each other and passed through the spatial rift back to the safe zone. Chen Mo looked at Tang Xuanyu beside him and extended his hand with a smile, inviting, "Let's go too." Tang Xuanyu reached out her hand. Just as she was about to touch Chen Mo's palm, she gave a sly smile. Instead of placing her hand in his, she playfully slapped his palm away, then cheerfully walked toward the spatial rift, leaving Chen Mo standing there somewhat bewildered. "What are you standing there for? Time to go." Tang Xuanyu's voice came from ahead. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, then looked at her retreating figure with a helpless shake of his head, a wry smile on his lips as he followed. "Coming. That is absolutely impossible. I know Xiaoyang's character best. How could he ever betray his comrades?" The commander of the first war zone glared at Zhuo Shengwang, his eyes blazing with fury. Even if all the psychics dispatched from their first war zone had perished gloriously in the crusade against the deity, it would not have mattered. Psychics sent from various war zones to provide assistance would, upon mission completion, receive commendation and generous rewards from the central authorities. Otherwise, should such a situation arise again, no war zone would be willing to send reinforcements. And if matters truly transpired as Zhuo Shengwang had stated, that those who came from their first war zone had not only failed to contribute but had also stabbed their allies in the back, such a grave offense, once reported to the Central High Command, would inevitably lead to punishment for the war zone leaders. In severe cases, they might even be stripped of their posts due to dereliction of duty. Nonsense. They could never have done such a thing. The commander of the 9th war zone also wore an expression of extreme displeasure. "Zhuo Shengwang. This matter concerns the honor of both our war zones. You cannot speak recklessly." Aware of the severe consequences, neither of the two dared to admit the truth, even though they knew in their hearts that Zhuo Shengwang's words might be true. The other war zone commanders present interrupted with angry rebukes. "Enough. How could the people from your war zone commit such beastly acts? Zhuo Shengwang is a man of the central authorities. Would he deceive us? If not for you, how could our losses have been so severe? Fleeing the battlefield and then stabbing your allies in the back, truly commendable." According to Zhuo Shengwang, Zhou Xiaoyang and his group had killed many comrades, some of whom might have been psychics from their own war zones. Many faces were twisted with rage as they denounced the 2 war zone commanders, subjecting them to a torrent of criticism. In an instant, the 1st and 9th war zones became the targets of universal condemnation. Zhuo Shengwang, expressionless, spoke calmly. Zhou Xiaoyang, Xiong Yuran and the others feared punishment upon their return, so they chose to attack us to silence us. Moreover, they had repeatedly acted on their own, disregarding orders. Upon my return, I will report this truthfully to the central authorities. This incident was witnessed by all the psychics who returned. Zhou Maotai glanced at the 2 flustered commanders, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. After all, this operation concerned the survival of the 3rd war zone, and the duplicitous behavior of the psychics from the other 2 war zones made it hard not to suspect deliberate sabotage. He said in a deep voice, "Enough. I believe Zhuo Shengwang is not lying. If either of you has any defense to make, you can explain yourselves to your superiors later." This. Upon hearing these words, the 2 war zone commanders collapsed into their seats, their faces ashen. Although their men had perished in the divine secret realm, had this incident not occurred, they would all have been considered glorious sacrifices and the rewards would have been plentiful. But now, according to Zhuo Shengwang, not only were the men and rewards lost, but they also faced the wrath of the High Command. The consequences would be dire. It was over. Both of them thought simultaneously. "Alright, we have a clear picture of the situation now. You should all go back and rest. We will discuss matters further tomorrow." Zhou Maotai paid them no further heed, instead turning to Chen Mo with a beaming smile. "Chen Mo, you have done remarkably well." According to Zhuo Shengwang, most of the traitors, including Zhou Xiaoyang and Xiong Yuran, had been dealt with by him. It had been a long time since he had admired a young person so much. Chen Mo's exceptional abilities drew even his unreserved praise. The 4 calamities secret realm was perilous beyond measure. The fact that you achieved what you did makes you without exaggeration a great benefactor to our 3rd war zone. Rest assured, the 3rd war zone will never treat an ally who came to our aid unjustly. Afterward Zhou Maotai kept Chen Mo behind for a long private conversation. In the end Zhou Maotai even took the initiative to invite Chen Mo to join the Third War Zone as a psychic, offering to place all the psychics of the Third War Zone under his command. Though the Third War Zone had suffered grievous losses in strength with the Four Calamities secret realm, a goldmine rich in reflective patterned stones, it was destined to rise again and become a force to be reckoned with. Yet Chen Mo declined the immense authority of commanding all the War Zone's psychics. Although Zhou Maotai felt regret, he did not press the matter. He announced that a celebratory banquet would be held the next day to publicly reward all the psychics who had come to assist in the expedition against the secret realm's deity. Since you are unwilling, I shall not force you. It is getting late, you should return and get some rest. Zhou Maotai patted Chen Mo on the shoulder with heartfelt sincerity, still reluctant to let go of such talent. Young man, think it over carefully. I Zhou Maotai am advanced in years and lack great ability, but I once served in the central government. And I still have some influence. I have heard that the old codger from the Lin family seems to be investigating you. I am also aware of the grievances between you and their family. I am too old to contend anymore, I can only hold sway in this corner. But that old fellow, ever since his cancer was cured by awakening his psychic powers, has been brimming with ambition. While you are in our Third War Zone, I promise you this, I will never let them lay a finger on you. After this exchange the two grew closer. Zhou Maotai found himself liking this young man more and more. Though Chen Mo was a dual-ability psychic with the power to slay a deity, he possessed a composure, decisiveness and ruthlessness far beyond his years. It was truly rare for so many virtues to converge in one person. He was loath to see such a promising talent slip away right under his nose. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. Elder Zhou, I appreciate your kindness, but I am ultimately a man of Tianhai. Director Guo of the 6th War Zone has treated me well and I have my own comrades there. Now that this mission is complete, it is time for me to return and see them. Zhou Maotai sighed regretfully and gave Chen Mo's shoulder a firm pat. Ah, what a pity. But Chen, you have done our Third War Zone a great service. If you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to come to me. And if you change your mind, the doors of the Third War Zone will always be open to you. Chen Mo nodded, took his leave and turned to depart. Watching his retreating figure, a sharp glint flickered in Zhou Maotai's aged eyes. He pulled a file from his drawer, one he had already examined countless times. Chen Mo Tongji Fuyang Home. He read through it line by line, muttering to himself in puzzlement. Why are there no records of him before the age of 14? How strange. Chen Mo returned to his resting place, where a few patrolling soldiers were stationed around the camp. Recognizing him as the greatest contributor to the Four Calamities secret realm, they greeted him with utmost respect. Well, stand guard outside. If you need anything, feel free to call us, the warriors said, their eyes filled with reverence and deep envy. They were around the same age as Chen Mo, yet at this age he had already become a dual-ability user capable of slaying gods. All right. Chen Mo nodded and stepped into the tent. The trench was hastily built, so the camp facilities were quite crude. Even the dwelling of the leader Zhou Maotai was hardly any better. Inside, Tang Xuanyu and Wang Luyang were seated, engaged in conversation. The three corpses sat quietly on the ground with a collection of eyeballs gathered before it. Its gaze was fixed as it extended a finger to count the eyeballs one by one. Hearing the commotion outside, the two turned their heads simultaneously. Wang Luyang rose and asked back. Chen Mo replied, closing the tent flap and rubbing his temples wearily. What time is it? Wang Luyang glanced at the clock and said, 1 in the morning. So long. Chen Mo stepped forward, picked up a bottle of water from the table, opened it and drank. Wang Luyang inquired curiously, you were there for so long, what did that person tell you? After taking a few sips, Chen Mo replied unhurriedly. Just some matters about the secret realm and the rewards afterward. What about Shushengguang and the others? Wang Luyang said, they've all gone back to rest. After we came out we all got checked. Staying in that divine secret realm for so long, fortunately aside from Wang Ci, who was severely injured, the others were in surprisingly good health. Chen Mo, do you want to get checked too? Tang Xuanyu asked with a worried expression. Chen Mo waved his hand, no need, I'm fine. After breaking through to the 7th order ability user, his life level had been greatly elevated and the viruses in the secret realm could no longer affect him. Wang Luyang nodded. Although Chen Mo wore the Calamity Necklace to block the perception of ability users, his current appearance didn't suggest any major issues. Yawning drowsily, he looked at the crude bed boards inside the tent and said. Ah, sleeping here again today. I suddenly missed the soft villa bed and shower in Qiongqi. The matter's settled, when do we leave? Chen Mo grinned and teased, there's a celebration banquet tomorrow, well leave after that. I recall you were desperately trying to leave Qiongqi before, weren't you? Why the sudden urge to leave now? Wang Liyang's face flushed as he retorted. Times have changed. I've come to realize that compared to the dangers outside with divine zombies, I prefer directing ability users within the safe zone. Enough of that, where are those divine crystals? Show them to me. He had never seen the crystals of apocalypse gods before and was curious about how they differed from ordinary ones. Chen Mo nodded and using his spatial ring produced all 4 7th-order divine crystals. Even in front of regional leaders and the head of the Third War Zone he hadn't revealed so many crystals. Hiss, upon seeing the 4 dazzling crystals on the table their eyes widened. Wang Luyang gasped. Didn't you say Ehuang came to help you? He didn't take a single crystal. Chen Mo replied, Is there really such a selfless good person? Wang Luyang frowned, finding it hard to believe. He adjusted his glasses and stared intently at the 4 divine crystals on the table. The crystals varied in color and shape but all brimmed with immense energy. The divine sensibility activated. After observing for a while, Wang Luyang's admiration grew and he couldn't help but exclaim. Tisk tisk, apocalypse divine crystals are indeed vastly different from ordinary ones, even bearing elemental attributes. The quality of the divine crystals was exceptionally high, far surpassing crystals of the same stage. Whether used for ability user absorption or forging, they held immense value. Such crystals were perfect for forging special weapons. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Luyang analyzed seriously. After all, they are divine crystals. With sufficient life level, using them all might directly break through your dominance ability to the 8th order. But your second ability requires vast energy and is still at the 6th order. Obtaining more evolution stones might be difficult for now. I think you should consider upgrading that other ability first. Or it wouldn't be a bad choice to have them forged. The limit for humans purified by evolution dust was the 6th order ability user. Only by using evolution stones or elevating their life level could they break the shackles and advance to 7th order ability users. Yet even now Zhou Shenggang and Fu Shuangyu as members of the Central 12 were only 6th order. Let alone advancing to 8th order. Breaking through to 7th order was already as difficult as reaching the heavens. Chen Mo spoke, there's no rush for the other ability. I've already discussed it with Zhou Shengguang and the others, he'll give one of them to them. Later, when the central government develops a device to produce evolution stones, we'll receive the first batch of artificial ones. The value of a single evolution stone far surpassed these divine crystals. Although collectors capable of condensing evolution dust would appear in the future, reducing the scarcity of evolution stones, their price would still be an astronomical sum beyond ordinary people's reach. After all, these items could potentially enhance ability strength. Trading a single 7th order divine crystal for the central government's goodwill and future artificial evolution stones was an extremely advantageous deal. Human power has its limits, and becoming a national hero is far better than being an enemy. Unless one reaches the height of an apocalypse sovereign, even the strongest ability user cannot act recklessly before the national behemoth. After all, the ultimate annihilation weapon could severely wound 9th order gods. Of course, 9th order gods would have many countermeasures and wouldn't stand idly by. As for the remaining 3 crystals, Chen Mo planned to give them to the Evening Beast Shoshi God and Death's Scythe to enhance their strength. Artificial. Wang Luyang's eyes lit up as he murmured. Zhou Shengguang and the others are from the Central Authority and they contributed significantly this time. I didn't expect you'd be willing to part with a 7th tier divine crystal. But artificial evolution stones. That's rather novel. Can you be sure? Chen Mo affirmed. It's inevitable, but even if mass production is possible, the quantity will be limited and hard to circulate. As for the remaining 4 Calamity Gods' corpses, I traded them to the merchant and brought something for you as well. Oh. Wang Luyang's interest peaked at this. Items from the mysterious merchant must be treasures, right? Chen Mo smiled faintly, carefully putting away the 4 divine crystals. With a casual wave, a flash of pure white light burst forth. Clatter. On the table, crystals of various colors fell like dumplings into a pot. There were over 100 5th-tier crystals and even dozens of ordinary 6th-tier ones. Wang Luyang felt his eyes overwhelmed by the dazzling radiance. He grabbed a handful of the cool crystals and exclaimed in awe. Good heavens, so many high-quality crystals. Did you get all these from the 4 Calamity Gods' corpses? How much are they worth? Roughly estimated, this batch of crystals was worth several million crystal coins now, and at least over 10 million half a year ago. Suddenly, amid the glittering pile on the table, Wang Luyang noticed something and asked puzzledly, what are these 2 items? He spotted a sapphire bracelet and a withered branch among the crystals. Curiously he picked up the bracelet and probed it with his divine insight ability. Chen Mo glanced at him and said calmly, "That's for Xuanyu. It's forged from reflective pattern stone and a 6th-tier tiger flood dragon crystal, enhancing a water element ability user's power by 2.5 times. It can also store energy to summon a tiger flood dragon shadow for combat." The Calamity Surge was ultimately an A-grade ability, but with this bracelet its power could at least be elevated to S-rank or even higher. It was a tangible boost to personal strength. Wang Liyang's eyes widened in realization, knowing well the value of such items. Gazing at the exquisite jade-like bracelet in his hand, he said incredulously, "A 2.5x boost. Are you serious?" Chen Mo nodded. A 2.5x amplification was unparalleled in this era where the maximum was only 1.5x. Moreover, its ability to store energy and release a tiger flood dragon shadow made it a special equipment rivaling artifacts crafted only by the divine merchant. Its value went without saying. The bracelet alone was worth a calamity god's corpse without its crystal. Chen Mo took the tiger flood dragon bracelet and handed it to Tang Xuanyu with a smile. "With this your abilities will rival even S-rank users. Let me put it on for you." Without waiting for her consent, Chen Mo grasped her arm, and as Tang Xuanyu blushed deeply with emotion, slowly slid it onto her wrist. He couldn't help but admire. "Not bad, it looks quite nice." Tang Xuanyu didn't resist much, her cheeks were flushed a rosy red, delicate and alluring. She lowered her head, gazing at the bracelet on her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. She whispered, "Thank you." "No need for thanks between us," Chen Mo replied with a smile. Tang Xuanyu lifted her head, her bright crystalline eyes shimmering with a moving light. She stared at Chen Mo's face for a while, bit her red lips gently, and finally, as if resolved, stepped forward. Chen Mo was slightly taken aback. She tiptoed slightly and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. Embarrassed by her boldness, Tang Xuanya's snow-white ears turned crimson. Given her shy nature, such an initiative required immense determination. Before Chen Mo could react, Tang Xuanyu, her face flushed to the roots, withdrew timidly and glanced at him with a mix of shyness. Then she turned and fled. She dashed to the bed, pulled the covers over herself and said sweetly, "I'm going to sleep. Good night." Holy crap. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Liyang's eyes nearly popped out. He stood frozen as if struck by lightning, staring at the intimate scene. Even Chen Mo was stunned for a while. He touched his cheek in disbelief, his heartbeat quickening. Wang Liyang looked from the cocooned Tang Xuanyu to the bewildered Chen Mo. He adjusted his glasses, slowly gazed at the ceiling and said wistfully, "Ah, to be young. I remember those days too. Chen Mo, maybe I should sleep outside tonight." He felt he was intruding. Chen Mo chuckled, "What are you saying? Here, I brought something for you too." He pushed the withered branch forward. "Just this branch?" Wang Liyang asked skeptically. He picked up the branch, shook it and began probing it with his divine insight. After a moment he frowned. "There's a faint life force. This seems to be a branch from some plant, right?" Chen Mo nodded and explained. "It's a branch from the morning tree. Your ability isn't suited for combat. This came from a 7th-tier mutated plant. It can sense danger in advance and provide you with some protection. Ordinary ability users shouldn't be able to harm you." Wang Liyang's divine insight could even probe information about apocalyptic gods and accurately identify their weaknesses. Such ability users were extremely rare and precious, each one a hot commodity. The only pity was his lack of self-defense. In the secret realm battles, Wang Liyang could only ride on Qiongqi, observing from afar and daring not approach for fear of being killed by an unexpected AoE. The branch was incredibly tough, similar to exotic metals. Though not as offensively powerful, its defensive capabilities were outstanding. Earlier Chen Mo had considered equipping Wang Liyang with a powerful battle pet. But even pets raised from birth could rebel, and given his frail ability he might not control one. After much deliberation he chose this Morning King tree branch. Word had it that this branch was voluntarily traded to the mysterious merchant by the 7th-tier Morning Tree itself. For self-preservation. Wang Liyang's face lit up with delight, clearly extremely interested in this branch. "At least you have some conscience." He cheerfully picked up the withered branch and asked, "How do I use it?" Chen Mo grinned and said, "It's simple, insert the trunk into the blood vessel of your wrist, it needs to be nourished by blood." "What?" Wang Liyang's face changed drastically upon hearing this, hesitating as he looked at the branch in his hand. How sinister was this? The branch looked quite blunt, inserting it into his wrist would surely be excruciatingly painful. Forget it, I don't want it. You should give it to someone else. Wang Luyang hastily threw the branch onto the table as if avoiding a plague. Chen Mo remarked calmly. You're at least a 6th rank superpower with physical capabilities far beyond ordinary people. Even if you make a hole in your wrist, what's there to fear? He recalled how every time he used the power of Taya sword he had to have his palm pierced through. Wang Luyang cast a resentful glance at Chen Mo and said gloomily. It's not your wrist being pierced, so of course you don't care. Tisk. Chen Mo snatched the withered branch directly. He grabbed Wang Luyang's hand without hesitation, aimed the branch and made as if to stab it in. What the hell? Wang Luyang's eyelids twitched violently, his face turning deathly pale. He screamed in terror, trying to pull his arm free. But Chen Mo's hand clamped down like a vice, gripping his wrist so tightly that no amount of effort could break loose. What are you doing? I'm helping you, Chen Mo said with a grin. Tang Xuanyu, hiding under the blanket nearby, heard the commotion and curiously pulled the blanket aside to peek. Don't. Wang Luyang's pupils dilated, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his fear intensifying. But Chen Mo gave him no chance to resist. He thrust the branch downward with a sudden forceful motion. Thud. A half-meter-long branch was firmly embedded in his wrist, standing upright. The middle-aged man squeezed his eyes shut, drenched in sweat from the pain, letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. For Wang Luyang, who had rarely suffered any injury, this was unbearably agonizing. Chen Mo sighed and said, "All right, stop yelling. You're just scaring yourself. Open your eyes and see." Feeling the sharp pain dissipate in an instant, replaced by a warm current spreading from his wrist, a soothing warmth, Wang Luyang slowly opened his eyes. A miraculous scene unfolded. The branch standing straight in his wrist began to tremble slightly as if it were sucking. Wang Luyang's scalp tingled as he sensed the thing drawing his blood. Nourished by his blood, the withered bark of the branch began to peel off. From within emerged fresh emerald green sprouts, crystal clear, with even a trace of a bloodline visible inside. It grew at a visible rate, continuously sprouting new branches from that main stem. Chen Mo patted his shoulder, reading his concerns, and said, "Don't worry, I've already asked. Once the morning tree branch is planted, it coexists with you, it won't drain you dry. Besides, this amount of blood is negligible to you." Wang Luyang nodded, his face pale, staring intently at the emerald branch growing in his hand. After a while longer, until the ground was almost covered by the proliferating green branches, Wang Luyang looked to Chen Mo for help and whispered. "Not done yet. Should be soon," Chen Mo said, stroking his chin. He too found this scene novel. After all, it was truly remarkable for a plant to reach the 7th rank in this apocalypse. The branch's growth suddenly halted, paused briefly, then retracted abruptly. Rustle. The several meter-long branches on the ground all withdrew back into the main trunk. The trunk then shrank, finally transforming into a small green sprout on Wang Luyang's wrist. Around the insertion point, bloodline patterns like a spiderweb appeared. That's it. Wang Luyang's fear subsided a bit as he looked at the tiny sprout on his wrist. He felt no pain at all, instead a continuous warmth emanated from his wrist, coursing through his body. He tried to poke the sprout with his other hand. The sprout suddenly extended and grew larger, a soft emerald branch gently swaying on his wrist. Chen Mo nodded and said, "Looks like it's done. With this morning tree branch you now have some means of self-defense, you won't be easily killed. For a rare insight-type superpower like Wang Luyang, a sudden death would be a great loss." Afterward, Wang Luyang no longer felt the initial fear, instead curiosity sparked and he began experimenting with the branch's capabilities. The two studied it for a while and concluded that it could fully withstand attacks from superpowers below the 4th rank and could even block a few strikes from 5th or 6th rank superpowers. Overall, Wang Luyang was quite satisfied with this result. At least with this life-saving tool he no longer had to worry about being instantly killed by stray area effect attacks. Late at night. In a desolate abandoned city 100 kilometers from the 11th war zone. A blood-red light bloomed from above. The entire city seemed enveloped by a circular 5-point blood-red grand array. Under this crimson moon, a group of heretics in strange cloaks and ferocious ghost masks knelt devoutly. Densely packed, there were over 1,000 in number. Beneath their masks, their faces were excited eyes fervent, gazing with reverence at the young man in the center of the ritual altar. "Lord!" they shouted in unison, their voices shattering the night. The young man above raised his hand and the crowd fell silent. He had a delicate face with a crescent moon tattoo connecting to his eyes. Draped in a black cloak, his eyes calm and indifferent as he gazed at these followers. If Linan and Fusheng were here, they would be horrified to recognize him as the leader of the Pure World sect, Feng Qiongqi. Since the apocalypse began in just a year and a half, Feng Qiongqi had gathered numerous followers, completed blood sacrifices and awakened the deity sealed within his mind. He wore long hair, and under the night sky the array patterns inscribed here reflected in his deep pupils. Not far from the altar in front of him knelt a group of disheveled ordinary people. There were about 10 of them, each gaunt and uneasy. They were new followers from the 11th war zone awaiting divine blessing. Feng Qiongqi smiled gently, showing a kind expression, and said, "Don't worry. Since you've chosen to join our Pure World sect, I will grant you a new life. All of you can obtain powerful abilities from me just like them." Feng Qiongqi's voice brimmed with an alluring temptation. Supernatural abilities. Upon hearing this, the dozens of newly arrived ordinary people were stirred with excitement, their expressions growing even more devout and fanatical. For they knew that every individual who chose to join the Purifying World sect could obtain the formidable supernatural abilities bestowed by the deity from the sect leader before them. All members of the Purifying World sect were emissaries of the divine. Each one possessed immense supernatural powers. The convergence of this force here was so overwhelming that even Feng Qiongqi himself felt a hint of dread, marveling at the heavenly matriarch's methods and capabilities. Even now he remained unaware of the true identity of the heavenly matriarch, uncertain which deity she represented. Yet ever since the blood sacrifice had revived and awakened her, restoring much of her power. His own faith-based abilities had also transformed, growing stronger. Divine blessing. Built upon the unconditional brainwashing of the faith ability, it simultaneously granted the recipient a special power. It allowed people in this apocalyptic world to obtain extraordinary strength without paying any price. A middle-aged man with a haggard expression stepped forward from the crowd. The man approached with utmost respect, kneeling and pressing his forehead to the ground, speaking humbly and reverently. "I beseech the sect leader to bestow upon us abilities, and we shall swear to serve the Purifying World sect unto death." Those behind him were momentarily stunned, then scrambled to echo his words. "I too swear to serve the Purifying World sect unto death." "And me?" Seeing the man's understanding, a deeper smile gleamed in Feng Qiongqi's eyes. He nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "Well spoken. In that case, let us begin with you." He raised his head to scan the submissive newcomers from the 11th war zone. Under the adoring and expectant gazes of countless followers, he gently placed his left hand atop the middle-aged man's head and said, "Do not resist. This is the power granted to you by the deity." Below the altar, over 1,000 devout sect disciples watched the scene intently. Feng Qiongqi was about to bestow the ability and welcome the new follower. Suddenly a displeased voice echoed in his mind. "Feng Qiongqi, the 4 calamities are dead. The heavenly matriarch." Hearing this voice, Feng Qiongqi paused, his smile fading as he frowned. "Heavenly matriarch, you sensed it? Was it Qiongqi or something else?" "All of them." "What?" Feng Qiongqi was stunned for a long moment, his face shifting through shades of uncertainty. "Impossible. I know the central authority dispatched Shuangguang and Fu Shuangyu. Though they are powerful within the 4 calamities secret realm, there are ultimately 4 apocalyptic deities. They could never be a match for the 4 calamities. Unless the first few of the 12 sons act, who else could slay them now? Could it be that the power of the rules had been triggered?" Feng Qiongqi furrowed his brow, pondering silently. The heavenly matriarch's response was tinged with irritation. "I'm not sure. But with the 4 calamities dead, no deity in this land will dare to defy the rules for a while. This means our plan must be moved forward." Feng Qiongqi's mood grew equally vexed, and his left hand, still pressing on the man's head, unconsciously began to exert more force. Though it caused some pain, the middle-aged man dared not move an inch, still respectfully lowering his head without daring to meet his gaze, silently convincing himself that this too was part of the divine gift. After an indeterminate time, Feng Qiongqi finally nodded expressionlessly. "Heavenly matriarch, I understand your meaning. Since the rules cannot be broken for now, we shall proceed with the second plan. We have nurtured these followers for so long, it is time for them to fulfill their purpose." With these words, Feng Qiongqi gazed coldly at the kneeling man before him, a mad, piercing light blazing in his eyes. "This world has been dormant for far too long. It is time for it to descend into madness. Come, my devout follower, let me see what power you can draw from me." As his words fell, an eerie, dazzling light burst forth from his palm. Under the night sky, the blood-red grand formation across the entire city flickered with a ghostly glow. Countless followers, sensing this familiar fluctuation, were stirred to excitement and raised their heads. Their eyes burned with fervor as they watched the scene of blessing at the altar, chanting in unison, "Long live the Purifying World sect! Long live the Purifying World sect!" Their voices were thunderous, sweeping like a tidal wave. On the altar, those who had not yet received the divine gift turned back in fear. It resembled some sinister ritual plunging the entire scene into frenzy. Feng Qiongqi reveled in the worship of countless followers while the recipient beneath him trembled violently. He struggled in agony only to realize he could not escape. No. No more, I don't. The middle-aged man panicked, his gaze growing increasingly dim as if losing his sanity. After another moment the man seemed to have lost his soul, his head drooping lifelessly. Feng Qiongqi withdrew his hand and said flatly, "It is done." The man's body remained still for a while before stirring. He slowly raised his head, the fear in his eyes vanished, replaced by an adoration and fanatical gleam identical to that of the other devotees. Feng Qiongqi slowly pulled his hand away, turning with a smile to look at the dozens of ordinary people now shrinking back in fear. He said, "Do not be afraid. This is an essential step in joining our purifying world sect." "Who is next?" His delicate features appeared eerily sinister under the moonlight, amplified by the overwhelming cries from behind. The ordinary people across from him grew more terrified, some even rising to flee. "No. No. I don't want to join anymore." As if long accustomed to such reactions, Feng Qiongqi smirked without warmth. "Once you come to our purifying world sect you cannot leave without undergoing the baptism." The moment his words ended, the middle-aged man who had received the divine gift rose stiffly. A bizarre, unsettling grin spread across his face. A wisp of black mist swirled in his hand, and from his left palm materialized a long black Taotie. He raised the blade and hurled it. In an instant the Taotie pierced the back of a fleeing man, pinning him to the ground. Then it dissolved into a wisp of black smoke. Seeing their companion dead, the fleeing individuals were all struck with terror, a chill running down their spines. They stared in shock at the middle-aged man. "You..." The heavenly matriarch's voice sounded again, murmuring with some surprise. "The quality of this batch of followers is indeed much higher than the last. Not like those insignificant ones, if this one has obtained the power of a great deity." Feng Qiongqi's eyes brightened at the sight, but upon hearing the words great deity his brow furrowed as he whispered, "Heavenly matriarch, does this power not belong to you?" The heavenly matriarch's teasing voice rang out, cackling softly. "I have no such ability. But this fellow is impressive, I believe he will be of great help to you." Feng Qiongqi frowned, a strange unease stirring in his heart. For some reason he felt that the heavenly matriarch was hiding something from him. In the trenches of the third war zone, after bestowing items upon Wang Luyang and Tang Xuanyu, Chen Mo took out the final and most crucial artifact, the Seven Deadly Sins divine artifact. The crimson eyeball in his hand lay motionless as if deflated, not uttering a single word. Wang Luyang, who was toying with the newly acquired branch of the morning tree, noticed the scarlet eyeball in Chen Mo's hand. Squinting his eyes he spoke. "A divine artifact, yet so sinister in power. This thing seems to have belonged to Xiong Yuran from the 9th war zone, right?" Chen Mo nodded, then turned to look at the 3 corpses lying on the ground nearby, calling out to it. "3 corpses, come here." Upon hearing its master's command, the 3 corpses slowly rose, casting a reluctant glance at the eyeball on the ground. Chen Mo handed the 7 Deadly Sins divine artifact over, smiling lightly. "This is for you." Wang Luyang clicked his tongue in surprise. "This is a divine artifact? And you're giving it to a zombie? That's a sheer waste of a treasure. Why not keep it for yourself?" The 7 Deadly Sins divine artifact naturally heard this. Its pupil bulged with fury and it roared. "Bastard! I am a divine artifact. You would give me to a disgusting zombie? I refuse." "Humph, you have no choice." Chen Mo snorted coldly. Seeing it acting up again, he gripped it tightly and crushed it in his hand. The eyeball was incredibly bouncy, even when flattened it slowly recovered like a sponge. The 3 corpses looked at Chen Mo's palm with confusion. When it saw the round crimson eye, Chen Mo could see a glimmer of eager excitement in the zombie's gaze. The consciousness of the 3 corpses continuously transmitted signals of craving. "I want it." Its eyes were locked onto the 7 Deadly Sins divine artifact, unmoving. Its pale little hand also reached out, trying to seize the artifact. "I want. Afraid that its master wouldn't understand, the 3 corpses opened its mouth, letting out a hoarse, stuttering voice. Wang Luyang's eyes widened, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost as he stared at the 3 corpses. He raised a trembling hand. "Wait. Did it? Just speak." Chen Mo also found it somewhat amusing and nodded slightly. "Look, the urgency has even made it talk." Seeing the 3 corpses' intense desire, Chen Mo didn't hold back. He actively handed the 7 Deadly Sins divine artifact to it, then patted its head and said, "If you want it, it's yours. Here." The three corpses' eyes sparkled. Lowering its head to look at the artifact in its hand, it smacked its lips and was about to shove it into its mouth for safekeeping in its stomach. Chen Mo's face darkened at the sight and he quickly stopped it. Three corpses. This is a very powerful weapon that can be used by its host, do you understand? Regardless of whether the three corpses understood, he had to make it clear that this was no ordinary eyeball but an extremely formidable weapon. The three corpses tilted its head, clearly perplexed. Only after Chen Mo's lengthy explanations did it grasp the general idea. The three corpses directly raised its little hand and shoved it into its own right eye socket. Plop. Its hand sank into the eye, pulling out bloody threads as it forcibly tore its own right eyeball out. The right socket was now a hollow void with something like white maggots wriggling inside, a sight both horrifying and spine-chilling. The three corpses opened its mouth and swallowed the removed eyeball. Then, amidst the 7 deadly sins' divine artifact's vehement screams of resistance, it brutally jammed it into its own right eye socket. No. The artifact wailed in agony. After the slightly oversized eyeball was forced in, the surrounding flesh immediately clung tightly to it within the socket. The three corpses' 2 eyes rolled unnaturally. After a moment of adjustment, the right eye's 7 sins suddenly burst forth. The 7 deadly sins' divine artifact could transform into the most suitable weapon based on the host's needs. Perhaps because the three corpses had been repeatedly subdued with a machete by men in the Fuyang orphanage, the artifact now manifested as a similar machete formed from flesh and blood. A long bloody thread connected the machete's handle to the right eyeball. The three corpses grasped the machete, its entire body radiating an extremely terrifying and evil aura. The three corpses looked at the machete with curiosity. The blade forged from flesh writhed and retracted back into the right eye. Seeing that the three corpses had finally mastered the 7 sins' power, Chen Mo smiled and patted its head. Not bad, you finally understand. According to the mysterious merchant, the 7 deadly sins' divine artifact would continuously erode the hosts, will ultimately turning the host into a vessel for the god's resurrection. Chen Mo and the three corpses were linked through the celestial authority ability, allowing him to constantly sense the master-servant bond. If any anomaly occurred in this established connection, he could immediately strip away the artifact. With everything settled, they could finally rest for the night. Chen Mo looked at Wang Luyang and said, "Get some rest. There's a celebration banquet tomorrow." The next morning, outside the trenches, Zhuo Shengguang and Fu Shuangyu were waiting early. Fu Shuangyu yawned, still drowsy, and said, "Are they here?" Zhuo Shengguang nodded, gazing into the distance at the defense line, saying nothing. Fu Shuangyu stretched lazily, her figure striking. Twirling her long hair, she said with some resignation, "It must be because you used the sacrificial rite in the secret realm. Higher-ups probably sensed the anomaly in the divine pillar and sent others over. After they returned last night, they received news that due to Zhuo Shengguang's unauthorized use of the ritual, there were concerns about danger in the third war zone. The Central Command dispatched 2 members of the 12 Sons overnight. Everyone arrived in less than a day, remarkable speed." Fu Shuangji's beautiful eyes flickered and she sighed. "I don't really like that Jiang Luo guy, but I haven't seen little Ziyu in a while." The 2 12 Sons members sent this time were like her, possessors of double S-rank abilities. As they chatted, a gray bird appeared among the distant clouds in the sky, letting out a long cry. Zhuo Shengguang looked up. "They're here." The gray bird flapped its wings and descended slowly. A young voice came from above. "Brother Sheng, sister Shuangyu." A boy with shoulder-length hair and delicate features jumped down from the gray bird. The boy was about 15 with strikingly beautiful eyes, clear and pure, giving off an overall refreshing vibe. Upon seeing the young man, Fu Shuangyu approached with a smile, reaching out to pinch his tender cheeks. With one hand she pinched his cheek firmly while the other tousled his hair, roughly messing it up completely. Fu Shuangyu chuckled playfully. "Little brother, haven't you been eating well? You're still so short." Fang Ziyu stepped back, timidly rubbing his cheek as he spoke. "No way, I measured myself before, I grew 2 centimeters, now I'm 165. "Only 165? Fu Shuangyu found it amusing and said, "I'm 174, you little rascal. You're 16 now, if you don't eat more you'll never grow taller." "Nonsense. The professor told me boys can keep developing until 20. Fang Ziyu's eyes widened, glaring at Fu Shuangyu with annoyance. Fu Shuangyu giggled beside him. As fellow resonators of the 10th pillar, and since Fang Ziyu was the youngest among the 12 prodigies, they shared a close bond, always addressing each other as siblings. Fang Ziyu broke free from Fu Shuangji's teasing, tousled his messy hair and turned to look at Zhuo Shengguang, his eyes filled with surprise. "Brother Sheng, didn't you use the rite? How did it go?" Zhuo Shengguang replied calmly, "The rite was interrupted. Thankfully no price was paid. Interrupted. Fang Ziyu's eyes flickered with confusion. Just then a cold voice rang out from atop the grey giant bird. Zhuoshengguang surviving the rite is sheer luck on your part. Anyone else would have died 1,000 times over. Fang Ziyu turned around somewhat dissatisfied. Brother Luo, why say that? Brother Sheng and the others must have faced danger to resort to the rite. On the grey giant bird a tall imposing young man coldly observed them. Jiang Luo Resonator of the fourth pillar. SS ability Annihilating Black Sun. Jiang Luo leaped down from the grey giant bird. Fang Ziyu stepped forward and gently patted the bird's body, speaking softly. Xiao Hui return. The grey giant bird nodded, humanely dissolving into starlight and vanishing. SS ability Summoner capable of instantly summoning tamed alien beasts. Jiang Luo approached Zhuoshengguang, scrutinizing him with a dismissive gaze. So you're really fine. Lucky bastard. If you lack the ability, don't show off with the rite and cause others worry. If not for the pillar's agitation due to Zhuoshengguang's use of the rite, he wouldn't have rushed all night from the war zone where he was enjoying himself. Jiang Luo held Zhuoshengguang, the one with the lowest resonance, in utter contempt. Zhuoshengguang remained composed, but Fu Shuangyu frowned in displeasure. Jiang Luo, what do you mean? You weren't in the Four Calamities secret realm. You just talk big. Why didn't you come before? If you'd gone in, could you have done better than Zhuoshengguang? Zhuoshengguang glanced at her in surprise, as if not expecting the one who always bickered with him to defend him. Jiang Luo sneered, waving his hand. Some people need to recognize their own limits. Stop flaunting your mediocre abilities and tarnishing the 12 prodigies' reputation. Which of the 12 parades around like you do, making a spectacle of themselves? His words were unambiguously aimed at Zhuoshengguang. Fang Ziyu's expression shifted and he tugged at Jiang Luo's hand. All right, Brother Luo, say no more. Our superiors sent us to assess the situation. The best thing is that Brother Sheng is unharmed. Fu Shuangyu mocked. Jiang Luo, you're older yet less sensible than Xiaoyu. As a fellow dual SS ability user, she wasn't afraid of him. Jiang Luo frowned and raised his hand, releasing an annihilating black will toward Fu Shuangyu. She sneered, I'm not afraid of your pathetic ability. They had sparred before. The annihilating black sun could disintegrate all abilities and possessed immense destructive power. But her king flame wasn't so easily dissolved. In most cases her flames could even burn the black will entirely. A cluster of flames materialized before her, hurtling toward the black wheel. The moment the flames touched it, the wheel spun rapidly, devouring them instantly. Fu Shuangji's expression hardened in disbelief. How is this possible? As the black will approached, Zhuoshengguang beside her unleashed the dark realm to engulf it, but a sharp crack followed, the realm shattered into nothingness. No, that's not right. As a thought struck her, Fu Shuangji's eyes widened with astonishment, staring at Jiang Luo, whose lips curled in a mocking smile. You've reached the 7th stage. Jiang Luo said, while you were fooling around I conquered 2 divine secret realms alone and obtained an evolution stone. Breaking through to the 7th stage is only natural, isn't it? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're at the 7th stage. Fu Shuangyu fumed, conjuring a flame bow and arrow to shoot at Jiang Luo. Fang Ziyu's eyelids twitched and he quickly wedged himself between them. Enough. Brother Luo. We haven't even done the real job our superiors assigned yet. Let's handle the important matters first. Humph. Fortunately Fang Ziyu was the youngest among the 12, like a little brother. Jiang Luo turned away, folding his arms, giving him face. Fang Ziyu quickly signaled Fu Shuangyu with urgent glances and she relented with a cold snort. With the tension eased, Fang Ziyu began inquiring about what had happened in the secret realm. Jiang Luo listened as well. When he heard that an unknown ability user had slain the other 3 calamity gods, both were visibly surprised. Fang Ziyu even suspected Sister Shuangyu was joking, eyeing her skeptically. A dual ability user. Chen Mo. Sis, you're not messing with me, are you? Fu Shuangyu gave him a playful knock on the head and pinched his cheek. Why would I lie to a little brat like you? Jiang Luo lowered his eyes, finding the name Chen Mo familiar, and squinted. Is that the Chen Mo who killed old Lin's grandson? Him. Fang Ziyu was startled, quite taken aback. Wasn't he from the 6th war zone? How did he end up here? And a dual ability user. That's not what the records say. Fu Shuangyu didn't answer but eyed Jiang Luo warily. What are you planning? That incident might have been an accident. Now Chen Mo is a hero who saved the entire 3rd war zone. Jiang Luo sneered, her reaction confirming his suspicion. So it really is him. Old Lin has been searching for this fellow, wanting to ask him what grudge he holds against Lin Shu that he would resort to such ruthless methods. Unexpectedly he is right here now, saving us the trouble of seeking him out. Jiang Luo gave a faint smile. Fu Shuangyu gazed at his complacent expression as if struck by a thought, and she too broke into a smile. You mean to take Chen Mo back and claim credit? Jiang Luo was noncommittal, naturally. Good. I support you. Fu Shuangyu giggled, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder. Jiang Luo, the organization's mission is in your hands. You must bring Chen Mo back. Otherwise I'll think less of you. Though she couldn't defeat him now, having Chen Mo give this guy a good beating wouldn't be a bad idea. As one who had participated in the Four Calamities secret realm, she was well aware of Chen Mo's terrifying strength as a dual ability user. Although Jiang Luo was a 7th rank ability user, she didn't believe he could handle Chen Mo. Moreover, given the combat prowess Chen Mo displayed in the Four Calamities secret realm, even if he were taken back to Central, the other high-ranking officials would not stand idly by. Knowing Professor Fang as she did, she was certain he would plead with the higher-ups to spare Chen Mo for such an exceptional ability user. After all, a dead man is incomparable to one with boundless potential who might even awaken a third ability through the divine pillar. With this in mind, Fu Shuangyu eagerly hoped Jiang Luo would pick a fight with Chen Mo. Her stark shift in attitude made Jiang Luo frown, wondering what scheme this woman was hatching. He said flatly, "Where is he now?" Fu Shuangyu replied with a smile, "Who knows? He should be on his way to the celebration banquet by now." With the Four Calamities secret realm dealt with, the third war zone is bound to commend the heroes of this operation. By my reckoning, it's almost time for us to head over. Will you come? Jiang Luo, let's go take a look. The group made their way into the trench. Along the way, Fu Shuangyu looked at Fang Ziyu beside her with some curiosity. Xiao Yu, why did the higher-ups send this guy with you this time? Where are the others? From her understanding of Xiao Yu, he usually stayed cooped up indoors and rarely went on missions. Fang Ziyu paused, then turned to Fu Shuangyu. Sis, there's no one left in the base right now. Only me and brother Luo had the time. The others have all been dispatched to deal with apocalypse gods in various places. Oh, she drawled, asking casually, how's the base doing? Any big news lately? Big news? Fang Ziyu thought for a moment. Well, there is something. When we left, the higher-up sent brother Jinghuan and that new sister to the 11th war zone. Su Jinghuan. They sent him. Fu Shuangji's mouth fell open, her beautiful eyes showing surprise. Professor said there's an extremely strong anomalous fluctuation in the 11th war zone, possibly an 8th rank god about to awaken. Otherwise, why would they send brother Jinghuan? It's bound to be a troublesome affair. Fang Ziyu muttered. Watching the backs of Jiang Luo and Zhuo Shengguang ahead, Fu Shuangyu nodded thoughtfully. You have a point. Su Jinghuan, one of the top 3 among the 12 sons, was a dual ability user who joined the organization after the apocalypse and awakened through the divine pillar test with a resonance rate as high as 90. His strength was formidable and not to be underestimated. The two ahead of him were even more terrifying. One had survived 2 divine pillar rituals and was tasked with protecting the highest leader. The other was a monster who had experienced resonance before the apocalypse, achieving the highest resonance rate in history at 99, the foremost among the 12 sons. But both bore heavy responsibilities and were shrouded in mystery rarely seen even by her, another of the 12 sons. Most troublesome matters fell to Su Jinghuan. Now that he had been dispatched to inspect the 11th war zone, it meant the impending awakening of an 8th rank god there was almost certain. By the way, Sister Shuangyu, why did you suddenly come with Brother Sheng? Weren't you two always at odds? Fang Ziyu asked curiously. Fu Shuangyu shot him a glance and patted his head. Kid, stay out of grown-up affairs. When you meet the head of the 3rd war zone, behave yourself. He was once the highest-ranking commander of the Northern war zone, and though he stepped down, his old authority remains undiminished. Otherwise the higher-ups wouldn't have issued a death order for all neighboring zones to send reinforcements. Fang Ziyu, whether he was listening or not, pulled out a marble from his pocket and began to fiddle with it, offering a vague "oh." The celebration banquet was originally planned to be held within the safe zone, but with the danger of the 4 calamities eliminated, the damaged safe zone couldn't be repaired in time, so it had to be held in the trenches. At this moment, all soldiers from the 4 major trenches of the 3rd war zone had gathered, a surging sea of people. Led by a soldier, Chen Mo and the other ability users who had participated in the Secret Realm expedition made their way over. Ahead was a dense crowd. Chen Mo and the others waited behind, guided by a high-ranking official from the 3rd war zone. Tang Xuanyu, unaccustomed to such grand occasions, lowered her head and murmured, so many people. It seems the other 3 trenches have all come too. Wang Luyang nodded, glancing at Chen Mo beside him. Looks like they're about to award us. This morning I heard a commotion outside. The 6th war zone somehow got their hands on a batch of massive mutated beasts and started butchering them, and there were soldiers carrying goods covered in black cloth, all very hush-hush. The person in charge Peng Zhuo counted the attendees and noticed a few missing. He asked a soldier beside him puzzled, where are Qiongqi and the others? Why haven't they arrived yet? The soldier replied, they should be here soon. I've sent someone to notify them. I heard Central sent 2 more ability users, if they should be outside the trench now. Central sent more ability users. Peng Huai thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, let's wait for them here. After a short while Qiongqi and the others arrived. They're here. Everyone looked over, and upon seeing 2 unfamiliar faces they were somewhat puzzled. There are others. Wang Luyang instinctively activated his divine sensibility and sensed the powerful auras of Jiang Luo and Fang Ziyu. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Another 6th rank ability user. Summoner. What kind of ability is that? Strange, I can't see through the one besides Qiongqi. Summoner. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. That wasn't an S-rank ability. He studied the 2 but had no recollection of them. Could they be other members of the 12 Sons? From Jiang Luo, one of those 2 individuals, Chen Mo sensed a gaze of hostility. Noticing the other was staring at him, he furrowed his brow but said nothing. Jiang Luo narrowed his eyes, pondering silently. Is it you? Are we late? Fu Shuangyu glanced at the grand scene ahead and asked with a grin. Haha, not late at all. The heroes who resolved the 4 calamities secret realm are never late. Peng Zhuo, the person in charge, stepped forward and noticed the 2 unfamiliar faces, speaking with a smile. You've arrived just in time. The situation with Wang Ci of the 2nd war zone is dire. Their leader returned urgently last night, leaving only us. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Alright. Qiongqi nodded. With everyone assembled aware that the celebration ceremony was about to commence, Jiang Luo had no intention of causing trouble here. Instead he spoke coldly. Is that Chen Mo the one who defeated the 4 calamity gods? He doesn't seem particularly special. Fu Shuangyu, who was chatting with Peng Zhuo, turned back and said, I think you can't beat him. Jiang Luo said indifferently, well, only know after trying. Fu Shuangyu sneered inwardly but did not deny it. They entered the venue. Surrounded by soldiers with resolute faces standing at attention, the moment they saw Chen Mo and his group passing by, they voluntarily cleared a path. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. As a commander among the crowd shouted, everyone raised their hands in unison to salute. Salute. Shwa, the movements were perfectly synchronized, proclaiming the solemnity of the occasion. Holy crap. The arriving superhumans were startled by the sight. What the hell is going on? Peng Zhuo, who was leading the way, explained with a smile, the leader places great importance on today's celebration. Please don't feel out of place. This honor is well deserved. Such a solemn and majestic scene made the superhumans present perk up, feeling immensely proud. Even their strides became more upright. Chen Mo, however, remained remarkably calm as he walked through the crowd surrounding him. Wang Luyang dared not speak loudly beside him. Looking around, he saw at least 50 to 60,000 soldiers from the 3rd war zone just on the periphery. He leaned in and muttered softly. Wow, this leader sure knows how to put on a show for us. So many people. Keep your voice down. A nearby superhuman said seriously. Alright. Wang Luyang sighed helplessly. Led by Peng Zhuo, the group of superhumans entered the inner arena. Inside were superhumans who had come to assist from all directions and ordinary people from the safe zone. The crowd was even denser, but they spread to both sides, clearing a path. Their expressions were fervent, and upon seeing Chen Mo and the others, they erupted into enthusiastic cheers. They're here. The heroes who vanquished the 4 calamity gods. Who's Chen Mo? I heard he and another superhuman who came to help took down the other 3 calamity gods. The one in black. Damn, he's that young. The crowd buzzed with noise, all eyes fixed on Chen Mo. Countless stares bore into him. Sui Yu is there too. One of ours from the Ancient Martial Alliance. Members of the Ancient Martial Alliance who hadn't entered the secret realm watched Yang Suiyu among the superhumans with immense pride. Yuan Hui. One of ours from the 7th war zone. TCH, someone from our 11th war zone is here too. Zhou Maotai, along with the leaders from various regions and the high-ranking officials of the 3rd war zone, stood at the front smiling as they waited. The 1st and 9th war zones, ashamed due to the incident with Zhou Xiaoyang, were conspicuously absent. The second war zone had also left early due to the severe injuries of their participating superhuman Wang Ci. Zhou Maotai standing ahead watched the superhumans approaching directly and fixed his gaze on Chen Mo. Despite the grandeur of the occasion, Chen Mo remained unflustered, earning even more admiration in Zhou Maotai's eyes. They're here. Are the preparations ready? A high-ranking official from the third war zone bowed and said, everything is arranged. The higher-ups have also approved your proposal, stating that heroes who vanquish apocalyptic gods deserve due rewards. Zhou Maotai smiled faintly. Then let's begin. Have them prepare. Yes. The official hurried away. Under countless gazes of admiration, envy and jealousy, the group of superhumans calmly made their way to the center of the celebration ceremony. Zhou Maotai strode forward and addressed the proud superhumans with a smile. No need to be so formal. Today's celebration is all for you. Follow me. As the leader of a war zone holding a lofty position, he personally led the group to the center of the venue. Peng Zhuo approached Jiang Luo and Fang Ziyu smiling. Leader Zhou is about to personally award them. Please come this way. Jiang Luo frowned, but Fang Ziyu tugged his hand and said, come on Luo Gu. This ceremony is for Sister Shuangyu and the others. It has nothing to do with us. Under Peng Zhuo's arrangement, the two of them merged into the crowd. Zhou Maotai led everyone to the center. He first delivered an impassioned speech, then shifted the topic to express mourning for the superhumans and soldiers who had died fighting for the third war zone in the beast tides and secret realms. The entire venue fell silent. The countless soldiers behind fired their guns in a moment of silence. Bang bang bang, bullets shot into the sky and a somber atmosphere soon enveloped the entire trench. The moment of silence lasted a full 3 minutes. Afterward, Zhou Maotai lifted the spirits again and declared loudly. The departed have departed. I Zhou Maotai swear here and now that in this apocalypse the families and loved ones of the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the third war zone will receive permanent protection and compensation from us. As for those who came to our aid, the third war zone will also bestow the most generous rewards and respect. As the words fell, soldiers from the crowd stepped forward, each holding a square box covered with a festive red cloth. One by one they approached the 14 superhumans present. When the red cloth was slowly lifted and the contents of the boxes were revealed, many superhumans' pupils constricted sharply. Even Zhuo Shenguang and Fu Shuangyu were stunned for a long moment. This is... Inside the box lay a medal shaped like a snowflake adorned with 4 triangular rubies, radiant and sacred. A medal. Wang Liyang's face was filled with disbelief, his eyes burning with fervor. Tang Xuanyu also covered her mouth in astonishment. Within the venue, only Chen Mo was taken aback, staring at his empty box. What's going on? Zhou Maotai smiled faintly, satisfied with the superhumans' reactions, and said. This medal represents only the third war zone. It is a token of victory awarded to those who made great contributions in vanquishing the apocalyptic gods. Zhou Maotai said with a smile. These medals within our third war zone symbolize status and honor. All who participated in the battle for the third war zone shall receive a reward of 1 million crystal coins and enjoy privileges such as level 6 access. Compared to the million coins and exclusive equipment forging, most of the psychics present were immersed in the glory of these victory medals. Their intangible value was immeasurable. Even the level 6 access alone represented a high position within the war zone, offering great convenience in the future. These rewards were the result of Zhou Maotai's careful deliberation. Had a larger number of people returned from the expedition, the rewards would certainly not have been as generous. However, the team that set out to vanquish the 4 calamity gods consisted of over 90 members, yet only a dozen or so had returned. Thus he had to consider winning over these psychics whose vision and strength had been honed through the battle against the gods. Therefore Zhou Maotai was not stingy in the slightest, granting each person exceedingly rich rewards and promising to forge a unique special weapon for each of them afterward. Many psychics' eyes flickered as they contemplated whether to leave their original war zone factions and develop here in the third war zone. Under the envious gazes of countless onlookers, the warriors standing before them pinned medals onto them. When Zhou Maotai arrived before Chen Mo, looking at the empty box, he said with a smile. Surprised. As the greatest contributor this time, your reward is different from the others. He took out a unique medal, a diamond-shaped one that was brighter and more vivid than the rest. Unlike the others, Zhou Maotai personally pinned this medal onto Chen Mo, then looked up and said with a smile. This is the highest medal of merit for the subjugation of the 4 calamity gods. Of course, apart from its different appearance, it has no other special function. Zhou Maotai said half-jokingly. It's just that I personally put it on you. After saying this, Zhou Maotai patted Chen Mo's clothes meaningfully, his eyes filled with unreserved admiration. This scene was naturally witnessed by the tens of thousands present. Even the high-ranking officials of various factions were lost in thought, their gazes toward Chen Mo subtly changing. The chief Zhou personally pinned it on him. Many pondered whether this signified something. Even Jiang Luo below narrowed his eyes, his expression turning unfriendly. Fang Ziyu beside him whispered. Brother Luo, it seems he is someone valued by this man. It looks like it won't be easy for you to take him back. Although Zhou Maotai was no longer in the central command, his influence remained immense, and even that unyielding authority held him in great respect. And it was this powerful figure with such a formidable background who personally pinned a medal on Chen Mo alone. He couldn't believe there was no special favor. Thinking that Brother Luo might clash with Chen Mo, Fang Ziyu couldn't help but shrink his neck and said. Our mission is to vanquish the gods. We came here just to check on the situation in the third war zone. It's better not to meddle in the conflicts of those high-ups and cause unnecessary trouble. He knew that Jiang Luo was close to Elder Lin, but Zhou Maotai was no pushover either. If a fight broke out, it would be hard to please either side. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. Chief Zhou's move was indeed puzzling. Compared to others, he was more eager to climb higher through Elder Lin, not just limited to the ranks of the 12 sons. Even the 12 sons were ultimately controlled by the pillar. Only by squeezing into the upper echelons could one control their own destiny. Jiang Luo found this reasoning sound and thought it unwise to offend Zhou Maotai here. After pondering for a moment, he said calmly, I understand. That's good. On the stage, Chen Mo, basking in the admiration and praise of countless people, never imagined that it was Zhou Maotai personally pinning this medal on him that averted an unnecessary conflict. The celebration banquet lasted over 2 hours. After surviving the calamity of the 4 Calamity Secret Realm, everyone could finally rest and indulge themselves. Zhou Maotai also took Chen Mo to dine together, and the two talked for a long time before parting. All good things must come to an end. After lunch, most faction leaders took their psychics and left. A small number, tempted by the generous benefits of the third war zone, chose to stay and assist in its reconstruction. Outside the trenches, Qiongqi and his group were also preparing to leave. Seeing Jiang Luo standing behind with his arms crossed and an expressionless face, Fu Shuangyu wondered why he hadn't made a move. Hadn't he said before that he would take Chen Mo back? She was curious to see which of them was stronger. Qiongqi was speaking with Chen Mo up ahead. Are you sure you want come with us to the central command? Qiongqi asked. Zhao Wenji, with his arm around Chen Mo's neck, slightly flushed from drinking, said boisterously. Yeah, Brother Chen, the 6th war zone isn't as comfortable as the central command. Their earlier conflict had led to mutual respect. At the celebration, he came alone and apologized to Chen Mo again for their previous incident, easing their relationship. Chen Mo shook his head and said with a smile, I still have things to do. Maybe there will be a chance later. Zhao Wenji looked regretful while Qiongqi nodded and said. Alright, if there's an opportunity in the future we can all get together. We've been out for months, it's time for us to return. Fu Shuangyu said cheerfully to Tang Xuanyu beside Chen Mo. We're off. Xuanyu, if you have time, come find us to play. Yeah, and definitely bring this guy along. After bidding farewell, they turned and left. In the distance, Jiang Luo and Fang Ziyu had no interaction with Chen Mo from start to finish. After Qiongqi and his group left, Yang Suiyu and the ancient martial alliance members also emerged from the trenches. Noticing them, Chen Mo said, You're leaving too? Many in the ancient martial alliance were thoroughly drunk. Yang Suiyu, calm-faced, nodded slightly. It's time to go back. A corpse king has appeared on the ancient martial alliance's side. We need to return quickly to deal with it. Need any help? Chen Mo joked. Yang Suiyu glanced at him and said flatly, A 6th order corpse king, we can handle it. We're off. Without further words, Yang Suiyu led the ancient martial alliance members away decisively. However, many from the ancient martial alliance cheerfully invited Chen Mo to visit them. As the various factions gradually departed from the banquet, the atmosphere grew noticeably quieter. Wang Luyang remarked, We should be leaving too, Chen Mo. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he gazed at the group from the 11th war zone who remained standing in the distance, looking visibly uneasy. He spoke slowly. I need to go to the 11th war zone to handle some matters. What? Wang Luyang frowned. What for? The 11th war zone. Is it about those battle pets? Tang Xuanyu seemed to recall something and asked from the side. She had heard Chen Mo mention the sale of the spider eggs before and was somewhat familiar with the matter. Chen Mo nodded, squinting as he looked toward the people from the 11th war zone and murmured, They still owe me millions of crystal coins. That's no small sum. Those millions of crystal coins would be enough to elevate Shoshi to the 7th rank. "I'll go with you then," Tang Xuanyu said directly. Chen Mo smiled upon hearing this, stepped forward and gently pinched her fair cheeks. "It'll be quick. You two head back first. I'm just going to collect the remaining payment from the 11th war zone, it won't take long. There's still no news about the conflict between Qiongqi and Putai over the secret realm. If any trouble arises I might need you to step in." Saying this, Chen Mo glanced at Wang Luyang and said with a grin, "Besides, you never know what zombie mutants might be lurking on the way back. With your strength, Teacher Wang, you'd probably be left with nothing but bones without protection. Teacher Wang has that branch to protect himself, he'll be fine on his own." Tang Xuanyu immediately retorted. "Wang Luyang." He stared at the two of them blankly, watching Tang Xuanyu abandon him without a second thought, and felt like saying that even a monkey's life mattered. "No way." He admitted with self-awareness, "You're sending me back alone. If I run into some 5th or 6th rank entity, it's like throwing me to the wolves. Besides, Xuanyu, Chen Mo is just going to collect a payment, it won't take much time." "See, you heard him," Chen Mo said helplessly. Tang Xuanyu looked at Wang Liuyang, then at Chen Mo. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed and said, "All right then. After you're done with the 11th war zone, make sure to come back quickly." Chen Mo chuckled, "Got it, don't worry." "All right then. After you're done with the 11th war zone, make sure to come back quickly." Chen Mo chuckled, "Got it, don't worry." Having accompanied him all the way and experienced the battle against the 4 calamity gods, Xuanya's abilities had been greatly honed. With the amplification from the Tiger Python bracelet, Xuanya's strength likely rivaled any S-rank ability user. If she could obtain an evolution stone to elevate her life level and allow her abilities to break through their limits, she would become even more formidable. After bidding farewell to the two, Chen Mo turned and approached the group from the 11th war zone. His smile faded and his expression turned calm as he said flatly, "Let's go." Zhou Jia, the leader of the 11th war zone, seemed somewhat intimidated by Chen Mo. His expression shifted as he replied, "All right." Unfortunately, not a single ability user from their 11th war zone who had participated in the 4 calamity secret realm had returned alive. The other 6 people besides Zhou Jia were ability users who hadn't been selected to enter the secret realm, and they too were somewhat fearful of Chen Mo. After all, the man before them had slain an apocalyptic deity within the 4 calamity secret realm, and Zhou Maotai had personally pinned a medal on him. Following the group from the 11th war zone, they set out through the northern city trench toward the 11th war zone. The journey was roughly over 600 kilometers, and the road they took was a main thoroughfare, so it was relatively peaceful. From Zhou Jia's words, Chen Mo gained a clearer understanding of the current state of the 11th war zone. In the past year, many things had happened in the 11th war zone. Shortly after Chen Mo left, the promotion of battle pets had further boosted the already thriving war zone, generating substantial profits. But the good times didn't last. Not long after the battle pets were sold, a rumor began circulating within the safe zone: joining the purification sect would allow ordinary people to become ability users and gain divine power without any cost. At first it only spread among the ordinary people in the safe zone. Most remained rational and weren't swayed, with only a few jumping in while the majority watched cautiously. However, when those who voluntarily joined the purification sect returned, the abilities they had gained were undeniable. During that period, the number of ability users in the safe zone skyrocketed. Even the high-ranking officials of the war zone were surprised, but they didn't pay much attention, even considering it a good thing. The more ability users there were, the stronger the 11th war zone would become. Any ability user who chose to join the war zone would receive corresponding rewards. But the abnormal growth in ability users was far too extreme. It wasn't until the staggering expenses could no longer be hidden that an investigation revealed these people were originally ordinary residents of the war zone. Only then did the deceived high-ranking officials realize the truth. Jiang Shengming was furious. He personally intervened and rooted out 9 high-ranking officials who had been brainwashed by the purification sect and tried to cover up the facts. 3 of them were even high-ranking officials in charge of the war zone's ability users. Chen Mo listened quietly before speaking. The purification sect's infiltration is inherently silent. Unless they actively expose themselves, those brainwashed show no obvious signs. The purification sect's infiltration is inherently silent. Unless they actively expose themselves, those brainwashed show no obvious signs. Zhou Jia sighed heavily and said in a low voice, "Exactly. By the time we took it seriously, we were horrified to discover that the purification sect had infiltrated various management departments at high levels." Just as Chief Jiang was dealing with the internal troubles among the high-ranking officials, large-scale disturbances by purification sect followers erupted across the war zone at that very moment. Chief Jiang speculated that there were still many brainwashed officials within the ranks. The purification sect's riots were merely a ploy to distract him, preventing him from rooting out more key figures. During that period every matter in the war zone, big or small, had to be personally reviewed by the chief, which barely stabilized the chaotic situation. Until one day during a meeting a high-ranking official without any abilities suddenly attacked the chief using an ability. Although he was suppressed, Chief Qiong was severely injured and has remained unconscious ever since, cared for by his nephew Qiong Fan. Without the chief to make decisions, the high-ranking officials argue endlessly every day. No one knows how many of them are still purification sect followers. Zhou Jia let out a bitter laugh. He suspected there were quite a few. Successfully assassinating a war zone chief was nearly impossible unless the target willingly walked into a death trap. He refused to believe there was no inside help. No wonder Qiong Fan wasn't among those sent from the 11th war zone this time. Given his nature, he would never stand idly by in the face of a calamity like the Four Calamities secret realm. It seemed he suspected that there were members of the Purifying World cult within the high command, and he was worried about his uncle Jiang Xingming, so he chose to stay behind and protect him personally. Has the central government made any statement about such a major incident? Chen Mo inquired. Zhou Jia smiled bitterly. They've already sent people to investigate, but the cult has hidden itself well. Their headquarters remain undiscovered. Moreover, every time the central government dispatches investigators, the Purifying World cult gets wind of it immediately. They willingly sacrifice some strongholds and followers to give the investigators from the central government something to report back. Once the investigators leave, they resume their large-scale operations. The cult members were extremely vigilant and cautious, even willing to abandon some followers to satisfy the investigators, never daring to lay a hand on the central government's personnel. Even the attack on the leader of the 11th war zone was orchestrated by internal high-ranking members. If anything truly happened to the investigators, the consequences would be more than the Purifying World cult could bear. But the more cautious they were, the more troublesome it became to eradicate them. Zhou Jia added, "We still don't know what the higher-ups intend. I heard that a few more people were sent secretly to investigate some time ago. This time it doesn't seem like mere formality. Their identities are shrouded in mystery and no information has leaked. The High Command is still trying to figure out who they are." Chen Mo nodded slightly. In his past life, the Purifying World cult hadn't caused such a commotion. They were swiftly dealt with by the various war zones after the Nian Beast incident. Their leader Feng Chuancai was also captured and executed. What had gone wrong? Chen Mo pondered for a moment before deciding not to dwell on it further. After all, this was an internal affair of the war zones. As long as it didn't affect him, it was up to the higher-ups to resolve. Moreover, an attack on a war zone leader was no trivial matter. According to Zhou Jia, the fact that 3 waves of investigators had been sent within a month demonstrated the gravity with which the higher-ups viewed this. Now they had even dispatched secret agents. All Chen Mo needed to do was collect the remaining 10 million in payment. He waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, I've got the general picture. This is your 11th war zone's problem. Qiong Fan is my friend. If this payment goes smoothly, I might for his sake provide you with some intelligence about the Purifying World cult." "You know something?" Zhou Jia looked at Chen Mo in disbelief. Chen Mo replied calmly. "I have a general idea. Back in the early days of the apocalypse, members of the Purifying World cult appeared in the 6th war zone as well. I'm not sure how they ended up in the 11th. Zhou Jia's eyes flickered. If he could obtain actionable intelligence and locate the cult's mastermind or strongholds, the implications would be immense. But his rank was too low and he had no idea how many traitors had been brainwashed within the high command nor whom he could trust. He nodded earnestly. "I understand. I'll do my best to advocate for you once I return." Chen Mo said nothing. This was after all their obligation. They continued their journey in a heavy silence. The surrounding ability users dared not strike up a conversation with Chen Mo, each keeping to themselves. Around 7 in the evening the group arrived at the border defense post of the 3rd war zone. After a brief rest they boarded the 2 pickup trucks they had arrived in and set off along the county road toward the 11th war zone. A day later. Within the 9th war zone. Having traversed 2 war zones, they encountered numerous mutant zombies along the way, but all were dealt with by the 3 corpses. The journey was fraught with danger but ultimately safe. Knowing that the 3 corpses were zombies, the ability users preferred to cram into one car rather than share a ride with them. Zhou Jia was driving while Chen Mo sat in the passenger seat, taking a gleaming white beast fang from his spatial ring and twirling it in his fingers. He lowered his eyes, scrutinizing the fang carefully. The key to a secret realm. According to the mysterious merchant, it was the key to a divine secret realm of no small importance. Perhaps when Mia was still around he should have asked her where this divine secret realm was located. Feeling the tedium of the drive, Zhou Jie rolled down the window for some fresh air. After 2 days of continuous driving, he was fatigued and his vision was growing blurry. He turned his head and said, "We've got about 40 more kilometers before we enter the 11th war zone. Let's find a place to rest." "Alright, let's grab a bite before we move on," Chen Mo agreed. He put away the beast Fang and looked ahead at the dim road. The county road was narrow, flanked by dense woods on both sides. Zhou Jie leaned out the window to signal the ability users crammed in the front car to pull over. Just then the 3 corpses in the back seat seemed to sense something. They lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming eerily, and let out a raspy voice. "People. More zombies." Zhou Jie quickly pulled his head back and his brow furrowed. He had absolute faith in the 3 corpses' perception. Every time zombies or mutants appeared on the road, the 3 corpses always sensed them in advance, helping them avoid many dangers. As if to confirm the 3 corpses' premonition, the pickup truck ahead suddenly screeched to a halt. Because the vehicles were traveling close together, Zhou Jie's face paled as he slammed on the brakes. The pickup truck let out a harsh grating screech as it stopped abruptly, the occupants lurching forward uncontrollably. From ahead came a chorus of low growls and screams. "Help! Stay back!" The ability users from the front car scrambled out, waving frantically. Hearing the blood-curdling roars, Chen Mo said expressionlessly, "Get out!" Zhou Jie's heart leaped as he hurriedly unlocked the doors. They all moved forward together. A short distance ahead, over 30 zombies were encircling a group of people, tearing and biting as they closed in. "There's a small zombie horde ahead. And survivors," or one of the ability users reported grimly. Seeing help arrive, the terrified ordinary people clutching at straws cried out joyfully. "Save us! I'll go help them." "Me too." 2 ability users from the 11th war zone charged forward to deal with the zombie horde. Zhou Jie frowned, looking at the besieged ordinary people, and murmured in confusion, "How did ordinary people end up here?" By this stage, even a single zombie was incredibly powerful, far beyond the capacity of ordinary people to handle. Throughout their journey they had encountered zombie hordes and mutants, as well as ability users out on missions or hunting for cores. But they hadn't seen a single ordinary person daring to roam outside. Chen Mo also studied the survivors. There were about a dozen of them. Among them a woman with golden hair and blue eyes, tall and slender, her white uniform torn and bulging, revealing large patches of fair skin, stood out conspicuously. "Oh. Foreigners." The blonde woman was well protected by a group of men, yet she seemed to be in a state of shock, retreating step by step. Fortunately, the zombies were not particularly formidable, most being around the 3rd rank. Had they been any stronger, these people would likely have been slaughtered instantly. 2 6th-rank superhumans from the 11th war zone intervened swiftly, concluding the battle. Gazing at the corpses of zombies strewn around them, the survivors all breathed a collective sigh of relief, some speaking with lingering fear. "That was close. I almost thought I'd die here today. Why did so many zombies suddenly appear? That really scared me to death." Zhou Jie frowned and said, "Let's go see what happened." As they passed by the field of zombie corpses, Chen Mo noticed that these zombies appeared to be recently transformed humans, their clothes mostly intact. Zhou Jie approached with a furrowed brow, looking at the group of ordinary people before him and speaking with displeasure. "Where did you come from? How dare you roam around recklessly in times like these? Do you have no regard for your lives?" Hearing this, many of them lowered their heads in embarrassment. A young man among them muttered softly, "How were we supposed to know there would be zombies here? Let me explain." A middle-aged man in a jacket, appearing courteous, adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. "Well, we all came from the 9th safe zone. Thank you for your help just now." The 9th war zone. This place happened to be within the territory of the 9th war zone, so it was no wonder these ordinary people could make it this far. Zhou Jie said in a deep voice. "Why aren't you staying put in the safe zone? What are you doing here?" Faced with Zhou Jie's interrogation, the group hesitated, exchanging glances, unable to utter a word for a long time. The young man spoke bluntly. "To go to the 11th war zone and awaken our superpowers at the purification sect, of course. Otherwise, who would risk coming all this way? We're not fools." At the mention of purification sect, Zhou Jie's face instantly darkened with fury. He stared coldly at the young man and said, "You. All of you came here to join the purification sect." He had heard the rumors that even ordinary people could gain superpowers by joining the purification sect. What he hadn't expected was that the news had spread to the 9th war zone as well. "Do you even know what kind of organization the purification sect is? It's a cult that attacked the leadership of the 11th war zone." Zhou Jie rebuked indignantly. Faced with his accusation, many present looked ashamed. They all knew what the purification sect represented, but there was no choice. In this apocalypse where strength reigned supreme, the lives of superhumans and ordinary people were worlds apart. Who wouldn't want a better life, to possess immense power and make others bow in submission? The young man shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Who cares about that? At least the superpowers we get are real. Several of my friends awakened their abilities after joining the purification sect. I'll do anything to get superpowers." "Enough!" Zhou Jie roared suddenly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the young man. The young man cowered in fear, stepping back a few paces. "What are you going to do?" Zhou Jie took a deep breath, turned to the two superhumans beside him and said, "The 11th war zone is now off limits to anyone. There's no way you're entering the purification sect. All of you go back. Lu Jie Wu Hozhao, escort them back to the 9th war zone." "Why?" the young man shouted in defiance. "You're restricting our freedom. This is our choice." Other bold survivors chimed in. "Yeah, what right do you have to stop us? We want to become superhumans too." Pfft. As the word fell, a flash of silver light streaked by. A scream rang out. Everyone's faces changed in terror as they witnessed the scene. Even Zhou Jie was caught off guard. Among the crowd, only the foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes glanced toward Chen Mo with a flicker in her gaze. Unnoticed by anyone, a faint smile curled at the corner of the woman's lips, strikingly alluring. The young man knelt in agony, his right ear cleanly severed, blood splattering everywhere. Excruciating pain racked his body, trembling uncontrollably as he clutched his ear drenched in sweat. My ear, my ear. Chen Mo." Zhou Jie snapped back to reality and immediately looked toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo said calmly, "With such meager skill you still want to enter the 11th war zone? You'd probably die on the road before even reaching the purification sect." The young man gasped heavily, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Chen Mo, but he dared not utter a word. After all, in this apocalypse any superhuman could crush him like an ant with ease. That was precisely why he was so desperate to become a superhuman. Chen Mo's expression remained calm as he turned to survey the survivors and said, "If we hadn't shown up, you would all be dead by now. Wretches who can't even make it out of the 9th war zone, do you really naively think you can enter the 11th? Everyone remained silent, not daring to meet Chen Mo's gaze. For these stubborn, deluded fools, only blood could make them face reality. Zhou Jie shot Chen Mo a grateful look, then glanced up at the sky. "Since they were going to rest here anyway," he said. "All right, it's getting late. Stay here for the night. Tomorrow morning I'll have someone escort you back. The purification sect is now an extremely dangerous organization. Both the central government and the war zones have zero tolerance for it and have already dispatched forces to deal with it. It won't last long. As for joining, don't even think about it." "You're absolutely right," the bespectacled middle-aged man flattered obsequiously, bowing repeatedly in apology. "Sir, we were foolish, momentarily bewitched." After witnessing Chen Mo's decisive methods, these ordinary people had become much more subdued. They cleared the corpses from the area. Zhou Jie ordered someone to treat the young man's wound. Then they distributed food and lit a fire to rest there. Night before the campfire. Zhou Jie glanced at the survivors eating in the distance, then turned to Chen Mo and said, "You saw it too. The purification sect's reputation has spread far and wide, even reaching the people of the 9th safe zone. And there might be even more people like them taking risks in places we can't see." Chen Mo nodded, chewing on a biscuit as he listened. Seeing no reaction from Chen Mo, Zhou Jie hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately held back. This was the man who could slay an apocalyptic deity. If he could lend his aid to the 3rd war zone, the problem of the purification sect might also be resolved. But judging by his demeanor, sigh. Zhou Jie sighed inwardly and was about to speak. Just then the conspicuous blonde woman from the crowd approached them, speaking timidly in Chinese. Are you heading to the 11th war zone?" Chen Mo and Zhou Jie both looked over. Under the faint glow of the firelight, the woman's golden hair was strikingly conspicuous. Her figure was alluring, her uniform slightly torn, and she was draped in a man's jacket for cover. There was a hint of timidity in Claire's eyes. When she saw the two men looking at her, she instinctively tugged at her jacket, shyly concealing her voluptuous and tempting figure. The survivors not far behind all looked over. The men stared intently at Claire's captivating back, swallowing hard. The sudden addition of this fiery foreign woman to the team stirred some fanciful thoughts in them. Only the previously refined middle-aged man remained calm, his gaze at Claire's back tinged with a hint of hostility. Zhou Jia was startled for a moment, then asked in confusion, we're heading to the 11th war zone. What's the matter? Claire's face lit up with joy as she stepped forward excitedly. Really? She moved closer to Zhou Jia, who was sitting on the ground. She didn't notice that due to a certain overly prominent feature, the jacket she had just zipped up was being pushed open again. The overwhelming scent of perfume and the tantalizing sight made Zhou Jia's face change drastically, and he quickly stepped back a few paces. What are you doing? What a joke, he was a family man and his wife was still in the 11th war zone. I'm so sorry, sir. Seeming to realize her lapse, Claire awkwardly zipped up her jacket, sat upright on the ground and spoke slowly. My name is Claire. I just learned you were heading to the 11th war zone and I got a bit too excited. Because I also plan to go to the 11th war zone. I was wondering if I could join you. Her Chinese was quite good. Zhou Jia frowned, looked her up and down and said. You also plan to go to the Pure World sect? Claire shook her head and quickly explained, no. I'm just joining them along the way. I don't intend to enter the Pure World sect, I want to go to the 11th war zone to seek out my friend. I'm just an ordinary person, no superpowers. I'm afraid I can't make it there on my own. So sir, I hope you can take me with you. I can offer some compensation and promise not to cause any trouble. With that, Claire glanced at Chen Mo, who was quietly eating biscuits nearby. Is it okay? Claire pleaded. Looking for someone? Zhou Jia frowned, suspicious of this woman of unknown origin. He pondered for a moment before refusing, forget the compensation. But I'm sorry, these are special times. The situation in the 11th war zone is very dangerous and we can't take you. Besides, we have a lot of people here and 2 cars aren't enough. Claire paused at this, lowering her head in disappointment, hesitating to speak. A few superpowered individuals from the 11th war zone couldn't stand it and spoke up, why not take her? She doesn't seem like a bad person. Yeah, our car is big enough, one more person won't matter. I volunteer to sit on the hood. It must be said, a foreign woman with a fiery figure and a gentle personality akin to an Easterner had a powerful appeal to men. Several superpowered men from the 11th war zone full of youthful vigor and strength harbored some thoughts. One even stepped forward to the disappointed Claire and said, trying to appear elegant. Miss, don't worry. We're superpowered individuals from the 11th war zone. If you really need to find someone, we can help. Claire's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at the man with surprise and admiration. Really? Stared at by this beautiful foreign lady, the man shyly touched his cheek. He said seriously, well. But we still need to see what Brother Zhou thinks. He's our leader. Please. Claire implored. The group was instantly energized, chiming in, Brother Zhou, it's fine to bring one more person, right? Yeah, it's the wilderness out here. What if something happens to her as a lone girl? Zhou Jia glared at them, speechless at these men who were swayed by lust. He couldn't withstand their constant pleas. They all wanted to show off in front of Claire, each volunteering more eagerly than the last to take care of the beautiful young lady. Zhou Jia was silent for a long time, then looked at Chen Mo and asked. Chen Mo, what do you think? Chen Mo glanced up at Claire, who was full of hope, and said indifferently, up to you. Zhou Jia was taken aback. He looked helplessly at the superpowered individuals who kept winking at him for a while, then sighed. You guys. He turned to Claire and said. You said you're from the 9th war zone. Do you have an ID card? We need to verify it. We can't let someone of unknown origin into the safe zone. Claire's eyes lit up and she nodded, of course I do. Here. She pulled an ID card from the inner pocket of her jacket. It was infused with a strong fragrance. Zhou Jia took it and scrutinized it closely for a long time. It was indeed from an ordinary person without superpowers. Zhou Jia's eyes flickered as he thought for a moment, then said, all right, you'll set out with us tomorrow. But remember, you must never leave our sight along the way, understand? Claire excitedly grabbed Zhou Jia's hands and said joyfully, I understand, thank you. The surrounding superpowered individuals widened their eyes, all wearing envious expressions. But Zhou Jia pulled his hands away as if avoiding a snake, blushing and clearing his throat, then said seriously, ahem, well, it's no big deal. We wouldn't have taken you if we weren't so close to the 11th war zone. Go get some food and rest. We should arrive around noon tomorrow. Claire hummed in agreement. With the enthusiastic invitations of the surrounding superpowered individuals, she sat down and began to eat. They chattered incessantly. Claire held a bottle of water, listening intently, which gave them immense satisfaction. When Zhou Jie heard them mention the matter of the Four Calamities' secret realm, he frowned in displeasure and interrupted. Alright, keep it down. She can't understand anyway. How could that be? This is the first time I've seen a foreign friend with such good Chinese. Then talk about something else. They didn't mind and chatted about trivial matters, almost revealing everything that had happened along the way. Claire maintained a suitable smile on her face. She glanced in Chen Mo's direction and asked curiously, is he also a superpowered individual from your 11th war zone? Who? Several of them turned their gaze in that direction. Upon seeing that Collegia had directed her question toward Chen Mo, their expressions shifted, particularly one who murmured softly. Ah, him. He isn't even an Esper from our 11th combat zone. He's extraordinary, he single-handedly resolved the Four Calamities' secret realm. So he's the one who slew a god. Collegia's mouth parted slightly, she instinctively raised a hand to conceal her astonishment. One man frowned, wary that Chen Mo might steal his spotlight, and snapped, Hurue, why bring this up? Hurue chuckled, scratching his head. Right, Miss Collegia, let's discuss something else. They attempted to shift the subject, yet Collegia, like a dam suddenly breached, kept pressing them with questions about Chen Mo as if deeply intrigued. Beneath the golden-haired beauty's intensely curious gaze, and her body subtly drawing nearer whether by intent or accident, the burly men felt their blood surge, growing ever more animated in conversation. Finally Zhou Jie could bear it no longer and barked, enough. Everyone to sleep. Assign someone for rotating night watch, we depart at dawn. Reluctantly they drifted away, pausing only to call out, Miss Collegia, once we return to the 11th combat zone tomorrow, I'll show you around. I know people, I can help you locate your friend. Collegia smiled warmly, bowing her head gracefully. You're all truly gentlemen. Thank you. Rest well. Indeed, Collegia was perfection incarnate, from crown to toe, that radiant captivating smile, that sacred cascade of golden hair. An angel. Grins stretched across their faces, wide and uncontainable eyes crinkled, steps light and eager as they scampered off. Zhou Jie rubbed his forehead. These men had been cooped up for far too long on the road, and now finally encountering a stunning woman, an exquisite foreigner no less. They rushed forward with desperate flattery, vying for her favor. Yet from his seasoned perspective she'd been dismissive, entirely perfunctory, toward all of them from the very beginning. Zhou Jie pointed toward a spot. Collegia, go rest, you've even been given a cushion specially prepared by those fellows right over there. Very well. Collegia nodded. Once she'd walked away, Zhou Jie turned to Chen Mo, who stood nearby feeding the death scythe, and spoke. Chen Mo, won't you rest a while? Chen Mo kept his head lowered, casually tossing spirit cores from his spatial ring for the little spider to gnaw on, replying calmly. Not yet, I'll rest shortly. Understood. Zhou Jie replied, weariness evident in his voice. I'll turn in now. Hurue and the others will take rotating watch, nothing untoward should occur tonight. Chen Mo glanced toward where Collegia lay, his eyes narrowing faintly, lost in silent contemplation. The night deepened, hushed and still. Most had already sunk into deep slumber. Even Hurue, stationed to monitor the perimeter, struggled with heavy eyelids, yawning, then pinching the acupoint between his brows. Ah, strange. Didn't I sleep all day in the vehicle? Why am I suddenly so drowsy? His consciousness blurred further, he sniffed the air, catching a pleasant unfamiliar fragrance, and murmured, puzzled. Where's that scent coming from? Could it be Miss Collegia's perfume? So intoxicating. A foolish leering grin spread across his face as he swayed unsteadily. Before his fantasy could bloom, darkness swallowed his vision, he collapsed face first with a dull thud. Thump. The camp fell into an eerie absolute silence. All slept soundly. Then, among the slumbering figures, a middle-aged man in a leather jacket and spectacles abruptly opened his eyes. In the moonlight a glint of cold steel flashed across his irises. He swept his gaze across the sleeping camp, rising without a whisper. He surveyed the surroundings, confirming every soul was unconscious, then flicked his fingertips. A subtle undetectable fragrance coalesced, enveloping the entire site. An ability. Dreamweave incense. His expression hardened, icy merciless. He'd received this power from his sect master. Though deemed weak, it served its purpose, rounding up ordinary civilians to bring back to the pure world cult for purification rites. The sudden appearance of 11th Combat Zone personnel today was the last thing he'd wanted. His gaze locked onto Chen Mo's resting place, and he began walking forward silently, deliberately. Chen Mo lay there cradling Wu Che Chia, breathing evenly in deep repose. The man approached, drew a dagger from within his coat. From earlier observation, this man was clearly the strongest esper among the 11th Combat Zone contingent. Staring at Chen Mo's tranquil face, the man's features twisted with lethal intent. Suddenly, a crisp sharp sound pierced the stillness. Thump. Who? The man's face contorted, he whirled around, heart hammering. There beside Chen Mo stood a pale boy, eyes burning crimson fixed unblinkingly upon him. In the boy's small hand a crushed eyeball oozed dark fluid. Panic seized the man. The boy possessed near-zero presence, so seamlessly fused with the night that even he hadn't sensed him. Their gazes locked. A field of terror bloomed, spreading like ink through water. Behind the boy the night itself seemed to tear open into an abyss, bottomless, infinite. That endless black writhed, coalescing into a grotesque ravenous monstrosity, lunging to devour him whole. What is this? Trembling violently the man froze, paralyzed as if struck by divine lightning. What abomination? As darkness surged toward him, realization dawned, he bit down hard on his tongue. A low hum vibrated through his skull. The horrifying vision shattered instantly. Excruciating pain jolted him fully awake. Sanshur remained motionless exactly as before. Yet the man now treating the boy as a dire threat unleashed thick clouds of rose-pink mist, engulfing Sanshur entirely. Sikon stretched into a long tense silence. Sanshur didn't stir, not even a blink. After tilting his head curiously he turned away, and resumed counting the eyeballs he'd collected scattered across the ground. The man gaped, jaw slack, like one who'd glimpsed the undead firsthand. A bead of cold sweat traced his temple. Finally he exhaled sharply, damn. It's a zombie. No wonder the Dreamweave incense failed. Fine then. Deeming the boy no longer an obstacle he dismissed him, and lifted the dagger once more, aiming precisely for Chen Mo's throat. Just as he believed himself utterly unobserved, a voice cut through the night, he is not yours to touch, least of all vermin like you. Someone else. Interrupted, twice, his fury ignited beyond control. He spun enraged, and faced a woman crowned in flowing gold. Recognition struck like lightning. His pupils contracted violently. Collegia. Impossible. Why are you awake? His Dreamweave incense could subdue even 6th-tier espers. That zombie was one thing, but she was merely human. How? Collegia's golden hair billowed like living serpents beneath the moonlight. Gone was the timid gentle demeanor, replaced by regal imperious disdain, as if she gazed upon vermin beneath her heel. I overlooked you before, but you, a wretched maggot of the pure world cult, dare lay hands on our people. Do you seek death? Her words stripped him bare, exposing his identity with effortless precision. His face darkened, shifting rapidly between rage and dread. Suspicion and murderous intent burned in his eyes as he growled, You know who I am? Collegia swept a hand through her luminous silken tresses, unabashedly showcasing her statuesque form. Her gaze held nothing but contempt, her voice dripping with sovereign arrogance. Merely slaves to gods. What did you say? The man's eyes glimmered with malice. The misty dream fragrance spread out silently and he coldly spoke. A slave of the gods. Humph. Ridiculous. What we the disciples of the purity sect believe in is only the great master. Clea twirled her golden hair, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. So that's how it is, but why do I feel? You foolish donkeys have been sold to the gods by that so-called great master. Clea's beautiful eyes were filled with mockery laced with sarcasm as she laughed at the man across from her. And your useless abilities are of no use to me. Dealing with those weak ability users is fine, but I am an SS level ability user. SS level. The man looked somewhat incredulous. Unbeknownst to him, a slender golden snake had appeared on his shoulder without him noticing. As soon as the words were out, the golden snake swiftly burrowed into the man's ear. Boom. The man's expression changed drastically as he felt something invade his ear and he growled, What the hell is this? He shook his head vigorously, slapping at his ear. Clea paced back and forth with a playful demeanor, thoughtfully raising a finger. In your terms this is called reciprocity. Now turn in a circle first. Ability: the European Python. What did you say? The man furrowed his brows tightly, staring intensely at Clea. But as she said this he suddenly found himself uncontrollably spinning in place. It looked utterly ridiculous. As if realizing something, the man suddenly glared at Clea, roaring angrily, Damn it. What have you done to me? Clea smiled slightly, resuming her previous haughty and disdainful demeanor. Why should I tell you? Bastard. Why can't I stop? The man tried to regain control of his body, but it simply wouldn't listen. After a while Clea slowly walked up to the man, glancing at Chen Mo, who was trapped in the misty dream fragrance fast asleep. After commanding the man to stop, she patted his shoulder and said, "But I truly didn't expect your trash ability to actually have its uses. Don't worry, I am quite principled. Since you have indirectly helped me a little, I will spare your life this time." The man stood frozen in place. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the terrifying woman, still unable to comprehend why he was under her control. The man sneered, saying, "You're afraid that if I die it will affect your leaving with them tomorrow, right? Even though I don't understand why you won't kill me, it's clear that this woman wants to hide her identity in front of the people from the 11th war zone, pretending to be a docile sheep." Clea paused, slightly smiling at him as she said, "It seems you aren't too foolish after all. You'd better behave or the little snake in your head might slowly eat away at your brain." Don't talk now. A snake. Is this her ability? The man's face darkened, but he wisely kept silent. Clea ignored him and walked past him to stand in front of the sleeping Chen Mo. Looking at Chen Mo's face, her beautiful eyes glowed with excitement as she licked her lips, appearing extremely seductive. "Your movements are truly unpredictable, but it seems I'm lucky to be the first to find you. Come back with us." Clea leaned down, coming face to face with Chen Mo. A golden strand of hair appeared in her hand, transforming into a slender little snake that climbed up her arm. "But before that I have to put you through a little hardship first." Clea smiled as she extended her hand, ready to offer the golden little snake. Just then the sleeping Chen Mo suddenly raised his hand and tightly grasped her arm. Slap. Chen Mo opened his eyes, devoid of any emotion, coldly staring at the woman before him. "What do you want?" Swish, a beam of silver light flashed. Clea, who was already prepared, forcefully withdrew and dodged backward. The golden little snake was split in two, turning into a severed golden strand that fell to the ground. Chen Mo glanced at the fallen strand of hair. He had sensed it when the man activated his ability earlier, wanting to see what tricks the man had up his sleeve before pretending to be asleep. The reason the three corpses hadn't acted before was also because of this. He hadn't expected to gain an unexpected harvest. Chen Mo said expressionlessly. "I had felt that you were a bit strange before. He is a disciple of the Purity sect, so what about you?" Even at this moment Clea still wore a smile, as if she had anticipated this. "As I suspected, that guy's useless ability couldn't deal with you. I was still wondering how long you could keep up the act, but I didn't expect you to crack so soon." "Oh." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, squinting his eyes as he spoke. "Since you know I'm not asleep, why would you choose to expose your identity voluntarily?" Clea crossed her arms, supporting her ample bosom, and said with some exasperation, "I can't help it. If anything happens to you, it would be a headache for me. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Who knows if that guy has any other means?" Chen Mo frowned. From the other party's tone it seemed she didn't want anything to happen to him. But he had never seen this foreign woman before. "What do you mean?" Clea smiled slightly. Since Chen Mo was already awake, she decided not to hide anything and said, "Chen Mo, do you really not remember anything? The former director of the Qiongqi Welfare Institute, Mr. Chen Fuliang." "Mr. Chen." Chen Mo's pupils constricted. Clea on the opposite side said, "You might not know yet, but Mr. Chen's true identity is far more than just the director of the Welfare Institute, you know. You children who were once at the Qiongqi Welfare Institute are the same." Chen Mo's expression instantly turned cold. "Used for researching the divine pillar." Clea was taken aback, looking somewhat surprised. She stared at Chen Mo for a while, then smiled and nodded. "It seems you know quite a lot." "You're right. Mr. Chen had been researching the divine pillar before the apocalypse, but due to ethical issues he was ostracized and left with the first divine pillar. After all, in our place Mr. Chen could freely unleash his talents without worry. Originally he had given up on you experimental subjects. But after the apocalypse began, Mr. Chen returned without hesitation." "Chen Mo, do you know why?" Chen Mo remained silent, his face cold and expressionless. Claire Jia beamed a bright smile and spread her hands. "Of course it's all for you alone, Chen Mo. You are the most exceptional experimental subject upon whom Mr. Chen has placed his greatest hopes. Though for some reason your brilliance was once buried, who would have thought that in this apocalypse you would reveal such astonishing power? A large group of us came all the way from abroad just to take you away from here." They had investigated Chen Mo's background before arriving. At dusk what they heard from those psychics of the 11th war zone further convinced Claire Jia. Chen Mo had undoubtedly acquired a formidable ability that surpassed even the first pillar. Otherwise how could mere human awakened powers possibly slay the perilous four calamities deities? Speaking thus, Claire Jia's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes burning with fervent intensity as she gazed at Chen Mo. Do you know why you possess an ability far stronger than anyone else? It is precisely because of the resonance experiment Mr. Chen conducted on you before the apocalypse that you can control that immensely powerful force from the first pillar. Chen Mo, so I should thank him, should I? Claire Jia was taken aback. Seeing Chen Mo's indifferent expression, she asked with some confusion, you aren't you happy? Chen Mo's eyes flickered, his face dark and grim as if about to drip with water. He said coldly, why should I be happy? After learning that most of his former playmates had died tragically, he had long since lost any trace of affection for the former director. Everything he now possessed was earned by himself, he never owed thanks to anyone. Claire Jia, we traveled such a long distance because Director Chen hasn't forgotten you, he specifically sent us here. Chen Mo sneered. Ridiculous. More likely you're taking me back to be a lab rat for researching those pillars. Sensing Chen Mo's hostility, Claire Jia quickly waved her hands to explain. No Chen Mo, I think you've misunderstood me. You must understand, in this world we are your only true companions. Chen Mo frowned upon hearing this. Eager to learn more about the pillars, he looked at Claire Jia and asked, what do you mean? Claire Jia spoke with pride and arrogance. Unlike those divine envoys who willingly abandon their dignity, our power comes from the pillars. Pillar resonance is not a gift but a plunder that never needs to be repaid. The higher the degree of resonance with a pillar, the more attuned you are to the sovereign sealed within, and the greater the power you obtain. And what Mr. Chen aims to achieve is something no one has ever dared to imagine. That is. As she spoke, Claire Jia's voice grew fervent, her face flushed. She was in a state of ecstasy, hugging herself as her delicate body trembled slightly. To have us, the high-resonance individuals, take their place and plunder all the power of the sovereigns within the pillars. Boom. The information from Claire Jia's lips was nothing less than a depth charge. A terrifying gleam flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Gazing at Claire Jia, who seemed to be in a state of rapture, his mind was in turmoil. So, the ultimate purpose of screening for high-resonance individuals was to replace the sovereigns within the pillars. Claire Jia's beautiful eyes were full of envy as she looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, you should be proud of yourself. We only have a slim chance, but you are different, for you are the perfect resonator. This means your future is destined to take the sovereign's authority. As if envisioning Chen Mo's future overwhelming power and majesty, her gaze towards him grew passionate and mesmerized. Now do you understand what kind of existence you are? So come with us, Chen Mo, to the place where you belong. Claire Jia believed her words would move him, for no human could resist the temptation of becoming a god. But unfortunately Chen Mo disappointed her. Chen Mo's face was calm, his expression indifferent as he stared at her as if her words had nothing to do with him. Though he didn't understand why Chen Fuyang thought he was the perfect resonator. He was certain, however, that his two abilities had nothing to do with the pillars. Otherwise in his past life he would have possessed such formidable resonator powers. Moreover, if things were truly that smooth, the sovereigns in his past life wouldn't have broken their seals one after another. It was even highly likely. Chen Mo looked coldly at Claire Jia, a hint of mockery in his voice. Perhaps there is that possibility, but have you ever considered that while you arrogantly think of yourselves as heirs seeking to usurp the sovereign's power, your bodies might also be the most suitable vessels for the sovereign's descent? Borrowing the power of gods always comes at a price. If the 7 deadly sins artifacts are the best example. Though it may not be apparent in the short term, when you delude yourself into believing it is your own power, the strength of the 7 deadly sins artifacts will gradually devour you, turning you into a vessel for the descent of the Lord of 7 Sins. Claire Jia's expression changed. It suddenly turned icy cold. Her eyes now held no trace of emotion, and she looked at Chen Mo with some hostility. What did you say? She was a firm believer in Mr. Chen's plan, as were all of them. So she could not tolerate any doubt cast upon this grand scheme, even if the doubter was the one and only perfect heir. Sigh. Chen Mo, after all I've said, it seems you still cannot understand Mr. Chen's intentions. Claire Jia sighed, her expression forlorn. Perfect resonance is something countless people dream of. And you possess this power, yet you don't know how to cherish it. It seems you are unwilling to come with us willingly. As her words fell, Claire Jia's brilliant golden hair danced wildly under the night sky, each strand transforming into a slender serpent flicking its crimson forked tongue. The 3 corpses stood and moved to Chen Mo's side, glaring at Claire Jia with hostility. This woman's face changed quickly indeed. One moment full of adoration and excitement, the next grim and ruthless. Chen Mo said with a hint of sarcasm. Is this your attitude when inviting someone If they won't go with you, you resort to force. Claire Jia smiled softly, her voice coquettish. I'm truly sorry for that. Once we're back, I'll apologize to you properly. Then you can punish me however you like. Chen Mo was stunned. He looked at her as if she were an idiot. Bitch. Claire Jia understood that word perfectly well. Her smile froze on her face, her brows twitching violently as she seethed with anger. With an attitude like that, no girl will ever like you. Claire Jia's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she let out a sharp cry. The surrounding woods began to rustle. Venomous snakes of every color slithered out from the groves on both sides of the road. Claire Jia plucked a strand of golden hair. The golden strand fell to the ground and transformed into a massive python, its gaping maw wide open as it lunged at Chen Mo with a sinuous, agile body. Hiss. Chen Mo stood calmly, making no move at all. The corpse. Suddenly, the right eye of the corpse beside him burst open, extending a sharp blood-red whip. The whip lashed down at the vital spot of the golden python, its speed so swift that within a single breath it pinned the massive serpent to the ground. Pfft. Claija's eyes narrowed, a hint of surprise flickering as she looked at the corpse. This thing. The corpse stood motionless, wielding the Seven Sins artifact like a merciless scythe of death, reaping the lives of the surrounding snakes. In mere breaths the area was littered with severed serpent limbs. Claija smiled, her eyes narrowing as she spoke. Interesting. It seems the zombie by your side is no ordinary one either. Chen Mo, I know your ability is to control metal. So what is the second ability you gained from the first pillar? Let me think. We've investigated you. There's another mutant with you, isn't there? Could it be some kind of control ability? Though it was merely an inference, it was already close to the truth of his celestial authority ability. Chen Mo's expression remained placid, betraying no change as he lowered his gaze and said flatly. What a clever woman. Since you know so much about me, have you never considered that you might not be my match? As his words fell, a series of magnificent silver streams shimmered around Chen Mo. The silver light wove through the night, blooming like fireworks from around Chen Mo, surging overwhelmingly toward Claija. Claija's pretty face shifted as she sensed the terrifying killing intent. She tore off a strand of golden hair which transformed into a massive python to block the assault. But the razor-sharp silver blades pierced through the golden python's body, creating bloody holes as they struck. In a moment of carelessness, a blade sliced across her shoulder. Thump thump thump. The silver blades embedded into the ground. Claija frowned, her left arm instantly turning into a slithering venomous snake to replace the severed limb, then she swiftly retreated. The snake, now only half its body, writhed on the ground without a drop of blood. Seeing the spot she had occupied filled with blades, Claija's eyes turned icy, her expression growing increasingly grave. She plucked a strand of hair, turning it into a snake. The golden serpent slithered along her empty left arm, reforming into her hand. Chen Mo, you are truly different. Quietly on guard, she smiled and said, it seems taking you back will not be an easy task. Seeing the severed arm restored as if nothing had happened, Chen Mo frowned. This woman's ability could summon snake's control. And now it had manifested another power. Watching her pull out more strands of hair, Chen Mo remarked teasingly. With your ability, won't you go bald if you use it too much? Claija smiled without mirth. That's none of your concern. You O'Reilly's serpent. She raised her hand and flung the 3 golden strands. As they hit the ground, they transformed into a golden python dozens of meters long, coiling beside her, its crimson tongue flickering. The middle-aged man, who had been standing still and unable to move, stared at the golden python, his pupils dilating. He had been listening to their conversation all along. His heart was already filled with shock, for he seemed to have stumbled upon a terrible secret. He must return and report this to the leader. Claija stroked the head of the golden python, her face cold as she stared at Chen Mo, whispering, devour him. Since he refused to come willingly, force would have to suffice. The golden python opened its massive maw, twisting its enormous body to lunge. The Seven Sins artifact in the corpse's pupil transformed into a blood-red hand, pushing off the ground, launching the corpse high into the air. The corpse leaped high, the Seven Sins artifact rapidly shifting into the shape of a cleaver from which black mist billowed freely. Gripping the cleaver formed from the artifact, it charged toward the golden python. Its body was no larger than a child's, easily swallowed in one gulp by the serpent. The golden python's eyes blazed with crimson light, opening its jaws wide, silver fangs dripping with black liquid ready to devour it. Hiss, a foul stench filled the air. The corpse remained calm, and as it entered the python's mouth, it drove the cleaver into the serpent's lower jaw. Pfft. The golden python reared its head in pain, straining to close its mouth, but the cleaver embedded in its jaw rapidly expanded, transforming into 2 blood-red hands that pried its jaws wide open. Bang! The golden python's body thrashed wildly, unable to shut its mouth no matter how hard it tried. Crash. Crash. Its massive frame slammed repeatedly into the ground, producing tremendous tremors. Indeed, the man's dream incense ability was remarkably potent. Everyone remained asleep in sweet dreams undisturbed. Even when the python's tail slammed into Hiroi, a psychic from the 11th warzone, he didn't notice, merely drooling as he turned over. He. Miss Klaja. No. Please. Not there. That zombie is somewhat strange. Seeing that Urieli's serpent couldn't overcome the zombie for the moment, Klaja's eyes grew icier. She turned to Chen Mo, intending to threaten him with the people in the camp, and shouted. Chen Mo. I don't want to hurt you. I'll give you one last chance, come with me now. Otherwise the others won't be so lucky. At that moment the ordinary people in the camp were all showing pained expressions in their sleep. During the fight, Klaja had somehow released tiny golden snakes that slithered into their ears. Hiroi, who had been having a pleasant dream, suddenly broke into a sweat, his face twisted in terror as he shouted with closed eyes. Miss Klaja. No. Wang Peng, why are you wearing Miss Klaja's clothes? Hearing this from afar, Klaja shot him a glare, her face dark with irritation. Hiroi was not alone. The others, now under Urieli's serpent's control, slowly rose as if sleepwalking. Seeing this, Chen Mo's expression remained utterly calm as he said indifferently, then go ahead. He cared nothing for whether these people lived or died. Using them to threaten him was a grave mistake. As his words faded, the golden python on the other side suddenly let out a pained groan. Rip. The golden python's mouth was torn apart. The three corpses wielded a cleaver, carving a long bloody line along the massive serpent's body. Boom. The golden python collapsed weakly to the ground, dissipating into 3 strands of golden hair. The cleaver in hand flowed back into the right eye like blood, and the 3 corpses returned to Chen Mo's side. With a somber gaze fixed on the direction of Claire, he silently unleashed the domain of fear. Under its influence, Claire grew increasingly wary of Chen Mo. That mere zombie possessed such power. And the man before her was once the resonator who achieved 100% resonance with the first divine pillar. As she pondered, the space on both sides rippled and black chains shot out swiftly, entangling her. Bang! This sudden turn of events startled Claire, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the shackles. So fast. Chen Mo raised his hand slightly, and the chains materializing from nowhere tightened, subduing her. Claire's golden hair fell disheveled, her expression incredulous. After a moment she lifted her gaze, casting a resentful look at Chen Mo. Biting her rosy lips, she spoke with a seductive pout. So you enjoy this kind of game? Chen Mo's cheek twitched. He merely intended to imprison her for questioning, swearing he had no improper thoughts. But the next moment Claire moved like a nimble serpent, her fair skin secreting a glossy slime, slipping free from the chains. She rubbed her reddened wrists with some dissatisfaction, then complained, "That's not very gentlemanly. Don't the men of Huaxia know how to cherish a woman?" Claire's eyes glistened as she looked at Chen Mo, licking her lips seductively. "But still, I like your type." Boom. A massive metal sword crashed down, blasting a deep pit. Amidst the swirling dust, Claire vanished from the crater, leaving only a tangled heap of colorful dead snakes. A teasing voice sounded and Claire reappeared elsewhere, her eyes fixed on Chen Mo as if she had uncovered something. "I see now. You're a 7th tier awakened. No wonder I felt so powerless before you." Her Ura serpent should not have been so fragile. She had suspected as much, but it was only when Chen Mo bound her without her noticing that she grasped his true strength. It seemed she could not take him back today. Claire's eyes flickered thoughtfully before she spoke with a smile. "I give up." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, grinning. "That's not for you to decide." He stretched out his hand and a metal net appeared above Claire, descending as countless silver liquids surged around her. Her smile faded as she murmured. "So eager to catch me, are you?" As the metal net fell, Claire transformed into a mass of writhing snakes, hundreds of them slithering through the net. Again with this. The snakes regrouped and Claire emerged, her fair voluptuous body bare, with only a few snakes covering her intimate parts. Chen Mo paid no heed to her tempting form, his brow furrowed in thought. He had never encountered an ability like hers, slippery as an eel, nearly impossible to grasp. For the first time he found himself at a loss. It was likely some formidable divine ability from a divine pillar. Bathed in the snake swarm, Claire stroked an emerald serpent and said slowly, "Chen Mo, I doubt I can take you alone, but you won't catch me either. My ability makes me unkillable." Chen Mo replied flatly, "Is it mightier than a god?" He had slain even the 4 calamity gods. No matter how powerful Claire's ability from the divine pillar was, it could not rival a true deity. Claire paused studying Chen Mo for a long moment before sighing. You needn't be like this. We mean you no harm. Mister. Chen values you, which is why he sent me all this way. I'm not a fighter, I can't defeat you. If I fail this time, the next one won't be just me. Ander and the others have abilities far more terrifying than mine. Her Eurus Serpent ability excelled in survival and control, but in combat it might not even match Enslaving awakened. Chen Mo raised his hand, activating his domain ability again. That remains to be seen. Dozens of metal chains shot toward Claire. As if to prove her point, Claire transformed into a swarm of snakes once more. But this time Chen Mo parted his lips as she used her ability. The voice of the Joy God. A sound that shattered magic erupted. To Chen Mo's surprise, Claire's ability persisted. She became a mass of tangled snakes, merely trembling slightly before fleeing again. Yet this time it took her much longer to revert to her true form. From the snake cluster Claire emerged, her face pale. Her heart pounded wildly as she looked up at Chen Mo, her complexion deathly white. What was that? For a moment she felt as if she had sunk into an abyssal darkness, never to awaken. Her consciousness and body might have vanished among these uncontrollable Eurus serpents. If before she was merely wary, now Claire felt genuine fear for Chen Mo. Simultaneously, under the cover of the voice that broke spells, all ordinary people and awakened of the 11th war zone who had been trapped in dreams by the Eurus serpents awoke. Hiroi blinked groggily, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Did I fall asleep? I had a nice dream, but why do I feel so sore? He looked around and the sight of snake carcasses everywhere hit him like a bucket of cold water. He jolted awake, leaping up in fright. Damn. I hate snakes the most. The others around also gradually awoke. Is it dawn? What is happening? Many stared with slightly widened pupils at the devastated, chaotic state of the camp and the venomous snakes scattered across the ground. All found it somewhat unbelievable. What happened to us? Did someone fight here? Why was there no sound at all? Zhou Jia, also now awake, was startled by the surroundings, his expression shifting. This scene clearly indicated that a fierce battle had taken place in the camp before they woke. He immediately looked towards Chen Mo's direction. When he saw Qlijia in the distance, naked amidst the snakes, his pupils contracted in shock. Qlijia. Miss Qlijia. Everyone stared at Qlijia with incredulous eyes, their mouths agape. The sight of her flawless snow-white form delivered an overwhelming impact on the men present. Hirui's eyes were fixed on her and he stammered, "Am I dreaming?" Qlijia noticed the commotion among the crowd. She frowned slightly in displeasure, took a deep breath and looked at Chen Mo. Your second ability. Wasn't it supposed to control these zombie mutants? Never mind. Seeing the others awake, she no longer wished to ponder and waved her hand lightly. It seems I can't take you with me with my abilities. But Chen Mo, I believe we will meet again in the near future. With these words Qlijia paused. As if a thought struck her, she smiled radiantly. Oh, I see you're heading to the 11th war zone. That's rather troublesome. Let me give you a piece of advice, leave as soon as possible. This place will soon become a graveyard for the living. A graveyard? Chen Mo frowned. What? Qlijia smiled without further explanation. Instead she gazed at Chen Mo with a profound look before throwing him a flirtatious glance. Guess. Whenever you're willing, you're always welcome to come back. Well. See you next time. As she spoke, her alluring form began to dissolve into intertwined snakes that fell to the ground. The snakes scurried away in all directions. Watching Qlijia vanish, Chen Mo did not pursue. His eyes flickered as he pondered the meaning behind her final words. The Purification Sect. Given the 11th Warzone's current predicament, if any danger were to arise, the Purification Sect would be the only likely culprit. Chen Mo. Zhou Jia's voice rang out from behind. He hurried over, looking around anxiously. What just happened here? Where's Qlijia? The awakened survivors followed. I think I just fell asleep. Me too. I haven't slept this soundly in a long time. Why are there so many snakes here? What happened earlier? Among the crowd, the ability users from the 11th Warzone scanned their surroundings but found no trace of Qlijia. Where's Miss Qlijia? Have any of you seen her? Wasn't she just here? Chen Mo's expression remained calm as he spoke flatly. There's someone from the Purification Sect among us. They used an ability to put everyone to sleep and tried to attack us. What? Zhou Jia's face paled in shock. The Purification Sect. Who? His mind raced and he keenly guessed that the strange scent might be the cause. He had wondered earlier why there was an odd smell in the camp. Zhou Jie spoke with a hint of fear. To make all of us, even the ability users, fall asleep without any awareness. That ability is truly terrifying. You say it's someone from the Purification sect, could it be Miss Qijia? Impossible. Hiroi refused to believe it. How could Miss Qijia be from the Purification sect? Then where is she now? If not her, then who? Wait, Uncle Yen is gone too. Someone among the survivors exclaimed. Chen Mo looked back. The spot where the middle-aged man had been was now empty. Escaped. Chen Mo thought to himself. It seemed the sound that had broken the spell had also freed the man from his restraints. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion. Suddenly a figure was hurled from a distance. Thud. The figure crashed heavily to the ground. Cough cough. A man with a disheveled appearance, broken glasses and a dust-covered face lay weakly on the ground. The survivors were shocked at the sight of the newcomer. It's Uncle Yen. Uncle, what happened to you? What is this? Look. A long red tentacle was coiled around the man's arm. A tentacle. Chen Mo was surprised and followed its length with his gaze. He saw Sancher appearing behind the crowd. Under everyone's horrified stare, the red tentacle quickly retracted back into its right eye socket. The crowd parted in fear as Sancher slowly approached Chen Mo. Thighs. Sans, his voice was hoarse and stiff. Just moments ago, when the man had tried to escape while Chen Mo was distracted, Sancher had noticed and caught him. Seeing this, Chen Mo nodded approvingly and ruffled Sans his head. Sanchi, well done. Zhou Jie looked at the man on the ground, his expression grim. So he's the real Purification sect follower. Chen Mo confirmed. It's him. Uncle Yen is from the Purification sect. We had no idea. Upon Chen Mo's confirmation, the survivors found it utterly baffling. Uncle was just an ordinary person like us. Could there be a mistake? But if I recall, he was the one who organized this trip, saying he had friends in the Purification sect who could take us there. Someone murmured. To be honest, as they had traveled with the man, he had been kind to everyone and no one would have suspected he was a Purification sect follower. Unlike the skeptical crowd, the ability users from the 11th Warzone were utterly convinced. Hiroi rushed forward and began punching the middle-aged man furiously. Talk. Was it you? She was just here. Where did you hide Miss Qijia? He still believed the middle-aged man had harmed Miss Qijia. Thud. Each blow landed, leaving the man seeing stars and bleeding from the mouth. Zhou Jie shouted loudly enough. That Miss Qijia is no ordinary person either. All of you be careful. The Purification sect's methods are mysterious, they might have ways to brainwash you. This time I was truly careless. I never imagined that among us there would still be a follower of the Pure World cult. Zhou Jie frowned, staring at the middle-aged man who had been brutally beaten on the ground. He intended to keep him alive and bring him back to the 11th Warzone, so he spoke up. Tie his hands and feet and take him to the 11th Warzone. Don't get too close or he might activate his ability. The middle-aged man, dazed from the beating, suddenly lifted his head. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose and his face burned with a frenzied fervor as he shouted loudly. You'll get nothing out of me. The 11th Warzone will be completely finished soon. Ha ha ha. Zhou Jie's expression stiffened at these words and his eyes sharpened as he barked. What did you say? Chen Mo also showed a contemplative look. Klein had said something similar before. The Pure World cult leader's ability was faith. In theory, after being exposed to the sound of law-breaking, this man shouldn't have remained so fanatical. It seemed more likely that this man had been brainwashed by Feng Chuancai, genuinely embracing the Pure World cult's ideology from the depths of his heart. The middle-aged man let out a loud laugh, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone present. I won't say a word. The cult leader is the true savior of this apocalypse. As he spoke, the man suddenly bit down on a transparent capsule hidden in his molar. A single drop of thick viscous blood slid down his throat. Black blood immediately began to seep from the man's mouth and nose. Veins bulged on his forehead and eerie black patterns appeared on his cheeks. Ha! Ha! White foam spilled from his mouth and he began to groan in agony as if suffocating. Aya! His face contorted, bloodshot eyes rolling wildly until they were finally consumed by white. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. Was this a zombie transformation? He's turning, someone exclaimed. Impossible. Was he bitten by a zombie? The ordinary people around looked on in sheer terror. Wait. Noticing the man biting his cheek, Zhou Jie seemed to recall something. He rushed forward, pinched the man's cheeks and forced his mouth open. Upon seeing a curse mark on the man's blackened tongue and the bloody foam filling his mouth, Zhou Jie's face contorted in shock. He spoke in disbelief. This bastard. How does he have the corpse child's blood? This is the blood venom curse. The surrounding ability users widened their eyes. What? Corpse child's blood? Isn't that from the mother-child corpse king in the underground coal mine? On the border of the 11th war zone there was an underground coal field from before the apocalypse. There lurked a terrifyingly intelligent king-class entity, the mother-child corpse king. After the second evolution, nearly all zombies within the 11th war zone had followed the mother-child corpse king into the coal mine to lie dormant. The mine was filled with countless zombies, making it nearly impossible to clear. The mother corpse was bloated with a kangaroo-like pouch on her belly containing a corpse child connected by an umbilical cord. The corpse child's ability, the blood venom curse, could turn any ordinary person into a zombie upon contact with its blood. Even an ability user would suffer the same fate if they ingested it. The blood venom curse was potent and the man's transformation was swift. He had been a 6th rank ability user, his strength after turning would increase by no small margin. Roar. His flesh began to rot as he threw his head back and roared. The surrounding ability users from the 11th war zone were sent flying. Not good. He's about to complete the transformation. Just then Chen Mo drew his blade, dashed forward and swiftly decapitated the man. Pfft. Blood splattered as the man's head rolled to the ground. Zhou Jie shouted, "Everyone scatter. Don't touch the blood." The blood of someone just infected by the corpse child's blood venom curse retains its effect for a short time. Hearing this, the crowd turned pale and fled as if avoiding a plague. The blade of the mist-cleaving saber was stained with the man's blood. Chen Mo looked down and saw a strange black thread swirling within it. He flicked the blood off and it landed on the ground, emitting thick black mist as the blood venom curse evaporated into the air. Zhou Jie, still shaken, pulled Chen Mo away from the spot, his eyes wide with horror as he spoke. The mother-child corpse king is in the Lingxing coal mine. But how did the corpse child's blood end up on this guy? Mother-child corpse king. Chen Mo frowned, pondering. He had some recollection of it. This corpse king had been quite infamous in his past life, ruling a region. In the later stages, when the gods descended, the child corpse devoured the mother corpse, reaching the rank of an 8th rank corpse emperor and triggering a massive zombie tide. Zhou Jie stared intently at the man's headless corpse, his eyes flickering. The mother-child corpse king was extremely protective of its child, which was why it had led the zombie horde into the underground coal mine to lie low and recuperate. Now the corpse child's blood had appeared here. Combined with what the man had just said, Zhou Jie's expression shifted drastically as a terrifying possibility dawned on him. No. Those madmen from the Pure World cult couldn't have taken the corpse child away, could they? The zombies they had encountered earlier mostly had intact clothing, suggesting they were recently turned humans. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If that were the case, the Mother Corpse King would be enraged beyond measure and would launch a devastating zombie tide without hesitation. Damn it. Zhou Jie was furious. The 11th Warzone had already been thrown into chaos by the Pure World cult, and now they were trying to unleash the massive zombie horde from the Lingxing coal mine. This was utterly heinous. These beasts have gone mad. What do they stand to gain from this? Chen Mo watched the scene silently, saying nothing. The sky was just beginning to lighten. After venting his anger, Zhou Jie turned around with a grim expression and said, "Chen Mo, I think we need to get back to the 11th Warzone quickly. The Pure World cult has probably taken the corpse child to use the zombie horde beneath the Lingxing coal mine to cause an uprising. This matter must be reported to the Warzone High Command immediately." Chen Mo nodded. In this day and age, except for the 4 most powerful warzones, nowhere was truly safe. But what puzzled him was why the Pure World cult's turmoil, which should have occurred in the 6th warzone, had appeared so far away in the 11th. In his past life, the Pure World cult, though a blight, had only briefly surfaced before being swiftly suppressed by the warzones. Even the cult leader had been sent to the execution platform. Could it be because Lin Anha had died in this life? Chen Mo thought to himself. And that was indeed the case. In his past life, Qiongqi hadn't even gathered the 10,000 sacrifices before being exposed. But this time, through a deal with Lin Anha, he had secured Lin's tacit approval to secretly recruit followers. Having stayed covertly in the 11th warzone for half a year, Qiongqi had finally gathered the 10,000 sacrifices and completed the ritual. A sealed apocalyptic deity and a deity who had recovered most of its power through sacrifice were entirely different concepts. It was precisely because of Tian Pa's revival that the Pure World sect newly established by Feng Chuancai had amassed such immense energy. Afterward Zhou Jia quickly dispatched 2 psychics to lead the ordinary people back to the 9th war zone. They packed up their belongings and immediately set out for the 11th war zone. As before, He Rui and the other psychics rode in one vehicle while Chen Mo and the 3 corpses rode in another. Zhou Jia, who was driving, kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his brow furrowed without a moment's respite. He spoke abruptly. The Pure World sect is growing increasingly reckless. Could their sole aim be to destroy our 11th war zone? Damn it! Zhou Jia grew more furious the more he thought about it, and in a fit of rage he slammed his fist against the steering wheel. Chen Mo said calmly beside him, "Calm down. At least you discovered their scheme in advance." Zhou Jia was taken aback, then let out a sigh and spoke with a hint of helplessness. "But my words carry little weight. Even if I inform the higher-ups, I doubt they will take it seriously. Among our high-ranking officials there might be traitors from the Pure World sect secretly suppressing the news." Chen Mo lowered his eyes beside him. Faith-based psychic power was merely a form of subconscious suggestion. Although the voice of dispelling could remove it if the person's subjective consciousness had been brainwashed, there was little that could be done. It was not hard to imagine what a person would become after spending a long time among a crowd of brainwashed followers. Before the apocalypse, many who were rescued from pyramid schemes still clung to their beliefs, let alone in the chaotic post-apocalyptic world. Zhou Jia's face was grim and terrifying. It wasn't that he felt a strong sense of belonging to the 11th war zone, but rather because he was fortunate. His wife and child were living safely within the 11th war zone. The last thing he wanted was for a catastrophic disaster like the one that struck the 3rd war zone to befall this place. "Forget it, I can only do my best with this matter. Ahead lies the territory of the 11th war zone, we should arrive soon." "Chen Mo, I noticed you seemed to be talking with Claire earlier. Is she also a member of the Pure World sect?" Zhou Jia suddenly inquired. Chen Mo shook his head and said, "No. She doesn't belong to any faction, she won't affect the 11th war zone." Zhou Jia paused, glanced at Chen Mo beside him, nodded and said no more. Instead he spoke with some resignation. "Let's hope so. Sigh. I wonder if the 2 dispatched by the central authorities have arrived. I hope nothing has happened at the Lingqing coal mine. With so many station personnel monitoring nearby, if a zombie horde does break out, the higher-ups will be notified immediately." He could only console himself with that thought. But the jolting of the vehicle and the heavy pressing of the accelerator betrayed his inner anxiety. Along the way, despite the road being only a few dozen kilometers, they encountered 2 or 3 small groups of zombies. Although they were effortlessly dealt with by the 3 corpses, it only plunged Zhou Jia's mood further into the abyss. Outside the car, He Rui crouched on the ground, his face grim as he turned to speak. "No external injuries and their clothes are intact," another psychic said. "Though we don't know how, it seems the Pure World sect has indeed obtained the blood of the corpse son. And it's highly possible they've even secretly taken the corpse son away." Zhou Jia took a deep breath. He held an ID card in his hand and with a deep gaze at the corpses on the ground said, "It's certain they are all from the safe zone. There shouldn't be many of them now. The silver lining is that we haven't seen the zombie horde from the Lingqing coal mine yet. The zombies there were among the earliest to mutate at the onset of the apocalypse. Their clothes could never be so clean and intact. Get in the car." Zhou Jia beckoned. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the ancient underground tunnels of the Lingqing coal mine, which were piled with sand and gravel, a chilling roar echoed from the pitch-black mine shaft. Suddenly a brilliant sacred white light illuminated the entire darkness, transforming the surroundings into a vast white ocean. The terrifying sound of impacts reverberated through the tunnel. The light lasted for a long while before subsiding and the eerie roars vanished. In the deepest part of the mine, countless zombies lay dead, each one pierced by a white light sword. Amid the tunnel filled with zombie corpses, a man and a woman appeared. The young man was handsome, with a high-bridged nose, wearing a black trench coat, and had a slender build. With his left hand in his pocket, he gazed at the deeply sunken stone wall surrounded by unknown white bones scattered on the ground. Glancing at the several small mounds of bones piled nearby, the young man narrowed his phoenix eyes and said slowly, "The mother and child corpse king is gone." The woman beside him, who had her hair tied in a ponytail and a cold expression, nodded. "Gone." Her pupils were of 2 colors, one black and one blue. The 2 were the dispatched 12 sons sent to investigate the 11th war zone. Su Jinghuan and Li Shitong. Before arriving at the 11th war zone, they had conducted thorough research and preparations. Upon arriving at the 11th warzone to avoid revealing their identities, they secretly investigated the Pure World sect. To their shock, they discovered that the sect had already infiltrated many ordinary people within the warzone, making it impossible to take direct action against them. Through Li Shitong's ability, they learned from the Pure World sect followers that they planned to use the mother and child corpse king from the Lingqing mine to trigger a massive zombie horde. Thus they rushed here without a moment's delay. We're still too late. Su Jinghuan sighed and said. It seems the one we captured wasn't a key figure. With the corpse mother gone, the Pure World sect has likely already obtained the corpse son. The Pure World sect is no small force to have developed to such an extent right under the nose of a warzone. Li Shitong mused, then spoke. The Pure World followers are spreading like a virus. But it's strange, if their goal is to gather followers, why would they take the corpse son and incite a zombie horde? Su Jinghuan shrugged and said. Who knows? The situation in the 11th warzone is already precarious. Perhaps they want to use the chaos of a zombie horde to sow fear and accelerate their expansion. Li Shitong pondered for a moment, then shook her head. That doesn't seem right. The number of Pure World sect followers is already terrifying. They could have continued to develop in secret step by step. But now making such a reckless move and exposing themselves to everyone is nothing short of suicide. If before it was merely a matter of attention, then dispatching the two of them now was enough to demonstrate the seriousness with which the higher-ups regarded this matter. For no nation would ever tolerate the emergence of such a heretical cult. Su Jinghuan nodded in agreement, murmuring to himself. Perhaps the purification sect is hiding something they don't want us to know. They wish to divert our attention, preferring to stand at the forefront of the storm rather than let us uncover their conspiracy. A deity. Li Shitong declared with firm eyes. That's the only explanation I can think of. Their minds sharp, the two deduced much from the subtle clues left by the mother-child corpse king. A deity. Su Jinghuan's eyes narrowed, his voice cold. Then we must capture the leader of the purification sect as soon as possible. Shitong, where do you think they are now? Li Shitong murmured, they should still be within our borders. If my guess is correct, since the purification sect intends to draw the attention of everyone in the 11th warzone. Then the corpse son must be either inside the 11th warzone or still on the way. If we can capture one key figure, we will know all the answers. She was a recent addition to the 12 Scions, an S-level ability user known as the Eye of Truth. Su Jinghuan, on the other hand, was a dual ability user. His A-level ability Void Concealment could erase his own presence. His S-level ability Divine Domain Punishment summoned a rain of judgment blades over a wide area. Just as they were conversing, a thunderous rumble erupted from within the mine. Debris rained down around them if the underground coal mine was on the verge of collapse. Li Shitong glanced at Su Jinghuan beside her, then said flatly, "This is your doing." Su Jinghuan shrugged helplessly, looking somewhat innocent. "I can't help it. Divine Domain Punishment is a large-scale attack ability and the space is too cramped here, even I can't control it well. It looks like it's caving in. We should leave quickly." As the word fell, both vanished from the spot. Elsewhere, Zhou Jia, Chen Mo and the others had arrived outside the safe zone. When he saw that the safe zone was not surrounded by a tide of corpses and appeared peaceful, Zhou Jia in the car let out a long sigh of relief. It seems the zombies from the coal mine didn't attack the war zone. Thank goodness. Due to the purification sect's activities, security checks outside the 11th warzone city were extremely strict. Every entrant was subjected to detailed questioning, and even Zhou Jia, a warzone member, was treated no differently. However, the guards at the gate changed expression upon seeing the ID card Chen Mo produced. Though they asked no further questions, they dispatched a soldier to report to the city before allowing them passage. Zhou Jia whispered, "They recognize you. News of your arrival can't be hidden, the higher-ups will know soon." Chen Mo nodded, slightly unconcerned. "All the better. Let them be mentally prepared early." The group entered the 11th warzone. Compared to a year ago, the warzone had not changed much, but in this apocalypse, stagnation meant regression. Now, due to Commander Jiang Shengming's severe injury and coma, the 11th warzone, which should have been developing rapidly, had slowed to a halt. Because of the existence of battle pets, tolerance for them was quite high here. On the streets one could see ability users accompanied by their battle pets everywhere. As soon as they entered the city, the three corpses sniffed the air, catching a peculiar scent. Zhou Jia said from the side, "Chen Mo, I'll take you there." He led the way. On both sides of the road, soldiers could be seen everywhere, forcefully suppressing the frenzied fanatics brainwashed by the purification sect. Not far ahead, a group of armed soldiers surrounded a man holding a cleaver, his expression wild. An ability user rushed out, snatched the cleaver from the man's hand and pinned him firmly to the ground. Bastards! The man struggled incessantly, shouting as if possessed. Let me go. You devils! One day the purification sect will end this apocalypse and liberate all of humanity. Shut up. Passers-by seemed long accustomed to such scenes and not a single person stopped to watch. This scene spreading like a virus occurred in every corner of the safe zone. Zhou Jie sighed and explained, it's worse than before. Most of these people are self-brainwashed believers who have swallowed the rumors. They all worship the purification sect as if it were divine. Even we can do nothing about them, especially in the 4 major cities outside the central city, their numbers are particularly large. Even though the various safe zones were now stable, the endless apocalypse still filled people with fear and unease. The emergence of the purification sect, however, offered ordinary people the power and faith to survive this apocalypse, a fatal temptation. From these common civilians alone one could see the extent of the purification sect's erosion of a safe zone. Such sights were common, and it wasn't until they entered the central city, the crucial location of the safe zone, that things improved somewhat. Outside the central tower of the 11th war zone. Sorry, you cannot enter. Several armed soldiers barred the way. At the same time, over a dozen soldiers emerged from within the central tower. As those responsible for guarding this place, they were all ability users belonging to the military district. Zhou Jie's face changed as he said, "Why not? Chen Mo is here to discuss the matter of the battle pet embryos with the higher-ups. Comrade, this is also an order from above." The leader of the guard said sternly. He turned to Chen Mo and shook his head. The higher-ups are currently busy dealing with the purification sect issue and truly have no time to receive you. Mr. Chen, please go back. Once there is news in a couple of days, we will send someone to inform you. Chen Mo glanced at the ability users guarding the area. Given this setup, it seemed that the moment he entered the city, the 11th war zone's higher-ups had been notified and sent people to block him. But it didn't matter, he had already expected this trip to be difficult. After all, 10 million crystal coins were no small amount for any war zone. Chen Mo's face remained calm as he looked coldly at the leader. Is the refusal because you don't dare? I'm afraid that even if I leave now, I won't receive any news in a few days. The leader, I wouldn't know about that. After all, you made the deal with Commander Jiang. I'm sure you are aware of Commander Jiang's condition, Mr. Chen. Please understand. What kind of talk is that? Is there not a single high-ranking official in our entire war zone who can spare the time to meet? Zhou Jie shouted angrily. Even setting that aside, Chen Mo was a major contributor to resolving the 4 calamities secret realm in the 3rd war zone, and Commander Zhou himself awarded him the Victor's Medal. With such a status, he would receive the highest level of reception in any war zone. Zhou Jie grew anxious. He knew Chen Mo's strength well. If a conflict erupted, the consequences for the already exhausted 11th theater would be catastrophic. Thus his words subtly conveyed that Chen Mo was not to be trifled with. He actually resolved the 4 calamities secret realm. The several officials exchanged glances, all finding it somewhat unbelievable. Moreover, Zhou Maotai had personally pinned a medal on him. This was no trivial matter. This. The official outside the door hesitated momentarily. After all, his rank was modest, and facing such a figure he found it difficult to say much more. Suddenly, with a bang, the first-floor door of the central tower swung open. A tall, imposing man with a square face stepped out. What's going on? Those outside quickly made way and respectfully addressed him, Mr. Jiang. The newcomer was Jiang Ehuang, a personal bodyguard to a high-ranking official in the 11th theater and a ranked 6th-tier psion. Before the apocalypse, this man had been a professional bodyguard and martial arts master. His exceptional prowess led to his selection as the trusted bodyguard of a high-ranking official. Jiang Ehuang looked at Zhou Jie and Chen Mo outside, speaking in a deep voice. Zhou Jie, you're back. Seeing him, Zhou Jie's brow furrowed even tighter. Aware of Jiang Ehuang's identity, he said with hostility. What are you doing here? Jiang Ehuang replied flatly, the higher-ups feared some might cause trouble below, so they sent me. Zhou Jie, now that you're back, why aren't you reporting the situation to the higher-ups? What are you waiting here for? Zhou Jie remained silent, guessing that Jiang Ehuang was there because of Chen Mo. Most of the people here were formidable psions he recognized. Having so many stationed here was likely to prevent Chen Mo from going upstairs. I have an important matter to report to the higher-ups. Chen Mo is the key figure in this matter, and I need to take him with me. No. Jiang Ehuang refused, unequivocally raising his voice. Zhou Jie, you're a member of the 11th theater. You should know how serious the problem with the purification sect is now. Everyone is overwhelmed, on one hand guarding against the sect's infiltration, on the other suppressing unrest everywhere. The higher-ups just issued a new regulation. To prevent a repeat of the attack on Chief Jiang during this special period, anyone seeking an audience must undergo rigorous screening and waiting. Zhou Jia paused, realizing the higher-ups were determined to renege on their promise. He sneered. But I clearly remember that the attack on Chief Jiang wasn't carried out by outsiders but by our own people. Who exactly are you guarding against with such measures? A flicker of hostility passed through Jiang Huihong's eyes as he said sternly, "Watch your tongue, Zhou Jia. So does that mean we can't go in today?" Chen Mo, who had been standing silently with his head lowered, spoke up eerily. Jiang Huihong replied, "Correct. The higher-ups are aware of your situation and sent me to tell you that the 1 million from before is already considered a completed transaction. In life, one shouldn't be too greedy or obsessed with immediate gains. An individual's power can never stand against an entire theater." Every word carried the intent to renege and threaten. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully and looked up, saying, "But I want to try." "What?" Jiang Huihong frowned, not understanding. "To see if an individual can stand against an entire theater." Zhou Jia's face turned pale as he hastily tried to stop him. "Chen Mo. Don't." But it was too late. Chen Mo strode forward, directly approaching the nearly 2-meter-tall imposing Jiang Huihong. Under the other's incredulous gaze, he grabbed his arm and flung him away. The burly man, built like a bear, crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous bang. Boom! The surrounding soldiers were startled, quickly raising their rifles and aiming them at Chen Mo. "Don't move. What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Chen Mo squinted, activating his Dominion ability. Instantly all the soldiers' weapons bent and warped. Even the entire metal tower began to tremble violently. Rumble, this guy. Seeing Chen Mo act, Zhou Jia was drenched in anxious sweat. He hurried forward, grabbing Chen Mo and pleading, "Chen Mo, calm down." But Jiang Huihong, rising from the ground in pain and fury, swung a fist at Chen Mo. "You son of a bitch, daring to start a fight here." Chen Mo glanced sidelong and directly slashed with the razor-sharp mist sever. Startled, Jiang Huihong swiftly retracted his fist. But his clenched fist wasn't fast enough to evade the mist sever's sweep if the knuckles were sliced open, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone. "Damn it!" The searing pain enraged Jiang Huihong. "You asked for this." He raised his hand, conjuring a phantom giant hammer, and smashed it down at Chen Mo. A rank ability weapon, Phantom. It could summon a weapon's apparition and unleash double the power. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Zhou Jia's eyes widened as he roared. "Stop!" Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted and Zhou Jia was sent flying by the immense force. But Jiang Huihong's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Chen Mo, completely unscathed. The giant hammer Phantom was held aloft by Chen Mo's single hand. Even the ground beneath Chen Mo's feet remained uncracked, meaning he had lifted it entirely with his own strength. His eyes filled with shock, he exclaimed, "That's impossible." Chen Mo's left hand was coated in a layer of black metallic liquid resembling a black glove. With a slight exertion of force, crack! The giant hammer Phantom shattered into pieces. Chen Mo stared at him coldly and said, "It seems you don't want to communicate properly. You're the one." Jiang Huihong bellowed. "He's likely a member of the Purification sect. Subdue him." The guards at the central tower were all elite soldiers of the theater, each possessing abilities. Dozens rushed forward, surrounding Chen Mo, their faces grim as they began to activate their powers. Suddenly a furious voice rang out from behind. "All of you, stop right now. What do you think you're doing? Trying to rebel?" That voice. The officials who had come down from the central tower turned pale and exclaimed, "General Wang. Why are you back?" A military vehicle parked outside and Wang Guoshun strode forward with a group of people. Seeing him, the surrounding soldiers immediately halted, saluted and stood at attention. Wang Guoshun swept a cold glance over Jiang Huihong and the others, his voice thundering, "If I hadn't come back, would you have turned this place upside down?" Due to the severe injury and coma of the leader, the higher-ups had already begun secretly vying for power. Wang Guoshun, loyal only to Jiang Xingming and uninterested in these conflicts, took the initiative to suppress the followers of the Purifying World sect, causing unrest around the 11th War Zone. Coincidentally, he was handling matters east of the city today when his subordinates reported Chen Mo's arrival. Thus he rushed back without a moment's delay. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, narrowly averting a major disaster. Wang Guoshun made no effort to conceal his protection of Chen Mo, stepping forward and directly pointing at Jiang Huihong's nose, unleashing a torrent of scolding. "Damn it! Chen Mo has provided crucial help to the development of our 11th war zone and you bastards still dared to block him outside. A bunch of ingrates. No one present dared to refute. Being reprimanded like this, Ehuang's face turned ugly, but he could not flare up. After all, Wang Guoshan held military power and before Director Jiang fell into a coma had already made great contributions by transporting spider eggs, far from being someone a minor figure like him could provoke. None of you are dealing with the Purifying World sect, yet you turn on your own people. Wang Guoshan strode forward, arriving before Chen Mo and looking him up and down. Then he casually patted Chen Mo on the shoulder and said, "Kid, long time no see. How come you've gotten so much more handsome? You didn't even notify me when you arrived. My men have no eyes. Come, let's take a breather and have a smoke." Enthusiastically he pulled out a pack of huazi and offered one. "I don't smoke," Chen Mo said flatly. Wang Guoshan paused, then laughed and slapped his own forehead. "Haha, look at my memory, I forgot." Wang Guoshan lit one for himself, glanced at the trembling crowd and said, "What the hell are you all standing here for? Get the hell back to your posts. A bunch of clueless fools." As his words fell, the surrounding crowd, as if pardoned, quickly dispersed. Wang Guoshan warmly put his arm around Chen Mo's shoulder and said, "Chen Mo, I know why you're here. Come, there's some background to this matter. Let's go upstairs and talk. Zhou Jia, you come too." He waved his hand and directly led Chen Mo into the central tower. Only Jiang Huihong and a few other leaders were left standing awkwardly in place. "What do we do now?" The higher-up said not to let Chen Mo go up. Someone said, "You know his temper, who dares to stop him? His few ability users would knock your head off." "Forget it, let's go up too. We've done our best and that guy doesn't look easy to mess with." Defeated, they returned dejectedly. Inside the central tower elevator, Wang Guoshan stubbed out his cigarette and exhaled a wisp of smoke, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "It's been over a year since we last met, Chen Mo. I didn't expect you to wait a whole year before coming." Wang Guoshan chuckled, teasing him. Chen Mo replied, "I didn't expect that given the reputation and conduct of the 11th war zone you'd go back on your word and not pay the balance after a year." Wang Guoshan was taken aback, sensing the dissatisfaction in Chen Mo's words. He gave a bitter smile and said, "Well, don't blame us. You see, when we promoted your battle pet eggs back then, we invested a lot of effort in various aspects. It takes time to recoup the investment. We were almost ready to transfer the money to you, but then some internal issues arose. Director Jiang was attacked and it got delayed. You also know that 30 million is no small sum. The expenses to suppress the Purifying World sect's unrest are considerable. Given the current state of our 11th war zone, paying it all at once would really hurt." Chen Mo's face remained expressionless. "That's your problem." Wang Guoshan rubbed his head helplessly. "What you said isn't wrong. Chen Mo, I won't beat around the bush. I'll be straight with you. The maximum our 11th war zone can scrape together right now is about 15 million. Any more and we can't maintain operations. As for the rest, well, find a way to make it up to you. But everyone else is a miser." After the director fell into a coma, many tacitly avoided mentioning this matter. "Later when we meet, stay calm with me there and I'll try my best to secure it for you." Despite his considerable influence, he was ultimately not the one in charge of the 11th war zone's finances. They arrived at the 30th floor of the central tower and entered the meeting room together. It was the same old place, but now the room was empty, with steaming tea and papers still on the table. The seats around had been moved, clearly indicating someone had been there before. Seeing the empty meeting room, Wang Guoshan's eyes widened in anger as he glared at a guard at the door. "Where the hell is everyone?" The guard was startled and stammered hesitantly. "Well, Minister Gong and the others said they had some business and just left not long ago." Wang Guoshan knew full well that this group was trying to avoid both him and Chen Mo. His face twitched with rage. Did these bastards think running away would help? Damn it. When it comes to paying up, they scatter like rabbits. He turned to an ability user following behind him and said, "Go invite them all over. If they're unwilling, drag them here if you have to." "Yes, sir." Wang Guoshan led Chen Mo into the meeting room. Zhou Jia also got to come along, a privilege his rank wouldn't normally afford. Wang Guoshan found a seat, poured Chen Mo a glass of water and said politely, "Here, have some water first. They should be here soon. Don't worry, I guarantee you the final payment will come through." Meanwhile, in a high-level lounge within the central tower, Jiang Huihong stood respectfully before a man sipping tea, recounting something. The man had a gaunt face, prominent cheekbones and eyes brimming with fierce ambition. Beside him stood a formidable ability user. "That's about it. Ehuang said deferentially. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Remember to close the door. Bang. This troublesome guy is back. After Ehuang left, Gongming murmured softly. He looked up at the two cloaked figures in the room, their faces hidden, and said displeasedly. Didn't you people from the Purifying World sect promise to eliminate that guy for me? Why did Wang Guoshan return safely? One of the cloaked figures replied calmly. We deliberately exposed a stronghold planning to eliminate him when he left the city. But for some reason that Wang Guoshan suddenly turned back midway. Gongming was taken aback and said faintly, it's because Chen Mo has arrived, right? Wang Guoshan, oh Wang Guoshan, you really are quite lucky. Gongming did not dwell on this topic and shifted the conversation, speaking in a solemn tone. What about Jiang Shengming's side? The cloaked figure replied, Jiang Shounea's side has always been protected by his nephew Jiang Fan, who is an class ability user. Plus there are heavy troops guarding the area, so it won't be easy to kill him. Gongming's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light as he spoke loudly. Is it that you can't kill him, or are you afraid that things will get too big and dare not to? Humph. A mere 6th tier ability user, even with tight defenses around, with my cooperation it shouldn't be difficult for your Jing Shijiao's strength, right? He had pinpointed Jing Shijiao's concerns. In this apocalyptic world, aside from Lin An's disappearance, there had never been any news of a district leader being assassinated. If such an event were to truly happen, the central authority would surely take swift and decisive action to take control of the district and root out the mastermind behind it. And this is not what Jing Shijiao wanted to see. Previously, to show their sincerity, Jing Shijiao reluctantly sold an important piece. The consequence was constantly facing investigations from the central authority, forcing them to abandon their strongholds. Now it was even rumored that the higher-ups had secretly dispatched 2 of the 12 sons to come here. If Jiang Shengming were to have any mishaps, the next ones coming might not just be the 2 of them, but rather tens of thousands of elite troops along with countless terrifyingly powerful ability users. Gongming said coldly, I know your concerns, but you must understand why I have been helping you all this time. If you don't want the situation to escalate beyond your control, then stop trying to fool me here. One of the 2 Jing Shijiao members began to sweat nervously, and one of them hurriedly explained. Minister Gong, you are right. We truly do not dare to take lethal action against Jiang Shengming. But a district cannot be without a decision-maker forever. As long as he remains in a coma, the position of the leader will inevitably be vacated. So, Gongming mocked, because of you lot the higher-ups will only send new personnel to take over. Can you guarantee that the position of the leader of the 11 districts must belong to me? Of course, the person continued, our leader knows your urgency, which is why we have brought this thing with us this time. What? Gongming frowned and asked. Please look. The person slowly unveiled the cloak. Beneath the dark cloak was a naked baby with blue skin. The baby was naked with a long umbilical cord still attached to its navel. Its body was covered in strange black patterns, its face wrinkled with tightly shut eyes and hands curled up, showing no signs of life. This is... Gongming's brows furrowed as he exclaimed loudly, why did you bring a baby boy here? At this moment the man who had remained silent beside Gongming spoke in a steady voice. Minister Gong, this is a corpse child. Corpse child. Gongming suddenly recalled the mother-child corpse king at the Lingcheng coal mine. His expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with horror as he glared at the 2 Jing Shijiao members and shouted. You madman! Why did you bring that corpse from the coal mine here? What do you intend to do? The other party replied with a smile, of course it's for your sake. Minister Gong, you should remember the former leader of the 6th district, Lin, on her right. Ever since that person went missing, the 6th district quickly replaced him with someone from within their ranks. And as far as I know, the current leader of the 6th district, Guo Lianghu, has no background whatsoever. The only reason he was able to take office was due to his outstanding performance during the corpse tide attack in the 6th district, achieving great merits. Gongming's expression flickered between dark and light. Having mingled for many years, he quickly grasped the other party's meaning. So, you want to imitate this act and have me follow in Guo Liang's footsteps to become the leader of the 11 districts through my merits. Who gave you the permission to do this? The members of Jing Shijiao did not notice the killing intent in Gongming's eyes, speaking excitedly. Of course it was our lord leader. To be honest, to get this corpse child from the mother corpse, our Jing Shijiao has paid a tremendous price. On the way here we deliberately left traces of the corpse child's blood. I believe the mother corpse king will soon follow the scent of the corpse child and bring an overwhelming tide of corpses to the 11 districts. Gongming's eyes narrowed slightly, and as he listened to the other party's words, his killing intent grew even stronger. So are you threatening me now? Not at all, but Minister Gong, we are all in the same boat now. Gong Ming smiled and nodded, that's right. Slowly turning his chair around, he faced away from the two and raised his hand. Chao Hung, kill them. What? At these words both Jing Shi Jiao members were taken aback. They even doubted whether they had heard correctly. Minister Gong Yu. Puff, puff, before the words were even finished the taciturn ability user beside Gong Ming had already sprung into action. With incredible speed he appeared before the two in the blink of an eye, reaching out with both hands to grab their necks and effortlessly twisting them. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. The two never realized until their death why the other party had chosen to strike so ruthlessly. They had failed to recognize how ridiculous it was to threaten someone of such high status. Gong Ming, seated behind the chair, had a terrifyingly cold expression. He stared blankly at the wall ahead and murmured softly, a mere Jing Shi Jiao thinks they can turn the tide. Suddenly there was a series of urgent knocks on the door outside. Minister Gong, General Wang has returned. He wants you to hurry to the conference room. That was fast. Gong Ming said calmly, all right, I understand. Chao Hung picked up the corpse child from the ground and approached Gong Ming asking. How should we handle this corpse child? Gong Ming glanced at the corpse child in Chao Hung's hand and said emotionlessly. Since they deliberately left traces of the corpse child scent, it means a horde of corpses is unavoidable. I remember Jiang Shengming seems to be recuperating over in the southern city. Chao Hung instantly understood his meaning. Understood. Wait, the blood from this corpse child is a valuable resource. Let's drain it completely before disposing of it. I'll leave it to you. I need to go handle the matter with Chen Mo first. Bloodletting. Chao Hung's heart trembled as he looked at the corpse he was holding. Aside from its skin being a shade of blue, it appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary infant. Although it was a zombie, the idea of bloodletting a baby made him feel uneasy. However, as Gong Ming's personal bodyguard, well aware of many of his secrets, he was all too familiar with Gong Ming's ruthless methods. Gong Ming rose from his chair and slowly adjusted his attire. He turned around wearing a friendly smile and patted Chao Hung on the shoulder. Don't let me down, Chao Hung. We're at the final step. Once Jiang Shengming is dead, I will ascend smoothly to power. I must say the proposal from the Jingshi sect is quite good. Establishing significant military merit will attract attention from above, paving the way for my succession to leadership. Gong Ming thought to himself. However, merely relying on this achievement of resisting the zombie tide was not enough. If he could completely eliminate the hidden dangers posed by the Jingshi sect in this troubled area, the combined merits would establish immense prestige. Even if Jiang Shengming were still alive, he wouldn't be able to stop him from wielding authority over the 11th war zone. When the rabbit dies, the dog is cooked. If the Jingshi sect was merely a tool he utilized from beginning to end. Gong Ming smiled slightly with ambition for power glimmering in his eyes. He glanced at the corpse Chao Hung was holding and grinned. I must thank them for providing me with a sharp blade. With this corpse it means I possess the power to control the zombie tide. The people of the Jingshi sect think they are hiding well, but little do they know if it weren't for my covert assistance their headquarters would have been uprooted by Jiang Shengming long ago. Once I establish great merit in resisting the zombie tide, the last matter to resolve will be them. Ha ha ha. Gong Ming laughed heartily, patted his sleeves and strode out the door with an exceptionally graceful and spirited demeanor. Inside the conference room. After taking a seat, Wang Guoshan looked towards Chen Mo's position, wanting to find a topic to chat about. His gaze lingered on the three corpses behind Chen Mo and he asked with a hint of curiosity. Chen Mo, that behind you, if I'm not mistaken, is a zombie, right? Yes. Haha, I didn't notice it just now. Would you like some tea? I have some top grade by Luo Chun. No thanks. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward and Zhou Jia also felt uneasy sitting there, not daring to speak. Wang Guoshan silently cursed the group for not arriving yet and turned to Zhou Jia. I remember your name is Zhou Jia, right? Huh? Zhou Jia was momentarily taken aback by the sudden mention, then nodded in response. Wang Guoshan, how did it go with the mission where you took people to support the 3rd war zone? Was the journey smooth? Zhou Jia replied honestly, we lost a few. The 4 Calamity secret realm is perilous, but thanks to Chen Mo's help we dealt with the most troublesome of the 4 Calamity gods. Otherwise the consequences for the 3rd war zone would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Wang Guoshan, who was drinking tea, trembled his right hand and nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. He looked at Chen Mo in disbelief and after a moment spoke. You all came back together. Zhou Jia, yes, Chen Mo solved the major issue for the 3rd war zone and the head of the 3rd war zone specifically awarded him a medal. Wang Guoshan's expression was extremely strange as he looked at Chen Mo, who sat there with a calm demeanor, surprised to the point of being speechless. He was also aware of the Four Calamities secret realm, which had been a persistent headache for the Third War Zone since its emergence, lasting for half a year. He never expected that this kid would resolve it. Moreover, from Zhou Jie's words, it seemed this guy had become the greatest contributor to the Third War Zone. This. Wang Guoshan felt a pang in his heart, coughed twice and spoke again. Well, Chen Mo, rest assured the 30 million we owe the 11th War Zone will definitely not be shortchanged. When that group arrives, I will personally speak on your behalf. Just as he finished speaking, a hearty voice came from outside the door. Ha ha ha, Lao Wang, how come you're back so suddenly? Wang Guoshan turned to look. Seeing that only Gong Ming had arrived, he frowned and said, Gong Ming, why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Chen Mo and Zhou Jie also turned to look. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a smile, wearing a collar with somewhat sunken and thin cheeks and a sharp glint in his eyes. Zhou Jie stood up respectfully and said, Minister Gong. Gong Ming waved his hand, not paying attention to Wang Guoshan's displeasure, and said with a smile. I am the one responsible for finances and I alone can handle it. The others have their own matters to attend to. It's not a big deal, so why make such a fuss? Humph. Wang Guoshan snorted coldly but said nothing. Gong Ming turned to Chen Mo, moving a bit closer, and pretended to recognize him. I didn't expect Comrade Chen Mo to be here, it's been a long time. Chen Mo examined the man in front of him, feeling a sense of familiarity. Previously, when negotiating with Jiang Xingming regarding the battle pets, this person had been seated at the very back. However, at that time Gong Ming seemed to be an unimportant character, rather inconspicuous among the high-ranking officials. Now that they met again, he seemed to have become an important figure in the 11th War Zone, exuding the demeanor of a high-ranking official with every gesture. In his eyes, Chen Mo also saw the ambition that easily arises in the apocalypse. Chen Mo nodded, not making any further gestures to welcome him. Gong Ming was momentarily taken aback but still maintained his smile. I had some matters to attend to previously and intended to have someone arrange for you to sit and wait for a while, but it seems my subordinates misunderstood my meaning. I hope you didn't take it to heart. Wang Guoshan frowned even more at this, as he did not share the same thoughts as Gong Ming, and spoke loudly. Enough, you know what you've done. Let's get straight to business. Gong Ming, you should know why Chen Mo is here. Gong Ming found a seat and then smiled bitterly, saying, Don't worry, we definitely haven't forgotten that matter. It's just that you're not unaware of the current situation in our war zone, Lao Wang. The Jingshi sect occasionally causes trouble, and merely suppressing them incurs quite a hefty military expense. Now asking us to come up with 30 million in one go is really a bit too much for us to bear. Gong Ming lamented. Wang Guoshan gave him a stern look and said, Of course I know this, so before you came I discussed it with Chen Mo. 15 million plus some items from our inventory, whatever you need just take it to Chen Mo. Aren't there still plenty of materials and crystal cores in the warehouse? I remember those are quite valuable too. Those materials. Gong Ming's expression shifted. He cursed inwardly at this utterly thoughtless brute. Every piece of equipment and instrument in the war zone, as well as the specially crafted weapons and artillery for the soldiers under his command, all required those purchased special materials for forging. He forced a smile and said, Those really won't do. Taking a little is one thing, but taking too much would damage the foundations of our 11th war zone. Let me put it bluntly, Chen Mo. I can have someone allocate 15 million to you first. Plus 36th order crystal cores, consider those as interest. As for the rest, well, send it to you in installments over the next 6 months. What do you think? He even included interest. Wang Guoshan was somewhat surprised. The value of these 6th order crystal cores at current rates amounted to nearly 3 million. He hadn't expected Gong Ming to be so straightforward. From his understanding of Gong Ming, the man was notoriously stingy with financial expenditures, let alone adding interest. What he didn't know was that Gong Ming had some understanding of Chen Mo's strength. Having heard that the other party had a good relationship with Jiang Shengming's nephew, he was eager to send this uncertain variable away, and agreed so readily so as not to affect his subsequent plans. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked, Are you sure? Gong Ming smiled and said, Of course. If you agree, I can hand over the 15 million and the 36th order crystal cores to you right now. I believe Admiral Wang has already given you the details, so let's not waste each other's time. Chen Mo nodded slightly and said, Why wouldn't I agree? I just don't want to have to come back in 6 months. Gong Ming waved his hand, Don't worry. A fixed amount will be deposited into your crystal card every month. Since you agree, shall I take you there now? Chen Mo nodded. From what Krajia had said earlier, it seemed the 11th war zone might be facing some major trouble. Not wanting to waste too much time here, he accepted Gong Ming's proposal. Wang Guoshuan standing by hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He had mentioned it several times before, but it had always been evasively brushed aside. Still, at least the outcome was good. After all, he wasn't in charge of finances. Who knew how much these people had lined their own pockets? Of course, to be safe, Wang Guoshan decided to go along himself. He wanted to see if Gong Ming would be as forthcoming as he claimed. Outside the central tower, Gong Ming, Chen Mo and the others stood at the gate. He ordered his men to fetch 36th order crystal cores and handed Chen Mo a crystal card, saying with a smile, "It's all here. Take a look." Wang Guoshuan, eyeing the shabby cloth sack filled with crystal cores, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Director Gong, since you're giving 6th order crystal cores, why not use a spatial stone? Must you use a cloth bag?" Gong Ming chuckled but said nothing. "It's fine." Chen Mo looked at the cloth sack brimming with 6th order crystal cores and swept his left hand lightly over it. Under their somewhat astonished gazes, the entire sack along with the crystal cores was stored into his spatial ring. Chen Mo also checked the remaining purple crystal card. It held exactly 15 million crystal coins. "Any issues?" Gong Ming asked. Chen Mo's expression softened slightly. With this plus those divine beast crystal cores, it should be enough to allow the she-beast and Shoshi god to break through to the 7th rank. They were after all apocalypse deities, so they didn't have the same limitations as humans. Chen Mo revealed a rare smile. "It seems I misunderstood earlier. The 11th war zone is still trustworthy." Gong Ming forced a smile at this, but his heart was bleeding. This fellow had to show up now of all times. In his mind, he was destined to become the leader of the 11th war zone, and these resources and crystal coins all belonged to him. Having to fork over so much now, that brute Wang Guoshan naturally wouldn't understand the importance of 10 million crystal coins, but he knew exactly what it meant. Still, as long as it got rid of this guy, it was worth it. Though that's what he thought. Gong Ming didn't show it and said politely, "Of course. We've never forgotten the remaining 30 million. Even if you hadn't come this time, we were planning to transfer it to your card next month." Gong Ming's unusual behavior made Wang Guoshan feel something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After receiving the due payment, Chen Mo didn't linger. He planned to return to the Tianhai City Lions. Gong Ming was naturally pleased to see this, but Wang Guoshan tried to persuade him to stay. "Going back to the 6th war zone? Won't you stay a few more days?" Chen Mo shook his head, thought for a moment and said, "No. I plan to visit Jiang Fan and then leave." "Where is he now?" "That brat Jiang Fan." At the mention of Jiang Fan, Wang Guoshan's face showed a hint of worry. Ever since Commander Jiang fell into a coma, he's been guarding his uncle, never leaving his side. The boy worries there might still be members of the Pure World sect among the high ranks, so he moved the commander to the Southern City Hospital. "Chen Mo, do you want to go there?" "I'll go see him." Chen Mo nodded. Wang Guoshan thought for a moment and said, "I'll come with you then. I might as well check on Commander Jiang's condition." Gong Ming's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Learning that Chen Mo also intended to visit the Southern City made him somewhat displeased. He said with a feigned smile, "That reminds me, old Wang. I'll go with you as well." Jiang Shengming's injuries were severe. He had remained unconscious, and even the top-tier healing type ability users were helpless. Despite this, Gong Ming was still uneasy. To avoid suspicion, he sent different people to visit every few days. Wang Guoshan glanced at him but said nothing. Under the escort of a group of soldiers, the few of them rode in military vehicles to the place where Jiang Shengming was recuperating. Security was tight there, surrounded by massive iron gates with a large sanatorium in the center. This place had once been a war zone hospital for treating the wounded. But ever since Jiang Shengming was moved here, the area had been cleared and fortified with strict defenses. Well-equipped troops patrolled inside and out at all times. Even Wang Guoshan and Gong Ming, despite their high status, had to undergo a series of rigorous checks upon entry. The 3 corpses were barred from entering due to their special nature and were stationed outside by Chen Mo. Under the guidance of several soldiers, the 3 arrived at the door of the first-floor building. "It's right here." "Who?" A voice filled with vigilance resonated from within the room. Wang Guoshan cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, "It's me, your uncle Wang Shaojiang. Chen Mo, Gong Ming and I came to see you." The person inside fell silent for a moment, and then the door was gently pushed open. Jiang Fan stepped out. "Uncle Wang and Brother Chen." Seeing Chen Mo before him, Jiang Fan felt a tinge of disbelief. Chen Mo smiled slightly and said, "Jiang Fan, long time no see. The young man before him had changed little in appearance over the past year, but he had shed much of his childishness, appearing quite mature. It seemed that the series of events experienced in the 11th war zone over the past year had made the once spirited youth much more composed. Gong Ming cast a glance at the situation inside the room. Upon seeing Jiang Shengming lying on the hospital bed in a state of unconsciousness, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Xiao Jiang, you've really worked hard during this time. How is Uncle Jiang doing now?" Mentioning his uncle, the joy on Jiang Fan's face slightly faded as he lowered his head. "Still the same as before. The Central Authority sent an rank healing ability user to check on him. Uncle's injuries have long since healed, but we don't know why he hasn't woken up." Hearing this, Gong Ming felt quietly pleased. Although the Pure World sect was detestable, it had to be said that their efficiency in handling matters was quite good. They had repeatedly assured him that Jiang Shengming would definitely not wake up before he took office. This assurance put his mind at ease. However, Gong Ming still displayed a mournful expression, sighing as he spoke. "Sigh. The situation in the war zone is not good. With Jiang Sheng yet to awaken, what are we to do?" Jiang Fan also looked glum. He raised his eyes to the others and opened the door, saying, "Come in." A group of people entered. The room was vast and well lit, sunlight streaming through the glass windows. Jiang Shengming lay on the hospital bed surrounded by precision instruments. Ever since moving here, Jiang Fan had been watching over him day and night, never leaving. He appeared somewhat fatigued and poured 3 cups of water, handing them out. "Uncle Wang, weren't you out handling the Pure World sect strongholds? How did you all have time to come today?" He was somewhat aware of the matters outside. Wang Guoshan replied, "It was Chen Mo who came to discuss the outstanding payment for that battle pet. It just so happened that he had time today and Chen Mo wanted to come see you, so I came along." Gong Ming also smiled and said, "I came to visit Uncle Jiang as well." Jiang Fan nodded, somewhat surprised, and looked at Chen Mo, saying, "Brother Chen, long time no see. How have you been?" Before Chen Mo could respond, Wang Guoshan eagerly slapped his thigh. "This kid has done remarkable things now. He is a great contributor in the 3rd war zone. He single-handedly resolved the 4 Calamities Secret Realm incident." "What?" Jiang Fan was taken aback, somewhat dumbfounded. "The 4 Calamities Secret Realm has been resolved." Even Gong Ming was shaken, looking at Chen Mo in disbelief. Chen Mo did not deny it, nodding as he said, "This is not solely my achievement." Wang Guoshan widened his eyes and said, "You're being too humble. Zhou Jia told me about it. In the 4 Calamities Secret Realm, 3 end times gods were dealt with by you and another ability user. Truly monstrous." Gong Ming felt even more shocked upon hearing this. He had not expected that this seemingly calm young man possessed such terrifying strength. Although the end times gods that the 11th war zone had dealt with were not few, each encounter had resulted in heavy casualties, requiring great human and material resources to achieve a bitter victory. He suddenly felt fortunate that he had not clashed with this guy. Jiang Fan looked on with a hint of envy. He too was an rank ability user, and his greatest dream had been to resolve the disasters caused by the gods like Chen Mo. Unfortunately, due to his uncle's circumstances, he had to remain here. "How wonderful. I haven't been out in so long I've almost forgotten what the outside world is like," Jiang Fan said somewhat dejectedly. Noticing his disappointment, Chen Mo stepped forward and patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Once your uncle wakes up, you'll be able to go out and see for yourself." Jiang Fan's eyes brightened but soon dimmed again. "Let's hope so." Wang Guoshan frowned. He had watched Jiang Fan grow up in the courtyard, and the Jiang Fan of before was not of such a gloomy disposition. "Xiao Jiang. You need to pull yourself together. Your uncle wouldn't want to see you like this. Didn't the higher-ups say that Uncle Jiang is fine? I estimate that Uncle Jiang will wake up soon, and then you'll be free to go wherever you want." Gong Ming also feigned sympathy from the side. "The auspicious Jiang Shengming will surely have divine protection, nothing will go wrong." As he said this, he glanced at the time. "Well, I just came to check on him. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Recalling the earlier arrangement for Chao Heng to settle that corpse here, since he was already in Nan City, it was just right to check on the situation. Wang Guoshan raised his eyes, somewhat displeased, and said, "Leaving so soon?" Gong Ming chuckled. "Old Wang, not everyone has the luxury of time to roam around like you do. I have many matters to attend to. Since you're here today, it's a good opportunity to check on the merchants in Nan City." Wang Guoshan waved his hand, urging, all right, you go ahead." He. "Then I'll take my leave. You all chat slowly." Gong Ming smiled as he stood up and adjusted his attire. Finally glancing at Jiang Xingming lying on the bed, he secretly smirked and then turned away without looking back. Bang! After Gong Ming left, Wang Guoshan relaxed a bit and complained with a headache. Lately the disturbances caused by the Pure World sect have become increasingly frequent. Xiao Jiang, it seems unsafe for Uncle Jiang to remain here. In my opinion, it would be better to transfer him to the central tower. Jiang Fan shook his head saying, no, there are probably still Pure World sect members in our war zone. I'm afraid the previous situation might occur again. He wouldn't dare. Wang Guoshan slammed the table, his voice rising slightly. Daring to attack a war zone leader, the higher-ups have sent 2 from among the 12 sons this time. The Pure World sect won't last long. Jiang Fan fell silent, glancing around before sitting down next to Jiang Shengming's hospital bed, slowly stating. Last week that S-rank healing ability user came to check on him. He said my uncle is in good condition and there are no issues with his body. Therefore he suspects that the reason he hasn't woken up yet might be due to some ability user's power. That person has already returned to report. Special personnel will likely be dispatched for a detailed inspection by the end of this month. Naturally, each warzone had its own methods to counter such bizarre abilities. The only thing to note was that one must first determine the type of the opponent's ability before applying the proper treatment. In other words, his uncle might awaken by the beginning of next month at the latest. Even Gong Ming was unaware of this matter, but even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Because there were still over 2 weeks until the start of next month, ample time for him to orchestrate a series of events. By the time Jiang Xingming woke up, the news of his own appointment as the leader of the 11th Warzone would likely have been announced. Abilities. Wang Guoshan frowned and said in a deep voice, Xiao Jiang, do you mean that the purifying sect deliberately prevented the leader from waking up? Jiang Fan nodded. Assassinating a Warzone leader in broad daylight, even the purifying sect wouldn't dare go that far. Their goal must have been to keep my uncle from waking and interfering with their plans. Wang Guoshan's brow furrowed tightly as he recalled the recent spate of disturbances which seemed to herald an impending storm. Chen Mo added, by the way, Zhou Jia didn't mention it earlier, but the blood of the child corpse king from the Lingxing coal mine has appeared near the warzone. Earlier on our way here we captured a purifying sect disciple. The man bit into a capsule containing the corpse child blood and transformed. Corpse child. Wang Guoshan's face changed as he spoke. The Lingxing mine is far from here. How could the corpse child blood from that mine appear in this place? Besides, trenches were set up there with round-the-clock surveillance. Any movement would have been reported immediately. Could it be? A terrifying conjecture surfaced in his mind. Since the purifying sect could infiltrate the upper echelons, penetrating the remote trenches would be even easier. Whoosh! Wang Guoshan abruptly stood up, unwilling to stay a moment longer. His piercing gaze fixed on Jiang Fan and Chen Mo as he spoke. I'm leaving now. Chen Mo, your words just now reminded me, the trenches at Lingxing haven't reported in for days. I need to go check. With that he strode out decisively, rushing toward the central tower at top speed. Watching Wang Guoshan's frantic retreat, Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Faith-based abilities were among the most troublesome, elusive and hard to guard against. The reason it was ultimately rated S was that it could not influence willpower strong ability users or even ordinary people, nor did it grant any enhancement to the user. He never imagined that in this life the other party could have grown to such an extent. In his previous life, Feng Chuancai, limited by his strength, could only beguile ordinary people without abilities, never able to reach the truly powerful figures, let alone those protected by formidable ability users. But this life was different. The revival of the Heavenly Crone had granted him the power to bestow abilities on followers, amplifying his influence. This force caught Gong Ming's attention, leading to their collaboration to brainwash several high-ranking Warzone officials. Chen Mo stood up. Jiang Fan, you said your uncle might be under the influence of some ability, which is why he hasn't woken up. Jiang Fan, yes, what's wrong? Chen Mo looked at Jiang Xingming lying on the hospital bed and suddenly grinned. If that's the case, I might have a way to wake leader Jiang up now. Jiang Fan's face lit up with joy. He grabbed Chen Mo's arm and exclaimed, Brother Chen, are you serious? Chen Mo remained calm. But I can't guarantee it. If your uncle hasn't woken up because of an ability, I should be able to resolve it. The voice of longevity and joy. Capable of dispelling even S-rank abilities, this 6th-tier voice of dispelling was enough to neutralize the vast majority of abilities. Apart from the incident with Taotie, which relied entirely on its terrifying suction and stomach capacity, the only failure had been at the hands of that woman Claire. Brother Chen, if you can really wake my uncle from now on, you're my blood brother, I'll do anything you ask. Jiang Fan's eyes were red as he gripped Chen Mo's arm tightly. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and smiled. No need for that. Let me try first. Alright. Jiang Fan said, full of anticipation. Cover your ears. What? Jiang Fan was puzzled. Chen Mo parted his lips slightly. Then a deafening sound erupted. Although the voice of longevity and joy could control its volume, even the lowest setting was astonishing. Jiang Fan's face changed dramatically as the terrifying sound wave surged, spreading throughout the entire sanatorium. In an instant, countless patrolling soldiers gathered outside the door. As the sound wave subsided, a loud shout rang out from outside. What happened? Jiang Fan, what's going on in there? At that moment the space behind Chen Mo rippled. A cold-faced young man with a ponytail appeared out of nowhere, pressing a blade against Chen Mo's back. An icy voice sounded. Don't move. Oh. A rare teleportation ability. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. Meanwhile, the back door was forced open and several of Jiang Fan's former teammates, including Li Tian and other ability users, rushed in. Is Leader Jiang in danger? Jiang Fan, are you okay? Jiang Fan quickly reacted and shouted to stop them. Everyone stop. He's my friend. Huh? Li Tian frowned, but when he saw Chen Mo he shuddered. Chen Mo. What are you doing here? What's going on? Jiang Fan quickly explained, and only then did everyone understand. But is this any way to treat someone? Li Tian said with a strange expression. Jiang Fan scratched his head, even he hadn't expected such a treatment method. He pushed Li Tian's back and said, alright, it's fine now. You all go out first. Chen Mo and I will keep an eye on things here. Li Tian nodded helplessly. Fine. Well, be right outside. Just call if you need anything. The group gradually dispersed. Outside defenses and firepower were already in place. The ability user with teleportation also vanished from the spot. After everyone had left, Chen Mo looked at Jiang Fan with a smile. They sure got here fast. Jiang Fan sighed. Li Tian and the others are always near the sanatorium. They come running at the slightest disturbance. Forget that. Brother Chen, how's my uncle now? He stepped forward to check. Chen Mo turned to stare at Jiang Xingming on the bed and murmured. I'm not sure either. If it was caused by an ability, it should have been dispelled. Let's see. Jiang Fan suddenly noticed something and frowned. What's this? On the left side of Jiang Xingming's ear, a slender transparent strand of hair was barely visible. Jiang Fan noticed this detail with care, reached out, grasped the strand and pulled it out. How could there be hair here? He furrowed his brows, studying the length of the strand. It was unmistakably a woman's hair. Chen Mo also looked over. When he noticed the golden strand, his brows tightened. This was Clarigia's hair. The ability Ouroboros of Euronymity. As if grasping something, Chen Mo turned his gaze to the unconscious slumbering Jiang Xingming, his expression growing somber. That woman Clarigia had been here. Jiang Xingming's prolonged inability to awaken might not solely be due to purification, but also Clarigia's deliberate interference. Recalling her earlier warning, that this place would soon become a burial ground, he realized the purification sect's current turmoil likely involved their shadow as well. Matters were growing increasingly complex. Jiang Fan stared at the strand, pondering for a long time without understanding. Chen Mo said, this is what prevented your uncle from waking. This strand of hair is the ability of a supernatural user. What? Jiang Fan's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just this hair. Was this also the work of the purification sect? Since his uncle Jiang Xingming had fallen into a severe coma, he had been by his side the entire time. Yet he had never noticed when this was done. Chen Mo didn't explain much, choosing instead to tacitly affirm. Probably. But now this ability has been lifted. If nothing unexpected happens, your uncle should wake up soon. The two waited quietly beside him. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Xingming's eyelids twitched on the hospital bed. Uncle. Jiang Fan had never been so stirred. He gripped Jiang Xingming's hand tightly, softly calling out repeatedly, trying to rouse him from his coma. Wake up. Chen Mo also watched intently. Jiang Xingming's eyelids quivered gently. Under Jiang Fan's hopeful gaze, as if a miracle occurred, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were blurry and clouded, as if recovering from a severe illness. His throat was dry and hoarse as he spoke weakly. Xiao Fan. Uncle. When Jiang Xingming opened his eyes, Jiang Fan shouted with excitement. But Chen Mo stepped forward and patted his shoulder. He made a shush gesture and pointed at the tightly closed door. Jiang Fan immediately understood. He suppressed his boundless joy, lowering his voice, though his words trembled with uncontrollable delight. Uncle, you're awake. You're really awake. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Shengming suddenly coughed heavily. Jiang Fan quickly helped him sit up, gently patting his back. Jiang Shengming lowered his head, breathing rapidly, and said hoarsely, water. Water. You need water, right? Okay, I'll get it. As Jiang Fan moved to rise, Chen Mo interjected, let me. He poured a cup of warm water and handed it over. After several cups, Jiang Shengming finally came to his senses. He looked around then at Chen Mo by Jiang Fan's side. His eyes flickered and he spoke, his condition improved. How long have I been unconscious? Jiang Fan replied, half a year. Uncle, never mind that. How do you feel now? I'm fine. Jiang Shengming waved his hand weakly. When he heard from his nephew that half a year had passed, he touched his gaunt sunken cheeks and sighed. So it's been that long. It felt like a dream. I couldn't wake from, where I was constantly entwined by a golden serpent. Chen Mo looked thoughtful. A golden serpent. That was undoubtedly Clarigia's Ouroboros of Eurynomy. But what puzzled him was why Clarigia would do this. Jiang Shengming looked up at Jiang Fan, seeing his nephew's eyes brimming with unshed tears, and smiled. Xiao Fan, you've worked hard. These past 6 months I could actually hear the commotion outside. Good child, you've grown up. He reached out kindly to touch Jiang Fan's face, but his withered frail hand fell back, too weak to complete the gesture. Jiang Fan could no longer hold back his tears. Without a sound he lowered his head and said in a choked voice. It's okay, uncle. As long as you're fine. Chen Mo watched quietly, giving the uncle and nephew some time before speaking. Director Jiang, you mentioned earlier that during your coma you could hear outside sounds. Jiang Fan also snapped to attention, releasing his grip and asking. Uncle, is that true? Jiang Shengming nodded, propping up his weary body and speaking slowly. I don't know why, but I could hear what was happening outside, yet I couldn't wake up. Just now it seemed like Gong Ming and Wang Guoshan came by, didn't they? Yes, Uncle, Wang and the others just left, said Jiang Fan. Uncle, you've just woken up. Rest first. I'll have some porridge prepared. No need, Jiang Shengming shook his head, declining. I heard your earlier conversation. Given the current situation in the 11th war zone, some people probably don't want me to wake up so soon. Don't let news of my awakening spread yet. I'll say it's for myself, said Jiang Fan. Jiang Shengming gave him a deep look and asked, Xiao Fan, can you guarantee there are no informants here? I have some food here. It'll do for now. Chen Mo took out a few slices of soft bread and dried meat from his spatial ring. Soak them in water and make do. Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment, then took the food, tore it into strips and handed them to Jiang Shengming. Perhaps just awakened, Jiang Shengming ate only a little. While eating he had Jiang Fan recount everything that had happened over the past 6 months. Jiang Shengming chewed the food, quickly absorbing the vast information. He lowered his head, pondering for a long time before speaking. I never imagined that in just 1 year the purification sect would grow from a trivial organization to this extent. I understand the general situation. Xiao Fan, you've done well. If I were still recuperating in the central city, I'd likely be under constant surveillance. Though this place isn't exempt, it's certainly better than the central tower. Jiang Fan clenched his fists in anger. Uncle, there must be a traitor in our 11th war zone. Jiang Shengming's eyes flickered as he nodded. Exactly right. And this person wields considerable power. I think I know who it is. Uncle, do you know who it is? Jiang Fan asked. Jiang Shengming nodded slightly, Gong Ming. The only question is whether he was brainwashed or chose to cooperate with the purification sect willingly. Before falling into a coma, he had already uncovered many brainwashed individuals among the higher-ups. These people couldn't have been brainwashed for no reason, they must have had contact with someone. This was easy to trace. Following the clues, he quickly narrowed his target down to Gong Ming. And the other party must have sensed this, which was why they acted first, attempting to kill him. Unfortunately for them, the purification sect didn't dare to lay a fatal hand on a warzone commander. Even the most extreme measure only left Jiang Shengming severely injured and on the brink of death. It's him. Upon hearing that the suspect his uncle mentioned was none other than Gong Ming, Jiang Fan's expression shifted. He had just been here moments ago. Jiang Shengming nodded and said, that's why I told you not to reveal that I've woken up. If I'm not mistaken, the corpse blood must also be closely related to him. The corpse blood is extremely terrifying, even an esper who takes it can hardly avoid turning into a zombie. If we push Gongming too far he might do something extreme. Although we don't know what he intends to do with the corpse blood, we must prepare for the worst. For now keep my recovery a secret to avoid alerting him. Jiang Shengming said in a deep voice. I can't leave here and there aren't many people I can trust right now. I need you to send someone to investigate the source of the corpse blood. Can your friends be trusted? Jiang Fan, Li Tian is definitely reliable. His hexagram divination ability allows him to avoid misfortune. There's no way the purification sect could brainwash him. But uncle, why can't I go? Jiang Shengming shook his head. You've been here for the past 6 months. If you suddenly leave, what do you think Gongming will think? As for sending Li Tian. Jiang Shengming paused, pondering for a moment before deciding it was feasible. He looked up at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, I owe my early awakening to your help. Gongming has several powerful espers by his side. Li Tian alone might not be enough. I have an impertinent request. I hope you can. All right. Before Jiang Shengming could finish, Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Jiang Shengming was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Sensing his confusion, Chen Mo said calmly. Jiang Fan is my friend. It's just a small favor, not a big deal. After discovering that Kliga and the others were involved, the meaning of this matter changed entirely. If the purification sect were merely a group of fanatical believers, then the pillar resonators brought back by the director were outright lunatics. Their goal was to overthrow the entire world to revive and inherit the power of the sovereigns. The strength of a sovereign surpasses that of a 9th-tier deity breaking through the so-called level boundaries. It was absolutely not something they could control. Even the revival of a single sovereign would be an apocalyptic disaster that no one could withstand. Moreover, he wanted to understand what Chen Fuyang had done to him in those fragmented memories and whether his rebirth was connected to the first pillar that Kliga had mentioned. Jiang Shengming was somewhat surprised. Seeing Chen Mo's prompt agreement, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He arranged the next steps. Chen Mo and Li Tian were to investigate the source of the corpse blood. If the corpse blood was indeed related to Gongming, then such a dangerous item must not remain in his hands. Chen Mo walked out of the room alone. Li Tian and a group of espers were waiting outside. When they saw Chen Mo emerge, Li Tian stepped forward. How is Commander Jiang? Chen Mo glanced at the others behind him and said in a low voice, come with me. Li Tian was momentarily confused, unsure of Chen Mo's intent, but he looked back at the group and said loudly, everyone disperse. He followed Chen Mo out of the sanatorium. They wandered aimlessly through the streets of the southern district for a long time. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Li Tian rushed forward and asked. Seriously, Chen Mo, what exactly do you want to tell me? Seeing that they were alone in an open area, Chen Mo revealed everything about Commander Jiang's awakening and the tasks assigned at the sanatorium. Li Tian's face turned pale as he lowered his eyes, his expression shifting uncertainly. What? You're saying Commander Jiang has woken up? Chen Mo nodded slightly. Li Tian murmured. Corpse blood. So that means Gongming or the purification sect might already have control over that corpse. Your ability is the hexagram, isn't it? Can you calculate where that corpse is? Chen Mo asked. Li Tian shook his head and said gravely, it's a bit difficult to calculate out of thin air. Let me try first. Knowing the severity of the situation, that corpse blood could even cause espers to mutate into zombies, he dared not be careless. With a light sweep of his right hand, 6 illusory translucent copper coins materialized in midair and were cast to the ground, spinning. Clink. He gathered them with his left hand, spreading the 6 coins flat in his palm. Looking at the hexagram in his hand, Li Tian's face turned ashen. He raised his eyes and glanced at Chen Mo gloomily. Chen Mo, what is it? His expression said it all. Li Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. After a long pause he said. If my hexagram calculation is correct, that corpse is either at the Lingqing mine or right here in the southern district. How is that possible? How could it be in the southern district? Chen Mo squinted. Just as Jiang Shengming had guessed, Gongming had left in a hurry earlier. Where is Gongming now? Li Tian shook his head. How should I know? But from the hexagram just now, the corpse's location is roughly in the western part of the city. Let's go. With that, Chen Mo immediately set off toward the western district. Li Tian hurried after him. Wait for me. The two rushed toward the western district in a flurry. Along the way, Li Tian continuously used his hexagram ability to perform divination. Sensing that something was wrong, his expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he couldn't help but frown and click his tongue. What the hell? What's wrong? Chen Mo turned back from ahead. This guy had been fiddling with his hexagram ability all along the way, startling him with every sudden reaction. Li Tian slapped his own head and exclaimed. What the hell is going on? Why am I calculating multiple directions for the corpse now? It's not here, it's run off to the western city again. Suppressing the urge to give him a beating, Chen Mo took a deep breath and asked, where exactly is it? Li Tian scratched his cheek awkwardly and spoke with a hint of embarrassment. I don't know either. I've calculated it 4 times since just now and each time the result was different, Central City, East City. But I'm sure of one thing, that corpse child is definitely within our safe zone. Chen Mo's face darkened. The safe zone was vast. Even knowing the corpse child was there, it was impossible to search every household it could be hiding anywhere. Li Tian said, no help for it. If we had something related to that corpse child, the accuracy would be much higher. Let's start with one location. Chen Mo replied, fine. Then we'll start from here. Perhaps it was because the divination was flawed. The two searched until nightfall, running from South City to East City and then from East City to North City, but still found nothing. Li Tian looked utterly drained and spoke weakly, I'm a bit tired. The successive divinations had taken a toll on him. I think we should come back tomorrow. It shouldn't be that urgent. How about we grab a meal first? Li Tian said timidly from the side. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, glanced at the sky, it was already late, and nodded. You go ahead. I need to leave the city. What for? Li Tian asked. Chen Mo didn't explain but simply turned and walked toward the city outskirts. Since he had decided to investigate the pure world sex conspiracy here, he might as well take this opportunity to elevate both the Shoshi god and the she beast to the 7th rank. Heterogeneous metal flowed, and behind Chen Mo emerged a pair of gleaming metallic wings. With a flap he lifted the 3 corpses and soared into the air, streaking like a silver arc toward the city outskirts. Li Tian, who had been fatigued, widened his eyes in shock when he saw Chen Mo sprout wings just like Qiongqi. His mouth gaped wide enough to hold an egg as he exclaimed. What the hell? What is this? Isn't that Qiong's ability? Outside the west city of the 11th war zone. After traveling about 100 kilometers they arrived at a desolate uninhabited town. Chen Mo took out the 36th rank crystals he had obtained from Gong Ming, and a strange purple light flickered in his left hand. A low hum. Boom. A deafening roar echoed. The Shoshi god, a colossal being, materialized out of thin air. Its bloated obese form was so massive that even after deliberately shrinking it stood 20 to 30 meters tall, crushing buildings like a small mountain. The she-beast fared better, it was intelligent enough to shrink its size to match Qiongqi's. Qiongqi and the Scythe of Death also appeared. Qiongqi let out a dissatisfied low growl. It approached Chen Mo and rubbed against him affectionately while the Scythe of Death quickly climbed onto his back. Looking at the 4 terrifying beings before him, any one of which could wreak havoc if released, Chen Mo patted Qiongqi and sighed. Alright, I'm letting you out for some fresh air. With Chen Mo's permission, the abandoned ruined town became a scene of pandemonium. The monstrous creatures reveled freely in this uninhabited place. Qiongqi flapped its wings and soared through the sky, letting out excited roars. A 3-meter white spider swung its legs, neatly slicing through damaged buildings. Boom. Boom. The she-beast, displeased, glared at Qiongqi flying overhead and gathered a water dragon to blast at it. Roar, boom. The water stream wasn't particularly damaging, but it struck Qiongqi and immediately enraged it. Qiongqi glared angrily at the taunting she-beast below. Having long harbored resentment toward it, the beast let out a long roar and plunged straight down, pouncing on it and grappling fiercely. Boom. The commotion caused by the 2 terrifying beasts was immense. Under the night sky the Scythe of Death honed its sickle-like blades, and soon the entire town was reduced to a tragic ruin. Anyone witnessing it might have thought a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Watching the creatures wreak havoc, even Chen Mo was stunned, his eyes wide and his tongue tied. After a long silence he murmured. These guys. At least the 3 corpses and Shoshi are a bit more well-behaved. He let them run wild, knowing they needed to blow off steam after being cooped up. Besides, this place was already barren and empty. Chen Mo casually found a spot to sit down. He took a self-heating meal from his spatial ring and calmly began to cook it. Counting the 3 corpses, he now had 5 creatures in his Tianquan ability space ready to be summoned at any time. Though he had anticipated it, continuously enslaving more creatures still gave Chen Mo a headache. After all, these were all resource-devouring beasts. Previously just raising Shoshi to the 6th rank had drained all his savings, and now with barely 15 million credits he wasn't sure if it was enough to elevate all of Qiongqi and the others to the 7th rank. He silently resolved that once this matter was over he would release Shoshi the she-beast and the others to fend for themselves. Enough. After letting them roam for a while, Chen Mo looked at the she-beast and Qiongqi still locked in their brawl and said, "Come back." He transmitted the command through his Qiongqi ability. The Scythe of Death turned upon hearing its master's order. Its body began to shrink to the size of a palm and it shot toward Chen Mo like a white blur. The she-beast glared at Qiongqi, who was still stubbornly pinning it down, and let out an angry roar. "You idiot! The master is calling us. Let go." A massive surge of water erupted from it, blasting Qiongqi away. Qiongqi leaped to a distance and shook off the water. It raised its head proudly like a victor. The she-beast bared its teeth and growled indignantly, "If it weren't for the master's sake you'd be no match for me." After all, Qiongqi held a special status among these creatures. It had been with Chen Mo the longest, evolving from an orange cat to its current form. Even after Chen Mo gained the ability to fly, he always allocated more resources to nurture Qiongqi, giving it a unique standing. Except for the Shoshi god, which was too cumbersome to move, the other 4 creatures obediently returned to Chen Mo's side. On the ground lay 36th rank crystals. Looking at these ravenous fearsome beings, Chen Mo wore a worried expression like an old father and sighed again. After some thought he took out all the crystals from his spatial ring and began to distribute them. Altogether these crystals amounted to about 300. "Qiongqi, you and the Scythe of Death each take half," Chen Mo decided. Qiongqi's enormous pupils suddenly brightened, gleaming with excitement, while the Scythe of Death clattered around beside him. She-beast, however, showed little reaction. As a proud apocalyptic deity it disdained squabbling with Qiongqi and the Scythe of Death over these spirit cores. Chen Mo naturally did not play favorites. He took out 2 7th rank deity spirit cores from the 4 calamities and handed them to She-beast and Shoshi. "She-beast, you and Shoshi use these spirit cores of the 4 calamities." She-beast appeared quite tempted, for deity spirit cores were excellent resources for them to restore their strength. "Can this deity spirit core help you recover to 7th rank strength?" Chen Mo asked. "No problem." She-beast spoke in human tongue, "Master, with these 4 calamity spirit cores I can guarantee a breakthrough to the 7th rank within a short time. However, Shoshi might not be so certain." Chen Mo nodded, "I know." The Shoshi god race was inherently special, with an astonishingly large appetite. The resources needed for it to break through a single rank were dozens of times greater than those for Qiongqi and the others. Such an entity, to have birthed a 6th rank Shoshi, was already a rarity among 10,000. Cultivating it to the 7th rank would likely be a long and arduous journey. Having distributed all the spirit cores, each beast retreated to absorb them on their own, bringing a semblance of quiet. Chen Mo glanced at the 3 corpses who had been standing still all along. Due to the 7 deadly sins divine artifact still residing within it and the uncertainty of when the Lord of the 7 deadly sins would awaken, Chen Mo had no intention of elevating the 3 corpses to a level beyond his control. "Finally some peace," Chen Mo chuckled. He took out the last 4 calamity spirit core and began absorbing it to enhance his Qiongqi ability. The night passed swiftly. The next morning Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. He slowly unclenched his left hand. The 4 calamities spirit core still brimmed with abundant energy. It would likely take a long time to fully refine it. "It's about time to leave," Chen Mo murmured. Alien metal formed into wings. He looked at the awakened she-beast and Qiongqi around him, then swept his left hand. Activating the Qiongqi ability, he gathered them all into the spatial realm of that power. Shortly after Chen Mo departed, 2 figures appeared at the scene. The arrivals were Su Jinghuan and Li Shitong, who had rushed back and were heading to the 11th war zone. Upon seeing the devastated and chaotic state of the town, Su Jinghuan's eyelids twitched as he gasped. "Hiss, good heavens! What happened here? Could the mother-child corpse king have arrived?" Li Shitong was also inwardly shaken. The place bore no resemblance to a town at all, with collapsed building debris scattered everywhere. Moreover, at the town center there was a colossal pit sunken from where the Shoshi god had sat. "This doesn't look like the aftermath of a zombie horde." Li Shitong frowned, shock flickering in her heterochromatic eyes. "Judging by the traces, this destruction seems recent." Su Jinghuan agreed, "Then it must be the work of the purification sect. First the mother-child corpse king, now destroying towns around the 11th war zone. What are those people trying to do?" Li Shitong, "Let's head to the 11th war zone. I have a bad feeling. The purification sect is likely planning something big." Outside the west city of the 11th war zone, Li Tian had been waiting early. He yawned drowsily, looked up at the sky, checked the time and murmured, 3, 2, 1. As he counted to 1, a figure streaked across the sky at incredible speed. Under the astonished gazes of passers-by, Chen Mo landed slowly. He looked at Li Tian waiting there somewhat surprised and said, "So early. You knew I was coming." Li Tian grinned smugly, "Of course. My Liujia ability hasn't lost its edge. After I went back yesterday I thought it over. My divination was probably correct before, we must have overlooked something." His expression turned serious as he stared at Chen Mo and continued. "The corpse child couldn't have been moving on its own. Someone must have been carrying it around. Didn't you say Director Jiang suspected Minister Gong? So after you left yesterday I had someone secretly investigate Minister Gong's recent activities. That old fox is cunning and left no clues, so I started with his close associates and finally identified a key figure." "Who?" "Qiongqi, the enhancement type ability user." Li Tian said gravely. "I heard that yesterday Minister Gong's personal bodyguard also came to the South City. Shortly after arriving he visited several locations in the East and West cities. I traced his movements chronologically and found that the places he went matched the positions I divined for the corpse child yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, the corpse child is now in Qiongqi's hands." "Qiongqi?" Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, seeing Li Tian's confident expression. "Any news on him?" Li Tian nodded solemnly, "Yes, the intelligence combined with my Liujia divination has confirmed his location. That guy circled around visiting all 4 main cities of the safe zone, and now he's in the underground black market of the East City. Let's go now." Having confirmed the corpse child's location, the two rushed toward the North City of the 11th War Zone. They were in the West City. To reach the East City they had to pass through the Central City or one of the other 2 cities. Pedestrians on the roadside stared oddly at the 2 hurrying men. Li Tian, as the day before, occasionally activated his Liujia Bagua ability to divine. This time however he divined broadly about the general situation of their journey. Ding! 6 copper coins were tossed spinning rapidly on the ground. As they slowed down one by one they came to a stop. Li Tian's face grew increasingly grim. Just as the last coin was about to stop and reveal the result, he was so frightened that he immediately retrieved the 6 coins into his palm, dispersing them, refusing to look further. He muttered to himself, "As long as I don't see the result it can never be an ominous hex." Turning back he found Chen Mo was already out of sight, so he hurriedly chased after him. But Chen Mo was too fast. Li Tian, running behind, was panting heavily from exhaustion. Having barely caught up with Chen Mo, Li Tian said, panting heavily with his head lowered, "Slow. Slow down." Seeing that Chen Mo showed no reaction, Li Tian froze for a moment, then looked up. "Why have you stopped?" At this moment Chen Mo stood still. Right ahead of them a crowd of panicked people were scattering in all directions. Their faces were etched with terror. One after another they fled past the 2, darting into the surrounding alleys, their panicked cries filling the air. Li Tian looked over with some confusion. A large crowd ahead was rushing straight toward them. "What's going on up ahead?" "Hey buddy, did something happen?" He stopped a passerby to ask. The man he stopped had a terrified expression. Seeing Li Tian grab his sleeve he quickly pulled his hand away and shouted, "Someone ahead has turned into a zombie. What are you still standing here for? Run." "A zombie?" Li Tian's pupils contracted. How could a zombie outbreak occur within the safety zone? Everyone entering the city had to pass through instrument scans. Unless there were special circumstances, an ordinary person infected with zombie toxin would never be allowed inside. Suddenly a scream rang out from ahead. Not far away in front of a stall a man was desperately beating a zombie that had already turned with a stick. "Damn you, let go of my wife." Bang! Bang! The zombie, with a hideous face and thick saliva dripping from its mouth, lunged at a woman who was screaming in sheer terror. "Help! Save me!" The woman kept struggling and screaming. "Get off!" The man struck the zombie with his stick and kicked it fiercely. But the zombie still bit down hard on the woman's neck, ignoring the man's attacks. It even jerked its head violently, tearing the woman's neck apart. Blood gushed out with a tearing sound. The man's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "Bastard! I'll kill you." He let out a furious roar and lunged at the zombie like a madman, swinging his long stick wildly at its head. "What's going on?" Li Tian, standing in the distance, was utterly horrified, unable to believe his eyes. How can there be zombies inside the safety zone? Chen Mo. He whirled around to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo had already raised his hand, unleashing his ability. A silver arc flashed cleanly severing the zombie's neck. With a dull thud the two rushed over. Li Tian stared in disbelief at the bodies of the zombie and the woman on the ground. He approached the man who was kneeling with his head bowed trembling uncontrollably and asked. What happened here? When the man didn't respond, Li Tian stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Are you alright? The man slowly lifted his head. His pupils were spinning wildly without any pattern. His face was covered in the zombie's blood and faint sinister black lines spread across his skin. This is... Li Tian paused for a moment, then as if a thought struck him he exclaimed in terror, blood poison curse. The corpse son's blood ability. Before Li Tian could think further, the next second the man lunged at him with a ferocious snarl. Roar. Boom. In the blink of an eye. The man, now a zombie, was pinned to the ground by a massive heavy metal block. Li Tian's heart nearly leaped into his throat. The man under the metal block howled and thrashed. This sudden turn of events caught Li Tian completely off guard. He stumbled back several steps trembling before he could calm down. He cursed, still shaken. Holy shit. Turning this fast, it's definitely the corpse son's blood poison curse. Chen Mo said coldly from the side. Don't get near him. Anyone infected by the blood poison curse and turned will have blood that carries the same effect for a short time. Li Tian nodded. I know. He walked over to the decapitated zombie's corpse, rummaged through its pocket and pulled out an ID card. His face was full of confusion. Zone 11. This guy is an ordinary person. Chen Mo frowned deeply and said slowly, it seems the corpse son's blood has already appeared within the city. Li Tian said, the corpse son should still be in Qiongqi's hands. How could an ordinary person get access to the corpse son's blood? Besides, what does Qiongqi gain by turning an ordinary person? Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then looked around. He noticed the three corpses were squatting by the stall where everything had been scattered, curiously examining a transparent bucket. Beside the bucket lay a shattered glass cup. One of the three corpses extended a finger, touched a small puddle of water on the ground and licked it. This is... Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Li Tian, about the places we investigated yesterday, is there any common point you might have overlooked? Common point? I don't think so. Li Tian said, biting his thumbnail in thought. Chen Mo prompted, for example something like a water source. At these words Li Tian shuddered as if a memory had been triggered. His pupils trembled violently as he looked at Chen Mo. Water source? You mean water? South City, North City. The places we went to yesterday all had water purification plants. Yesterday his mind had been entirely on the corpse son and he had completely overlooked this point. The water purification plant sends a large amount of clean water into the city every morning for everyone to drink. A terrifying conjecture took shape in Li Tian's mind, making his throat feel dry. You mean? Qiongqi might have put the corpse son's blood into the water. As he thought about it, the possibility seemed increasingly likely. Li Tian trembled all over as if plunged into an ice cellar. Chen Mo stared at the shattered glass cup, his expression growing increasingly grave. That would explain it. Every city has a water purification plant responsible for the daily water supply of all residents. Qiongqi's repeated appearances at these locations were likely to dump the corpse son's blood into the system. It was now early morning, exactly the time when those plants were distributing water. Holy shit. How much corpse son's blood would that take? Li Tian burst out cursing. If that's really the case, Gongming has absolutely lost his mind. What good does it do him to have Qiongqi do this? I don't know. Chen Mo shook his head. Just as the two realized something was terribly wrong. From several other directions within the city, terrified screams and the roars of zombies began to echo. In various parts of the West City, those who had drunk the contaminated water began to turn into zombies. One after another they lunged at anyone in sight, biting and clawing like mad. Boom. You. What's wrong? Let me go. When he heard the commotion from the West City, Li Tian's face turned ashen. His lips trembled uncontrollably as he stiffly turned to Chen Mo and said, no way. Could it really be just as we guessed? It's over. At this moment Li Tian felt completely dazed, unable to fathom that Qiongqi would commit such a monstrous act. The combined population of the four major cities is at least 300,000, and every morning the water purification plant begins to supply water. The transmission of the blood poison curse is extremely terrifying, even if some families have water reserves. As long as one person drinks the contaminated water from yesterday and transforms into a corpse, this situation can spread uncontrollably. Now that the situation is urgent, the law enforcement personnel in the city have quickly begun to mobilize, hastily heading towards the places where transformations have occurred. Li Tian said with a severe headache. Chen Mo, we have to quickly find that Qiongqi. He is very likely to take more adverse actions using the corpses. Without caring about the chaos around, the two set off again, witnessing many people suffering through the transformation process along the way until they finally entered the inner city where the situation improved somewhat. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. As soon as they entered the city, a large number of East City enforcement teams and ability users rushed to suppress the chaos. Chen Mo and Li Tian weaved through the crowd, and Li Tian, feeling apprehensive, said, "It seems that people from other cities have also noticed. With the military and ability user guilds taking action, there shouldn't be too much trouble." Chen Mo, just ahead is the underground black market. He led the way, directly arriving at a dark alley. At the end of this alley was a wooden door leading underground. At the door sat an old man leisurely lounging in a chair, picking his nose, completely oblivious to the turmoil outside. The chaos from the other cities seemed to have no effect here. Looking at the two, the old man said bluntly, "Pay up for two people." The underground black market in the safety zone handles various untraceable items, acting as a gray area beyond regulation. Because there is a group of powerful ability users trading in the black market, and a hefty fee is paid monthly as long as nothing too outrageous is done, the war zone turns a blind eye. Li Tian was evidently a regular here, skillfully leading Chen Mo forward, taking out a crystal card and swiping it at the door twice. The old man nodded, flicked the dirt off his finger, and slowly got up to open the door for the two. "You may enter." It was a dark and narrow underground staircase. Li Tian glanced at Chen Mo beside him and said, "Follow me. Below is the black market." The two entered together. The corridor was dim and damp, with candle flames hanging on the walls. After spiraling down several levels, the bustling noise of the crowd echoed from both sides, and a foul odor struck them. In the dim light they saw an extraordinarily spacious underground street, the path stretching wide ahead. Stalls lined both sides of the road, filled with various mutated limbs and all sorts of strange goods, resembling a dark counterpart of prosperity, bustling with people. They could see many well-known ability users trading here, seemingly even more than those on the surface. Li Tian introduced. The ability users here are mostly desperate individuals, either fugitives or those stripped of their rights, unable to live normally within the safety zone. Those with permissions below level 1 are banned from trading in the major merchant guilds within the safety zone, and they don't even have residential rights. They can only obtain temporary identity cards to enter briefly, and to acquire supplies they have to trade in this underground black market. Here there's no need to worry about anyone transforming into a corpse, because ordinary people simply can't afford the 1,000 crystal coin entry fee, and the diluted blood poison water has greatly reduced effects on ability users. Chen Mo nodded slightly, knowing a bit about the underground black market. Although he had been here before, it wasn't often. After all, in his past life he was a bona fide ability user under the war zone. Items traded in the underground black market are generally priced 1 or 2 times higher than those above ground, and it is difficult to find genuine goods that haven't been tampered with. Li Tian chuckled beside him. "I often come here to strike gold and have acquired quite a few good items." Chen Mo cast him a glance and said flatly, "In such a large underground city, how do we find Qiongqi?" Li Tian replied, "Let's go, he'll take you to meet someone. He's the go-to person in the black market and will definitely know where Qiongqi is." Stepping on the somewhat dirty bluestone slabs, he led Chen Mo in search. Soon they arrived at a garbage pile swarming with flies and a few rats. Looking at a broken bowl on the ground, Li Tian muttered in confusion, "Strange, this guy has always been here. Where did he run off to today?" Suddenly a slight noise came from the trash heap that resembled a small mountain. A beggar covered in dirt and grime popped out with a poof. The beggar had unkempt hair, tangled and matted. He was chewing on a piece of moldy bread, revealing yellowed teeth, and his gray eyes fixed on Li Tian as he spoke. "Are you looking for me, senior brother?" Upon seeing the beggar, Li Tian's eyes brightened, but he was almost nauseated by the foul smell emanating from him. He pinched his nose, enduring the discomfort, and said, "Senior brother, I need to ask you about someone." "Senior brother?" Chen Mo's eyelids twitched as he stared blankly at the ragged, foul-smelling beggar. A fellow disciple. This discrepancy seemed too stark. The beggar wrinkled his nose and climbed up from the garbage pile with a few cockroaches on his hair. He shook his head and looked at Li Tian with displeasure, saying, "Who's your senior brother? Are you crazy?" After speaking, the beggar took the bread and scampered back to his broken bowl, sitting down with a thud. Chen Mo looked at Li Tian speechlessly and said, "Is this the person you wanted to find?" Li Tian felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, "We're from the same sect. My senior brother got a concussion from fortune-telling before the apocalypse and has become like this, crazy and erratic." It's fine, he has recovered a lot now, and my senior brother knows the black market like the back of his hand, and I'll go ask him. Li Tian pinched his nose and stepped forward. Senior brother. I'm not your senior brother. You're sick. The beggar, still gnawing on the moldy bread, lifted his eyes, sniffled, and spoke in a gruff voice. Asking for information. You know the rules, right? He nudged the bowl in front of him forward. I know. Li Tian nodded confidently, tossing 2 5th-tier crystal nuclei forward. The beggar looked at the crystal nuclei in the broken bowl, reaching out his filthy hand to pick them up and bite down, his eyes lighting up. Hey. Good stuff, rare treasure. Ask away, he said, grinning broadly, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellowed teeth. Li Tian quickly asked, Senior brother, I want to ask you about someone. Have you seen a man about 1 meter 80 tall with a large build and a bushy beard in this black market? The beggar frowned, pondered for a moment, then said, 1 meter 80. Haven't seen him. But I did spot a fellow with a darkened brow not long for this world. Darkened brow? Where is he? Li Tian was taken aback. The beggar grinned, staring at Li Tian, and said, right here, ha ha ha. He doubled over with laughter, rolling on the ground in mirth. Li Tian's face darkened as he growled, then give me back the crystal core. At these words the beggar's smile instantly froze. He clutched his broken bowl tightly and said indignantly, no fun. Fine, I'll tell you. If I remember correctly, I saw that fellow enter shop No. 18 yesterday. See, just go straight down this street. He was hiding a little brat too, all secretive, no idea what he was up to. Shop No. 18. Wasn't that a store selling special weapons? Li Tian stood up, looking at Chen Mo with a grave expression. Chen Mo nodded and said, let's go. Ignoring the beggar, they immediately headed toward shop No. 18. Inside shop No. 18, the door was tightly shut. Qiongqi gently set down the corpse child in his arms and said solemnly to the men before him, the leader's mission is complete. The water sources of the 4 cities have all been tainted with the corpse child's blood. The corpse child, drained of much blood, appeared extremely weak, its body shriveled as it let out feeble howls. The men opposite said, Alright, since the corpse child's blood has been added to the water sources, our mission is done. This is just the beginning. I heard that at dawn the kingdom sent a well-equipped army to Lingxing Mine. The Mother Corpse King must have arrived. With this, the 11th War Zone's full attention is on the Mother-Child Corpse pair. They won't have time to interfere with our leader's plans. The shop was filled with about 20 followers of the Pure World sect. Someone sneered, with corpse riots breaking out in the 4 cities, Gongming must be at his wits' end by now, right? How could he have imagined that his personal bodyguard would be one of us from the Pure World sect? Haha, we wanted to help him, but he betrayed us instead. That fool has no idea of our Pure World sect's power. The group chatted and laughed while drinking beer. Their goal was to lure the 12 operatives secretly sent by the central authorities, halting their investigation into the Pure World sect. And even if Gongming knew the location of their Pure World sect's headquarters, faced with the impending massive corpse tide, he wouldn't be able to spare a shred of attention. Qiongqi's face was impassive as he slowly spoke, after all this, even sacrificing several strongholds, what exactly does the leader intend to achieve? The leader's thoughts are beyond the grasp of us mere followers. But I do know one thing, I've heard the leader is preparing to purify the world. The era of our Pure World sect is about to dawn. Someone downed a large gulp of alcohol, speaking with fervent zeal. Purify the world. At the mention of these 2 words, every follower present burned with excitement, feeling honored to be part of the purification. Even Qiongqi's steady face showed a flicker of emotion. Looking at the dying corpse child on the table, he nodded, The corpse child still has one last use. Only by letting the Mother Corpse King witness her child's brutal death in the 11th War Zone can we ignite the hatred between zombies and humans. Perhaps we can even use those damned creatures to wipe out the 11th War Zone. At this point, the powerful Corpse Kings entrenched in various regions had gained considerable intelligence. Under their command, most zombies had shifted their hunting targets from humans to mutants. And the Mother-Child Corpse King, to nurture the corpse child, had been hiding deep beneath Lingxing Mine. Just as the Pure World sect members were basking in their control over a war zone's fate. A voice rang out untimely. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Who goes there? Hearing this, everyone immediately grew alert. Boom. The tightly shut iron door was violently breached by a terrifying force. Countless fragments turned into lethal blades, hurtling toward the followers. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 ability users were caught off guard and instantly killed. Qiongqi's face paled. As a 6th rank ability user, he reacted the fastest. As the fragments flew in, he grabbed the corpse child from the table, his muscles bulging as he lifted the tabletop to shield himself. Bang! The tabletop shattered into pieces. The other followers beside him were sent flying, crashing heavily into the walls. Are Gongming's people here? Stay sharp! A follower roared. The survivors quickly grabbed the bladed weapons in the shop. Everyone stared toward the door. There stood Chen Mo and Li Tian, the latter panting heavily. Spotting Qiongqi inside, Li Tian exclaimed with delight. There he is. Wait. That's... Noticing the purple male infant in Qiongqi's arms, Li Tian's face filled with shock. That's the corpse child. It's really with him. Li Tian. What are you doing here? Qiongqi naturally recognized Li Tian and shouted coldly. Li Tian, I should be asking you. Qiongqi, did you add the corpse child's blood to the water purification plants of the 4 cities? Have you lost your mind? Chen Mo gazed calmly at the group inside and said coldly, they are all Pure World sect followers. What? Li Tian's pupils contracted. The men inside upon hearing this looked hostile. They activated their abilities and shouted, Qiongqi, you didn't follow Gongming's orders. They must be his agents. Kill them. With that, dozens of Pure World sect followers with abilities charged forward. Li Tian's face changed. He was no combat ability user, and he quickly hid behind Chen Mo. Chen Mo remained calm, sneering, a bunch of small fry. He raised his right hand slightly, activating his Dominion ability. The weapons in the room began to tremble violently. Under the Dominion ability's control, the weapons in the ability user's hands slipped from their grasp and turned on their wielders. My weapon? What's happening? Most of these men had been granted abilities by Feng Chuancai which were weak, mere physical enhancements, placing them at the 3rd or 4th rank. Before they could react, flashes of blood lit up the shop. Pft pft. The weapons in their hands turned against their masters, and one by one the disciples of the Pure World sect collapsed to the ground, clutching their throats that gushed with blood in disbelief. Li Tian's eyelids twitched. The entire shop was filled with blood-stained weapons floating in midair. There were at least over 20 people here, yet in mere moments more than half had perished. This man was truly a harbinger of slaughter. The massive commotion drew the attention of many in the underground black market, but most here were desperados without identity cards. Those who died in the black market would be left unattended. Thus murder to silence witnesses was a common occurrence here. To avoid courting trouble, most people merely glanced over and chose to ignore it. Li Tian quickly reminded Chen Mo, don't kill them all. Leave a few for interrogation. A loud crash followed as Qiongqi shattered several incoming broadswords. His expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty as he stared in Chen Mo's direction, he said in a deep voice. Chen Mo. If I recall correctly, our Pure World sect bears no grudge against you, does it? Why must you meddle in our affairs? Chen Mo's face remained calm, his gaze fixed on the corpse child cradled in Qiongqi's arms. It was an infant with tightly shut eyes, purple skin, and a withered, frail body covered in needle marks on its arms and belly, as if a vast amount of its blood had been drained. Ignoring Qiongqi's bewilderment, Chen Mo said flatly, it seems the corpse mutations on the surface were indeed your doing. Hand over the corpse child. Dream on. Qiongqi's face twisted with cruelty as he grabbed a nearby table and hurled it at the two. With a loud crash, Chen Mo stood motionless as the large table shattered into pieces upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Qiongqi bolted toward the exit, smashing through the wall with brute force and bellowing, for the Pure World sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples inside the shop erupted with fervent zeal in their eyes. Even those lying on the ground barely clinging to life struggled to open their mouths. 4. The Pure World sect. A sharp cracking sound echoed. The remaining disciples in the room bit open the capsules hidden in their back molars which contained the blood of the corpse child. As the dark blood slid down their throats, a long black line appeared on the center of their tongues. The blood poison curse took effect instantly, causing these disciples to convulse and their faces to contort as they underwent corpse mutation. Li Tian, though bewildered by the situation, noticed Qiongqi attempting to flee and shouted, this bastard is trying to escape with the corpse child. Chen Mo nodded slightly, raising his right hand. A long iron chain shot out toward the fleeing Qiongqi. The chain coiled around Qiongqi's body in an instant. Trapped by the immensely heavy links, Qiongqi's face filled with alarm. He grabbed the chain with both hands and yanked hard, trying to tear it apart. Yet the chain was unyielding, impossible for even a 6th rank enhancement type Esper like him to shred. Corpse mutation was irreversible, and after mutation an Esper's abilities became even more terrifying. In the shop the Pure World sect disciples who had bitten the capsules instantly became ferocious, their twisted bodies contorting at unnatural angles. Some even swelled to enormous sizes, bursting through the entire shop. A thunderous roar echoed as the massive disturbance drew many in the black market. When they saw the collapsed shop No. 18 and the mutated Pure World sect disciples, their faces turned pale. Zombies? How did they get here? No, these people. They've undergone corpse mutation. Dust rose further, obscuring the already dim black market. Several sinister figures lunged out from the haze. Chen Mo drew his blade Qiongqi and swept it forward. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed as Qiongqi bisected a mutated disciple at the waist. Then, like a sudden downpour, countless silver blades plunged into the mist, followed by agonized screams. Even with the enhancement from mutation, these zombies were as fragile as paper before a 7th rank sovereign ability. As the dust gradually settled, the ruins were littered with the grotesque hedgehog-like corpses of the disciples. In the distance, Qiongqi's pupils contracted sharply. How could this be? Though he had anticipated it, he never imagined that those who had chosen to sacrifice themselves through mutation couldn't even delay the enemy for a few moments. Staring at the chains entangling his body, Qiongqi grew increasingly agitated. He too had a capsule containing the corpse child's blood in his mouth, but his mission was not yet complete. He still needed this corpse child to lure the mother corpse king. He gripped the iron chain fiercely, his right arm swelling with engorged muscles and bulging veins. His eyes bloodshot, Qiongqi exerted every ounce of his strength and roared, "Break for me." Suddenly a tremendous sense of losing control struck. The chain jerked violently, sending him flying through the air before he crashed heavily in front of Chen Mo. The impact shook the ground, and the countless onlookers in the black market watched in terror, their fear directed at the unfamiliar face of Chen Mo. Li Tian opened his mouth, staring at Qiongqi battered and bruised in the crater, and the crying corpse child tossed aside, unable to speak for a long time. What astonished him even more was that the iron chain wrapped around Qiongqi remained completely intact. Li Tian knew Qiongqi's strength well. This man had once been a scavenger. During an expedition they were ambushed by a corpse tide, and when everyone around him had perished, he saved Gongming from an attack by over 1,000 corpses, earning him great favor. With his grip ability he could easily crush the skull of even a 5th rank mutant. It was no wonder Li Tian was so shocked. In an era where the highest ranked espers were only at the 6th rank, the emergence of a 7th rank ability was far too overpowered. Even in the current 11th warzone there wasn't a single 7th rank esper. The corpse child, also thrown aside, let out a painful cry on the ground. Seeing this, Li Tian hurriedly picked up the corpse child. Noticing its withered body like a deflated doll with sunken eye sockets and cheeks, he couldn't help but speak. These beasts. They didn't even spare such a young child. How much blood did they drain? Knowing that zombies and mutants could recover through corpses and crystals, Li Tian sympathetically took out a crystal and handed it over, saying, "Here, eat this crystal and you'll be fine." Chen Mo glanced at the man and kindly warned, "Be careful." Li Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. What harm can such a small zombie do? Here, eat." Upon sensing the aura of the crystal core, the corpse child in his arms, eyes still tightly shut, opened its mouth like a newborn babe awaiting nourishment. Yet the dense jagged fangs still sent a shiver down Li Tian's spine. He suddenly recalled this was no ordinary infant, but the offspring of the mother-child corpse sovereign. Still he gritted his teeth and brought the crystal core to the corpsecle's lips. Suddenly, the corpse child snapped its head upward and lunged, jaws clamping toward Li Tian's hand and the core. Roar! Shit! Li Tian's pupils contracted, reacting instantly. He hurled the corpse child to the ground and cried out in alarm. "I'm feeding you out of kindness, and you try to bite me." Li Tian recoiled several paces, his entire body jolting with shock. The corpse child tumbled onto its back, then began crawling toward him, jaws snapping repeatedly, sharp teeth clicking together with a chilling clack-clack as it advanced. Watching the creature crawl forward intent on biting him, Li Tian's last shred of sympathy evaporated. This was no ordinary corpse child, it bore the blood toxin curse. Even its blood could trigger zombification in ordinary humans. A single bite would be catastrophic. Li Tian's face darkened with fury. The more he thought, the angrier he grew, until he strode forward and delivered a furious flying kick. "Go to hell, ungrateful little traitor." The corpse child spun violently through the air, 360 degrees, before crashing hard onto the ground several meters away. Only after sending it hurtling that far did Li Tian finally exhale his pent-up rage. "Ah, much better." Chen Mo stood nearby, shaking his head faintly. "I told you to be careful." No matter how human-like it appeared, a zombie remained a zombie. Ignoring Li Tian's commotion, Chen Mo turned and strode directly to the deep crater. He glanced down at Qiongqi, who had just risen from the pit, hands braced against the earth, coughing up blood incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Mo closed the distance in 3 swift strides and drove a heavy precise fist into Qiongqi's abdomen. Thud. Dual awakened cultivators possessed physical strength and power rivaling even enhancement-type adepts. And Chen Mo, a 7th rank adept, had struck with devastating force. Guh. Qiongqi's eyes bulged. The crushing blow to his abdomen forced another torrent of crimson from his mouth. Wrenching in agony, he writhed across the ground, face contorted in bestial anguish, then collapsed into unconsciousness. Among the blood pooling beneath him lay a translucent blood-red capsule. Indeed, he had carried one in his mouth all along. Chen Mo silently noted this. From behind, Li Tian rushed over, still gripping the corpse child by one leg, and his expression shifted sharply. Don't kill him. Chen Mo, he's a member of the Purifying World sect. We might extract vital intelligence from him. Chen Mo replied, I know. But judging by his condition, he won't speak anytime soon. Li Tian knelt beside Qiongqi and checked for signs of life. Finding only the faintest thread-like pulse, he exhaled in quiet relief and looked up. Good, good. He's still alive. No matter, Qiongqi served Gongming personally. That alone speaks volumes. As he spoke, Li Tian gave the dangling corpse child a brisk shake. More importantly, this little thing. Within our warzone, it's a walking time bomb. Who knows when the mother-child corpse sovereign might return? The 11th warzone can no longer withstand such devastation. Perhaps starved from excessive blood loss, the corpse child, even suspended upside down, twitched its frail body instinctively, jaws straining to tear into itself. Li Tian said, Chen Mo, let's return to meet Chief Jiang first, see what he advises. Chen Mo nodded, then extended a finger toward the unconscious Qiongqi. A silvery liquid welled from his fingertip. The liquid coiled around Qiongqi's body like living serpents, solidifying into unbreakable shimmering chains that bound him tight. Li Tian grinned, unbelievably smooth mission. Had anyone else attempted this, the very outbreak of zombification among the Purifying World sect's followers would have posed a grave threat. Qiongqi himself is a key figure within the Purifying World sect, yet we captured him so effortlessly. Enough, Chen Mo waved dismissively. Let's go. No one knows what's unfolding above, we'll escort you there. Li Tian nodded, then turned to the onlookers still lingering nearby and boomed, what are you all standing around for? Warzone business, disperse. After their riotous foray into the underground black market, the two ascended back to the surface. This was after all deep within the warzone, so despite the outbreak, the disturbance was swiftly quelled by Warzone-affiliated adepts and military forces. Through the chaos, the warzone quickly traced the source to the water purification plants of the 4 great cities, and issued an emergency broadcast. Residents were forbidden from consuming any water sourced from those facilities. Conditions outside had eased considerably. Civilians sheltered indoors, only adepts dared move freely. Streets were littered with overturned stalls while columns of fully armed soldiers marched past. Li Tian produced a burlap sack from nowhere and stuffed the corpse child inside. Meanwhile, Sanshur dragged the unconscious Qiongqi by the iron chain, keeping pace closely behind. Their procession drew startled glances along the way. After walking some distance, Li Tian sighed deeply and said, at least this corpse child is small, its blood volume is limited. If adepts themselves turn, things would truly spiral out of control. Diluted corpse child blood had lost much of its potency, posing danger only to ordinary humans. Chen Mo, what's wrong? Noticing Chen Mo's silence, Li Tian turned puzzled. Someone's been tailing us. What? Li Tian's gaze sharpened, his voice dropped low and stern. Are you certain? Could it be a mistake? After all, they were openly dragging a captive through broad daylight, a well-known adept no less. It was hardly surprising someone took notice. Chen Mo spoke slowly. A grey-robed man has followed us since we emerged from the underground black market. For quite some time now. Li Tian cast a subtle glance backward. And spotted the man Chen Mo described. His eyes flickered, then settled into quiet calculation before he spoke. No matter. We continue as planned, ignore him. Most likely he was one of Gongming's men. Qiongqi was widely recognized across the 11th warzone. To bind him publicly ensured the news would reach Gongming, whether or not the Watcher was his agent. And events unfolded precisely as Li Tian predicted. Scarcely had the two emerged from the underground black market when word of the incident reached Gong Ming's ears. Inside the central spire. Crash. Crash. Gong Ming raged through his chamber, hurling furniture across the room. The floor lay in ruins. The reporting adept stood frozen, head bowed, uttering not a word. Gong Ming's eyes blazed, crimson veins webbing across his sclera as he overturned the desk with a thunderous roar. Damn it! Who can tell me why even Qiongqi serves the purifying world sect? That wretch, I knew something was off yesterday when I couldn't locate him. So he'd hidden himself in the underground black market. Qiongqi's identity had long been investigated. He belonged to the 9th battle zone as an ability user and his background was clean. Yesterday when I left the sanatorium I wanted to check on the situation with Qiongqi, but the reality was that he had completely disappeared, ignoring my orders and unable to be contacted. From that moment on, a bad premonition had already risen in Gong Ming's heart. Yet he had not dared to think in that direction until this morning, when a large number of ordinary people's corpses transformed in the safe zone, which completely crushed his hopes. The Qiongqi he trusted immensely was actually a member of the Pure World sect. Smash! The potted plant in the room was shattered into pieces. Damn it! Jiang Huihong's eyelids twitched, somewhat fearful of the angry man in front of him, and he spoke in a low voice. Minister Gong. Li Tian and Chen Mo have taken Qiongqi to South City, apparently to the sanatorium where Jiang Shou is located. Moreover, reports have come from below that Li Tian is carrying a burlap sack, and it is speculated that it contains the corpse. Sanatorium. Upon hearing this, Gong Ming paused, suppressing the anger in his heart as he gradually calmed down. His eyes flickered continuously, his mind racing, and after a long silence he finally spoke softly. No need to think further. The corpse is in Qiongqi's hands and is definitely in the possession of Li Tian and the others now. But what are they going to Jiang Xingming for? Could it be that guy has woken up? Gong Ming muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment he shook his head in denial. Impossible, that group assured me that Jiang Xingming could not wake up. Jiang Huihong hesitated for a while before speaking softly. Well, Minister Gong, the words of the Pure World sect's followers cannot be easily trusted. Gong Ming coldly replied, you are right, but Jiang Xingming's current situation has left even the central authorities helpless after coming to investigate. Do you think Chen Mo can make Jiang Xingming wake up? I didn't expect to have also paid the balance for the battle pet to him. If this guy really is ungrateful. Mentioning Chen Mo, a strong killing intent emerged in Gong Ming's eyes. He had previously feared that this guy would ruin his plans, so he had not made things difficult and had easily transferred the balance to him in hopes of making him leave quickly. But unexpectedly this bastard still lingered in the 11th battle zone. Ability user. I will make you realize how insignificant individual power is in the face of a vast battle zone. Jiang Huihong. Jiang Huihong was taken aback and hurriedly said, Minister Gong, what happened? Gong Ming's expression was ominously terrifying as he spoke coldly. Go to the North City garrison camp and find Yuan Yi. Have him bring his men to South City. But Minister Gong, what do you need him for? Jiang Huihong was full of confusion. This person held a position only second to Wang Guoshan within the battle zone. From Minister Gong's tone it seemed they had some connection. Gong Ming sneered. He is my man. I need to go to the South City sanatorium to see what is really going on with Jiang Xingming. If the worst possible scenario occurs, then everyone can perish together. With that, Gong Ming strode toward the door and slammed it shut. Bang! Leaving Jiang Huihong alone in the room, feeling a chill down his spine. He never expected that Yuan Yi from the North City battle camp would actually be Minister Gong's man. On ordinary days one was responsible for the internal affairs of the battle zone while the other wielded part of the military power. Their interactions were minimal and they had never communicated openly. How did Minister Gong manage to win him over? Jiang Huihong did not dare to think too much. He only knew that now most of the people in the battle zone were siding with Gong Ming. If he successfully replaced Jiang Xingming as the leader of the battle zone, then his position within the battle zone would rise as well, becoming a figure of power and influence. In South City, inside the sanatorium room, Jiang Xingming sat on the bed looking much better. He quietly listened to Li Tian narrate the events, glancing at Qiongqi, who was bound on the ground and still unconscious, feeling somewhat emotional. I didn't expect Qiongqi to also be a member of the Pure World sect. Even such a powerful ability user could not escape being brainwashed by the Pure World sect. How many more followers of the Pure World sect are there in the 11th battle zone? Uncle, does this mean that Gong Ming might not have any connection to the Pure World sect? Jiang Fan spoke up beside him. Jiang Xingming shook his head and calmly replied, a mere Qiongqi does not have that much power. Chen Mo, thank you. Do you have a way to make him wake up? Chen Mo stepped forward and administered a vial of recovery potion to the severely injured and unconscious Chao Heng. The effect of the recovery potion was immediate. Chao Heng quickly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes looking fatigued and suddenly recalled what had happened previously upon realizing he was tightly bound, struggling in panic. Where is this? Damn it, let me go. He glared fiercely at Chen Mo, saying, "You damn bastard. You ruin our plans and the pure world ritual will soon end everything. You won't get anything out of me." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, unwilling to indulge him, and stepped forward, delivering a harsh kick. Bang. Is this how united you followers are in your statements? Chen Mo said coldly, as the previous person had said the same. Chao Heng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disdain, showing a resolute attitude of rather dying than submitting. Upon realizing that the capsule in his mouth was gone, he shouted loudly. "You can kill me. I won't say a word." At this moment Jiang Shengming slowly spoke from the bed. "Chao Heng, as far as I know there are two types of people who become followers of the Pure World sect. One is the ignorant masses who voluntarily choose to join, and the other is the deluded fervent followers who have had their personality stripped away and been brainwashed. Which one are you?" The familiar voice made Chao Heng freeze for a moment, turning stiffly to look. When he saw Jiang Shengming, who was somewhat emaciated, sitting on the hospital bed, his pupils constricted sharply and his expression turned ghostly as he exclaimed. Jiang Shou. Impossible. How did you wake up?" Jiang Shengming smiled slightly and spoke leisurely. "That is not important, Chao Heng. I know you were brought back by Gongming during an inspection. If I'm not mistaken, you must have already been a follower of the Pure World sect by then, right?" Chao Heng's eyes were filled with shock, but he quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, "You will never understand the greatness of the Pure World sect, Jiang Shengming. Don't think you can extract any information from me." Jiang Shengming nodded seriously and said, "Actually, I had already uncovered a lot about the Pure World sect before I fell unconscious. The leader you speak of seems to possess brainwashing abilities and powers similar to those granted by deities, yet among the followers we captured previously there are very few ability users who have been brainwashed. And you, Chao Heng, I have looked into your background. You were once an ability user affiliated with the 9th Battle Zone. But one day after going out to hunt for crystal cores you never returned. What exactly happened during that time?" Jiang Shengming spoke in a calm tone, his pupils fixed like a deep abyss on the Chao Heng on the ground. Chao Heng's body trembled. Scenes suddenly flashed through his mind. 6 months ago he seemed to have been forcibly bound to a pillar just like today. Then, a young man with shoulder-length hair and a handsome face walked over, smiling, flanked by a group of fanatical followers. But every time he recalled this scene his mind was interrupted by a series of voices. Those voices incessantly spoke of how beautiful the Purity sect was, as if following in the footsteps of that young man would allow one to transcend everything. Chao Heng clenched his brow in pain, feeling as if his head might explode. Jiang Shengming noticed this and his eyes flickered as he began to think deeply. Chen Mo beside them also sensed something amiss. Although the Purity sect's faith in abilities could deceive the heart, its effectiveness was greatly reduced for ability users. Chao Heng, after all, was a formidable 6th-tier ability user, yet he displayed such a state in response to Jiang Shengming's questioning. It seemed he was indeed the second type of person Jiang Shengming had mentioned. "What's wrong with this guy?" Li Tian asked, puzzled. "Faith in abilities," Chen Mo replied. "Faith?" Jiang Shengming paused slightly, quickly understanding Chen Mo's meaning. "Are you saying that these brainwashed followers are like this because of their faith in abilities?" Chen Mo: "Yes, this is the ability of the leader of the Purity sect. This guy must have come into contact with the leader, which is why he was brainwashed. To brainwash an ability user requires a considerable amount of time, and there is also a high chance of failure. No wonder." Jiang Shengming realized, but he wasn't overly surprised. Because they had already guessed that the ability of the leader of the Purity sect must be related to influencing the mind and spiritual power. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and looked at Jiang Fan beside him. "If you don't want your uncle's awakening to be known, go inform the people outside to not enter regardless of any sounds they hear." Jiang Shengming narrowed his eyes and said, "Xiao Fan, listen to Chen Mo. Just say that Chen Mo is treating me." "All right." Jiang Fan left the room. Jiang Shengming turned and smiled at Chen Mo. "Is it the sound from before?" He roughly guessed what Chen Mo wanted to do. Previously, when he fell into a coma in a dream facing that golden serpent, it was the sound of breaking the spell that shattered the golden serpent and pulled him out. Chen Mo approached Chao Heng, his mouth slightly opening. If he was brainwashed, then all that was needed was to break the control of faith in abilities to uncover everything. At this moment Chao Heng was in a state of self-doubt on the ground. Li Tian, listening nearby and somewhat confused, asked Chen Mo about his strange behavior. What are you going to do? Jiang Xingming said nothing more but kept his eyes fixed on the scene. Everyone has their secrets, and he tactfully did not ask further. Seeing the door close, Chen Mo suddenly let out a piercing blast. The sound of breaking the spell swept through the entire orphanage once again. As Chao Hung heard the deafening scream, the alluring voices in his mind instantly vanished. The events that had transpired since leaving the 9th battle zone 6 months ago vividly surfaced before his eyes. He hung his head wearily as all the memories of this time surged wildly. The sound of breaking the spell lasted only a moment, but the lingering echo was quite enduring. Li Tian's ears were somewhat dazed, his head buzzing. It was a while before Chao Hung trembled and raised his head. His eyes filled with disbelief over everything he had done before he stared blankly at Chen Mo. I. Seeing his incredulous and self-reproachful expression, Chen Mo withdrew the restraints binding him and spoke. You're awake. Oh. Jiang Xingming curiously looked over as well. Is this sound really so miraculous? Chao Hung nodded numbly, his bloodshot frenzied eyes becoming much clearer, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Recalling everything that had happened during this time felt as if decades had passed, giving him the illusion of having lived in another world. His pupils trembled uncontrollably as he hoarsely grasped his hair and said. What? What exactly have I done? Those memories. Assisting the purity sect in capturing ordinary people, witnessing countless brainwashed fanatical believers being sacrificed and turned to bones. Then gaining Gong Ming's trust and pouring the blood of corpses into various purity factories in the safe zone. Over the past 6 months, the brainwashed version of himself had engaged in countless heinous and frenzied acts. Chao Hung let out a painful roar, suddenly raising his hand to pound the ground. This scene startled Li Tian, and even Jiang Fan rushed in from outside. What's wrong? Upon seeing Chao Hung pounding his chest and lamenting on the ground, Jiang Fan frowned and said. What's wrong with this guy? Jiang Shengming's expression remained unchanged as he softly said, he just woke up. It is likely he still cannot accept what he was brainwashed into doing. Give him some time. A 6th-tier ability user, a disciple deliberately hidden within the high ranks of the purity sect, could undoubtedly provide a lot of useful information. He did not wish for Chao Hung to suddenly lose control. After 10 minutes, Chao Hung gradually calmed down. His eyes were bloodshot, his lips bitten and broken, and he looked at Jiang Shengming with deep remorse. Jiang Shou. I'm sorry, I never expected that I would be brainwashed by the purity sect. Jiang Shengming waved his hand. This matter is not your fault. You were brainwashed by the purity sect, and what you did was beyond your control. Now that you are awake, it's time to reveal everything you know about the purity sect to atone for your sins. Chao Hung nodded heavily, taking a deep breath and solemnly saying, I understand, Jiang Shou. As an informant for the purity sect, Chao Hung knew far more than those ordinary followers. From being captured and brainwashed by the purity sect to everything Feng Chuan had him do afterward. The few of them listened intently. As the timeline progressed, upon hearing that the leader of the purity sect had ordered 1,000 living followers to be burned alive as sacrifice, even Jiang Shengming's eyes flickered with a hint of rage. Li Tian and Jiang Fan were even more indignant, angrily shouting, human sacrifice. What the hell is that leader of the purity sect doing this for? Jiang Shengming's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his eyes filled with intense fury as he spoke in a deep voice. Are you saying that those disciples of the pure world sect have already become offerings and burned themselves? Recalling the hellish scene of thousands of disciples igniting torches and self-immolating under the night sky, their faces showed not a trace of pain or fear, only the fanaticism of offering everything. Chao Hung's pupils trembled continuously as he spoke in utter fear. I don't know what the leader of the pure world sect is truly after, but since that time he seems to have gained the power to bestow supernatural abilities upon ordinary people, and he has even granted those remaining ordinary people with powers, turning them into divine envoys. Divine envoys. Jiang Shengming furrowed his brows tightly. Could the leader of the pure world sect be some sort of apocalyptic deity? How many people are left in the pure world sect now? Chao Hung thought for a moment and estimated roughly, after the subsequent recovery with more and more disciples joining, it's conservatively estimated that there are nearly 4,000 zealous individuals now. 4,000. Jiang Shengming's mood instantly plummeted. After sacrificing a full 10,000 disciples, how could there still be such a terrifying number? Such a number is almost comparable to a small to medium-sized faction. Chen Mo, listening nearby, also furrowed his brows tightly, never expecting such a significant change in this lifetime's Feng Chuan Kai granting supernatural abilities. Could it be the resonance of the divine pillar, or is there an apocalyptic deity standing behind that Feng Chuan Kai? The conditions required for the resonance of the divine pillar are too harsh and only the central authority possesses such technology. However, if it were an apocalyptic deity granting powers, Chen Mo couldn't fathom what kind of deity could bestow such strength upon so many disciples. Jiang Xingming calmed his inner turmoil and said without changing his expression, if what you say is true, then the threat posed by the Pure World sect to us is probably even more terrifying than that of an apocalyptic deity. Regarding the corpse matter, does it have anything to do with Gongming? Qiongqi nodded and truthfully shared everything he knew. By secretly recommending, he allowed people from the Pure World sect to contact Gongming, and the only demand for Gongming's cooperation was to eliminate Jiang Xingming. The emergence of that corpse was entirely due to the order of the leader of the Pure World sect to initiate the ultimate goal of purifying the world, requiring these disciples to stir up the 11 battle zone, diverting the attention of the central authority and the high-ranking officials of the battle zone to the mother and child corpse king, leaving no time to care about their plans. At these words, everyone present was greatly alarmed. Li Tian's eyelids twitched violently, recalling his previous divination. He once again activated the 6-yao divination, casting the worn copper coins which spun on the ground before he retrieved them. Ding! This time he was divining the threat posed by the Pure World sect to the battle zone. What Li Tian did not expect was that the result of this divination came surprisingly quickly. As the 6 copper coins gradually stopped, Li Tian's expression turned somewhat incredulous and he calculated once more. The same, still the same, he murmured. The results came faster each time. Suddenly Li Tian trembled all over and shouted out loud. On July 14th the sun will swallow the moon, and the day after tomorrow all living beings in the 11 battle zone will perish. This sudden shout startled Jiang Fan beside him. Li Tian. What are you going crazy about again? The others in the room also looked over. Jiang Xingming asked, Li Tian, what is it? Li Tian trembled all over, his face filled with extreme fear as he said, Jiang Shou. If I said that all the people in the 11 battle zone would be completely destroyed the day after tomorrow, would you believe me? Jiang Fan's expression changed slightly. You charlatan, you can't say such things lightly. Li Tian however wore a smile that was more sorrowful than tears, saying, it's true Jiang Shao. I have divined 6 times this time, and anyone within the safety zone is marked for certain death. This is a disaster from heaven and man. The only reason I could guess this is because of the Pure World sect. Jiang Shengming's heart shook. He knew of Li Tian's abilities. This person had been a Taoist before the apocalypse, and afterward he awakened the 6-yao divination ability, making his predictions almost always accurate with only a very small number of errors. Even the previous death of Luo Ling had been predicted by him. Li Tian's lips turned slightly pale and he spoke with a dry throat, July 14th, that is when a great change will occur. And this time's divination is the 2nd time I have ever seen in my life. Do you know when the last time was? Before the apocalypse arrived. What? Jiang Fan's face suddenly changed, his pupils constricting. Li Tian, are you sure? Even Jiang Xingming couldn't sit still anymore. Li Tian nodded affirmatively with his hands trembling slightly, slowly saying. That's 6 times. If I calculate again I might lose my life. I can't guarantee that the devastation will be as tragic as when the apocalypse began, but I can be certain that this incident will definitely occur in the 11 battle zone and may even affect the overall situation. This divination sign cannot appear without involving a great calamity affecting all beings. Everyone's heart trembled and Jiang Fan wanted to ask something further. At this moment a knock sounded from outside. Bang bang. Jiang Fan paused slightly and Jiang Xingming also looked over. What is it? Minister Gong has arrived, came the voice from outside. Jiang Fan frowned slightly puzzled and said, Gong Ming. What is he here for? Jiang Xingming whispered beside him, he's probably here for me. Chen Mo and Li Tian caused quite a commotion in the underground black market and even brought Qiongqi back. He can't be unaware of it. Let's put aside what Li Tian said for now. If what he says is true, we in the 11 battle zone should prepare early. Since Gong Ming is already here, we should first eliminate the greatest hidden danger within. Jiang Shengming's gaze flickered. Originally he wanted to hide for a while longer to root out more traitors among the high ranks. But now, listening to what Li Tian said, the time left for the 11 battle zone is limited and he must adjust his plans. Jiang Fan said, Uncle, you mean? Jiang Xingming replied calmly, let him in. I want to see what he intends to do. Anyone with eyes could clearly see that this awakened Jiang leader was planning to settle scores. Jiang Fan nodded and went out to send someone to bring Gong Ming back. Before long Gong Ming's cheerful voice came from outside. Xiao Fan, I just came to see Jiang Shou. By the way, I heard that you seem to have caught one of my subordinates. What did Qiongqi do wrong to be brought here? Is he here to be tied up? Jiang Fan outside the door wore a cold expression. Without saying much he slowly pushed the door open. Until the moment before the door opened, Gong Ming's face still bore a warm and amiable smile. It was only upon seeing the crowd inside the room and Jiang Shengming, who had somehow awakened and was now sitting on the bed, that Gong Ming felt as if struck by lightning. His mood plummeted to rock bottom as he uttered in disbelief, "Zhejiang chief." Jiang Shengming looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Minister Gong, what's the matter? Surprised to see me awake?" Gong Ming's mind was blank at that moment. Beneath his feigned smile his heart roared in turmoil. Why had Jiang Shengming awakened from his coma? Come in and have a seat." Jiang Shengming waved his hand gently and said with a smile, "Should not many people know I've woken up? Don't make a big fuss." In that instant countless possibilities raced through Gong Ming's mind. His heart pounded fiercely and a thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. Forcing a smile he spoke, "All right." As Jiang Fan closed the door behind them, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Gong Ming spotted Chao Hung kneeling on the floor and Chen Mo standing nearby, and his mood grew increasingly heavy. But before anything was certain he broke the silence first. "Chief Jiang, when did you wake up? Why didn't you inform anyone?" Jiang Shengming looked at him with a knowing smile and said meaningfully, "Yesterday. Thanks to Chen Mo, after you left he helped me wake up ahead of time." "Damn it." A flash of murderous intent flickered in Gong Ming's eyes. He glanced at Chen Mo, whose face remained calm, and his hatred for him deepened. "I see. So what's the situation now? Why is my subordinate Chao Hung here? Chief Jiang, is this your doing?" Jiang Shengming nodded. Since the confrontation hadn't yet reached a breaking point, he looked at Chao Hung on the floor and said, "Minister Gong, did you know that Chao Hung is a member of the Pure World sect?" "What?" Gong Ming's face changed as he exclaimed in feigned shock. "How could this be? Chao Hung? I never imagined you'd be one of those heretical cultists." Chao Hung stared at him coldly, saying nothing. The acting was too clumsy. The room fell silent and no one responded to Gong Ming. Gong Ming, feeling as if sitting on pins and needles, quickly explained to Jiang Shengming, "Chief Jiang, I truly knew nothing about this. Chao Hung never behaved abnormally around me. If not for you, who knows how long this bastard would have hidden it." Jiang Shengming smiled at Gong Ming, who was eager to defend himself, and waved his hand. "Minister Gong, there's no need for further explanations. I want to know, when did you collude with the Pure World sect?" Gong Ming was truly panicked now. Upon hearing such blunt words his mind was in turmoil. Yet he still feigned ignorance, saying, "Chief Jiang, what do you mean? I don't understand at all." Jiang Shengming said calmly, "Gong Ming, oh Gong Ming. Considering your years of dedicated service to the war zone, Chao Hung has already told me everything you've done. Let's lay our cards on the table. I just want to know now, why did you collude with the Pure World sect? Letting their people get close to our war zone's high-ranking officials to brainwash them, what was your purpose? You don't seem like one of those brainwashed cultists." Li Tian interjected coldly. "Humph, we also know you plan to use the corpse child as a medium for the mother and child corpse kings at Lingqing Mine to attack the southern city, using the zombies to harm Chief Jiang." With that, Li Tian picked up the sack on the table and pulled out the weakly breathing corpse child. He taunted, "But you probably never expected Chao Hung to be from the Pure World sect. Not only did Chao Hung not follow your orders to place the corpse child here, but he also poisoned the water purification plants in various cities, causing chaos from zombie outbreaks, right?" Jiang Fan grabbed Gong Ming by the collar, his face burning with rage as he roared, "Stop pretending. You know what you've done. Confess now. If it weren't for this man breaching the defenses from within, how could the Pure World sect have so easily gotten close enough to harm his uncle?" With irrefutable evidence, Gong Ming hung his head, his expression unreadable. Suddenly his body trembled slightly and he began to laugh. "Heh, he. The laughter grew louder. Seeing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Gong Ming cast aside his mask and laughed uninhibitedly, looking up at the sky. "Ha ha ha. Well done, Chao Hung. Who would have thought a Pure World sect member could turn back?" Jiang Fan frowned. "What are you laughing at?" "Enough, Xiao Fan, let him go," Jiang Shengming said calmly from behind. Reluctantly, Jiang Fan released his grip. Gong Ming raised his head, his eyes filled with madness as he stared intently at Jiang Shengming. "As for why? Of course it's for your position as the chief of the 11th War Zone." Jiang Shengming nodded calmly and murmured softly, "I see. If you wanted my position, you could have simply told me. There was no need for these schemes. Over these years, handling the affairs of this war zone, big and small, has indeed tired me out." "Shut up. Jiang Shengming, do you even believe those words yourself? Gong Ming's gaze was piercing as he rebuked, in terms of contribution I've done far more for the war zone than you. Whether it's managing commerce or funding construction, I handled it all personally. But even so, you never promoted me to any position. Instead, that Wang Guoshan got promoted 2 levels in a row just for transporting war beasts. Does he deserve it? Since the facade had crumbled, Gong Ming spoke without restraint, shouting in accusation. Jiang Shengming remained silent for a long moment before letting out a faint sigh. Wang Guoshan did far more than that. Whether it was the danger from mutant zombies in the early days of the war zone or the gods within the territory, he risked his life time and again and barely made it back. Transporting war beast eggs was never the key issue. And Gong Ming, I've never denied your contributions, but you should never have allied with the Pure World sect. Do you know the heinous acts they've committed? Human sacrifices. 10,000 people seduced by the Pure World sect leader burned themselves to death. Even hearing of 10,000 deaths, Gong Ming remained unmoved. Instead, he let out a disdainful laugh and sneered, "Those ignorant fools, their deaths have nothing to do with me. But none of that matters now. Jiang Shengming, you're here today to settle accounts with me. But in the 6 months you've been in a coma, I haven't been idle. Wang Guoshan has taken most of the war zone's core forces to the Lingqing mine to stop the zombie tide, leaving the interior vulnerable. I originally planned to let you live long enough to see me replace you, but now, there's no need for that. And you?" Gong Ming abruptly turned his head to look at Chen Mo and Chao Heng beside him, his eyes gleaming with a cold, murderous light as he spoke in a low voice like a bloodthirsty beast. "You meddlesome fool. I would have let you walk away with that 15 million, but since you stubbornly insist on staying here, don't blame me for being ruthless." Seeing Gong Ming's confident demeanor, Jiang Shengming furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "Gong Ming, what do you mean by this?" Gong Ming laughed wildly, his expression manic. "In this war zone, I'm not the only one who wants you out." As his words fell, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. A sudden roar erupted from outside the house. "Yuan Yi, why have you brought so many people here? Step aside. We suspect there are purifiers hiding in the sanatorium plotting to assassinate Chief Jiang. I'm taking command here now, all non-essential personnel clear out." Yuan Yi, the northern city people. Jiang Shengming was taken aback. Upon hearing this voice, Gong Ming laughed even more brazenly. "Haha, Jiang Shengming, you never imagined that Yuan Yi of the northern city war camp would be on my side, did you? Now that Wang Guoshan has led a large number of people out of the war zone, the few guards here at the sanatorium are nothing before Yuan Yi's forces." Li Tian hurried to the window and pulled the curtain aside slightly. Outside the sanatorium, a swarm of fully armed soldiers surged in. Among them, he even spotted several famous superhumans from the war zone. Li Tian's face grew grim as he turned to the people inside and said in a low voice, "Chief Jiang, trouble, it's really the northern city war camp people coming. That bastard Yuan Yi even brought all the superhumans from the northern city." Jiang Fan, enraged, lunged forward and grabbed Gong Ming by the neck, bellowing, "You traitor, are you trying to betray the war zone?" A suffocating sensation washed over Gong Ming, his face turning crimson, yet he still spoke with maddened fervor. "Betrayal. We're here to purge the heretics." Outside, the clamor of arguments continued. A gunshot rang out instantly, stirring even greater chaos. Bang! "Bastard! Yuan Yi, what the hell are you doing?" Once a shot was fired, the stakes of the situation shifted dramatically. Jiang Shengming's eyes flickered as he gazed somberly at Gong Ming, whose neck was still tightly gripped by Jiang Fan. He let out a sigh. "Gong Ming, I never expected Yuan Yi to collude with you as well. Are you trying to burn everything down with this desperate gamble?" Cough. Cough. Gong Ming sneered. "A desperate gamble. The northern city war camp has over 20,000 men and 100 superhumans. Dealing with you won't require any desperate measures. I didn't want it to come to this, Jiang Shengming, you forced my hand. If I die here, Yuan Yi will have even more reason to label this place a heretic den. I advise you to let me go now, or don't blame me for disregarding our past ties." "Shut up. Say one more word and I'll kill you right now, believe me." Jiang Fan tightened his grip. Gong Ming gasped for air, his pupils lowered in contempt as he stared at Jiang Fan, his voice hoarse and fragmented. "You little brat, go ahead and try. See if killing me won't make Yuan Yi order everyone to execute you brainwashed heretics on the spot. With so many people here, even a 6th-tier superhuman like you is useless." Chen Mo narrowed his eyes from the side. "Oh. Who told you I'm useless?" Jiang Fan turned his head. "Brother Chen." Gong Ming also looked over, burning with hatred for the man who had ruined his plans. He wished nothing more than to kill him. Now hearing Chen Mo speak again, his expression instantly darkened, shrouded in gloom. What do you mean? Chen Mo's face remained calm but his eyes gleamed with mockery. He turned to look at Jiang Xingming on the bed and spoke slowly. The Northern City War Camp has rebelled, Chief Jiang. It's fine if I suppress them, isn't it? Jiang Xingming was taken aback then nodded. Do you have a way? Chen Mo said flatly, if you don't mind a few casualties. Jiang Xingming hesitated for a moment, then with effort he got out of bed, swaying unsteadily. Wait. Let me go out first and see what Yuan Yi and his men really want. He stood up shakily, his whole body wobbling. Jiang Fan quickly released his grip on Gong Ming's neck and rushed over to support him, alarmed. Uncle. What are you doing? Jiang Shengming's face was pale. After being in a coma for half a year, just standing up had drained all his strength. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he said softly. Xiao Fan, help me outside. I want to see if Yuan Yi dares to lay a hand on me, the chief. Gong Ming, propping himself up on the ground, breathed unevenly. Hearing this, he lifted his head coldly and said. Jiang Xingming, you really won't give up until you see the coffin, will you? Jiang Xingming ignored him and with Jiang Fan's support hobbled to the door. Jiang Fan reached out with his other hand and opened the door. Inside the sanatorium, the soldiers stationed there were all under the control of the superhumans. They stood frozen in place as if shackled by some unseen force. Surrounding them were over 1,000 soldiers from the Northern City War Camp, their dark gun muzzles aimed directly at them. In the courtyard, the members of Jiang Fan's team stared coldly at the approaching figures. Major General Yuan, what exactly are you trying to do? Among the Northern City superhumans, a man in military uniform with an upright, stalwart build stepped forward. His expression calm, he swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. We have received intelligence that purifiers are plotting to assassinate Chief Jiang. I'll give you one last chance, leave now and don't obstruct official business. A superhuman from the opposing side snorted. We know nothing about this. Where did you even get this intelligence? Major General Yuan, from the looks of it, you're not here to capture any purifiers. It looks more like a power grab. As the words fell, the speaker was suddenly blasted away by a terrifying force. Boom. Those around him gasped, their eyes widening as they roared. Zhao Xiang. What are you doing? Oh, you can't just go around saying things like that. A round-faced man beside Yuan Yi, about 30 years old, spoke with a sly smile. This was Zhao Xiang, the top superhuman of the Northern City. Zhao Xiang held a few white playing cards in his hand and said with a grin, Major General Yuan is concerned for Chief Jiang's safety, so he brought us Northern City superhumans to suppress the heretics. If you keep obstructing official business now and something happens to Chief Jiang inside that room. Zhao Xiang's gaze was profound, shimmering with a captivating light as he spoke. Can you bear the burden? Yuan Yi raised his hand and stepped forward. This is the final ultimatum. Any further obstruction will leave me no choice but to act ruthlessly. He drew the handgun from his waist and fired 3 shots into the sky. Bang! 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 Outside the sanatorium, a group of soldiers who were ready at all times surged in, overwhelming the area with over 1,000 men. Suddenly the door to the room where Jiang Xingming was located creaked open. Creak! Everyone turned their gaze toward the sound. Yuan Yi furrowed his brows and whispered to Jiang Huimeng beside him, Jiang Huimeng, are you sure Jiang Shou is still inside with Minister Gong? Jiang Huimeng nodded and replied, yes, and there's also that guy named Chen Mo. Minister Gong still hasn't come out, he must be restrained by someone. Yuan Yi's eyes flickered, fixated on the open door, remaining silent. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Jiang Fan supported Jiang Xingming as he slowly emerged. Upon seeing the newcomer, many soldiers' faces changed dramatically. Even Yuan Yi and the superhumans beside him had their pupils constrict. Wow! Jiang Shengming's appearance was akin to a heavy bomb, causing a stir among the crowd. This Jiang Shou. What on earth is happening? Wasn't Jiang Shou still unconscious? The soldiers exchanged glances, disbelief reflected in their eyes. Yuan Yi's eyes widened in shock, his heart turbulent. Jiang Shou. Jiang Shengming's face was somewhat pale, he glanced at the surrounding soldiers and instantly understood the situation. His expression remained calm, betraying no discernible emotions as he asked, Yuan Yi. What are you planning to do? His voice was soft, but facing the questioning of a warzone leader, Yuan Yi felt an overwhelming pressure suppressing the shock within. He spoke up. When did you awaken Jiang Shou? Jiang Shengming reiterated, aren't you stationed in Beijing with so many people? What is this all about? Yuan Yi's expression fluctuated through Jiang Shengming's back. He caught a glimpse of the scene inside the room. Upon seeing Gong Ming kneeling on the ground, his mind buzzed. It seemed Gong Ming had been exposed. Beside him, Zhao Xiang and Jiang Huimeng also looked alarmed, softly asking, "Major General Yuan, what should we do now?" "I saw Minister Gong." Jiang Huimeng's face turned pale. He had not expected such a worst-case scenario to occur. Yuan Yi's expression turned stern, his mood like falling into an ice pit. Trouble. He never anticipated Jiang Shengming would wake up. That guy Gong Ming had assured him that Jiang Shou wouldn't awaken so soon. In this situation he felt utterly helpless. If Gong Ming had already confessed, he definitely couldn't conceal the exposure. With Jiang Shou awake, bringing all the soldiers from Biqing's battalion here without authorization, he couldn't bear to think of the consequences. As it stood, he might as well go all in. A terrifying thought flashed through Yuan Yi's mind, and his gaze toward Jiang Shengming turned hostile. Yet the surrounding soldiers, shaken and pale, nipped this thought in the bud. Yuan Yi couldn't deny Jiang Shengming's former prestige if this warzone leader held a high status in the soldiers' hearts. If Jiang Shou awoke and he attempted to forcibly take Gong Ming for power, his subordinates would likely rebel in an instant. Though the superhumans from Beijing knew what he intended and were his supporters, facing such a well-equipped force of 20,000 soldiers, even they would struggle to gain any advantage. For now it had to be this way. Yuan Yi made his decision. He looked at Jiang Shengming as he stepped out and shouted, "Jiang Shou, I received information from Minister Gong that cultists from the clean world appeared here, specifically that Chen Mo from the 6th War Zone. With General Wang absent, I am concerned for your safety, which is why I mobilized people here. Jiang Shou, where is Minister Gong?" Jiang Shengming replied in a deep voice, "I discovered Gong Ming colluding with the clean world. I am interrogating him in the room." Interrogating? Yuan Yi's expression turned contemplative as he squinted and said, "Given Gong Ming's character, he would never engage in collusion with the clean world. Jiang Shou, are you currently being held captive by that heretic?" Jiang Fan could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Chen Mo is not one of those cultists." "Yuan Yi, I see you are deliberately trying to frame Brother Chen." Yuan Yi snorted coldly and shouted, "I suspect Jiang Shou has already been taken hostage by that heretic Chen Mo. Everyone follow my orders, protect Jiang Shou and capture the heretic Chen Mo. No matter what, they must stabilize the soldiers' hearts first and discuss how to deal with the warzone leader after rescuing Gong Ming." The moment these words were spoken, the thousands of soldiers present showed difficult expressions, momentarily unable to decide. The superhumans from Beijing, however, acted without hesitation. Zhao Xiang threw out a few paper talismans and shouted, "Obey the orders. Do not harm Jiang Shou. Capture that heretic Chen Mo." When one acted, another followed. Upon witnessing the Beijing superhumans take action, the soldiers of the Beijing battalion also pressed forward. Jiang Fan's expression changed, glaring angrily at Yuan Yi across the way. "Bastard! What are you saying?" Because Jiang Shengming was present, those Beijing superhumans, although engaged in combat with a few from Jiang Fan's team, were restrained, not daring to use their abilities excessively. Jiang Shengming took a deep breath, realizing that the other side would use such a pretext. It seemed they had no intention of backing down. Seeing the crowd rushing in, he sighed. It seems there's no way for proper communication now. Chen Mo act. It was about time, Chen Mo in the room said casually. Above the crowd, a shadow clad in black leapt from outside the sanatorium. A massive hammer fashioned from blood and flesh descended toward the Beijing superhumans below. Yuan Yi's pupils constricted and he shouted, "Get back." "What?" Zhao Xiang and the others reacted hastily, retreating. The heavy hammer crashed to the ground. Boom. The entire sanatorium shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. What in the world is that? Amidst the billowing smoke, 3 corpses could be seen standing atop the hammer made of blood and flesh. The giant hammer beneath them began to retract continuously, transforming into blood and flesh whips that merged into the right eyeball. Every person present wore a shocked expression, unable to fathom how such an enormous weapon could be absorbed into the opponent's eyeball. What kind of monster is this? Don't panic. Zhao Xiang snorted coldly, pulling out a few playing cards from his pocket and flinging them. It's just a mere zombie, kill it. Go. The cards were incredibly sharp, slicing through the air like blades, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Thud, thud, thud. The surrounding northern city soldiers also raised their guns and opened fire. The 3 corpses gazed at the group of ability users before them with utterly emotionless eyes and once again activated the 7 deadly sins artifact in its right eye. The eye of the 7 deadly sins burst forth with flesh as thick as a serpent, expanding into a wall of meat to defend against the hail of bullets and the attacks of the ability users. Bang. Boom. The bullets sank into the shield of flesh, and the cards propelled by Zhao Xiang were deeply embedded as well. What kind of ability is this? Zhao Xiang frowned. By this time the soldiers of various war zones were no longer as helpless against powerful zombie aberrations as they were at the beginning of the apocalypse. The guns and bullets they were equipped with had been repeatedly improved by the Central Command and were now far from what they once were. They could unleash terrifying attack power enough to kill even 5th-tier zombie ability users. As the saying goes, a swarm of ants can bite an elephant to death. This was precisely why Gong Ming, with the aid of these tens of thousands of soldiers, was not afraid of the ability users in the sanatorium. There were over 1,000 people from the Northern City war camp in the sanatorium. Bang bang bang. Under this incredibly dense assault, the 3 corpses behind the shield of flesh frowned. It sensed that the shield of flesh formed by the 7 deadly sins was showing signs of breaking. Troublesome. The 3 corpses let out a hoarse voice. The 7 deadly sins transformed once more. The shield of flesh like a huge net wrapped up all the attacks and swept them heavily toward the crowd ahead, stirring up a gale. Seeing this, Zhao Xiang's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, "Everyone get out of the way." Rumble. But it was already too late. Screams rang out as dozens of soldiers and Northern City ability users were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. At the same time, several fast-acting enhanced ability users appeared beside the 3 corpses and attacked. Die, one of them bellowed, wielding a longsword in his right hand as he struck horizontally. On the other side, another ability user kicked out with a left leg encased in an iron gauntlet, swift and fierce. The 3 corpses glanced from the corner of its eye. The 7 deadly sins artifact quickly retracted its thick mass of flesh, dividing into countless whips that danced wildly around its body. It blocked the frenzied attacks from the surrounding ability users, producing a clattering sound and sparks flying. Damn it, we can't even hit it. Why is this zombie so troublesome? In the distance, Yuan Yi's heart jolted as he frowned deeply, watching the 3 corpses locked in a stalemate with several ability users. Open fire. He raised his hand and ordered another attack. But he found the soldiers beside him standing still, trembling uncontrollably. Even their hands holding the guns were shaking, hesitating to pull the trigger. Seeing their indecision, Yuan Yi shouted again, "I said open fire." "No. Major General Yuan Yi. We can't control our guns at all. What's going on?" Buzz buzz buzz. The bullets that had fallen to the ground began to tremble, slowly rising into the air. Seeing this, Jiang Fan's face lit up with joy as he quickly turned to look inside the house. "Brother Chen." Gong Ming. Yuan Yi's pupils contracted. Inside the house, Chen Mo was dragging out Gong Ming, who was as limp as a dead dog, and walked over to Jiang Shengming's side. Chen Mo glanced at the crowd that had surrounded the sanatorium, sealing it off completely, and said slowly, "Do you need my help?" Jiang Shengming nodded. "Chen Mo, please handle it. Try not to hurt too many people." "All right." Chen Mo lifted Gong Ming by the hair and said, "Take a good look. Can your final trump card really help you?" In the crowd, Jiang Huihong's heart shuddered as he quickly went to Yuan Yi's side and warned, "Major General Yuan, Chen Mo's ability is not to be underestimated." Boom. Before Jiang Huihong could finish his words, tens of thousands of steel pellets materialized in front of Chen Mo and shot out. They surged overwhelmingly toward the Northern City soldiers and ability users. The steel pellets carried immense force, striking them and sending the Northern City ability users flying with their violent impact. Zhao Xiang was greatly alarmed. Seeing the steel pellets hurtling toward him, he frantically threw out dozens of playing cards. But the cards were instantly shattered before those steel pellets. One pellet accidentally struck the side of his right arm, and the searing pain overwhelmed him as he screamed, clutching his limp right hand and gasping heavily. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Steel pellets." On the other side, the few fighting the 3 corpses were also caught off guard and hit. They felt as if they had collided with a cannonball. Their faces changed drastically as they were blasted away. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 people fell to the ground like a tidal wave. Yuan Yi and Jiang Huihong stood frozen in place, their breath caught. Out of the corner of their eyes they saw the Northern City soldiers writhing in pain on the ground, clutching their stomachs, lacking even the strength to hold their guns again. The field was filled with continuous wails. Even the Northern City ability users were contorting their faces, clutching their injured spots drenched in cold sweat. Gong Ming's eyes widened, his expression as horrified as if he had seen a ghost. "This is impossible." This terrifying scene left Jiang Shengming stunned, looking at Chen Mo beside him in disbelief. "This." Jiang Fan beside him opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. If Chen Mo hadn't deliberately held back, turning the blades into unsharpened steel pellets, the scene would have been a massacre of corpses and blood. Gong Ming's breathing grew increasingly rapid and his vision darkened as he nearly fainted. Unable to accept this reality, he rasped, "You. What have you done?" Chen Mo twirled his index finger, manipulating a few steel pellets to spin in front of Yuan Yi and Jiang Huihong, and said calmly, "Isn't it obvious? If I were from the Pure World sect, do you think you'd still be alive now?" Watching the streaks of silver light flashing before their eyes, moving so fast that their naked eyes couldn't track the trajectory of the steel pellets. Gulp. Yuan Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even Jiang Huihong, an ability user, was trembling all over. Suddenly the steel pellets in front of them slowly came to a halt. Their shape changed, transforming into a glinting blade that aimed directly at their throats. As the blade gradually approached, Chen Mo in the distance smiled with interest and said, "Or perhaps I should be from the Pure World sect and kill you all right here." The silver blade drew closer, pressing against their necks. With the merest touch, a trickle of blood seeped from their skin. The two stumbled backward in retreat. Overwhelmed by the terrifying sharpness, Jiang Huihong was the first to break his legs, giving way as he collapsed to his knees with a thud. "No. Don't kill me." His lips pale, he stammered in explanation, I was forced. Chief Jiang, they made me do it." Minister Gong conspired with Major General Yuan. Yuan promised benefits to the northern city's ability users, so they came to subdue you. I was misled by Minister Gong and never intended to betray the 11th Warzone or you, Chief Jiang. At these words, Gong Ming's eyes widened in fury and he roared with rage. "Jiang Huihong! You traitorous beast!" Kneeling on the ground, Jiang Huihong cast a weary glance at Gong Ming and murmured, "Minister Gong, it's over. From the moment Chief Jiang awoke, you had no chance left." "Oh." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that the man had laid everything bare. So these northern ability users had knowingly come despite understanding Yuan Yi's intentions. Jiang Xingming frowned and cast a cold look at the northern ability users lying on the ground, then addressed Yuan Yi. "Yuan Yi, do you still intend to resist?" This was the first time since becoming the head of the 11th Warzone that he felt a sense of failure. Gong Ming at least had reasons for his discontent, but he truly couldn't comprehend why Yuan Yi, the commander of the northern war camp holding a high position, would act in such a manner. Gazing at the fallen crowd around him, a flicker of struggle appeared in Yuan Yi's eyes. After an agonizing internal battle, he finally knelt, his face ashen, and spoke. I confess." Boom. At those words, Gong Ming's body went limp as if his bones had been shattered, and he sank helplessly to the ground. With his last hope extinguished from that moment onward, he had no more cards to play against Jiang Xingming. "Why?" Gong Ming roared in bitter defiance. After this, Jiang Xingming personally stepped in to quell the turbulent situation. When the northern soldiers learned that their mission was to coerce and threaten their own chief, they were filled with shame and begged for punishment. Jiang Xingming did not make things difficult for them. Instead, with a hint of exhaustion, he ordered Yuan Yi to be taken into custody pending judgment. As for Gong Ming, who held the most intelligence on the Purifying World sect, he was sent back for interrogation. Inside the room. Cough, cough, cough. A heavy cough rang out. Jiang Xingming looked weary as he addressed Gong Ming, who knelt before him. Gong Ming colluding with the Purifying World sect to plant agents in the Warzone, persecuting colleagues, assaulting and coercing the Warzone's chief. Do you understand the consequences of these actions? Gong Ming lowered his head and sneered, "It's nothing but death. After doing all this, I had already considered the worst outcome. But you were just lucky. If not for that bastard's help, how could you have outmatched me, Gong Ming?" He cast a venomous glance at Chen Mo. Given another chance, he would have used every means at his disposal to kill Chen Mo the moment he appeared in the Warzone. "You should have stayed asleep forever. I could have dealt with the Purifying World sect." Gong Ming's scheme was not without merit. First, he would use the zombies at the Lingxing mine to eliminate Jiang Xingming, then step forward as the hero who repelled the zombie tide. Finally, he would burn the bridge after crossing it, eradicating the Purifying World sect. Each step was a monumental achievement. Had he succeeded, he might have smoothly ascended to become the head of the 11th Warzone. Even if Jiang Xingming hadn't died in the zombie tide, these two feats would have made Gong Ming the most prestigious figure in the Warzone. But unfortunately, Gong Ming never imagined that Chen Mo could heal Jiang Xingming, whom even its class healing ability user had deemed hopeless. Gong Ming's eyes turned bloodshot and he glared at Chen Mo with unbridled hatred, roaring, "Why? Why do you keep ruining my plans?" "Enough." Jiang Xingming interjected calmly. "Gong Ming, have you considered that even if you succeeded, the Warzone you inherited would be one weakened by internal strife?" Gong Ming sneered, stubbornly retorting, "So what? The winner takes all. No matter how many die, I could still do no worse than you." Jiang Xingming frowned, knowing he couldn't sway him, and said, "Fine, let's drop that. Earlier when I conducted investigations, the Purifying World sect always got wind of it ahead of time. It seems you deliberately covered for them. Qiongqi told me you know the location of the Purifying World sect's headquarters. If you still consider yourself a member of the 11th War Zone, tell me where the sect is. Otherwise you'll have to resort to unconventional methods. He referred to abilities like in Mingyu's mind reading or even more extreme measures. Some methods forcibly extract memories from a person's mind. The Purifying World sect was extremely cautious around the war zone. Once captured, its followers would choose suicide. Or they were insignificant pawns who provided no useful information. Jiang Xingming continued calmly. If you confess honestly and make amends, he'll at least let you live out your days in prison. That was the greatest leniency he could offer. In this apocalypse, once an ordinary person lost power, there was no chance of recovery. Even as the Warzone's chief, everything he had was built upon the existence of the central authority. Strip that away and he was nothing. Why else would ability users who surpassed ordinary humans serve him? Wasn't it because they held power? Serving a high-ranking Warzone official not only spared them from battling the terrifying alien deities outside but also granted them access to the Warzone's abundant resources. Gong Ming frowned at this, looked up at Jiang Xingming and said incredulously, "You'd be so kind." After all, he had tried to kill him. He couldn't believe Jiang Xingming would be so magnanimous. Even Jiang Fan and Li Tian were baffled. "Uncle, he's the mastermind behind the attempt on your life. Are you really letting him off so easily?" Jiang Xingming waved his hand as if discussing something unrelated to himself. "Whether it was Lu Guoqiang's attack or your attempt to use the zombie tide to eliminate me. These were all aimed at me alone. Undeniably, Gong Ming, you contributed significantly to the Warzone's development. Perhaps my own mismanagement led to your discontent, but the urgent matter now is that the Purifying World sect is brewing a conspiracy that could destroy the Warzone. We don't have much time to find them. Only you know where the Purifying World sect's headquarters is. Gong Ming, think carefully this time. Don't make another mistake." Gong Ming raised his head, staring blankly at Jiang Xingming. Qiongqi interjected from the side, "Minister Gong, just tell us. Where exactly is the headquarters of the Purification sect? If we keep dragging this out, the Purification sect might truly grow beyond our control." Gong Ming's eyes flickered incessantly, a deep turmoil spreading across his face. Finally he fixed his gaze on Jiang Xingming and spoke. "I can tell you where the Purification sect's headquarters is. But after that you must let me leave the 11th War Zone. I don't want to be trapped here for the rest of my life." "Gong Ming, don't push your luck." Jiang Fan frowned and barked. "Uncle, I think we should just summon those hypnotic psychics. Then he won't have a say in bargaining with us." Gong Ming let out a disdainful snort, lowering his head as he said, "Suit yourself." Jiang Xingming pondered for a moment, his eyes deep and shadowy, then replied, "I can let you go. However, your identity and records will be permanently flagged. From now on, no war zone will issue you a new identity card for entry. No one will take you in either." "Are you certain? You're just an ordinary person. Without the protection of an identity and the war zone, you might not even make it out of our 11th war zone." Gong Ming replied without hesitation, "I accept. Even without this identity, there were other factions formed by psychics that could take him in." He was utterly convinced that even without the shelter of this status he could still make his mark elsewhere and start anew. Jiang Xingming gave a slight nod and said, "Very well, then let it be arranged accordingly. Now can you speak?" Gong Ming glanced at those present and said with a blank expression, "Jiang Xingming, I don't trust others, but I trust your character." "Then I'll tell you. The Purification sect's headquarters isn't far from our war zone at all. It's right inside Wuyuan City." "Wuyuan City?" Jiang Fan's brow tightened and he stepped forward in disbelief. "Impossible. Uncle Guo once went there and didn't find a single person." "Gong Ming, are you still trying to deceive us?" Gong Ming sneered with contempt and ridiculed, "You brat still wet behind the ears. If the Purification sect were so easily discovered, would it have grown to this extent? As far as I know, the Purification sect has an envoy with the ability to create mirage mist. Anyone who steps into it can't perceive a thing. They also have a psychic who can neutralize all electronic tracking and positioning devices. Every time you send people, they either return empty-handed or get captured and brainwashed. They can never find any trace of the headquarters." "Then how did you find it?" Jiang Fan asked. Gong Ming said proudly, "Do you know why they always stay one step ahead? It's because I was always behind them, covering their tracks. Ordinary followers have no idea where the headquarters is. I had the most contact with their key figures, so naturally I had more opportunities. That fool Wang Guoshan only knows the most idiotic methods of searching. Every time he caught someone it was just a decoy they deliberately exposed. The most famous battle pets of our 11th war zone are not just for combat. With special cultivation those tiny spiders are excellent for reconnaissance and investigation. Jiang Xingming paused as if a thought struck him. Somewhat surprised he said, "Are you referring to those battle pets?" Gong Ming nodded smugly and snorted. Everyone stubbornly believes that the bigger the spider hatched from those eggs the better. But they have no idea how to make the best use of things. Even if they're not suited for combat they might still play a remarkable role elsewhere. The quality of spider eggs issued by the 11th war zone was uneven with a heavy element of gambling. Because time had proven that spiders born larger and stronger were more powerful while those that were weak, thin and listless were as seen largely useless. No psychic was willing to waste resources and energy on raising such a waste. Most psychics who hatched such battle pets would beat their chests and lament the huge sum of money they had wasted. Gong Ming said, "Although those so-called rejects are unfit for battle I had them secretly cultivated. Based on their different traits I made the best use of them. Among them the smallest batch was trained as reconnaissance battle pets. It's a pity that the spiders hatched from these eggs cannot reproduce again. Otherwise by focusing on a specific trait and cultivating 3rd generation or 4th generation offspring these battle pets could replace most of the labor force in the war zone." The people of the purification sect are extremely cautious. They have all sorts of ways to block locators and find trackers. But they never imagined that I would use those insignificant pitifully weak little creatures to pinpoint their exact location. As he spoke Gong Ming's face was filled with pride. Perhaps he wasn't the first to think of cultivating them in various directions but he was certainly the first to actually carry it out. Even if ordinary people or other psychics had thought of it they lacked the manpower and financial resources to do so. Jiang Fan listened, his eyes filled with shock, and murmured softly. "Battle pets can have this kind of use. I always thought they were only good for assisting in combat." Jiang Xingming was also quite intrigued by what he heard. From Gong Ming's words he saw a path for the second ascension of the 11th war zone. That was to focus solely on battle pet cultivation. To raise all kinds of battle pets responsible for different tasks and sell them to various war zone factions. Chen Mo watched Gong Ming, who looked smug on the ground. In his past life each war zone had different priorities but the 11th war zone was indeed renowned for its battle pet cultivation. They produced all sorts of pets that greatly aided both psychics and ordinary people. Looking at it this way, could it be that the 11th war zone's prominence in battle pet cultivation was partly due to this man? Gong Ming said, "That's why I am the only one fit to lead the 11th war zone to prosperity. The location of the purification sect's headquarters has long ceased to be a secret to me. Jiang Xingming, if you hadn't awakened I would have struck them down with thunderous force after dealing with the zombie horde at the Lingqing mine. Eradicating this scourge." Jiang Xingming didn't doubt Gong Ming's words. Whether for his own sake or the war zone's, everything Gong Ming did was aimed at making the 11th war zone more stable and powerful. Wuyuan City. I understand. Gong Ming, I will give serious consideration to the battle pet cultivation you mentioned in the future. Since you have so many informants you must know how many members of the purification sect are hiding in our war zone. Gong Ming spoke calmly, "In the drawer of my office there is a list of these people. They are all insignificant, there may be omissions but it should be accurate." "I see." Jiang Xingming murmured with lowered eyes. At this moment Chen Mo, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "Let me ask you something." Seeing that it was Chen Mo speaking, Gong Ming's face instantly darkened and he said with intense hatred, "What do you want?" "Chen Mo, do you know a foreign woman named Claire?" "Claire?" Gong Ming frowned. "No, I don't." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Chen Mo continued, "Then what about Chen Fuyang?" The answer was still ignorance. Jiang Fan asked beside him with some confusion, "Brother Chen, are you looking for someone?" "Yes," Chen Mo nodded. Earlier Jiang Xingming had been in a coma and couldn't wake up and Claire must have been here. But what Chen Mo hadn't expected was that Gong Ming seemed unaware of this. What role had those people played in the chaos caused by the purification sect? Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he pondered. Gong Ming turned to Jiang Xingming and said, "I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" Jiang Xingming waved his hand and said calmly, "Yes, once everything is settled." "What did you say?" Gong Ming's face changed and he said angrily. "Who knows if you'll settle scores later? I want to leave now. I did promise you but I didn't say it would be now." Ignoring Gong Ming's fury, Jiang Xingming ordered his men to take Gong Ming and Chao Heng away for detention. As Gong Ming's unwilling curses faded away the room fell silent. After a long silence Li Tian couldn't help murmuring, "Chief Jiang, that guy is quite a talent." I never thought he could turn war beasts into something so remarkable. Jiang Xingming, he was originally in charge of finances liaising with safe zone shops and war zone personnel trading resources. He is quite sensitive to commercial matters. Let's set that aside. I heard that Wang Guoshan set off for Lingqing Mine early this morning. It seems the corpse tide there is approaching our war zone. The corpse tide at Lingqing Mine is terrifyingly large, eliminating it won't be easy. Our priority should be dealing with the purification sect in Wuyuan City, figuring out what they are up to. The corpse child must be returned to the mother corpse king as soon as possible to dispel the corpse tide and prevent the situation from worsening. Jiang Fan said eagerly beside him, "I'll go. I'm fast, I can get there in half a day." Jiang Xingming glanced at him calmly, knowing Jiang Fan was telling the truth, and didn't refuse. "In that case, I'll leave this to you. Don't worry, uncle." Jiang Fan patted his chest in assurance. Jiang Xingming turned to Chen Mo and said, "Chen Mo, Xiao Fan will handle Lingqing Mine. As for the purification sect in Wuyuan City, I might need you to step in." Chen Mo nodded slightly, "No problem. But there is something I need your help with." Jiang Xingming was a little surprised and said, "Tell me. If it's within my power, I'll do my best." "Chen Mo, help me look into a few people." "Looking for people?" Jiang Xingming narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Is it the two you asked Gong Ming about earlier?" Chen Mo, "Yes, just focus on one person, Chen Fuliang. He was once a researcher affiliated with the central government, but this fact has always been hidden. Someone might know the situation." "Who?" Jiang Xingming asked. "Fang Qingming." Hearing the name, Jiang Xingming was startled and looked at Chen Mo strangely. "You know him?" Outside the sanatorium, dozens of people stood there. Jiang Fan carried a burlap sack containing the corpse child. He had returned to his usual flippant demeanor, spreading a pair of pure white wings behind him, and said with a grin, "Brother Chen, I'll be off now." Li Tian looked at the swaying sack in his hand and said with twitching eyelids, "Be careful. That corpse child has been heavily bled and is very weak. Don't kill it. If you enrage the mother corpse king, it will be a disaster." Jiang Fan grinned, hugged the sack to his chest and flapped his wings gently. "Relax, trust me. I'll deliver the corpse child safely. Chen Mo, once the corpse tide recedes, Uncle Wang and I will bring the men to join you immediately." Chen Mo nodded and said, "Good." Several ability users behind also said, "Young Master Jiang, be careful out there." "Got it," Jiang Fan said with a smile. With that, he flapped his wings and shot into the sky like a streak of light, clutching the sack. After Jiang Fan left, Li Tian turned to Chen Mo, "We should set off too." Chen Mo glanced at the dozens of ability users behind him and said solemnly, "Yes, well, go ahead." "Huh? Aren't we all moving together?" Li Tian was stunned. Before he could react, Chen Mo summoned Qiongqi with a wave of his hand. Roar! The imposing and terrifying Qiongqi appeared out of nowhere. Everyone present was startled by the sudden sight. Chen Mo leaped onto Qiongqi's back, and the three corpses also climbed up on their own. Qiongqi flapped its massive black wings, stirring up a powerful gust of air. Chen Mo looked down at Li Tian and said blandly, "They are too slow. Qiongqi can't carry that many. Get on." Seeing Li Tian frozen in place, Chen Mo directly extended a chain to bind him, and Qiongqi let out a long roar as it leaped into the air. Roar! Ah! Soon Li Tian's screams echoed in the sky. Witnessing this, the ability users outside the sanatorium exchanged glances, and one said with a strange expression, "Well, how are we supposed to get there? What else can we do? We can't fly." "Drive," someone said irritably. Inside Wuyuan City, the air was filled with an invisible white mist. From the outside, the city appeared empty and dead silent. Suddenly ripples spread through the space, and the mist enveloping the city dissipated, revealing the true scene within Wuyuan City. Hidden beneath the illusion, Wuyuan City was filled with tens of thousands of fervent followers of the purification sect. The air reeked of rotting corpses, and the cleared roads were lined with human remains stuck to the ground and charred, dried corpses. Splash! Buckets of water were splashed down. On both sides of the road, littered with the ruins of buildings, the cloaked followers of the Pure World Church were diligently clearing away the remains of the corpses around them. They appeared extremely excited, working vigorously. In their midst, a manager spoke angrily. "Hurry up. The purification ceremony will commence the day after tomorrow, so get these bodies moved outside." On top of a tall building in Wuyuan City, a woman in a trench coat, strikingly beautiful, looked down at the scene below and slowly closed the book she was holding. Snap! At the same time, the mirage that concealed the entire Wuyuan City completely dissipated. Behind the woman stood 2 followers of the Pure World Church, their expressions exhilarated as they conveyed the orders of the leader. That's how things are. I understand. The leader is currently preparing for the ceremony, it's time for us to get to work. On the rooftop 7 of the most important people in the Pure World Church were chatting merrily, in the back 6 men and 1 woman. They were all selected by Qiongqi as the most capable individuals, having passed through the screening of tens of thousands of followers of the Pure World Church, totaling 8 people including the woman. When Su Jing spoke, everyone simultaneously paused and the scene fell into an utter silence. Has it begun? So fast. A chilling light radiated from their pupils. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. How is the preparation for the offerings going? The man was named Lei Lin, the one who had recently joined and was forcefully granted abilities by Qiongqi. Among the group of people seeking to join, he was the only one who had gained the favor of Qiongqi due to his powerful blessing ability. Likewise, he was the only one in the Pure World Church who had broken the limit of followers and obtained the Slevel ability. Slevel ability, master of 100 weapons, capable of skillfully controlling and manifesting 100 weapons. Although Lei Lin had not been here long, he had already earned considerable respect. Su Jing slightly nodded, glancing at the densely packed followers cleaning below. Yes, more than enough, everything is ready. If nothing goes wrong once those below clear away the filth, the ceremony will commence the day after tomorrow. Within these 2 days I will remove the mirage. This is a crucial moment, if the leader has ordered that the ceremony must not be interrupted by anyone during these days. Lei Lin said solemnly, understood. If that's the case, I'll go take a look nearby. At that moment someone else spoke up. Isn't it unnecessary to be so cautious? The speaker was the youngest among the 8, a young man with orange hair sitting on a high wall chewing gum. Zhu Jing shrugged and continued, the 11th battle zone must be in chaos due to the tide of corpses at Lingqing Mine, and they have no time to worry about us. Moreover, with my ability I can sense anyone within 100 miles the moment they appear. A level ability, spatial awareness, as long as I concentrate I can perceive any slight movement within 100 miles. The statement immediately drew dissatisfaction from those around him. Zhu Jing, this is a special time, it's not the moment for you to be idle. Zhu Jing frowned, looking at the one who spoke, and upon seeing it was the person he detested the most, he retorted. I hate it when others point fingers at me. Even if I sit here doing nothing, I can still detect any intruders with my ability. Instead of lecturing me here, you should hurry and patrol the surrounding area to prevent the people from the 11th battle zone from sneaking in and later coming to ask me to find them. Although all 8 of them had been brainwashed by Qiongqi, they were different from other fanatical followers. Hu Zerue said coldly, who has ever asked you for help? In terms of effectiveness, my ability is far greater than yours. Zhu Jing chuckled, ruffling his hair, and laughed heartily. Greater than mine? Are you referring to your retreat under the onslaught of the 11th battle zone? A guy who can't even control his own ability. If it weren't for the leader's forgiveness back then, you would have nearly ruined our grand plans. With a swish before he could finish speaking, Hu Zerue suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhu Zheng's expression stiffened, the words he intended to say swallowed back down. Hu Zerue's eyes were filled with extreme fury, breathing heavily, his eyes red as he stared at him. What do you want? Zhu Zheng instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With his spatial awareness ability, his attention was naturally beyond that of ordinary people, but facing a strengthened ability user, even if he could react, he had no way to resist. He could only watch helplessly as Hu Zerue coldly grabbed his collar and slammed him heavily to the ground. Bang! Zhu Zheng cried out in pain, clutching his backside. Furrowing his brows, he angrily shouted, Hu Zerue, do you dare to lay a hand on me? If you dare to say another word about that matter, try it. Hu Zerue yelled furiously. His face turned somewhat ghastly pale and his hair began to grow wildly, revealing 2 sharp white fangs. A level ability, green-faced demon. Ability. Zhu Zheng's face changed drastically, his eyes wide open as he stared at the murderous Hu Zerue before him. He stepped back in fear and shouted, Hu Zerue. Are you crazy? How dare you activate your ability? His ability, green-faced demon, could unleash terrifying power, but once activated it required the drinking of fresh blood from a living person to be dispelled. This was not something he could control. When to dispel it depended on the will of the green-faced demon itself. Seeing this scene, the few people around were also shocked and rushed forward to stop him. Stop. Calm down, Hu Zerue, don't activate your ability anymore. Hu Zerue remained unmoved, continuing to advance step by step towards the retreating Zhu Zheng. His appearance was changing dramatically every second. Suddenly a figure flashed by. Enough. A heavy and powerful hand pressed down on Hu Zerui's shoulder, who was about to fully unleash the demon within him. Hu Zerue turned his head, his face filled with murderous intent. When he saw that it was Lei Lin, his expression softened considerably. Lei Lin. Even Lei Lin's strength was something he could not contend with. Peng Zerue quickly calmed down as if splashed with cold water, but his fierce demeanor had not yet dissipated. Lei Lin's expression was cold as he turned to look at the two Pure World Church followers beside Su Jing. A flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The eye of truth before its gaze, no secret could be concealed, for it could pierce through all falsehoods and lies. In her field of vision, countless triangular eyes visible only to her materialized around the three individuals before her. Those triangular eyes stared intently at them, their eyeballs rolling ceaselessly with a viscous squelching sound. Each eye of truth corresponded to a secret. Among the three before her, the man in the suit was surrounded by a dense cluster of these eyes, no less than 100 of them. Li Shitong furrowed her delicate brows and murmured, "The pillar." Professor Fang Qingming. As she analyzed each eye of truth, her expression grew increasingly solemn. Suddenly Chen Fuliang across from them seemed to sense something. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Young lady, prying into others' secrets is not a good thing." As his words fell, the ethereal eyes of truth were shattered by an unseen force, exploding into nothingness. Li Shitong's face paled in fright as she let out a sharp cry. A trickle of blood streamed from her right eye, her consciousness suffering a severe blow as she collapsed weakly backward. "Shitong!" Su Jinghuan exclaimed in alarm, quickly catching her. "What's wrong?" Li Shitong's face was deathly pale, her lips drained of all color. After a long moment she finally opened her eyes, listless and blurred, gazing at Su Jinghuan's face. "That man is connected to the pillar," she whispered weakly before falling unconscious. "The pillar?" Su Jinghuan was utterly bewildered. Beside him, Jiang Fan coldly fixed his gaze on the three across from them and said in a deep voice, "What exactly did you do to her?" Chen Fuliang chuckled softly and said in a gentle tone, "I merely wanted to remind this young lady that spying on others' secrets is not a good habit." "Young lady, didn't Fang Qingming ever tell you that knowing too much can shorten one's life? In a sense, I've actually saved you this time." He had seen through Li Shitong's ability in a single sentence. Su Jinghuan's heart jolted. Holding Li Shitong in his arms and recalling her earlier words, he fixed an icy glare on Chen Fuliang and said, "You know us. Then why are you blocking our path?" Chen Fuliang replied unhurriedly, "Isn't it obvious? It's to ensure this ritual proceeds more smoothly." As he spoke, Chen Fuliang looked up at the floating city that had risen dozens of meters into the air. His eyes were calm as he adjusted his glasses and said softly, "Look, what a magnificent sight. The cloud-bound kingdom on Ashihara Island, from the Kojiki home to 1,000,000 deities. Who could have imagined that the island's god would appear here wielding the divine artifact known as Takamagara, where 1,000,000 gods reside? To witness the awakening of one, no perhaps 1,000,000, apocalyptic deities is a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle." "What?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan and Su Jinghuan's eyes widened. They stared at the rising city in utter disbelief. 1,000,000 deities. Takamagara. Just then Claire beside them said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, does the Takamagara of Japanese mythology truly house 1,000,000 gods?" Canny snorted disdainfully. "Such a tiny land. If that were true, why hasn't a sovereign emerged from there? Even the fearsome Yamada no Orochi in the records couldn't withstand a single nuclear bomb. In my view, it's nothing but the exaggerations of that small nation." "Perhaps," Chen Fuliang said with a slight smile. "Canny is right. 1,000,000 does seem extraordinary, but at least 1,000 is plausible. And the fact that so many followers of the Purification sect could become divine envoys is likely tied to this Takamagara. 1,000,000 deities." Now that he understood the Purification sect's goal, Su Jinghuan could no longer suppress his shock. He said in a deep voice, "Are you mad? You're aiding the Purification sect's ritual. What possible benefit does this bring you?" Claire's beautiful eyes held a hint of mockery. "Mr. Chen's thoughts are not something ordinary people can fathom. You'd best stay put and watch, for such a sight is rare. If it weren't for your status as one of the 12, you wouldn't even have the right to speak with Mr. Chen here." "But Mr. Chen Mo is still inside. Will he be in danger?" As if recalling something, Claire turned to ask. "Little Mo." At the mention of that name, a flicker of emotion and nostalgia passed through Chen Fuliang's eyes. He said in a meaningful tone, "It's fine. Having resolved the 4 calamities secret realm, that child's abilities far surpass any of yours. He's not someone you need to worry about." A perfect resonator who emerged before the resonance experiments were perfected, an impossible miracle that had once made him think it was an illusion. It wasn't until the apocalypse arrived and the first pillar stirred that he was certain in the 30 years since not even among the lesser pillar resonators, let alone the first, had a second full resonance individual appeared. Hearing this, Qiongqi's expression soured slightly. Mr. Chen, don't you think that's a bit too absolute? Is that fellow named Chen Mo really that powerful? Claire interjected, Mr. Chen is right. I've fought him and I've never encountered such a terrifying ability. He's at least a 7th tier esper. Recalling how her consciousness had nearly been lost within the Ouroboros, she couldn't help but shudder. Qiongqi glanced at her, grinning with a handsome face full of scorn. Defeating you? One finger would be enough. Claire paused, unruffled by Qiongqi's arrogant words. Instead she narrowed her eyes and said with a playful smile. You're right, after all my ability isn't suited for combat. But I hope you'll still say that after you face him. Qiongqi said arrogantly, wait until the ritual is over. I'll show you. After all, Chen Fuliang had brought back 7 powerful espers from abroad and his strength ranked only below the first ander. Claire let out a light laugh. Alright then. Qiongqi, since we have nothing to do here, why not test your confidence against that fellow over there? I've heard the Central 12 are not to be underestimated. Claire pointed at the icy-faced Su Jinghuan across from them. Within Wuyuan City, the central altar was enveloped by a blood-colored grand formation. Thousands of devout worshippers knelt motionless on the ground. On the altar, Su Jing stood respectfully behind Feng Chuancai, lowering her head as she spoke. Cult leader and esper has broken into the 11th war zone. Lei Lin and the others have already gone. They should be able to deal with the intruders shortly. I understand. Feng Chuancai's voice came slowly. He stood with his back to her, his upper body bare a sun-like tattoo adorning his muscular back. Feng Chuancai slowly turned around, a smooth jade-like magatama hanging around his neck. This magatama was the medium through which he first met Heavenly Grandmother. His face was calm, yet his eyes blazed with fury. Coming at a time like this. Has the zombie tide at Lingqing been dealt with? How does the 11th war zone still have time to bother with us? Su Jing shook her head, not daring to meet Feng Chuancai's gaze, and replied respectfully. It's unclear, but what is certain is that the mother-child zombie king has led a massive zombie tide to attack the 11th war zone. Feng Chuancai's eyes glowed faintly, exuding a captivating aura. The magatama on his chest shimmered, and Heavenly Grandmother's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. That one is here. Feng Chuancai paused slightly. Who? Chen Mo. I believe that's the name, isn't it? Heavenly Grandmother's voice sounded again. Chen Mo. Feng Chuancai's face stiffened, his pupils trembling. He could never forget that man. If he hadn't heeded Heavenly Grandmother's advice to retreat early back, then he would have ended up just like Lin Anha. Are you certain, Heavenly Grandmother? That human carries the auras of several deities, if there's no mistake, said Heavenly Grandmother. Recalling that mysterious and formidable figure, Feng Chuancai's eyelids twitched and he spoke with considerable wariness. What is he doing in the 11th war zone? Damn it. If it really is that man, Lei Lin and the others probably can't stop him. As his words fell, terrifying explosions rang out from several kilometers away. The earth shook and the sky swayed. On the altar, Su Jing's face changed as she turned her head. When she saw the metallic wings in the distant sky that blotted out half the heavens, her pupils contracted. What is that? Cult leader. Over there. She hurriedly looked toward Feng Chuancai, only to find his face also filled with shock and disbelief. Cult leader. Feng Chuancai's face instantly turned grim. Those metallic wings. There was no doubt it was that man. But what he hadn't expected was that Chen Mo's abilities seemed even more formidable than before. Such a large-scale attack was beyond the capability of an ordinary esper. Trouble. Feng Chuancai ground his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he rasped, damn it, I never thought you'd be the one to ruin my plans. Although it was because of this man that he had partnered with Lin Anha to rapidly accumulate his initial capital, he felt no gratitude toward Chen Mo. Instead of staying put in the 6th war zone, he comes here to interfere with the ritual. Heavenly Grandmother. I know you have a way to stop him. Feng Chuancai roared in his mind. After all this time gathering strength, isn't it time to use it? After the sacrifice of 10,000 people, Heavenly Grandmother had fully awakened and unsealed herself, gaining the ability to descend into the world. Yet claiming her power had not fully recovered, she had remained hidden within the magatama. Heavenly Grandmother refused outright. Feng Chuancai, you must understand that I cannot act recklessly before the ritual begins. If I use my power now, everything we've prepared will be in vain. Feng Qiongqi was taken aback, then erupted in fury. Then what do you suggest? Lei Lin and the others can't hold off that killer. How many times has this been? Ever since I helped you break the seal, every time I ask for your help you refuse. What about the greater power you promised me? Where is it? I'm tired of skulking in the shadows like a sewer rat, being so cautious. If you want act this time, don't expect me to help you either. Faced with Feng Qiongqi's rage, Heavenly Grandmother was silent for a moment before speaking softly. Don't you still have all these followers here? Send them over. I told you once this ritual is complete you will possess the most formidable power. As her words fell, the Magatama on Feng Qiongqi's chest suddenly emitted a scorching, searing force. A purple light burst forth from the Magatama, continuously dividing until it plunged straight into the bodies of the hundreds of followers present. What is this? Su Jing blinked in confusion. Feng Qiongqi frowned and asked in a low voice, Heavenly Grandmother, what are you doing? Heavenly Grandmother said, I'm not deceiving you. But the power I can use now is limited. I still need to prepare for the ritual. Sacrificing these people should buy us some time to hold off that man. The followers, infused with Heavenly Grandmother's power, were drawn together by an eerie force. Their eyes bulged and bloodshot, their bodies began to swell, and they let out agonized screams. Suddenly, bang! Bang! The followers clustered together, exploded one after another into clouds of blood mist mixed with countless shreds of flesh. 100 people simultaneously detonated, turning into a sea of vivid red blood. Su Jing's face turned pale as she quickly looked toward Feng Qiongqi. Cult leader. What happened to them? Feng Qiongqi spoke coldly. Don't worry about it. For the purification ritual, as members of our purification sect, they should willingly offer their flesh and souls. Under the influence of a strange power, the sea of blood from the self-destruction of over 100 people began to contract and condense. In the end, the flesh and blood of these followers combined into a massive fortified maternal fleshy sphere at the center. Thump thump. The fleshy sphere trembled slightly, expanding and contracting with the sound of a heartbeat. Even Feng Qiongqi felt a chill at the sight. Heavenly Grandmother, what exactly did you do to these people? Heavenly Grandmother said, just a sliver of my power. Have your people take it over there. I don't know how long it will hold them off, but buy us some time and we'll start the ritual right now. Feng Qiongqi asked, start it now? It's a bit early, but it should be enough, said Heavenly Grandmother. Feng Qiongqi stared at the fleshy sphere before him. It began to undergo a radical transformation, the flesh constantly compressing, until it became a towering, faceless, mouthless humanoid monster entirely crimson. The piercing scream instantly rendered Kai Yan's teleportation ability ineffective. Kai Yan's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes widening as she watched a grenade hurtling towards her. The terrifying force immediately engulfed the two of them. A massive rumble echoed, and amidst the thick smoke, Kai Yan and Lei Lin were sent flying, bloodied, crashing to the ground. Lei Lin fared somewhat better, as the warrior armor he wore shielded him from sustaining all the damage, though even so the armor was now in tatters. Kai Yan resembled a bloodied figure, her breath weak, and having suffered grievous injuries she fainted, unaware of her life or death. Her head buzzed and Lei Lin lay on the ground gasping heavily, his vision blurred, his face covered in mud. Cough cough. No one is allowed to interfere with the master's ritual. He roared, attempting to rise, but even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain through his body, as if all his bones were about to shatter. Not far away, Chen Mo's expression was cold. After evading this wave of damage, he did not pause for a moment, swinging his blade towards the incoming Chu Qiangbin and Lu Meng. A cold gleam flashed. Rip! The blade sliced across the chests of the two men, leaving deep scars, yet they remained unmoved, completely oblivious to the pain as they launched a renewed assault. Roar! The two men controlled by the puppet master Yan Anqing exhibited a ferocity and speed that intensified after their corpses had transformed. Around Lu Meng, uncontrollable violent lightning surged. As Chu Qiangbin moved, the ground beneath him turned into a quagmire. Their faces contorted in rage, they let out fierce roars and engaged in battle with Chen Mo. Zhu Zheng's face was grim as he urged the sweating Yan Anqing beside him, hurry and help Lei Lin and Kai Yan. Can't you see? Yan Anqing's finger was entwined with puppet strings as he continuously manipulated them. He looked exceedingly strained, the strings taut and trembling softly, emitting a moaning sound. The two he was controlling resembled wild beasts hardly within his control. Damn it, these two guys are so hard to manage after turning into corpses. I've already done my best to help. Roar! Lu Meng, covered in lightning, hurled a punch at Chen Mo, the strike fierce, accompanied by thunderous roars. Boom! Boom! A silver blade rapidly condensed in front of Chen Mo, shooting towards Lu Meng, the silver light vanishing in an instant. Accompanied by a series of puff sounds as flesh was pierced, countless bloody holes appeared across Lu Meng's body. Lu Meng, now a corpse, felt no pain at all. He roared in anger, gathering a surge of lightning in his mouth ready to burst forth. Just as he opened his mouth, Chen Mo swiftly approached, thrusting the blade directly into his mouth. Puchi. The razor-sharp blade penetrated his skull, blood gushing from the back of his head. In that moment Lu Meng stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. The blade lodged in his mouth. Chen Mo coldly withdrew the blade, a copious amount of fresh blood spraying forth as Lu Meng collapsed with a crash devoid of life. Suddenly, the ground nearby began to bulge and Qiongqi directly broke through the earth, leaping high into the air and launching a fierce attack. Chen Mo didn't even look at him, lifting his foot and directly kicking him away. Boom! The terrifying force shattered Qiongqi's sternum, caving in his entire chest. Qiongqi collapsed to the ground, a silver blade swiftly coming, piercing the center of his forehead. Puchi. Qiongqi's pupils widened, a trickle of blood running from his forehead, struggling for a moment before dying unwillingly. Bang bang. The puppet strings on both men snapped simultaneously. In the distance, Yan Anqing nearly fell backward, barely managing to steady himself. His expression was one of disbelief as he muttered, "Dead, dead. What on earth is that guy? Even the transformed Lu Meng and Qiongqi are no match for him." Yan Anqing screamed, his voice trembling. "How would I know?" Zhu Zheng's mood had also plummeted, becoming increasingly heavy. He looked at Lei Lin and Kai Yan, who were at death's door ahead. Lu Meng and Qiongqi had been defeated by Chen Mo, once again stirring turbulent waves in their hearts. To think they were only facing a single person. Yet that very individual had continuously defeated 4 of the 8 main bishops. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zhu Zheng's mind raced, constantly strategizing against this unprecedentedly powerful enemy. That guy is definitely not an ordinary ability user. He's likely from the central side. We are no match for him. Yan Anqing, the followers from other areas will arrive soon. You control Lu Meng and Qiongqi's corpses to block him. Behind, several hundred meters away, a large number of followers from the Pure World Church were rushing to provide support. Yan Anqing gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "I will do my best." He unleashed more puppet strings from his hands, wrapping around the already deceased Lu Meng and the hurled Qiongqi. Meanwhile, Li Tian was already dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed, never expecting Chen Mo to finish the battle so quickly. My goodness, those guys, if I'm not mistaken, seem to be the main bishops of the Pure World Church. He fixed his gaze on the scene, suddenly noticing that the corpses of Lu Meng and Qiongqi under the control of the puppet strings were slowly standing up. Li Tian's expression changed and he immediately shouted to warn Chen Mo. "Those 2 are not completely dead yet." Huh? Hearing Li Tian's reminder from behind, Chen Mo turned to look at the corpses. The 2 already dead figures wobbled slightly, stiffly standing up. Strings. Chen Mo squinted his eyes, noticing the fine strings connecting to them. What a nuisance. He casually flicked his wrist, several blades swept out and the puppet strings connecting the 2 instantly snapped. Bang bang bang. As the puppet strings were severed, Yan Anqing spat out blood, his face pale. The strings were controlled by him, and such an easy severance inflicted considerable harm upon himself. Damn it, how did that guy see through it? Yan Anqing was filled with confusion. Zhu Zheng occasionally glanced back. When he saw the thousands of followers wielding various weapons and cloaked in black approaching, his face lit up with joy as he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arrived. This time there were over 2,000 followers. A multitude can take down a mammoth, and each of these followers possessed abilities, so with so many of them even the toughest opponent could be overwhelmed. Not only him but Li Tian also noticed the crowd rushing, in his eyes widening. This group of Pure World Church followers, there are even more of them. Several hundred more people perished in the corrosive liquid. At the rear of the battlefield, a soldier who had just withdrawn from the second defense line rushed to Wang Guoshan with an extremely anxious expression. "Admiral Wang, the Motherchild Corpse King has appeared. The second defense line has been breached and the losses are catastrophic. Only the final line remains." Motherchild Corpse King. Wang Guoshan's heart jolted at the words. He raised his binoculars and gazed at the battlefield ahead, where cannon fire roared like blazing firewood. He quickly locked onto the most conspicuous figure among the rampaging horde, the Motherchild Corpse King. When he saw the Motherchild Corpse King continuously spewing mucus, ravaging the city and claiming the lives of countless soldiers on the second line, Wang Guoshan's face changed dramatically. He erupted in a furious roar. Damn it! That bastard has no sense of honor. 3 o'clock 700 meters, open fire with the cannons. Blast it to hell. The soldiers on the third defense line already arrayed and vigilant immediately began firing their artillery. Fire. Boom. Boom. Countless shells streaked across the sky falling like meteors toward the Mother-Child Corpse King's position. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted. Targeting the exact location of the Mother-Child Corpse King, the devastating shells slammed into its massive body. In an instant the surrounding area was engulfed in a vast sea of fire. Yet the bombardment did not cease, for Wang Guoshan knew that the zombie horde from Lingqing Mine was all driven by this Mother-Child Corpse King. Only by utterly destroying it could the crisis of this terrifyingly numerous horde be resolved. Keep firing. Wang Guoshan bellowed. Boom. Boom. More shells were launched, their relentless assault leaving the Mother-Child Corpse King no chance of survival. The very ground was blasted away by several centimeters, leaving massive scorched craters still smoldering with embers. These were weapons specifically designed to counter such powerful zombie aberrations. The barrage lasted for several minutes, and under this terrifying firepower countless surrounding zombies were annihilated, with tens of thousands perishing in the flames. The entire town was shrouded in smoke and haze. The zombie horde in that area seemed to quiet for a moment, but then from within the smoke a piercing soul-shaking shriek echoed forth. Roar! Wang Guoshan's pupils dilated as he stared intently at the thick smoke, vaguely making out the terrifying silhouette of the Mother-Child Corpse King. In that place of carnage ravaged by the bombardment, the Mother-Child Corpse King stood completely unscathed. As if enraged, it let out a furious howl toward the soldiers and spewed even more green liquid which cascaded down like a torrent. Wang Guoshan shuddered. At this sight he muttered in disbelief, a chill creeping over his scalp. Damn it, after all those shells it's not even scratched. What the hell is this thing? Admiral Wang, retreat now. The corrosive liquid is coming for us. A nearby ability user snapped to attention, his face turning pale. He grabbed Wang Guoshan by the shoulder and without a word pulled him to take cover. Splash. The green liquid rained down. Hundreds of soldiers who couldn't escape in time were about to be hit by the highly corrosive substance when at that moment a brilliant holy white light suddenly appeared above them. A vast expanse of white like a barrier. The corrosive liquid fell into the white light and vanished in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Wang Guoshan, now at a distance, stared blankly at the scene. This ability. Is that brat Qiong Fan here? At that moment a figure was hurtling through the air from afar. Uncle Wang. Qiong Fan, panting heavily, clutched a burlap sack to his chest. His pure white wings flapped as he hovered and descended. Am not too late, am I? He murmured to himself. It really is that brat. Wang Guoshan was astonished at the sight, but his face immediately darkened as he scolded. You little rascal. Why aren't you in the safe zone taking care of your uncle? What are you doing here? This is no place for you, go back. Qiong Fan glanced at the brutal battlefield where massive waves of zombies were breaking through the defenses. Uncle Wang's position seemed on the verge of collapse. Uncle Wang, my uncle has woken up. I'm here to help you. The Mother-Child Corpse King's child was taken by the Purification sect. It's here for its offspring and now I have it. If I return it, things should calm down. What? You're saying Chief Qiong has woken up? Wang Guoshan's eyes were wide with surprise and his expression softened considerably. When did this happen? Bang bang bang. Boom. The soldiers of the 11th War Zone continued their relentless defense against the zombie horde. After Qiong Fan appeared with the child corpse, the Mother-Child Corpse King seemed to sense its offspring's presence and grew even more furious. Roar. The situation was dire. Qiong Fan had no time for further explanation. He glanced at the child corpse in his hands, then turned to Wang Guoshan below. No time to explain, uncle. The Mother-Child Corpse King is getting even more agitated. The Purification sect is the key now, and it's not yet time for a full-scale war with the Lingqing Mine zombies. I'm going to return its child now. With that, Qiong Fan's eyes grew resolute. He flapped his wings fiercely, transforming into a streak of white light as he sped toward the Mother-Child Corpse King's location. Wang Guoshan was utterly bewildered, his brow furrowed in confusion. But this was not the time for questions. Since the brat had a way to repel the zombie horde, his task now was to minimize losses among the frontline soldiers. Wang Guoshan made a quick decision and shouted to the soldiers, change targets. Stop firing at the Mother-Child Corpse King. Focus on stopping the zombies from spreading further. Admiral Wang, our ammunition, someone nearby yelled with a grim expression. What now? Wang Guoshan turned to look. It was the area where ammunition and shells were stored. Jiang Fan had not used his ability to protect it, and the unchecked corrosive liquid had dissolved the firearms and artillery. Wang Guoshan's body trembled as his eyes blazed with fury. Damn it! That brat used his ability, couldn't he have spread the barrier a bit wider? Do you know how expensive these shells are? Jiang Fan of course couldn't hear Wang Guoshan's complaints. With an anxious expression he weaved through the dense zombie horde racing at top speed toward the Motherchild Corpse King. The Motherchild Corpse King was extremely agitated, continuously spewing corrosive liquid indiscriminately in all directions, each wave causing heavy losses to the 11th War Zone. As he drew closer to the terrifying Motherchild Corpse King, Jiang Fan reached into the burlap sack and pulled out the dying child corpse. He raised his hand and condensed a long blade, directly killing one of the individuals. Blood splattered, leaving the member of the Jingshi sect standing in place, bewildered. After a few breaths the individual fell to the ground lifeless. Lei Lin grabbed the corpse and tossed it in front of Peng Zirui. First, retract your ability. Upon seeing the fresh corpse, Peng Zirui's eyes burst with a terrifying light and he immediately pounced. Roar! He bit into the neck of the Jingshi sect member like a beast, drinking blood greedily. The others watched this scene with indifference, having long been accustomed to it. In the eyes of the leader, only these 8 were worthy of following him in the future, while the other members were merely sacrifices. As the warm rich blood flowed down his throat, the long hair and fangs growing from Peng Zirui's cheeks gradually retracted. His complexion began to regain its previous rosy hue. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jing, somewhat helpless, wiped the blood from her cheek and said, "Next time please give a warning before you act." She turned to another individual who appeared fanatical. Even as his companion was killed before him, the sect member remained unmoved, showing no reaction. Su Jing waved her hand. "We already know what happened, you can leave now." "Yes." On the side, Zhu Zheng was completely limp, still trembling from the earlier scene. Seeing that Peng Zirui had calmed down after drinking blood, Zhu Zheng cursed angrily. "Hu Zirui, you dog, you can't even control your own ability. Who knows if this guy will suddenly go mad again and kill us one day." This remark undoubtedly infuriated Hu Zirui once more. His expression darkened instantly and the long hair and fangs he had retracted began to stir again. Lei Lin with a grim face thundered in a low voice, "Enough. You two stop arguing. Zhu Zheng, didn't you understand the leader's orders? You may not need to act, but you must always be alert to the movements within 100 miles. And you, Hu Zirui, can't you control your ability yet?" After drinking human blood, Hu Zirui still had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Feeling ashamed, he lowered his head and said, "Sorry, I." The ability of the Qing Mian Li Gui was powerful but had undeniable drawbacks. After obtaining this ability, Hu Zirui could not fully control it. Instead, he became easily enraged and full of hostility. In this matter, even Feng Chuan could do nothing. Before Lei Lin joined, no one could subdue the Qing Mian Li Gui, and the other 6 avoided him at all costs. Except for Zhu Zheng, the fearless young man, almost no one would provoke Hu Zirui. Now it was better, as with the presence of the SSS-rank ability user Lei Lin, the Qing Mian Li Gui hidden in Hu Zirui's heart became more cautious. Lei Lin's eyes flickered as he patted Hu Zirui's shoulder, saying, "Your ability is strong, but you need to restrain the demon within your heart. However, this isn't a significant problem. After the Jingshi ceremony, when we sacrifice the last batch of sect members, the leader will gain greater power capable of changing the world. At that time perhaps there will be a way to stabilize your ability." Hu Zirui nodded heavily, saying, Seeing that the conflict had subsided, Su Jing spoke softly from the side, "All right, now that everything is settled, each of you should complete your tasks. Within these 2 days absolutely no one is allowed to enter Wuyuan City. Is that understood?" "Yes." Inside the 11th battle zone, Li Tian sat on the back of Qiongqi, gripping its hair tightly. His face was blown by the rushing wind, creating an exquisite expression, his features a blur. "Wow! Is this what flying feels like? It's amazing!" Li Tian yelled in the air, transforming from initial fear to sheer excitement. However, this exhilarating feeling of flight did not last long. Suddenly Li Tian's expression changed as he felt his stomach churning. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly covered his mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Wait. Up ahead, Chen Mo paused and turned back to ask, "What's wrong?" "Damn it, move aside, I can't hold it anymore." Li Tian's throat bulged continuously, and covering his mouth he could no longer hold back and began to vomit wildly on Qiongqi's back. Gag, various food remnants mixed together, forming a brownish rain that poured down from the sky without restraint. The scene was spectacular. Chen Mo's eyelids twitched. Behind him metallic wings unfurled rapidly, and just before the vomit splattered onto him he leapt off Qiongqi's back. An indescribable odor wafted through the air, leaving poor Qiongqi covered in remnants. Qiongqi roared in anger, violently shaking off Li Tian. Li Tian felt a tremendous sense of weightlessness as he plummeted straight down, screaming in terror, "Help, help me." 10 minutes later. Gag, Li Tian continued to vomit for a while before gradually regaining his composure. Leaning against a large tree he plopped down, utterly exhausted and lying there like a deflated balloon. Chen Mo took out water to clean Qiongqi while soothing, "Calm down, this guy didn't mean it." Roar. Qiongqi roared in displeasure at Li Tian. Li Tian's face was somewhat embarrassed as he sheepishly rubbed his cheek. Qiongqi brother, I really didn't do it on purpose, I just couldn't hold it." Li Tian took out a piece of paper to wipe his mouth and drank several mouthfuls of water to rinse his mouth, feeling a bit better. "Where are we now?" Chen Mo glanced at the surrounding road conditions. It seemed to be a small town with not many houses, now covered by the lush vegetation. Even the ground beneath their feet was made of unfamiliar giant tree roots. Li Tian was also observing the surroundings and muttered after some thought, "This should be Lin Town. If we go further we'll reach Wuyuan City. It's not far. Chen Mo, let's walk from here." Li Tian said pitifully. Seeing him in such a weak state, Chen Mo didn't say much and nodded. "Okay, do you need to rest a bit more?" Li Tian waved his hand, taking a deep breath to stand up. He brushed off the weeds on his clothes and said, "No need." However, Wuyuan City is indeed the headquarters of the Jingshi sect. Gong Ming and Chao Heng have mentioned that some among them possess sensing abilities capable of detecting movements in the area. But we're not sure how extensive the range is. If we go in, we definitely won't be able to hide from the Jingshi sect. Chen Mo, there's still time. What do you think about us waiting here for others to catch up? Chen Mo refused, saying, "You can wait here, but I'll go alone." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he headed straight towards Wuyuan City. Li Tian sighed. Being around this guy is really nerve-wracking. I don't have such strong abilities. He activated his Lu Yao ability. Li Tian threw out 6 copper coins to begin divination. The 6 coins, as they landed, emitted a gentle glow that entered the bodies of the 2 individuals. This is the ability of Lu Yao Bagua, which allows one to gain corresponding enhancements based on the hexagram calculated. This time a rare dual enhancement of strength and speed occurred. As the light entered his body, Chen Mo suddenly felt a lightness throughout his being, and a steady stream of power like flowing water surged within him. Li Tian's eyes flickered as he stared at the hexagram and said, "It seems another arduous battle awaits. Chen Mo, wait for me." He shook his head to himself and quickly followed. The 2 quickened their pace, passed through the small town and headed straight for Wuyuan City. The surroundings were eerily quiet and not even a single mutant creature was seen on the road. After walking for an unknown distance, Li Tian shrank his neck, his nose catching an indescribable odor, and furrowed his brow. "Chen Mo, do you smell something burning?" Chen Mo ahead stopped in his tracks, looking down at something. "Found something." Li Tian caught up and followed Chen Mo's gaze. Not far from them lay a massive pit filled with charred, unrecognizable mummified corpses. Those charred corpses were piled up like a small hill, filling the entire pit. Countless flies buzzed above and rats scurried through the pit, making it appear utterly filthy. Li Tian's pupils contracted. Such a horrifying sight made him feel nauseous again. Roughly estimating at least 500 to 600 people had been dumped here. He covered his mouth, fighting back the chill in his heart, and said, "My God, what? What are these? Why are there so many charred corpses here?" Chen Mo's face remained calm as he said softly, "These are all followers of the Pure World sect. Just as Chao Heng said, these followers self-immolated as sacrifices." Li Tian's brows were tightly knit, never relaxing, and his expression was grave as he said, "This is utterly heinous. These are all ordinary people. How much pain must they have endured to burn themselves to death? Chen Mo, it seems we'll soon reach Wuyuan City. Let's go." They didn't linger, he had more important matters to attend to. The 2 continued toward their destination, and the further they went, the more pits of various sizes similar to the first they saw. Each pit was filled with piles of corpses stacked and intertwined, and their moods grew heavier. According to Chao Heng, on that day a full 10,000 people from the Pure World sect had self-immolated as sacrifices. What they had seen was just the tip of the iceberg, not even 1% of that number. Hiss, the more he saw the more horrified Li Tian became. His expression shifted from initial confusion to numbness, and turning to Chen Mo he couldn't help but say, "What kind of person do you think the leader of the Pure World sect is? I don't understand. He painstakingly gathered so many followers over a long time only to suddenly abandon these 10,000 people. What is he after? He had never seen such a stubborn yet mad individual. Such a figure was far too dangerous, it was impossible to fathom what he would do next. Just as Li Tian was pondering, the ground began to tremble. Rumble, a voice came from ahead. Hurry up, dispose of these bodies outside, don't delay the sect leader's ceremony. Someone's coming. Startled, Li Tian saw Chen Mo activate his Tianquan ability, swiftly storing Qiongqi into the Tianquan space. Then he pulled Li Tian behind a tree nearby and the three corpses followed. Pure World sect people. Li Tian grew alert, whispering to Chen Mo. Probably. Let's see what's happening first, Chen Mo said. Ahead, 5 or 6 Pure World sect followers appeared, followed by a massive mutant brown bear. The brown bear, standing on all fours, was 3 meters tall. Even like that, it dragged a large net filled with hundreds of charred corpses. The Pure World sect followers approached the pit, surveyed the surroundings, and finding no one, one of them nodded and said, "This pit is too small. Enlarge it." "All right." Another follower stepped forward. He crouched, placed his hand on the ground, closed his eyes, and activated his ability. Then the ground began to churn. The pit visibly expanded, stretching all the way to the tree behind which Chen Mo and Li Tian were hiding. An elemental ability user. Li Tian murmured at the sight. Another person stepped out and signaled to the brown bear. The bear stood upright, its imposing form exuding a strong sense of pressure. It let out a roar and tossed the large net full of charred corpses behind it into the pit. Boom! The corpses in the pit, already fragile, shattered with crisp sounds under the weight of the newly added ones. After handling this, the leader nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's go back. There are still many bodies to deal with. We need to speed up." They turned to leave and Li Tian whispered, "Perfect, we can follow them to the Pure World sect headquarters. That'll save us a lot of trouble." But after the corpses were dumped into the pit, the brown bear stood still. It sniffed the air, a puzzled look in its eyes as it turned its massive head to survey the surroundings. Seeing the bear unmoving, the followers asked in confusion, "Why aren't you moving?" "Wait," one of them said, sensing something amiss. After a moment of thought, he whispered a few words. The others' expressions immediately darkened. "Are you sure? It should be right." The man directed the brown bear to slowly approach a spot where the bear used its massive paw to snap a tree in half. Rip. Li Tian, hidden in the shadows, frowned. Strange, why aren't they leaving? Suddenly Chen Mo beside him seemed to notice something and grabbed Li Tian's hand, saying urgently, "Go." Before he could react, the next moment, rumble. The brown bear hurled the uprooted tree straight at their hiding spot. The bear let out a deafening roar. Roar, the sheer brute force smashed their former hiding place into a mess, dust swirling thickly. The followers' expressions turned icy cold as they sneered toward that direction, just as we thought. Damn it, how did someone get here? From the 11th war zone. Opposite them, Chen Mo and Li Tian appeared. Li Tian's pupils trembled violently, his heart pounding as he glanced back at where they had been. That brown bear was devastatingly powerful. If they hadn't moved, they would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Li Tian's eyes widened as he said, "Damn, when did they find us?" Chen Mo stared at the brown bear and said, "The sense of smell of fierce beasts is far more acute than that of humans." The face of the opposing cultist turned extremely angry and the leader shouted, "The master has decreed that no one should be spared before the ceremony begins. Kill them." Without asking for their origin, the opposing cultists immediately activated their abilities and attacked. One of them suddenly struck the ground. A long snake-like crack quickly appeared and soil spikes erupted. Several cultists beside them displayed their abilities, unleashing sharp wind blades towards the two while terrifying fireballs blazed, and the enhancement-type abilities user drew weapons to attack. The brown bear let out a furious roar, charging like an unstoppable war chariot. Li Tian's expression changed and his pupils constricted. These guys. He never expected that all 5 of the cultists from the Pure World sect were actually ability users. Chen Mo. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Mo beside him moved without changing his expression. Several streaks of blinding silver light shot out. Before the cultists' abilities could approach, they were shattered one after another in midair. Boom. Boom. The terrifying blades of light pierced through their necks in a flash, leaving blood splattered as all 5 of them trembled. A bloody hole appeared in their throats. You. Several of them widened their eyes, clutching their bleeding throats and taking a few steps back. They couldn't utter a single word before collapsing to the ground dead. Roar. The brown bear also let out a painful wail, sharp metal spikes suddenly rising around it, directly shredding it in place with blood dripping incessantly. From start to finish not even a minute had passed. Li Tian's face was one of shock, feeling as if he had blinked and the battle was over. He looked incredulously at the unmoving Chen Mo beside him, not even knowing when the other had made his move, stuttering, "Chen Mo. You killed them all." Chen Mo nodded slightly, frowning with some regret. The bear's roar was too loud. The commotion will likely soon attract the attention of the other members of the Pure World sect. We need to leave quickly. Let's go first. Without giving Li Tian a chance to question, Chen Mo summoned Qiongqi, tossing him onto its back with Sanxi following suit. Qiongqi was too conspicuous. It could easily be spotted from afar in the sky, but even running on the ground its speed naturally far exceeded that of the two walking. Li Tian was still in shock, recalling the earlier scene, and said with some apprehension, "Chen Mo, those cultists from the Pure World sect are all ability users." "Yes, I know," Chen Mo in front replied calmly. "Their strength isn't great, they're roughly at the third-tier ability user level." Li Tian responded, "That's not the point. The point is where the Pure World sect got so many ability users." Qiongqi said that the leader of the Pure World sect has the ability to grant abilities to ordinary people, allowing them to become divine envoys. I initially thought it was just a rumor to deceive ordinary people, but it seems that it might be true. If that's the case, then it could be troublesome. Li Tian's expression became anxious. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he said, "Unless they are all 6th-tier ability users, otherwise they are no stronger than ordinary people at best. 3rd-tier ability users are no different from ants in front of me, their numbers won't change much." Li Tian replied, "That's true, but with such a large base of cultists in the Pure World sect, even if they have to pick from 1,000, some might be quite powerful. Ahead is Wuyuan City." "Wait. What is that?" The two had now reached Wuyuan City. In their field of vision appeared a city destroyed and ruined after the apocalypse, with collapsed skyscrapers everywhere and huge cracks on the ground. Before them a blood-soaked pattern like a warning line appeared on the horizon. "What a strong smell of gasoline." Li Tian frowned as Qiongqi stopped at the boundary of the city. The thick black-red line on the ground seemed to have no end, forming an arc that extended to both sides. Li Tian crouched down to touch the dried liquid on the ground, bringing his hand to his nose to smell it, then looked up and said, "It's not blood." He looked to the sides, frowning tightly. How could this thing appear in Wuyuan City? It looks like it has divided the entire city in half very neatly. Could this be some kind of ritual formation? The more Li Tian thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In his understanding, those cult rituals always liked to set up such mysterious things. "I'll take a look." Chen Mo's metal wings unfurled behind him and he shot up into the sky at great speed. He reached a height of 100 meters, overlooking the entire city below. From a distance a large number of Pure World sect cultists could be seen cleaning something on the roads within the city. The long bloodline below was strikingly noticeable, resembling a circular shape that continued to spread outward with no visible end. After observing for a moment, Chen Mo swiftly descended and Li Tian hurriedly approached to ask, "Did you find anything?" Chen Mo replied, "The headquarters of the Pure World sect is right here, and all the cultists are currently in the central part of the city. These bloodlines seem to form a ring surrounding the entire city." Li Tian's eyes flickered, murmuring, "Sacrifice. This might be the Pure World ceremony they spoke of. I just wonder what these guys are really up to." "How many cultists are currently in the city?" Li Tian asked. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and said, "There are at least 1,000, mostly concentrated in the city center. However, I did notice something." "What?" Li Tian asked. Chen Mo replied calmly, "It seems we have been discovered. Cultists throughout the city are heading in our direction now." "What?" Li Tian's expression changed, his voice panicked. "What should we do now? Should we run first and wait for the others to gather? The mining site at Lingcheng should be resolved quickly too." Chen Mo glanced at him, saying, "Run. We came here to deal with the headquarters of the Pure World sect. But there are too many people here and we don't know what other means the Pure World sect has." "Chen Mo, you alone." Li Tian wanted to say more, completely unaware of the hands that silently reached out from the ground beneath them. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes as he drew his blade and stepped forward. Li Tian's expression shifted as he spoke, "What are you doing?" Chen Mo smiled faintly, pressing down on him, and said softly, "Don't move." Wu Chia spun in his hand once, directly stabbing toward the hand that appeared beneath Li Tian's feet. With a puchi, the razor-sharp blade effortlessly pierced the soil and a sharp cry of agony erupted from underground. Startled by the sound beneath his feet, Li Tian looked down, and upon seeing the bloody hand pierced by Wu Chia, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Someone's down there." When? Just as Li Tian was still in shock and confusion, fine threads of electricity began to flicker beside the two. This electricity caused no harm, but as if pulling at something it crackled and began to manifest there. The person hidden beneath the soil endured the intense pain and withdrew their hands, causing the ground under the two to instantly hollow out and collapse inward. Chen Mo frowned, grabbing Li Tian by the shoulder and flinging him away. Zzz. The surrounding electricity grew denser. With a thunderous roar like a bolt from the blue, a beam of azure lightning struck swiftly above Chen Mo's head. Rumble. The violent thunder was unstoppable. If the entire sunken pit was enveloped in strands of lightning, and even the ground could be seen crackling with electrical currents. The lightning strike flashed in an instant, scorching the pit into charcoal and billowing thick smoke, yet Chen Mo was nowhere to be found within. Li Tian, sitting on the ground, stared blankly at the scene, his face turning pale as he exclaimed. Chen Mo. Stop shouting, I'm fine. A calm voice sounded beside him. Li Tian paused and turned to see Chen Mo standing unharmed nearby, the blade of Wu Che Chia still stained with blood. Chen Mo gazed ahead, his face serene as he spoke. Someone's coming. A burly, stocky man with a beard glared at them with icy eyes. A flicker of lightning seemed to dance in the man's eyes. Seeing that his lightning strike had missed them, he spat in annoyance and said displeasedly. Lucky for you too. Cough cough. The soil in front of the man bulged, and with a sound of breaking earth, a pale, thin man emerged from underground, blood streaming from his right hand and shoulder. Qiongqi clutched his right hand, pierced by the blade, in pain, and said angrily, Lu Xiong, why didn't you strike earlier? Lu Xiong gave him a cold look and said mercilessly, strike earlier and I'd have struck you dead too. It seems Zhu Zheng was right, the psychics from the 11th warzone have come. Qiongqi fell silent, his face dark, as he took out a recovery potion and drank it without a word. The two were among the 8 archbishops blessed by the great deity. Lu Xiong, a rank ability lightning strike. Qiongqi rank ability mud escape. Both were 6th tier psychics, and due to becoming divine envoys through special means, the followers of the purification sect generally had low ability levels. An rank ability was already exceptional, which was why Lei Lin, upon acquiring an rank ability, could leap into the ranks of the 8 archbishops and earn everyone's respect. People of the purification sect. Li Tian looked at the two across from him, his face instantly darkening. These bastards found this place so quickly. Chen Mo nodded slightly, glancing at the hundreds of purification sect followers rushing over in a flurry, and raised his hand. They're not hiding their tracks. It seems the purification sect is ready to show their hand. In the center of this city an altar has been built. If the sect leader should be there. As he spoke, clusters of silver liquid coalesced beside Chen Mo, and tens of thousands of blades appeared in the air. Li Tian was startled. Chen Mo, you plan to fight here? Their people are coming. Then we'll deal with them all at once. Chen Mo said indifferently. When Qiongqi and Lu Xiong saw the myriad blades floating behind Chen Mo, both their expressions shifted slightly. Such immense ability control must be a heavy burden on the user, yet the other's casual demeanor left them uncertain of his background. Qiongqi said gravely, Lu Xiong, be careful, this guy is no ordinary psychic. My ability isn't suited for combat, hold him off until Lei Lin and the others arrive. Lu Xiong was no fool either and said sternly, I know. He waved his hand, locking onto Chen Mo and Li Tian's position, his eyes blazing with a captivating light as he roared. Lightning strike. Zzz. As before, fine threads of lightning surged around the two and terrifying bolts of light rained down from the sky like writhing ferocious serpents. Boom. Boom. Chen Mo remained unmoved. Beside him the 3 corpses. Right, I shot out the 7 deadly sins artifact, transforming into a whip of flesh and blood. Lu Xiong's ability seemed fragile before the 3 corpses. If the whip swung overhead, shattering each lightning strike with brute force. Lu Xiong growled, amplifying the lightning strike again. The violent thunder grew even more turbulent, yet it was still mercilessly crushed by the 3 corpses as before. After a few exchanges, Lu Xiong's face finally changed, feeling the vast gap for the first time. What the hell is this thing? From afar, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised at the opponent's weakness, and activated his Dominion ability, saying, not very strong abilities, huh? Seeing Chen Mo slowly lower his right hand, unleashing tens of thousands of blades like a storm and a breaking river, Qiongqi sensed danger, grabbed Lu Xiong's shoulder and activated his ability, shouting. Dodge. Boom. The ground beneath them turned into mud and sank, and the two instantly submerged to evade the attack. Puff puff puff. Countless silver blades plunged into the soil. Qiongqi and Lu Xiong kept fleeing, emerging only after retreating 100 meters away. Hiss. The wounds barely healed split open again. Both were covered in mud, and Qiongqi panted heavily as he spoke. That guy's no ordinary man. The two of us are no match for him. Only Lei Lin and Peng Zirue can handle him. Before Lei Lin's arrival, the strongest among the 8 archbishops had always been the rank green-faced demon Pengzerue. As 2 of the archbishops, they had never felt so powerless against an ordinary rank psychic. But Chen Mo was a 7th-tier psychic. Even if Lu Xiong's lightning strike hit, it could barely inflict any damage. Chu Qiongqi looked ahead, saw the 100-plus followers arriving, and sighed in relief. Someone's here. The followers rushing from afar surrounded them. Archbishop Lu, Archbishop Chu, what's happening here? That ghastly thing is coming. Lu Xiong suddenly bellowed from his side. Behind them, the 3 corpses surged forward in violent leaps, their momentum fueled by the power of the 7 Sins artifact. Chu Qiongbi's face darkened as he shouted to the 100-odd cultists rushing toward them, "Stop it, now. I'll go find the other archbishops immediately." Though these cultists were originally intended as sacrificial offerings, their numbers had swelled so greatly that the cult leader already possessed more than enough. Now all that mattered was delaying the enemy. Yes. The 100-odd cultists answered with fervent devotion and unwavering reverence. Without hesitation they charged en masse toward the advancing 3 corpses, each one an esper, their individual abilities modest yet collectively unleashing formidable power. Slay these heretics. For the purification cult. Li Tian, arriving from behind and hearing their thunderous chants, wore an oddly perplexed expression as he murmured. Heretics. Who truly are the heretics here? Yet he quickly observed that although all purification cult members were espers, most ranked only 2nd or 3rd tier, hardly exceptional in ability. Under such circumstances even he, a non-combat-oriented esper, could likely overcome several of them single-handedly. Outwardly imposing, inwardly hollow, that was his verdict on the group. Watching the 100 cultists hurl themselves forward without fear, Chen Mo spoke coldly, obstinate to the end. SHSHSH. Countless razor-edged blades erupted simultaneously, slicing through the ranks of fanatical cultists like a scythe through wheat, unleashing a gale of gore and carnage. Those leading the charge fell one by one, lifeless bodies collapsing as blood rained down in crimson torrents. Yet the deaths ahead stirred no fear among those surging forward, only relentless, unflinching advance. Pft, pft, pft. Within the silver maelstrom, the 100 cultists were eradicated in barely a minute or two, rigid corpses littering the ground, each riddled with gaping bloody wounds. They hadn't even withstood 5 minutes of assault before perishing utterly. Cultists from surrounding regions continued pouring onto the battlefield, reinforcing the fray without pause. Where the 10,000 blades of illusory life swept corpses piled high, the scene ahead descended into unspeakable horror, fields of the dead strewn like a living hell. It was a brutal massacre, sustained for dozens of minutes, until over 1,000 cultists who'd converged upon this area lay motionless upon the earth, the slaughter finally subsiding. Even Li Tian's eyelids twitched involuntarily, he closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. After all, these were living souls. He sighed inwardly, this world has truly gone mad, do none of them fear death? Chen Mo, the 2 who fled just now must be vital figures within the purification cult. Capturing them would surely yield the cult leader's whereabouts. Don't worry. With the 3 corpses on their trail they won't get far. Chen Mo replied calmly. Minutes later 2 distant screams pierced the air. A diminutive figure darted swiftly across the mountain of corpses. Thud. The 3 corpses appeared emotionlessly before them. Its right eye, the 7 Sins artifact incarnate, whirled midair, sinuous fleshy tendrils coiled with terrifying dexterity, impaling Chu Qiongbi and Lu Meng like skewered candied hawthorns. Their faces twisted in agony as they clawed desperately at the tendrils, piercing their abdomens, straining to break free. SCHLLT. The tendrils retracted, instantly vanishing back into the pupil of the 3 corpses' right eye. Both collapsed, abdomens torn open with grotesque blood-soaked cavities. Lu Xiong clutched the hollow wound, wincing sharply, his face drained of color as he raised a trembling hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, roaring. Die. Chen Mo didn't flinch, not even a step backward. His expression remained utterly impassive. The lightning struck his shoulder, only a wisp of acrid smoke rose and not a single mark remained. It hadn't even stung. Iron chains bound the 2 tightly. Let me handle this. What exactly does your purification cult intend to do? Li Tian stepped forward, intending to interrogate them, only to freeze as both men convulsed violently on the ground, black blood oozing from their lips. Their expressions contorted in sudden grim realization. To confirm his suspicion, Li Tian lunged forward, seized one man's jaw and forced his mouth wide open. Indeed, corpseed blood. A long jet-black line stained the man's tongue, irrefutable proof. Li Tian turned to Chen Mo. They've just ingested corpseed blood, they're about to transform. These were 6th-tier espers, and after consuming corpseed blood their auras shattered into chaotic disarray. Black lightning crackled across their bodies, the very soil beneath their feet rose and fell like ocean waves. More cultists converged, drawn by the commotion. Chen Mo said calmly, "It makes no difference. This purification ritual will inevitably commence within Wuyuan City. Since they've all gathered, let's settle everything at once." With that, Chen Mo gripped Wu Chia and strode forward, determined to sever their heads before full transformation took hold. Halt! At that instant a lightning-swift arrow shot forth, ripping through the air with devastating force. It churned the atmosphere into colossal surges, even the ground cratered and exploded where its wake passed. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. As Wu Chia descended, he thrust his hand upward, slashing directly at the incoming arrow. Boom! The earth beneath their feet detonated instantly. Through the billowing dust a shriek tore forth, piercing unearthly like the wail of a vengeful spectre. The three corpses instantly lashed out with their 7 sins tendrils into the swirling haze, splitting the dust cloud cleanly in two. A gaunt emerald-hued figure emerged, claws raised, tearing savagely at the fleshy tendrils. Thud. Thud. Peng Zerue materialized, his face now a grotesque jade-green visage, fangs bared, coarse fur bristling across his body. His blood-red eyes burned with unrestrained fury as he roared, overpowering the tendrils with sheer relentless assault. Roar! Under this ferocious, unrelenting barrage the three corpses were driven steadily backward, yet the fleshy tendril remained unsevered. Peng Zerue's gaze sharpened, cruel manic, before he raised both hands high, transforming them into spectral claws, then brought them down in a simultaneous vicious slash. A crimson arc flashed. Thud. The tendril, forged from the 7 sins artifact, was severed for the first time by brute force. The three corpses' expression flickered with faint surprise, the remaining stump recoiled swiftly into its right eye. A thin trickle of blood now seeped from the embedded 7 sins eye. It rotated slowly, then the three corpses let out a guttural roar and charged again straight at Peng Zerue. Come then. Ghost and corpse collided, blinding exchanges of speed and fury dazzled the eye. Cough, cough, cough. Amid the thick fog Li Tian waved a hand dismissively, covering his nose with the other, squinting as he muttered. More arrivals. Before him stood a woman, her gaze icy and detached as she glanced at Li Tian. Without warning she drew a grenade from her waistband, pulled the pin and tossed it toward him, then placed both hands upon Lu Xiong and Qiongqi, activating her Esper ability. Class A Esper ability, instantaneous teleportation. The three vanished instantly. Li Tian heard only a sharp metallic click, then the rolling sound of something approaching. Chen Mo, is that you? What the? Li Tian looked down, and when he saw the round gleaming grenade rolling to a halt beside his foot, his face drained of all color. Eyes wide, he screamed. Shit, where the hell did this grenade come from? In the next instant a cataclysmic explosion shook the heavens. Boom. Li Tian's vision darkened. Idiot. What are you still doing here in a daze? By the time he reacted, Chen Mo had already leapt out from the smoke, grabbing Li Tian and pulling him aside. A terrifying explosion erupted from behind the immense force, striking directly against Chen Mo's back. The overwhelming air current sent Peng Zerue and Sanxi, who were engaged in battle nearby, flying away. Boom. Strange metal appeared on its own to withstand the terrifying impact. After throwing Li Tian away, Chen Mo landed steadily on the ground. Li Tian, however, was not so fortunate, landing headfirst and crashing down awkwardly. Damn it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The woman from before appeared 100 meters away. Lei Lin and the others were also present. Thanks to Zhu Zheng's alert, they had already known about the external invasion as soon as Chen Mo and Li Tian stepped into Wuyuan City. Except for Su Jing, who had gone to inform the leader, the others had all arrived. Zhu Zheng looked down at Lu Xiong and Qiongqi, who were twitching on the ground with serious corpse transformation, his face darkening. Corpse blood, they have transformed. Is there a way to stop this? The woman shook her head, saying, no, corpse blood cannot be reversed. We can only suppress them here for now and later bring them back to see if the leader has any way to restore them. The woman's name was Kai Yen, and a level ability user with the power of teleportation, allowing her to instantly transport herself and those around her over short distances. In the distance after the explosion, Peng Zerue transformed into a blue-faced ghost, roared, and once again engaged in battle with Sanxi. Boom. Lei Lin stared in that direction, his face cold. First control those two. I will deal with the intruder in the battle zone. With a cold grunt he activated the 100 Weapons Master ability, his right hand reaching into the void to pull out a large knife. Meanwhile, scattered pieces of armor appeared and were directly equipped onto his body. It was a suit of warrior armor enveloping Lei Lin in dark armor concealing his features. Once donned, his aura transformed completely and the face behind the mask was chillingly cold as he took a step forward. Boom! The sound of an air explosion echoed, stirring up a fierce air current. He vanished from sight in an instant, leaving behind a shallow pit where he once stood. So fast. Zhu Zheng was shocked, wondering if this was the power of Enslaving ability user. With the emergence of Lei Lin, Enslaving ability user, the leader had invested a great deal of resources in training him, allowing him to become a 6th-tier ability user in a remarkably short time. Li Tian looked at the deep pit created by the grenade explosion, feeling uneasy as he spoke. Teleportation Kai Yen, this woman has appeared before. If they are among the most important disciples in the Pure World sect. Chen Mo nodded slightly, glancing towards Zhu Zheng and the others. He waved his hand to summon the little spider Qiongqi, instructing them to keep a close watch on Li Tian, and said in a deep voice. They're coming. Stay here and don't run around. As he spoke, Chen Mo drew out Wu Che Chia and fiercely slashed at a patch of empty ground before him. Clang. The sound of swords clashing rang out as Lei Lin suddenly appeared before him, wielding a large knife that descended upon Chen Mo. His broad arms and warrior armor made him appear even taller, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The sound of blade and weapon colliding resounded, and the immense force transmitted through Wu Che Chia. Bang bang. Chen Mo's body sank down a few inches. Li Tian's pupils contracted as he marveled at the armored man. An ability user. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the other, he leaped onto Qiongqi. We need to get out of the way, leave this to Chen Mo. Intruder die. Lei Lin's power was terrifying as he relentlessly brought down his knife. Chen Mo continued to sink downwards. However, his expression remained unchanged as he raised an eyebrow, squinting his eyes at the armored man, slowly speaking. This is somewhat interesting. The man's strength was clearly not comparable to that of the previous few. Grip tightening around Wu Che Chia, a faint white light began to shimmer along the blade as a powerful force lifted the knife and slashed out. Crack. In an instant the large knife shattered and Wu Che Chia swept toward Lei Lin. What? Lei Lin's pupils constricted as he hurriedly stepped back, staring blankly at the broken knife in his hands, secretly thinking. This guy's knife is incredibly sharp. He casually tossed the broken large knife onto the ground, which shimmered and then vanished into specks of starlight. Lei Lin drew another military knife from the void, questioning Chen Mo. Are you an ability user from the 11th battle zone? Why have I never seen you before? Chen Mo slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his shoulders, his expression indifferent as he stared at Lei Lin. That's not important. You just need to know that I'm here to deal with your Pure World sect. As soon as his words fell, a few chains rapidly shot out from behind Chen Mo towards Lei Lin. Lei Lin's expression grew serious, not daring to be careless. He swung his knife, unleashing a strike of black light. The hundreds of weapons from the 100 weapons master each possessed unique abilities. Clang clang. The knife light struck against the heavy thick chains. But the chains only sustained a slight fissure, still rapidly coiling towards him. Lei Lin grunted coldly, leaping high to slash down upon the agile snake-like chains, his eyes shining with intensity. Break. Bang. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The military knife swung against the chains, causing them to explode into fragments, with half of the blade penetrating through. Lei Lin's expression changed, his eyes wide with horror as he exclaimed, impossible. Why is it so hard? The chains coiled around his broken blade and Lei Lin discarded his weapon, grasping the agile chains with his hand. His hand trembled slightly as he clung tightly, refusing to let the chains wrap around him. Damn it, what kind of ability is this? How could his 100 weapons be so fragile? Lei Lin couldn't believe it. Swish, suddenly Chen Mo appeared in front of him, his eyes cold, crouching low as he lifted Wu Che Chia and swept out a half-circle arc. Whoosh, the sharp tip of the blade slashed through Lei Lin's chest. His seemingly indestructible warrior armor was neatly cut open, leaving a gash. Pft. Blood splattered as the blade moved and Lei Lin's expression changed drastically, revealing a deep wound on his chest. Get lost, he shouted, gripping the thick chain tightly and swinging it towards Chen Mo. But the chains formed from the sovereign ability were not something he could control. In an instant they exploded into a pulp, transforming into sharp blades that shot back at him, making it nearly impossible to defend. Lei Lin's pupils narrowed sharply as he raised his hand to block. Bang bang bang. The rain-like barrage of blades struck against the warrior armor, causing him to stagger back, his face growing increasingly pale beneath the mask. This. How is it possible? It seems Lei Lin is not a match for that guy. In the distance, Zhu Zheng and the others revealed expressions of disbelief. Zhu Zheng widened his eyes and exclaimed, Lei Lin is enslavable ability user. When did such a powerful ability user appear in the 11th battle zone aside from Jiang Fan and a few others? Why wasn't there any news about it? Said a taciturn man among the three, his gaze fierce like that of a beast. Could it be that this guy is not an ability user from the 11th battle zone? He manipulated fine threads in his hand, controlling the transformed corpses of Lu Xiong and Chu Qiangbin like puppets. The two were howling in agony, yet they were unable to move due to the threads entwined around them. A level ability puppeteer. Zhu Zheng's expression darkened, even he found it challenging to capture Chen Mo's movements. After several exchanges, Lei Lin had already changed weapons 4 times and his warrior armor was on the verge of being shattered with numerous bloodstains appearing. Zhu Zheng said, No, that guy is definitely not an ordinary ability user. Lei Lin might not be his match. Kai Yan Anqing, you two go help. Yan Anqing's eyes flickered as he looked at the transformed Lu Xiong and Chu Qiangbin, his 10 long thin fingers constantly fiddling. Uncontrollably, Lu Xiong and Chu Qiangbin let out frantic roars, charging like puppets towards Chen Mo, who was battling Lei Lin. Kai Yan nodded as well, swiftly drawing a dagger from her belt filled with weapons and vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Lei Lin was continuously under attack from Wucheki, his momentum rapidly dwindling. With both hands plunging into the void, he activated his 100 weapons master ability, drawing out dual blades and fiercely cleaving forward. This time he put forth all his strength and shouted. Die! The dual blade swung towards Chen Mo's head, exploding outward like a shattered mirror upon colliding with Wucheki. Bang! The booming sounds continued, and in a short period Lei Lin was already somewhat exhausted, and none of the weapons he drew could collide with Wucheki. Time and again, what weapon was this guy using that it was so absurdly sharp? Swoosh, another strike of cold light descended. The blade sliced through, injuring Lei Lin once more, leaving an shaped wound on his chest, and his eyes turned slightly red. Without giving him any chance to catch his breath, Chen Mo activated his Dominator ability, striding forward and directly swinging his blade down at Lei Lin. A shock surged through Lei Lin's heart. He gathered all his strength to move, but the opponent's speed was simply too fast. Wucheki gradually loomed larger in his vision, death washing over him like a tidal wave. Boom! 30 kilometers away from the Lingqing mine, the sounds of cannon fire echoed incessantly, flames engulfing the mountains and forests, and the entire area was consumed in smoke and fire. Beneath the rolling smoke, a massive horde of corpses surged forth like a tidal wave, with gunshots and roars shattering the sky. Led by Wang Guoshuan, the thousands of soldiers established a defensive line here, enduring the relentless assaults of the terrifying corpse wave with continuous gunfire and ammunition. Bang bang bang, boom. Waves of aggressive corpses were drowned in the dense explosions, and no one knew just how many hordes were hidden beneath the Lingqing mine. The grotesque and powerful zombies advanced, pushing against the dense barrage of bullets. Many corpses were blown to smithereens by bombs, yet as long as their heads remained intact, even if their bodies were mangled, they could quickly recover. Suddenly someone with a loudspeaker shouted, "Alert, the Mother and Child Zombie King has appeared. 3 o'clock direction, the Mother and Child Zombie King has appeared." Just as the words fell, a series of screams erupted from the right side. The numerous soldiers gathered there were sent flying by some terrifying entity, and the previously lined-up defensive line was suddenly torn apart by the crazed attacking horde. Roar! The furious roar of the zombies echoed through the sky. All the zombies in the Lingqing mine seemed to be invigorated, like they had been given a shot of adrenaline rushing through the breached gap. Dense and overwhelming, thousands of them began to spread forward. The frontline battle was brutal, and amidst the smoke, soldiers of the second defensive line were being slaughtered one by the zombie horde. Without the cover of their teammates, those special-type zombies moved as if in a world of their own, swiftly killing the soldiers. Another series of unwilling cries erupted. In the second defensive line, someone with a bloodied face and eyes gleaming with a chilling light shouted angrily. "Retreat! Fall back to the rear!" But the next moment a zombie resembling a ferocious beast on all fours appeared before him. With a direct swipe it knocked his head off, blood spraying like a fountain, and the head soared high into the air several times. Team leader Lu. Retreat! The second defensive line had been breached. Fall back to the third defensive line. Before they could mourn too much, someone shouted again. Before the overwhelming and unstoppable tide of corpses at the Lingqing mine, the soldiers of the 11th battle zone were retreating step by step. Roar! The furious roar of the Mother and Child Zombie King erupted from hundreds of meters away. It stood amidst the horde, its massive body resembling that of a bloated deity, towering 6 or 7 meters high, with 8 breasts, a pouch similar to that of a kangaroo on its belly, and 6 or 7 fat white arms waving in the air. In contrast to its bloated size, the head of the Mother Zombie King was embedded within the flesh, resembling that of a human woman with disheveled hair. With its scarlet gaze filled with hatred and resentment, it looked down upon the densely packed crowd and let out another resounding roar. Simultaneously, puff puff. From the sagging plump breasts of the mother and child zombie king, several streams of green viscous and highly corrosive liquid splattered indiscriminately onto the crowd. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, is this corrosive liquid? Someone sensed something and screamed in terror, everyone scatter. It's coming this way. The mother and child zombie king was a transformation of a pregnant woman evolving step by step into a special decomposer among zombies, so it naturally retained some abilities of a decomposer. Like a torrential downpour of green rain, the zombies there howled in agony as their flesh melted away in the gooey liquid. In a moment the heavy rain fell. What the hell is this thing? I don't want to die. Run. In this utterly desperate environment, over 100 soldiers preparing to retreat were unfortunately affected by this liquid and melted. They developed festering sores on their bodies, and even the liquid that oozed from the burst sores was green. Pata. Pata. Pieces of flesh fell from their bodies and many wore distorted expressions, crying out in extreme pain. They could only watch helplessly as their lives gradually slipped away in the mix of blood and gooey liquid. Roar. After melting over 100 people with a single strike, the mother and child zombie king emitted a piercing resentful howl, turning again to spray countless streams of corrosive liquid in another direction. Crash crash crash. Though the corpse child had lost a great deal of blood, it still clung to a faint breath. Qiongqi let out a long sigh of relief and murmured, close call, close call. As long as it's alive it's fine. Arriving less than 100 meters from the mother-child corpse king, he held the corpse child high above his head with both hands and shouted, Mother-child corpse king, your child is here. The corpse child in his hand sensed the presence of its mother's aura and let out faint continuous cries. The mother-child corpse king ahead paused slightly, turning its head to look toward Qiongqi's position. When it saw its dying child, the mother-child corpse king's face twisted with even greater ferocity and rage. The woman's head embedded in the mountain of flesh glared with murderous intent in both eyes, tilting back to unleash a deafening screech. The screech was filled with fury and hatred. As the sound rang out, the tens of thousands of corpses halted as if receiving a command. All the zombies stiffly turned around and stared up at Qiongqi in the air. The zombie horde, which had been charging fearlessly moments before, suddenly stopped. The soldiers of the 11th War Zone were bewildered but seized the opportunity, sweeping their machine guns and artillery across the turned zombies. Wang Guoshan furrowed his brow, raising binoculars to peer at the positions of the mother-child corpse king and Qiongqi. He murmured, what is that brat up to? The screech of the mother-child corpse king made Qiongqi's scalp tingle, nearly causing him to fall from the sky. Not daring to engage it at close range, he could only steel himself and confront it while gripping the corpse child. I know you understand me, mother-child corpse king. Your child is in my hands. I want to make a deal with you. I'll return your child, but you must make this zombie horde retreat back to the lynching mine. As the most powerful corpse king of the 11th War Zone, its abilities were nearly on par with the 7th rank. However, hindered by the corpse child, it had been unable to advance for a long time. Corpse kings of this level generally possessed considerable intelligence. Yet due to the irreconcilable enmity between zombies and humans, no corpse king had ever been willing to communicate with humanity. Because of the corpse child in Qiongqi's hands, the mother-child corpse king calmed down. The woman's venomous eyes locked onto Qiongqi while the tentacle-like arms on its bloated obese body flailed blindly. Child. Give. Back. To me. The woman opened her mouth, emitting a hoarse, raspy voice. Qiongqi was startled. He hadn't expected the mother-child corpse king to be able to speak. But since it had intelligence, communication became easier. Qiongqi shouted, Mother-child corpse king, make these zombies retreat to the lynching mine and I'll return your child. The mother-child corpse king let out an angry screech, this time more distinct. Give it back to me. Boom. The piercing cry once again incited the tens of thousands of corpses into a frenzy. Qiongqi's heart jolted. It seemed the creature wasn't as clever as had imagined. He squeezed the corpse child tightly and it let out a pained infant-like wail. If the horde attacks again, I can't guarantee your child's safety. As he said this, Qiongqi couldn't help but feel a flush of shame. Though it was a zombie, it was still a mother to its child. But then he reconsidered. He hadn't captured the corpse child himself, and many soldiers who had fallen in this tide of corpses also had families. Hardening his heart, Qiongqi tightened his grip. The corpse child struggled more violently in his hands, crying out even louder. I said if you retreat to the lynching mine, I'll return your child. Qiongqi shouted. The enraged mother-child corpse king finally calmed down. Its crimson eyes flickered as if pondering something. Seeing this, Jiang Fan quickly soothed it. Do you understand me? You go back. Child, give back to you. Get it? Afraid the Corpse King might not comprehend, he deliberately kept it short and simple. Suddenly the mother-child Corpse King ahead twisted its face in a ferocious grimace, opening its mouth to shoot a green water arrow-like liquid from the woman's head. It flew with precision and speed toward Jiang Fan. Holy crap! Jiang Fan's heart nearly stopped. Fortunately he had stayed alert. Flapping his wings downward swiftly, he soared higher, barely evading the attack. He fumed. Mother-child Corpse King. Don't you want your child? If he hadn't been on guard, that strike would have killed not only him but also the corpse child. The mother-child Corpse King turned away, ignoring the corpse child in Jiang Fan's hands, and let out another howl. The zombie horde, which had been frozen in place, launched a fierce assault once more. To it, the already weakened corpse child was worthless. Seeing it only deepened the mother-child Corpse King's hatred for humanity. Roar! Tens of thousands of zombies roared in unison, charging with even greater fervor. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted as he stared in disbelief at the turning Corpse King, then at the corpse child in his hands. The mother-child Corpse King had clearly decided to abandon the corpse child. Even the usually even-tempered Jiang Fan couldn't help but curse. Damn it! And I just felt sorry for you. You just give up on your child like that. Furious but still unwilling to believe it, Jiang Fan hurled the corpse child toward the mother-child Corpse King. If you don't want it, I'll smash it to death. The corpse child was thrown into the air. The mother-child Corpse King turned back, shooting a green water arrow from its mouth. The corpse child let out a shrill scream as its skin began to dissolve, falling like a lump of rotten flesh into the zombie horde below, where it was devoured by the corpses. Seeing the mother kill her own child with her own hands, Jiang Fan was stunned speechless. In that moment any lingering hope died completely, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. This is your own child. Zombies were indeed zombies, not to be judged by normal standards. As conflict erupted once more between the 11th War Zone and the lynching zombie horde, Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Damn it! I'll fight you beasts to the death. Judgment Light. Boom. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Pure World sect in Wuyuan City, Lei Lin's eyes widened, unable to dodge the descending fog severance. No. I can't die. In that moment survival instinct took over. He unleashed astonishing power, activating his 100 weapons ability to conjure a thick shield before him. But fog severance sliced through it as easily as paper. With a hum, a figure appeared behind him. Kai Yen placed her hand on Lei Lin's shoulder, tossing a pin-pulled grenade toward Chen Mo with her other hand, then activated her teleportation ability to vanish with Lei Lin. Kai Yen. Recognizing the newcomer, Lei Lin's heart surged with joy. Chen Mo flipped fog severance, using the back of the blade to strike the grenade away. Trying to flee. Seeing Kai Yen about to teleport away with Lei Lin, he immediately opened his mouth to unleash a spellbreaking sound. Bishop, what is the situation now? Is that Bishop Lei and the others? How is this possible? The arriving followers were shocked to see Lei Lin and others lying on the ground unconscious. Zhu Zheng did not explain anything to them, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Everyone charge. Kill this intruding heretic. They want to stop the purification ceremony. What? Upon hearing that the other party intended to disrupt the ceremony, the 2,000 followers erupted with an astonishing momentum, their faces filled with extreme anger, numerous vengeful gazes directed at them. How dare anyone attempt to stop the master's purification? Kill him. Kill this intruder. Countless people rallied together in fury. A sea of followers surged forward, their approach fierce. Their powers were diverse, though most were ineffective. The physical prowess of the ability users was not something ordinary people could compare with. It could be said that just the sight of these 2,000 people was enough to send chills down one's spine. Li Tian, riding on Qiongqi, anxiously said beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo, we should retreat. Such a large number of followers, all of them being ability users, it might be tough to handle. Chen Mo coldly observed the frenzied followers. No matter how many there are, it's the same. I've already given them a chance. Since they so devoutly believe in their so-called master, I want to see if these followers will die before that guy shows up. As his words fell, a bizarre metallic substance transformed into metal wings and unfolded. Chen Mo soared directly into the sky. Li Tian, sitting on Qiongqi, narrowed his eyes in surprise. Chen Mo, what are you doing? You can't be thinking. The sea of followers below noticed Chen Mo flying in the air and stopped in their tracks to look. Get down. You heretic. Heretic, die. Is this guy trying to escape? The followers were furious, even the high bishops Zhu Zheng and Yan Anqing were somewhat baffled. Chen Mo hovered above, surveying all those below. Releasing his 7th tier dominion ability completely. Buzz. The world trembled and clusters of silver liquid gathered in the sky. Hundreds of them transformed into a stream of light, merging into the metallic wings behind him. Before long, the sharp metallic wings grew larger and larger with the infusion of the liquid. 3 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters. The massive wings expanded behind Chen Mo, blocking out the light. As night fell, those below felt their vision darken, their pupils dilating as they gazed at the terrifying metallic wings in the sky. Li Tian's pupils also gradually widened, filled with uncontrollable shock. This scene was simply too spectacular. The metallic wings extended to a length of 100 meters, nearly covering half the sky. At this moment, Chen Mo resembled a deity descending to earth, looking down indifferently upon mankind. The over 2,000 followers were completely engulfed by these massive wings, appearing exceedingly small. The weapons in their hands trembled, and all metal-containing devices and steel pipes in Wuyuan City turned to liquid, converging from all directions toward Chen Mo in the sky. From below, thousands of silver streams gathered towards the metallic wings like the sea gathering rivers endlessly flowing. What is this? Upon witnessing such an unprecedented and terrifying sight, Zhu Zheng in the distance turned pale, his face ashen. The other bishop Yan Anqing was also dumbfounded. Is this the power that ability users can wield? Both felt a deep sense of fear and tremor from their souls. Thousands of followers gazed up at the dark mass of wings hovering above them, their faces pale and their hearts filled with no thoughts of resistance. The scene was extraordinarily quiet. It was unknown how long this moment lasted. Chen Mo slightly parted his lips, speaking without a trace of emotion. Are you ready? Rather than becoming a used sacrifice, it would be better to end it here now, which could be considered a form of liberation. The 100-meter metallic wings began to flap slowly. Boom. In an instant it stirred up a tornado-like metallic storm. Booming. The chaotic airflow swept across the scene like a gale of force. 10. One by one the followers were uncontrollably sucked into the maelstrom. A 7th tier ability user had nearly transcended the bounds of logic. These sky-covering wings merely flapped lightly, dispersing the clouds and winds as countless metals and dust turned into a storm sweeping across the entire area. But this was not the end. The metallic wings flapped again. This time the sharp metallic feathers transformed into blades, raining down like a torrential downpour. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Floating lives, 10,000 blades. Puff puff puff. The ground was riddled with holes as beams of silver light bombarded it. Thousands of silver beams fell, densely packed and erupting with a series of hissing sounds. This was a silver slaughter, with Chen Mo elevated in the sky like a deity descending to judge. Monster. What kind of monster is this? Only the master can punish this heretic. Don't retreat. For the Purification Sect. The over 1,000 frenzied Purification Sect followers had no way to evade, only able to watch helplessly as the sharp and terrifying silver blades pierced through their bodies. Puff puff. Streams of blood gushed forth. One after another followers fell to the ground. Even those ability users with defenses could not withstand even a second in this storm. This metallic downpour harvested all lives, lasting several minutes before finally calming down. On the ground below, countless sharp blades were embedded. All the scenes seemed to be frozen at this moment. Zhu Zheng and Yan Anqing had not even regained their senses when over 1,000 fierce followers had perished in this metallic storm, meeting their end here. Gulp. Zhu Zheng trembled violently, his body uncontrollably stepping back. How is this possible? Yan Anqing, Zhu Zheng, you. That's over 2,000 followers. That guy, how did he do it? Zhu Zheng's lips were pale, his voice trembling slightly. This could no longer be called an ability user, it was simply a godlike power. What kind of ability does he possess? Yan Anqing felt he was even struggling to breathe now. This guy is definitely not an ordinary ability user, at the very least he is an S-level ability user. Zhu Zheng said with great certainty. And moreover, this person's ability is at least above S-level. I have never seen anyone able to wield their powers to such an extent. Flee. Let's escape quickly, the one coming down is not something we can handle. We can only seek the master to intervene to find a way. The faceless creature exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, with its sturdy limbs and a long gash-like mouth roaring to the sky. Roar, a terrifying aura spilled forth, leaving Su Jing pale as a ghost. Feng Chuan had taken a deep breath and spoke to Su Jing in a low voice. Su Jing, take this creature and buy me some time to prevent the intruders from arriving. I will start the ritual now. No one is allowed to disturb the process. Do you understand? Su Jing quickly realized and lowered her head to respond. Understood, master. She approached the monstrous figure formed from the flesh and blood of 100 people. The flesh creature seemed to sense something, crouched down and extended a hand signaling her to climb aboard. Su Jing hesitated for a moment but steeled her resolve and climbed on. The flesh creature let out a roar and dashed out of the altar, each step resonating with a terrifying rumble, quickly disappearing from sight. Watching Su Jing and the creature leave, Feng Chuan glanced at the thousands of worshippers kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed in silence before turning back to the center of the altar. In the center of the altar was a sunken circular formation, a miniature version of the city's blood array. Within the formation was an embedded slot just the right size to accommodate the jade pendant. Place the jade pendant inside and leave everything else to me, said Tian Po. Feng Chuan yanked the jade pendant from his chest and, glancing at her darkened expression, spoke. Tian Po, it's been a long time, you should tell me now. Why have you surrounded the entire Wuyuan city with this array? Tian Po paused for a while before slowly responding. This ritual can summon the artifact, allowing my divine realm to descend. The array is not fully inscribed yet and will require more time. But it doesn't matter now. As long as I regain the artifact, I can restore most of my power, and then I can grant you even greater abilities. Artifact? Feng Chuan frowned. What is your artifact? Tian Po remained silent. Feng Chuan sneered, saying, at a time like this, do you still wish to keep it hidden? I can guess the reason you are reluctant to speak. If the artifact you intend to summon should easily reveal your identity. There is something I've been puzzled about for a long time. Feng Chuan's gaze darkened as he calmly said, you are not a deity of our region, are you? In Wuyuan City. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted. Sanxi and Peng Zhe Rui also finished their battle. Peng Zhe Rui lay in a deep pit, bloodied and unconscious. The blue-faced ghost's powers faded and he returned to his original appearance. Beside him, Sanxi was in no better state. His small body was covered in wounds with a massive gash in his abdomen, intestines spilling out. Sanxi calmly gazed at the unconscious Peng Zhe Rui on the ground as the Seven Sins artifact surged forth, transforming into a blade that plunged directly into Peng Zhe Rui's heart. Puff! The unconscious Peng Zhe Rui suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils bulging and filled with blood. In just a few breaths his head drooped helplessly and he died completely. Meanwhile, under the crushing destruction of the metal wings, the ground became littered with the corpses of countless worshippers in a matter of moments. The immense metal wings gradually dissipated and Chen Mo cast a cold gaze over. In the distance, bishops Zhu Zheng and Yan Anqing changed their expressions upon realizing Chen Mo had noticed them and fled without a word. Run! With the metal wings flapping behind him, Chen Mo shot forward like a straight arrow towards the fleeing pair. Their speed could not compare to the flying Chen Mo and they were quickly caught up. Noticing someone approaching from behind, both were drenched in sweat, wishing they could use both hands to flee. Thud. Zhu Zheng's legs weakened and he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A wave of immense fear engulfed his mind as he turned to see Chen Mo closing and retreating and pleading for mercy. Wait, don't. Chen Mo's figure swept past him, not giving him a chance to speak before vanishing in an instant. Puff. Zhu Zheng's head was severed and sent flying into the air. Further away, Yan Anqing witnessed the horrifying scene behind him, realizing escape was futile. He suddenly turned and unleashed 10 puppet threads towards Chen Mo. Bang bang. Streams of silver light flashed, but the puppet threads snapped one by one, failing to hinder Chen Mo's speed in the slightest. Yan Anqing's pupils widened as he could only watch as Chen Mo drew ever closer. Chen Mo stood calmly before Yan Anqing, his expression flat without a hint of emotion, and said, "It's over." A line of blood appeared in the center of Yan Anqing's body, and with a puff a large mass of internal organs and blood flowed out, splitting him in two, crashing to the ground dead beyond revival. Chen Mo slowly descended from the air, glancing at Wu Che, which bore no trace of blood on its blade. The body of Yan Anqing suddenly vanished before his eyes, causing Chen Mo to frown and turn to inspect the area behind him. The countless corpses of the thousands of Jing Shi religion worshippers also vanished into thin air. The surroundings were empty and it felt as though he was the only one left in the entire world. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. This scene was all too familiar to him. It was the ability to create illusions. Were more worshippers coming? Chen Mo's mouth opened slightly, and after a few moments of gathering strength he erupted with a deafening roar. Bang! A circle of mist suddenly dispersed around him. As the illusion was dispelled, a massive fist devoid of skin and about the size of a basketball came crashing towards his face. Chen Mo's pupils constricted, instinctively raising the Wu Che to block. The bloody fist slammed hard against the Wu Che. Bang! Chen Mo was blasted away like a cannonball. The flesh creature and Su Jing appeared out of nowhere. Su Jing jumped down from the flesh creature, glancing at the horrifying scene of corpses piled high in the distance, her brow furrowed, her expression gravely serious as she murmured. This guy actually killed so many worshippers. Yan Anqing appeared beside her, panting heavily, looking somewhat shaken as he lifted his head to speak. Su Jing, what kind of monster is this? Su Jing replied, this is the creature sent by the master to assist us. What on earth happened here, Yan Anqing? Where are Lei Lin and the others? None of them are a match for that guy and their fate is unknown. Yan Anqing said, his face pale. The ability users dispatched by the 11th Warzone this time were far beyond what these bishops could handle. Thousands of followers were instantly killed, such power was even more terrifying than the apocalypse deities. Su Jing paused, her eyes flickering as she turned to the flesh and blood monster beside her. Stop that man. The sect leader has initiated the purification ceremony and no one must be allowed to interrupt it during this time. Once the ceremony is complete, no one will be able to stop our purification sect's advance. Has the ceremony started early? Yan Anqing exclaimed in shock, his face full of surprise. He never expected the sect leader to launch the ceremony so soon. Yes, this was the sect leader's decision. Su Jing nodded, about to speak further when the flesh and blood monster beside her was suddenly struck by a heavy blow and sent flying. Boom, the massive monster crashed with tremendous force, carving a long trench. The two of them stiffened, slowly turning their heads. Chen Mo appeared beside them, covered in dust. He shook his slightly numb arm and said indifferently, his eyes lowered, pretty tough. How is this possible? That guy is unharmed. Su Jing exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes filled with horror. This flesh and blood monster was specially dispatched by the sect leader to stop him. She suddenly realized why even the 7 bishops including Raylan had failed to subdue this man. Chen Mo glanced at the two of them, then turned and said quietly. This should be your last resort. As far as I know, the purification sect's followers are probably only this many. As he spoke, several razor-sharp blades flew toward him. Dodge. Yan Anqing's expression changed and he quickly pushed Su Jing aside. Puppet threads interwove, forming a large net in front of him. But this flimsy defense was no match for the blades. The silver blades sliced through the puppet threads, piercing his body in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Gah! Yan Anqing spat out a mouthful of blood, lowering his head to look at his battered body. Cough, cough, cough. He staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Another bishop had fallen. Yan Anqing. Su Jing's breath caught her, mind reeling. Chen Mo stared at her for a long moment, then walked over slowly. Streams of silver light swirled beside him and an immense aura of bloodthirst permeated his entire being. Only you are left. Is your sect leader still not coming out? Su Jing's face was pale, devoid of any color, and she murmured in despair, you. What level of ability user are you? Chen Mo remained calm, ignoring her question as he sheathed his blade. Roar! On the other side, the flesh and blood monster that had been blasted away rose from the pit, letting out a furious roar as it charged Hedon. Boom! Boom! The ground beneath their feet shook violently, sending debris flying. The monster raised a massive boulder with its thick arms and hurled it fiercely at Chen Mo. Suddenly. Slash! 2 flashes of light streaked by. The flesh and blood monster's 2 enormous arms were severed cleanly. Blood gushed out in torrents. The armless monster let out a pained roar and the boulder crashed directly onto its own head. Crash! Chen Mo raised a hand and streams of swiftly flowing silver liquid shot out from his side. It gathered above the monster's head and instantly condensed into a massive square metal seal which slammed down heavily. Boom! The metal seal crushed the flesh and blood monster into a pulp of flesh and blood. Blood spurted from beneath the seal and the spot where the monster had stood was smashed into a deep crater. Her newly kindled hope was dashed once more. Su Jing was terrified, staring blankly at the scene. She never imagined that this flesh and blood monster would be so pathetically weak before this man. Only Feng Qiongqi and Tianpe knew Chen Mo's true strength. When they dispatched the flesh and blood monster, Tianpe never intended for it to defeat Chen Mo, merely to buy enough time to initiate the ceremony. Su Jing's delicate frame trembled. Behind her, Li Tian arrived swiftly on Qiongqi. Chen Mo. What's the situation? The 3 corpses also followed, dragging Peng Zirui's corpse and throwing it to the ground. Li Tian dismounted from Qiongqi and frowned at Su Jing, who was slumped on the ground. Is she the only one left? Chen Mo nodded slightly. Yes. Li Tian looked into the distance and seeing no reinforcements coming couldn't help but say, with you killing like this, even if the Purification sect had countless followers, it wouldn't be enough. This woman must be a key member of the Purification sect. She's surely seen the sect leader's true face. Keep her alive to expose the mastermind. No need. Chen Mo glanced at Su Jing and casually raised his hand, sending a silver blade to sever her head. Li Tian's face changed drastically as he shouted at Chen Mo, "Chen Mo! Have you lost your mind?" He wondered if Chen Mo had gone berserk from killing. If everyone here was dead, what if the Purification sect leader escaped and couldn't be found? Chen Mo said calmly, "I know who their sect leader is." Li Tian paused, somewhat skeptical. "Really?" "Yes." Chen Mo nodded. "Then let's go quickly." As they spoke, a blazing red light shot into the sky directly ahead. The world transformed. Boom. In the center of Wuyuan City, thousands of followers gathered around the altar, their eyes burning with fanaticism as they stared at the twisted figure on it. Waves of terrifying power surged outward. In the center of the shrunken circular formation on the altar was embedded a Magatama. Feng Qiongqi, his eyes bloodshot, knelt on the ground, letting out agonized roars and howls. The crimson patterns painted around Wuyuan City erupted simultaneously, blazing with flames. The raging fire began to spread outward along the array lines. Boom, the ground beneath them began to shake violently and nearby buildings collapsed one after another. Li Tian struggled to keep his footing, caught off guard by the sudden upheaval. What's happening? Before their eyes, a translucent pale red curtain began to rise around Wuyuan City. The curtain gradually converged toward the city center, and from the outside it looked like a massive circular barrier enveloping the entire city. This is the array pattern we saw earlier. Li Tian's face turned ashen. No. Chen Mo, the Purification sect's so-called ceremony has been activated. Chen Mo lifted his head to gaze at the transparent canopy that veiled the sky. The pungent odor of burning filled his nostrils. Turning around, he saw the thousands of cultists' corpses ablaze, flames consuming the city like a fiery apocalypse, thick black smoke stinging the eyes. The tremors beneath his feet grew more violent and everything visible around him began to crumble and collapse. With a deafening rumble, towering flames scorched the heavens. Beneath a crimson sky, Wuyuan City began to sever from the earth, the entire vast metropolis detached from the ground, slowly ascending into the air. Li Tian leaned against the Qiongqi beast, oblivious to the spectacle, and spoke with a terrified expression. What exactly do they intend with their purification ritual? Meanwhile, outside Wuyuan City, a hurried figure sped toward it. Jiang Fan soared through the sky with Su Jinghuan and Li Shitong following closely below. Half an hour earlier, the corpse tide at Lingqing Mine had erupted fully. As the 11th War Zone suffered heavy losses, Su Jinghuan and Li Shitong, arriving from the central region, appeared out of nowhere. Under the divine punishment of Su Jinghuan's domain, a 7th-tier psionic, they swiftly annihilated waves of the corpse tide and slew the mother-child Corpse King. With the Corpse King dead, the horde crumbled on its own. Afterward, the trio rushed non-stop toward Wuyuan City. Ahead, a tremendous commotion erupted, sending clouds of dust and air currents rippling across 100 miles. With a thunderous boom, when Jiang Fan saw the scene before Wuyuan City, his face twisted in utter horror as if he had seen a ghost. His heart pounded uncontrollably and he murmured with trembling pupils. How is this possible? What's wrong? Su Jinghuan and Li Shitong, arriving and seeing Jiang Fan halt midair, were puzzled. Since only Jiang Fan could fly and had a better view, his sudden stop likely meant he had spotted something. He rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was hallucinating. After confirming, he swallowed hard and his voice came out hoarse and trembling. You two take a look from that tree. Su Jinghuan and Li Shitong exchanged glances. Su Jinghuan moved with agility, leaping onto a tree trunk and gazing toward Wuyuan City ahead. Su Jinghuan shuddered. In the distance, the entire vast city of Wuyuan had already risen about 2 meters off the ground, steadily ascending into the air. At the city's edges, roaring flames formed a ring encircling the metropolis. The colossal city floated upward while countless massive broken stones and sand cascaded down. The spectacle was breathtaking, shaking the soul. This awe-inspiring scene struck like a thunderbolt, widening Su Jinghuan's eyes and churning a storm within his heart. He stood frozen, unable to speak for a long time. What did you see? Li Shitong, still on the ground, furrowed her delicate brows as she watched the two. But as the unceasing roar grew louder and the city rose higher, 3 meters, 4 meters off the ground, even she could clearly see the terrifying sight ahead. An entire city was flying. At that moment, her expression mirrored Jiang Fan's and Su Jinghuan's. Insane. This is utterly insane. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, Jiang Fan shouted in terror, a whole city has detached from the ground and is rising. What in the world is happening in Wuyuan City? The shock within him refused to subside. Su Jinghuan forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath and said, the ritual. It must be the purification sect's ritual. It has begun. Li Shirtong, it's beyond imagination. I suddenly understand why the purification sect used the mother-child corpse king at Lingqing Mine to divert everyone's attention. To move an entire city, if word of this got out, the outside world would be thrown into an unimaginable uproar. Su Jinghuan's eyes were full of wariness as he stared at Wuyuan City climbing higher into the sky. We need to hurry over there. A power that can uproot an entire city, there must be a deity hiding behind the purification sect's leader. After a moment of shock, the trio prepared to set off. Suddenly a hiss sounded, a colossal golden python shot out from behind Li Shirtong, attacking her. With a thunderous crash, the golden python smashed through surrounding trees, moving at breakneck speed, and lunged at Li Shirtong with its gaping maw. Sensing the threat from behind, Li Shirtong whipped around, her pupils contracting. Shirtong! Su Jinghuan roared, instantly activating his psionic domain, divine punishment, and a giant sword of light slammed down onto the python's head. With a boom, the light sword impaled the python, killing it. The two rushed to Li Shirtong's side. Su Jinghuan asked with deep concern, Shirtong, are you all right? Li Shirtong shook her head and gazed at the dead golden python on the ground. The serpent gradually transformed into several strands of golden hair. Was this a psionic ability? Someone's coming, Li Shirtong said, her delicate brows knitting. Her heterochromatic eyes, one black one blue, gleamed as she pointed in a direction. Over there. 3 people. Just then a soft chuckle rang out. From behind the dense thicket, a man in a suit and tie with a refined air and white-rimmed glasses strolled out unhurriedly. The man appeared around 40, wearing white gloves and impeccably dressed, with a few strands of white hair at his temples. Though he seemed middle-aged, his eyes were exceptionally deep and world-weary, exuding an aura of decay and impending death. Behind him followed 2 foreigners, a man and a woman. The woman had flowing golden hair, a tall sultry figure, and was playfully twirling a strand of her hair with a smile. The man had chiseled features, a high nose bridge, and a bronzed muscular build with short brown curls and a height of about 1.8 meters. The gentleman at the front gave a slight bow and said with a smile, hello. Who are you? Jiang Fan glared at the 3 newcomers and barked. Su Jinghuan and Li Shirtong also scrutinized the arrivals. Foreigners. Both felt a flicker of doubt. The refined man chuckled and spoke unhurriedly. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Fuliang. Behind me are Kleja and Connie. I apologize, but I'm afraid you can't go any further from here. Jiang Fan's face darkened. Members of the purification sect. Su Jinghuan glanced at Li Shirtong and whispered, Shirtong, what do you see? Li Shirtong's heterochromatic eyes flickered as she observed the trio for a while, then shook her head gently. The eye of truth tells me these people have innocent blood on their hands. They're plotting something connected to the purification sect. They mean trouble. Oh. Canny raised an eyebrow and looked over, grinning ferociously as he cracked his knuckles. This does pique my interest. Mr. Chen, since I can't kill them, there's no harm if I spar with him, is there? Chen Fuliang's expression remained calm as he spoke indifferently. As you wish. He also wished to see who was stronger, the resonators he cultivated abroad or those trained by his disciple Fang Chengming. With Chen Fuliang's permission, a gleam of excitement flashed in Canny's eyes. Around him fierce red thunder surged and leaped into existence, the S-rank ability Annihilation Thunder. This thunder was nothing like the feeble lightning strikes of Lu Meng, even a single touch would paralyze the entire body and incinerate the internal organs. Canny let out a loud laugh and beckoned to Su Jinghuan with a provocative curl of his finger. Come on, show me your strength, resonator of Huaxia. Defeat me and you can pass. Su Jinghuan frowned deeply, sensing the terror of the crimson thunder. His eyes flickered with thought. After a moment of consideration, he gently set Li Shirtong down, leaning her against a tree, and spoke to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, take care of Shirtong. Jiang Fan was startled. You're going to fight him? Su Jinghuan's expression remained calm as he replied, The battle will be over soon. He too harbored his own pride. As the third ranked among the 12, a dual ability user with 90 resonance, Su Jinghuan felt no fear in the face of Canny's provocation. Jiang Fan was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Then be careful. Su Jinghuan nodded, turning his gaze toward Canny. His eyes were filled with cold resolve as he said. Come on. Let's try. Good. Canny's eyes blazed with excitement. The moment the words left his mouth. Boom. Boom. A terrifying thunderclap resounded. Crimson lightning instantly erupted around his body, crackling and roaring in a series of explosions. Canny slightly crouched, and in the next instant he vanished from his spot, reappearing before Su Jinghuan as he summoned raging thunder to blast forth with overwhelming force. Rumble. Inside Wuyuan City. The ceaseless colossal commotion finally caught the attention of Li Tian and Chen Mo. Spreading his metallic wings, Chen Mo soared into the sky, taking in everything that was happening in the city. The entire perimeter of Wuyuan was encircled by raging flames, and thick black smoke billowed across the heavens. And Wuyuan City was beginning to lift off the ground in a shocking manner. The city is rising. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he immediately dove downward. Seeing Chen Mo descend from the air, Li Tian hurried over, his scalp tingling with disbelief as he spoke with a hint of suspicion. Chen Mo. Do you feel it? It's like we're ascending. Chen Mo replied, it's not like. It is. Holy shit. Li Tian's face changed color, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Really? What the hell is going on? Chen Mo didn't say much, simply stating, this city is leaving the ground at an alarming speed. Li Tian, I'll have Qiongqi take you down first. Get out of here as fast as you can. Wait, what about you? Li Tian asked. Chen Mo replied, I've found the purification sect's altar. The remaining cultists are all gathered there. I'll go alone. Li Tian's heart jolted at the news, his eyes darting nervously. After a moment of deliberation he nodded and said with a grave expression. All right then. Master Jiang and the other ability users should arrive soon. Chen Mo, be careful on your own. Chen Mo gave a slight nod, commanding Qiongqi to take Li Tian away from this airborne city. Together with the three corpses he set off toward the location of the purification sect's altar. The purification sect's altar was shrouded in a vast blood-red glow. At the center of the formation an embedded magatama emitted an eerily strange light. Feng Qiongqi knelt in agony on the ground, his face twisted hideously, his entire body emitting a sickening crack as his bones snapped and groaned. It was as if his entire body had been shattered. Aya! He writhed in torment on the ground, his arms twisting uncontrollably like tangled hemp ropes as his body began to undergo a horrific mutation. Heavenly crone, what have you done to me? Feng Qiongqi roared, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the glowing magatama. The heavenly crone's voice echoed faintly. This ritual is only one step from completion. What? Feng Qiongqi gritted his teeth against the searing pain. His bones had been fused together by some brute force, his legs and arms were intertwined like twisted hemp, leaving him lying prone on the ground like a human stump, utterly immobile. His form now resembled its shape. The heavenly crone's voice came from the magatama. This entire city is under the control of my divine artifact. And my true artifact, no, I should say my human artifact, is you, Feng Qiongqi. What did you say? Feng Qiongqi's breath caught in his throat. His face instantly twisted into a venomous glare, his eyes fixed fiercely on the magatama. Bastard! Heavenly crone, after all I've done for you, why did you deceive me? At that moment, a faint purple light emanated from the magatama, coalescing into the figure of a woman draped in violet gauze with long jet black hair. The woman was shrouded in a purple mist, her face indiscernible, only her tall graceful silhouette could be vaguely seen. Heavenly crone. Feng Qiongqi's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the scene. The woman in the mist spoke with a hint of mockery. Feng Qiongqi, haven't you always desired unparalleled power? By becoming my human artifact, all the abilities I wield in the future will be channeled through you. The core of Takamagara is controlled by you, this human artifact. Feng Qiongqi, you are a figure of great importance. Tap tap. The woman slowly approached. She knelt down, extending a snow-white jade-like arm to gently caress Feng Qiongqi's face, and whispered. Don't worry, you won't die. It will be just like before, except this time you will transform into my human artifact. From the woman's hand an immensely terrifying power surged into Feng Qiongqi's body. He let out an agonizing prolonged roar as his flesh, bones and internal organs were crushed into a single mass. Below his head his lower body writhed and compressed violently. No. No. My body. My body. Feng Qiongqi couldn't accept his current form, wailing in torment. In the end, aside from his grotesque hate-filled head, his lower body was forcibly compressed into a scepter that could be grasped in one hand. A human-headed scepter. This excruciating pain persisted for a long time before finally subsiding. Throughout the ordeal Feng Qiongqi never lost consciousness. His face was twisted with loathing, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with boundless hatred as he stared at the heavenly crone. What have you done to me? Give me back my body. This is what you are now, Feng Qiongqi. Your worth has been fulfilled. As the layer of hazy mist dispersed, the appearance of the heavenly crone gradually emerged. Contradicting her figure after the thick fog cleared, there appeared an extremely aged face covered in wrinkles, that of an old woman, neither kind nor gentle but rather evoking a sense of cunning and acerbity. When the heavenly crone appeared, the disciples kneeling around the altar grew even more fervent in their worship. Clearly what they submitted to was the faith in her supernatural power, not the person herself. And all of Feng Qiongqi's abilities were bestowed by this woman. This was the first time Feng Qiongqi had seen the heavenly crone in person. Witnessing this scene, he lay on the ground reduced to a human stump, unable to move, his face twisted with venomous sarcasm as he sneered. Ha ha ha, heavenly crone, who would have thought you'd be so hideous? Originally he had imagined that the graceful enchanting figure hidden within the mist would be a breathtakingly beautiful woman, but never did he expect the one who emerged to be so aged. No wonder you never showed your true face, with such ugliness even I wouldn't want to appear. Feng Qiongqi laughed uncontrollably, knowing he could no longer change this reality. Toward the heavenly crone who had betrayed him, his heart was filled with nothing but boundless hatred. Perhaps only such bitter mockery could provide some solace. The heavenly crone's expression turned cold. No woman would ever wish to hear someone disparage her appearance as ugly. Yet looking at Feng Qiongqi now transformed into a human-headed scepter on the ground, the fleeting displeasure quickly dissipated and she spoke with a smile. If saying this can ease your resentment toward me a little, then say whatever you wish. If it weren't for the fact that most of the disciples sacrificed before were merely filling the ranks, how could I have ended up like this? The heavenly crone raised her fair jade-like arm, so incongruous with her aged face, and gently stroked her own wrinkled visage. But I don't blame you. After all, you've helped me so much. Without you, who knows how long it would have taken for me to emerge. The heavenly crone stepped lightly and gracefully over to Feng Qiongqi. What are you going to do? Feng Qiongqi's pupils trembled violently as he roared. Get away. You hideous woman. Ignoring his screams now that Feng Qiongqi had lost everything, he couldn't even command the faithful here, lying like a fish on the chopping block, a lamb awaiting slaughter. The heavenly crone gently grasped Feng Qiongqi's body, which had been compressed into the size of a thick sturdy staff. The moment she touched the human-headed scepter, Feng Qiongqi felt a sudden weightlessness. He was now held in her hand, a massive glaring human head hanging from the staff. This reality was utterly unacceptable to Feng Qiongqi. His eyes instantly reddened. To think he had sacrificed so much only to end up in this inhuman state, neither alive nor dead, unable to die, unable to live. In an instant he lost all reason. Bastard. Take your filthy hands off me. I'll kill you, kill you. The heavenly crone's expression remained calm as she said flatly, it's useless. You've already become the human vessel controlling all of Takamagara. If I die, you won't survive either. You humans have a saying, a living dog is better than a dead lion. At least as a human vessel you now possess power rivaling the gods. After she spoke these words, Feng Qiongqi grew even more furiously insane. His eyes were bloodshot, bulging as if they might burst as he glared at this venomous woman. He wanted to roar and curse, but suddenly realized that no matter what he did he couldn't make a sound. Watch closely now. This is your power. The heavenly crone smiled faintly, gently waving the human-faced scepter as it brushed across her own face. Transformed into the human-faced scepter, Feng Qiongqi suddenly felt excruciating pain throughout his body. From his mouth, nose and eye sockets beams of purple light burst forth uncontrollably. His mouth opened wide and the purple light swept across the heavenly crone's visage. Under this unbelievable force, the heavenly crone's aged, sharp-featured face underwent a dramatic transformation. The fine wrinkles faded and her dull, lusterless skin became moist and smooth. This power lasted for an unknown duration. As the light from the human scepter dissipated, the heavenly crone transformed from an old crone into a woman of breathtaking beauty. The woman wore a golden crown adorned with solar patterns. Her fair, flawless face was devoid of any emotion. Draped in purple gauze, her curves were graceful and she exuded an aura of supreme nobility. Only this face could match her alluring figure. The heavenly crone let out an infatuated laugh, feeling the changes on her face. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Feng Qiongqi, who could no longer speak and was filled with resentment as she spoke. Look at me now. Am I not beautiful? All thanks to you. As a human vessel you possess unparalleled power. Within the domain of Takamagara I can draw on the strength of other gods through you. Seeing this, Feng Qiongqi felt even more despair and agony. Now a mere scepter, he could no longer control his own fate. Within this blood-red grand array stood a woman of stunning beauty, as noble and divine as a goddess draped in purple gauze. Yet in her hand she held a scepter of twisted flesh with a massive head hanging from it, a sight both eerie and chilling. The heavenly crone stood at the center of the altar, enveloped by a circular crimson formation. She raised the scepter high, uttering ancient, desolate, divine words. Boom! A beam of light piercing the heavens burst forth from the scepter, soaring skyward and spreading like a barrier, rapidly covering the entire city of Wuyuan. Rumble. The entire city of Wuyuan began to rise even more violently, reaching a height of 100 meters, standing as a majestic city in the sky. Just then. Swish. A terrifyingly thick whip lashed out with fierce precision. The heavenly crone's expression darkened as she looked up. Boom. The flesh whip struck the altar with immense force, shattering it into pieces. The overwhelming blast sent the hundreds of disciples surrounding the altar flying. Who goes there? As the formation on the altar was shattered, the rising city of Wuyuan shuddered violently and halted, suspended midair. The heavenly crone's face twisted in anger as she glared in a certain direction. Chen Mo appeared from nowhere, and the flesh whip shot out again from his right eye, sweeping through the surrounding disciples. Bang, bang. In an instant, hundreds of disciples were sent flying. Chen Mo surveyed the scene, and when his gaze fell upon the glaring human-headed scepter in the heavenly crone's hand, he paused in surprise. Feng Qiongqi. It seems I've come at a rather inconvenient time. Chen Mo said, narrowing his eyes. You must be the deity standing behind Feng Qiongqi, right? Does the Four Calamities secret realm also have something to do with you? Chen Mo. Upon seeing Chen Mo appear, Feng Qiongqi's eyes lit up, revealing an intense longing for survival. The three corpses were continuously clearing the surrounding cultists. After the altar was destroyed, Tian Pa's face darkened as she spoke coldly. Chen Mo. You keep ruining my plans. I didn't bother with you before, but now you dare to appear before me. Courting death. She swung the human-headed scepter, and from Feng Qiongqi's mouth a terrifying beam of light shot toward Chen Mo. Bang! The sound of piercing air rang out. Chen Mo's metal wings flapped, dodging as the beam exploded behind him, stirring up a surging torrent of air. Boom! Chen Mo glanced to the side, then looked at the human-faced scepter in Tian Pa's hand with surprise. A divine artifact. Tian Pa's beautiful face was frosty as she spoke. You're too late. The ritual has already been completed. Chen Mo, I know your strength, but I am far beyond the four calamities you eliminated. If you retreat now, I will let bygones be bygones. Having just obtained the divine artifact, and with the other deities of Takamagara yet to be revived in flesh, a full-scale battle here would make their resurrection difficult. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, curiosity in his voice. Which deity are you exactly? He had just inquired with the Shisho, but even it seemed unaware of her true identity. How strange. Tian Pa's face was cold as she spoke in a low voice. The goddess of filth Izanami. If you don't know of me, you can ask the Bain god behind you. The divine artifact she wielded was none other than the entire Takamagara, and the human-headed scepter was the medium to control its power, the very source of her strength. Chen Mo frowned. Within his heavenly authority ability, the Shisho exclaimed in shock upon hearing the name. It's her. You know her. Chen Mo communicated with the Shisho. The Shisho, yes. She is not a deity of our region. A high-ranking 9th-tier god, second only to the sovereign. From what I know, she imitates the sovereign, hunting countless beings and burying them within her divine artifact Takamagara. Her ability allows her to shape blood and mud, ensnaring their souls and taking full control.